At the age of 76, I was told that my granddaughter was being bullied at school. When I arrived at the school and saw her being slapped by the dean of academics, furious, I kicked the school gate open. But when I tried to argue my case using my identity as a veteran, the principal mocked me as incompetent. They thought I was old and useless, that I could be bullied at will, not knowing that I had already activated the cheat device that had disappeared decades ago. My name is Jiang Li, and I am a veteran. 60 years ago, I crossed over to this Earth-like planet called Blue Star, just as the calamity struck. Monsters roamed freely, alien races invaded, and the human population plummeted. It wasn't until the military discovered the secret realm, obtaining awakening stones and the art of beast-taming, that the era of beast masters began. With my awakened legendary tamed beast, I joined the army and fought alongside my comrades, shedding blood to secure decades of peace for humanity. Now, I'm old, covered in wounds, and just want to enjoy my remaining years in peace. My granddaughter, Jiang Ran, has become my only solace. Yet today, she was wronged at school. In the dean's office of Dexin High School, Principal Zhen Goping and Dean of Academic Affairs Situ He were pressuring Jiang Ran to apologize. Ran, just go and apologize, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, you'll receive a disciplinary record, which will affect your college entrance exam and your eligibility for Beast Companion Awakening, Situ He said sternly. Jiang Ran stubbornly raised her head. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Nonsense. Gathering a crowd to fight and you still think you're in the right? Situ He rebuked angrily. Since you refuse to admit your mistake, you'll receive a major demerit and your college entrance exam and Beast Companion Awakening will be revoked. Jiang Ran's eyes turned red as she bit her lip, her voice trembling. It was those 8 people who started the fight. I was just defending myself. Why am I the only one being punished? I said you're wrong, so you're wrong. Situ He said expressionlessly, who I punish is up to me. Jiang Ran blurted out, you're just favoring those exchange students. As if struck where it hurt, Situ He raised his hand and slapped Jiang Ran hard across the face. She fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, but instead of crying, she laughed. Hit a nerve, didn't I? My grandfather said people like you worship everything foreign. Decades ago, you'd have been a traitor. You're infuriating me. Situ He raised his hand again, his palm swirling with elemental energy, ready to strike Jiang Ran once more. Just then, I kicked open the door of the dean's office and rushed in. Situ He was sent flying like a sandbag by my impact, crashing through the glass and landing heavily on the ground. Grandpa! The moment Jiang Ran saw me, all her grievances erupted instantly as she threw herself into my arms and burst into loud sobs. Surrounded and beaten by the director, she hadn't shed a tear, but upon seeing me, she could no longer hold back. I gently stroked her head, my heart aching like it was being twisted by a knife. As a battle-hardened veteran, I had cherished my granddaughter since she was little, holding her in the palm of my hand. Now, she had been struck by others, and my chest was already filled with raging fury. My dear granddaughter, leave this to Grandpa. My expression was resolute, my voice firm and powerful. Today, Grandpa will get justice for you. On my way to school, I had already learned the whole story. The cause was the unequal hot water supply and cooling system in the school. The federal exchange student dormitories had it, while the dormitories for students from the Dragon Kingdom did not. Ran just went to the entrance of the exchange student dormitory to enjoy the cool air, but she was insulted and beaten by 8 exchange students. She initially wanted to leave, but the other party wouldn't let her go, forcing her to fight back. As a result, she became the one who got beaten, and was even threatened and punished by the school. Grandpa, let's just go home. Jiang Ran tugged at my sleeve, looking at me with concern. She knew I was getting old, and that last strike had left me with unstable energy, breathing heavily. I gently touched her swollen, reddened cheek and whispered, before we go home, we need to make things clear. I took a deep breath, steadying my chaotic chi and blood. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out in my mind. Ding! Host detected as just born. Congratulations on activating the Invincibility System. I nearly stumbled. I'm already 76 years old, and the system only arrives now, and it's an Invincibility System at that. You were just born. Breathe 10 times immediately to receive the reward. Stellar breathing technique. Breathe, it's as simple as that, and I immediately follow suit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the stellar breathing technique. A profound stream of information flooded my mind, and I instantly mastered it. I mimicked the frequency of stars in my breath, my entire body's blood and energy boiling, long-lost vitality filling my form, the chaotic energy stabilizing instantly. Grandpa, are you okay? Jiang Ran asked worriedly. I laughed heartily. Not only am I fine, I'm doing great. Situ He struggled to get up from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he spat out 2 knocked-out teeth. He glared at me and said coldly, you actually ambushed me. A frontal attack can hardly be called an ambush, I retorted disdainfully. What gives you the right to hit my granddaughter? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Humph, was I wrong to make her admit her mistake? It takes 2 to tango, Situ He sneered. Who says it takes 2 to tango? In a flash, I appeared in front of him, swung my arm, and delivered another slap. Smack, Situ He was sent flying once again, completely powerless to resist. That should make it ring. I shook my wrist. Situ He completely lost his mind, roaring as he summoned his tamed beast, the earth-splitting stone tiger. But the stone tiger had barely appeared when I knocked it out cold with a single punch. I grabbed Situ He by the collar, lifting him into the air. You spineless traitor who worships everything foreign decades ago, I should have fed you to the demon beasts. My granddaughter did nothing wrong. Today, I demand not only an apology from the exchange student who laid hands on her, but also an apology from you. My voice boomed like thunder, filled with murderous intent. Humph, an apology? Quite the show of authority. Just then, an overwhelming pressure surged toward me, causing my blood to churn and a trickle of blood to escape the corner of my mouth. A gaunt middle-aged man descended from the sky. It was the principal, Jiang Li. Principal, save me! Situ He cried out as if grasping a lifeline, immediately seeking his help. Jiang Li landed with one foot, the powerful shockwave knocking down a crowd of onlooking students. I too took several steps back, instinctively releasing my grip. Situ He quickly ran to his side, the villain crying foul first. That's a load of bullshit, I angrily cursed, then clasped my fists towards Jiang Li. 8 exchange students struck first, yet my granddaughter is the one being blamed. Is this what you call justice? Jiang Li softly questioned Situ He, is that really how it happened? Situ He kept shaking his head. It was his granddaughter who provoked me first. I criticized her, but not only did she show no remorse, this old man suddenly appeared. He pointed at the homeroom teacher Chao Ting from the academic affairs office. Chao Ting can vouch for me. Chao Ting immediately stepped forward. Principal, the facts are exactly as the director said. Jiang Ranran assaulted the exchange students, Enraged, and the others. Hearing the name Enli, Jiang Li's eyes flashed with a barely noticeable gravity, which I immediately caught. Clearly, this Enli was anything but simple. Jiang Li spoke up, Sir, the fault lies with you. As long as your granddaughter apologizes, we can let this matter rest. Apologize? Absolutely not, I retorted coldly. The one who should apologize is you. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. Is that your final decision? Jiang Li asked coldly. It is, I replied without flinching. Jiang Li laughed, a somewhat sinister chill in his tone. Then perhaps you should consider your granddaughter's college entrance exam and her beast-tamer quota. If she gets expelled, that spot will be gone. How dare you? That quota was designated by the Beast-Tamer Alliance. If you abuse your authority to cancel it, I'll report it myself, I fumed with rage. Report me? With what power do you have? Jiang Li sneered. Go ahead and try. Let's see what you can do to me. Fine, fine. I gritted my teeth in fury, grabbing Jiang Ranran's hand to leave. Wait, Jiang Li's icy voice came through. Causing trouble here, even injuring the dean, and you think you can just walk away? Oh, you plan to stop me? I halted, my murderous aura swirling as the stellar breathing technique surged within me. You old bastard. Jiang Li shed all pretense, snarling. A few years on the battlefield and you think you're hot shit? Today, I won't just stop you, I'll take an arm as tribute. Let this be your lesson for stirring trouble here. With a wave of his hand, billowing black mist coalesced into a winged bat, its back covered with grotesque ghostly faces, a nether bat and transcendent grade at that. I instantly recognized his tamed beast. Jiang Li sneered, you've got some eyesight, but my nether bat is already transcendent tier 5. Let's see what skills you've got. With a fierce swing of his arm, the nether bat swelled violently in the wind, charging toward me with overwhelming demonic energy. Old friend, come out, I murmured under my breath. A massive crimson serpent with fleshy wings soared out from within me, coiling around my body. This was my legendary class tamed beast, the soaring fire python. Engulfed in flames, the soaring fire python lunged toward the nether bat. At that very moment, the system's voice echoed in my mind once again. You were just born, your third eye not yet closed, able to see the essence of all things, piercing through illusions. 004 report, I want to file a real name report. Ha? See through the essence of all things? Pierce through illusions? Jiang Li looked puzzled, but there was no time to ponder such things now. For the instant the flying fire serpent clashed with the demon bat, the flames that should have incinerated all things were utterly suppressed by the demonic mist. The fire serpent coiled around the demon bat, immobilizing it. In that instant, it bit down, and the demon bat bizarrely dissolved into a thick, black mist. Yet in the next instant, tens of thousands of demon bats coalesced anew. Their crimson pupils gleaming, fangs bared, they swarmed the fire serpent like a storm. Boom! Boom! The fire serpent lashed its tail, smashing the attacking bats into shreds that dissolved into swirling black mist. Yet their sheer numbers overwhelmed it. Unable to locate the core demon bat, the fire serpent was swiftly surrounded and savagely devoured. With each bite, the fire serpent's vitality rapidly weakened, its scales torn away. Nearly upon first contact, the fire serpent was already at a disadvantage. What is this? At that moment, Jiang Li clearly discerned a peculiar presence among the tens of thousands of demon bats, one that remained cloaked in invisibility. The demon bat's true form. Jiang Li instantly realized this was the divine power of the heavenly eye, the ability to see through the essence of all things. Jiang Li felt a quiet thrill of triumph. Principal Jiang Li observed the scene with an impassive expression. I'm giving you one last chance. You and your grandson must apologize personally, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, I'll sever your right arm and revoke Jiang Ranran's Beastmaster qualification. You have 10 seconds to decide. His voice cut like a blade, sharp and piercing. At this, Jiang Li burst into loud laughter. Blackmail and bribery, huh? Are you afraid? Or is there something you fear? Let me make this perfectly clear, you want us to apologize? Not a chance. If anyone should apologize, it's you. Damn it. This is utterly outrageous. Forget severed arms. Even if it cost him his life, he would fight to the bitter end to reclaim justice. With a flick of his thoughts, Jiang Li commanded the flying fire python to attack the demon bat's true form. Boom! The fire serpent, catching it off guard, twisted its massive body and lashed out with its tail. What appeared to strike empty air actually slammed into the demon bat, sending it crashing into a deep pit. The swarm of demon bats surrounding the flying fire serpent vanished. Damn it! Jin Goping's previously cheerful smile instantly froze. How is this possible? How could he have discerned the true location of the demon bats? Principal Jin Goping raised an eyebrow, the scene before him defying his expectations. But that was all. Oomph. So you've got some skill after all. No wonder you dared to cause trouble here. Me, causing trouble? Jiang Li sneered at the remark. I'd say it's you lot who are doing that. All he wanted was a fair and just resolution. Yet the school administration kept making excuses, repeatedly shifting the blame onto them. And now they dare call them troublemakers. In all his decades of life, he'd never endured such injustice. Principal Jin Gopin let out a cold laugh. Regarding beast companions, your flying fire python is merely legendary tier, while mine is already supernatural grade 5. As for strength, you're just a heaven tier beast tamer and one whose vital energy is in decline, your power waning. I, however, am a king tier beast tamer at my peak. What do you have to challenge me with? Don't accuse me of bullying you. If you can withstand this move, you're free to leave. Or perhaps reconsider my earlier suggestion. It remains your best option. Grandfather. At that moment, Jiang Ranran tugged lightly at Jiang Li's sleeve. Her mouth opened, then closed, her expression one of hesitation. She desperately wanted to say, Grandpa, just let it go. I'll go apologize. Whether her Beastmaster awakening spot would be revoked? She didn't care in the slightest. She simply didn't want Grandpa to be hurt. But seeing the resolute expression on his face and remembering his past teachings, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Jiang Li naturally caught Jiang Ranran's shifting expression and understood his granddaughter's inner thoughts. With Grandpa here, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. But remember this, a beast tamer must charge forward without hesitation. Once you lose your spirit, you can never reclaim it. Jiang Ranran nodded firmly, her face once again hardening with resolve. Jiang Li smiled warmly and urged Jiang Ranran to leave this place. Come on. Jiang Li faced Principal Jin Goping, his hands already in a defensive stance. He understood clearly, since the other had spoken those words, they meant to fight for real. In terms of both beast pets and raw power, he was no match for his opponent. Now, he could only give it his all. He immediately activated the stellar breathing technique, constantly adjusting his state to peak condition, while summoning the Skyfire Python to coil around his body. Beyond that, with the Heavenly Eye's blessing, he kept his gaze fixed on his opponent at all times. Very well. Principal Jin Gopin gave a cold, sharp laugh. With a mere grasp in the void, the extraordinary 5th grade demon bat twisted into a pitch-black long blade. Black mist swirled around the blade, emitting a howling, ghostly wail. A beast companion transforming into a spirit weapon? Jiang Li's pupils contracted sharply as a look of grave concern spread across his face. Transforming into a weapon? This was one of the hallmarks of a transcendent grade beast pet. It also marked the watershed moment for legendary tier beast pets advancing to the extraordinary realm. The Skyfire Python had been stuck at the legendary tier for years, unable to break through to transcendent status. It simply couldn't transform into a weapon. When a beast pet transforms into a weapon, it can multiply the Beastmaster's combat power several times over, even dozens of times. This strike. Watch closely. Principal Jin Goping leapt into the air, his robes fluttering with surging spiritual energy. Like a ghostly apparition, he appeared before Jiang Li in an instant, his smile cold and sharp. This is the transcendent sword technique I mastered upon ascending to King Tier Beastmaster Blood Devourer. With that, he swung the spirit blade formed from the demon bat. Boom! The blade's aura suddenly surged to dozens of zhang, slashing straight toward Jiang Li's right arm. The blade's intent was savage, relentless in its advance. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in the blade's intent. Boom! The ground cracked open, fissures spreading outward in all directions. Such a scene filled the students present with panic and dread. Is this the principal's power? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Superior sword technique? That's priceless, and its power is even more terrifying. It's over. That strike will either kill Jiang Ranran's grandfather or leave him half dead. Oh, grandfather. Jiang Ranran collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably as regret welled up inside her. Why? Why didn't she just submit? To make Grandpa bear all this for her? But recalling Grandpa's words, she suddenly lifted her head. Her gaze locked onto Principal Jinggoping and the others present, her eyes blazing with overwhelming hatred. The seed of vengeance had already taken root within her. And of all those witnessing this scene, none was happier than the head of discipline Situ He. "You old fart. Think you're so hot stuff?" Situ He roared with laughter. "Damn it! A man with one foot in the grave dares to cause trouble here. So you got your wish. You'll be buried here, and your granddaughter's awakening slot is lost." Utterly overreaching. For someone who's seen battle, you really can't read the situation. And you still want to report me? That's laughable. Before he could finish, his voice abruptly cut off. His throat felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, forcing the words back into his throat. Because the principal's blade had been blocked. To be precise, it had been forcibly absorbed. Jiang Li's right arm was coiled with a crimson fire serpent, its tendrils extending to his palm where they fused with a translucent gauntlet. Closing his fist, he slammed it directly into the demon bat blade. Within a 3-meter radius centered on the two of them, the ground caved in. "You may leave now." Principal Jinggoping's face twisted with reluctance as he sheathed his blade and stared at the elderly man before him, now well over 30. "We'll meet again at the Beastmaster Alliance." Jiang Li retracted his fist, his voice cold. "I'll be waiting for your good news." Principal Jinggoping dismissed him with disdain. "Report. Go ahead and report it." "Fine." Jiang Li didn't linger. He turned and pulled Jiang Ranran away from the scene. 005 Infant Invincible, God Tier Choice, Ultimate Divine Eyes. "Principal, are we just letting them go that easily?" Once Jiang Li and the others had completely departed, the Dean of Discipline Situ He hurried over to the principal's side. Having been slapped twice, he desperately wanted the principal to have Jiang Li executed on the spot. "Why don't you go chase him back?" Principal Jinggoping, imposing without needing to raise his voice, shot Situ He a cold glance. This made Situ He give an awkward smile and shake his head repeatedly. Chase him? That would be courting disaster. He'd already witnessed Jiang Ranran's grandfather's explosive temper. "Ha!" Suddenly, Situ He's expression froze, his pupils constricting. For out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of blood trickling down the inner side of the principal's sleeve. "Principal, you!" Situ He exclaimed in alarm. Principal Jinggoping made no attempt to conceal it, nodding in acknowledgement. "I was injured by the shockwave." "What? How is that possible?" Situ He gasped in a low voice, "You're a king-tier beastmaster, while that old man is merely a heaven-tier beastmaster." This. He was already stumbling over his words. Between beastmasters, each tier apart is like a chasm. Moreover, Jiang Li was already old, his combat prowess and endurance both on the decline. How could he possibly match a king-tier beastmaster at their peak? He couldn't comprehend it. Principal Jinggoping narrowed his eyes, watching the direction Jiang Li and his companions had vanished. "That old man is no ordinary figure. He spotted the flaw in my sword technique at a glance, using sheer force to shatter the most powerful strike of one force breaks 10,000. And at the critical moment, his beast pet evolved, stepping into the ranks of the supergrade." "Ha!" Hearing this, Situ He's face darkened with worry. If he's that formidable, what if he really reports us? What's there to fear? Principal Jinggoping remained unperturbed, sneering coldly, "Don't forget grandfather Enli standing. To think this retired veteran could challenge it? Utterly delusional, like an ant shaking a tree." "Then what should we do?" Situ He asked. "Inform Enli's grandfather of this matter." "The old gentleman will handle it himself," Principal Jinggoping replied with a smile. "Got it." Situ He grinned, his lips curling with smug satisfaction as he imagined Jiang Li hitting a brick wall. Meanwhile, "Grandpa, are you okay?" Stepping outside the school gates, the 19-year-old Jiang Ranran, her face still bearing traces of youth, wore a look of deep concern. "That slash? The blade's technique was ruthless and overpowering. That strike? That was extraordinary blade technique. That strike? It was wielded by a king-tier beastmaster. Yet grandfather, merely a heaven-tier beastmaster, managed to block that strike. This not only gave her a new understanding of his strength but also made her worry about his physical condition. Hence the question. "I'm fine." Jiang Li shook her head. Yet as the words left her lips, her footsteps faltered. Her right hand braced against the wall as her entire body trembled violently. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth and eyes, lending her an eerily terrifying appearance. This sight utterly terrified Jiang Ranran. "Grandpa!" "But..." The next second, Jiang Li suddenly coughed up a torrent of thick, dark blood. Spider-web-like cracks had already spread across his right arm. "Wah!" Jiang Ranran finally couldn't hold back, bursting into tears once more. "Grandpa, it's my fault. I've brought this upon you." Her voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She had only wanted to reclaim what was rightfully hers. But she never imagined it would escalate to such a degree, to the point where her 70-something grandfather was gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread. "I'm fine." Jiang Li's teeth clenched around blood, mixed with bits of flesh and organs, as she whispered weakly, "Grandpa isn't going to die. That single blow had nearly taken his old life. Fortunately, his opponent was still in the early stages of mastering the technique, not yet fully proficient. With the aid of the heavenly eye, he found an opening. His old companion, the flying heavenly fire python, also evolved in the face of mortal danger, manifesting a spirit weapon, the star-tempered beast gloves. Only through their combined efforts did he barely survive. Otherwise, he would never have withstood the attack of a king-tier beastmaster. Thank goodness I activated the infant invincibility system. Otherwise, I'd have met my end here today. Jiang Li mused silently. But the thought of the school's tyrannical, unreasonable actions and the principal's arrogant demeanor filled his chest with a burning frustration, as if a ball of fire were lodged there. Fair. He would personally seek it out. He then activated the stellar breathing technique to alleviate his current injuries. Once he had regained his composure, he turned to his granddaughter, Jiang Ranran, patted her head, and offered gentle reassurance. Besides, you did nothing wrong. They are the ones at fault. They are the ones being unreasonable. But Grandpa, the school must have its reasons for favoring those exchange students like this. We're just ordinary beast masters, maybe we should just let it go. Jiang Ranran's lips trembled slightly. She didn't want to see her grandfather hurt again. What school's beastmaster awakening spots? Forget them all. In her eyes, Grandpa was the one truly worth cherishing. After this ordeal, she deeply realized the importance of her own strength and the treacherous nature of society. People can't teach people. Experience teaches people. Once learned, it stays. Settle? Why settle? Jiang Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression fierce as he spoke slowly and deliberately. This old man intends to play along with them. Since they're not afraid of being reported? Then I'll see just what tricks they have up their sleeves. Jiang Li patted Jiang Ranran on the shoulder. Come on, let's go with Grandpa to the Beastmaster Alliance. Grandpa, why don't you go back and rest first? Your injuries. Jiang Ranran looked worried. Jiang Li waved it off casually, signaling it was no big deal. Don't worry about me. I'm better than I've ever been. His voice was weak, but his spirit was vibrant. The stellar breathing technique? The heavenly eye that sees through the essence of all things? These two abilities made him realize the terrifying power of the invincible infant system. Unaware of any of this, Jiang Ranran still wore a look of concern. Jiang Li's expression turned stern. What? Don't you trust Grandpa? No. Jiang Ranran shook her head. Then let's go. All right. Jiang Ranran followed her grandfather Jiang Li, heading straight for the Beastmaster Alliance. During this time, Jiang Li was also familiarizing himself with the baby invincible system. This system must have mistaken me for an infant, but that's fine, the missions are easier, yet the rewards are generous. Just as Jiang Li was quietly studying the system, a new task notification popped up before his eyes. The heavenly eye will close after age 3. Please make your choice promptly regarding whether to retain it. Option 1, abandon the heavenly eye. Reward, a 3rd grade immortal tier fist technique crushing mountain. Option 2, retain the heavenly eye. Requires 10 blinks. The heavenly eye grants insight into the essence of all things and reveals flaws in martial techniques. Option 3, evolve the heavenly eye into the ultimate divine eye. Requires 10,000 blinks. The ultimate divine eye evolves from the heavenly eye, retaining its functions while granting the ability to see the evolution paths of beast companions. Jiang Li saw this and chose the 3rd option without hesitation. The teacher said it. When faced with options, always pick the one with more characters. Of course. That was only one reason. The main reason was the function of the ultimate divine eye. In the Beastmaster world, beast companions are the right-hand men of beastmasters. Especially those that have advanced to the extraordinary level, their subsequent cultivation drives beastmasters to exhaustion. The slightest misstep could lead to major problems with the beast pet. Thus, a profession even rarer than beastmasters emerged in the beastmastering world, the beast summoning master. They specialize in researching pet evolution and cultivation methods for beast masters. Beast summoning masters occupy a transcendent status within the beastmaster world, revered by all beastmasters. With the ultimate divine eye ranking under my belt, I can finally call myself a beast summoning master. Jiang Li felt a quiet surge of triumph. Though he coveted option 1's immortal tier fist technique intensely, it couldn't rival the allure of the ultimate divine eye. On the way to the Beastmaster Alliance, Jiang Li began blinking, silently counting the times in his mind. 1. Twice. 0063 Evolutionary Paths Star Devouring Ancestral Dragon. Grandpa, are your eyes okay? Along the way, Jiang Ranran remained visibly concerned. She noticed his rapid, frequent blinking and feared it might be a lingering effect of his injury. Jiang Liang laughed aloud. It's fine, don't worry about me. Then he continued blinking. Ultimate divine eyes? Achieved with just 10,000 blinks. Just as I suspected, the tasks of the baby invincibility system are child's play for me. Moments later. The system prompt popped up again. Congratulations, host. You have completed 10,000 blinks and obtained the evolved version of Heavenly Eyes, Ultimate Divine Eyes. Ultimate Divine Eye Preliminary Form reveals the optimal path for pet evolution, accelerating their growth and enhancing their power. Awesome! Upon reading this, Jiang Li couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his lips, his heart surging with ecstasy. With the Ultimate Divine Eye, I can finally call myself a true beastmaster. With that thought, he summoned his longtime companion, the Skyfire Python, who had fought alongside him for years. Now that he possessed the Ultimate Divine Eye, it was time to focus on cultivating his old comrade. Roar! The flying fire python suddenly burst forth from his body, coiling around Jiang Li's right arm as its head affectionately nuzzled him. After years of companionship, Jiang Li could already sense its joyful mood. Old buddy, rest assured. From now on, we're embarking on a path of extraordinary power. Your advancement to an extraordinary spirit beast is merely the beginning. You can reach the ranks of immortal beasts, divine beasts, and even super divine beasts. The voice was soft, yet its tone was utterly unwavering. The flying fire serpent had long been stuck at the peak of legendary rank, unable to break through to the transcendent spirit beast tier. Yet now, after activating the system, it had leaped directly into transcendence. This breakthrough stemmed partly from years of accumulated cultivation, but more significantly from his practice of the stellar breathing technique, which gradually restored his bodily functions. Beast tamers and their pets are mutually reinforcing. Only when the beastmaster grows powerful can the beast pet unlock greater potential, which then feeds back to the beastmaster. As if understanding these words, the flying fire python wriggled its massive body excitedly, flicking its forked tongue. Then, with a flicker of Jiang Li's intent, he directly activated the Ultimate Divine Eye. In an instant, the originally pitch-black pupils grew even more profound. A sinister counterclockwise vortex appeared around the pupils, resembling a black hole from the depths of the cosmos, stirring an inexplicable dread within one's heart. The once exuberant flying fire python suddenly began trembling violently, coiling obediently around Jiang Li's arm, daring not to move. Before Jiang Li's eyes, a series of information panels materialized. Beast Pet, Flying Fire Python. Status, Alive. Tier, Supernatural Body Tier 1. Evolution Paths, Path 1 Scarlet Blaze Explosive Dragon Immortal Beast Form. Consume Fire Attributes Supernatural Beast Crystals, Starfall Shattered Rocks, and Dragon Flame Grass to forge its embryonic form. Difficulty, 1 star. Second Path Netherworld Dragon, requires soaking the dragon's body in Yellow Springs Netherwater, consuming 9 netherine stones and earth core rock essence, paired with nether soul grass and tyene fruit. Difficulty, 2 stars. Third Path Star Devouring Ancestral Dragon, primary material is a tier 3 star core. Auxiliary materials include 100 caddies of 3-star Yang Stone, Black Hole Star Ore, and Stellar Fruit imbued with stellar power. Difficulty, 5 stars. Hidden Path Unlocked. Jiang Li watched this unfold, his lips twitching slightly. Great! And this is merely the route for the divine beast form. The required materials are already this rare. Where on earth am I supposed to find them for the divine beast route, let alone the super divine beast route? The higher the difficulty level, the greater the potential and power of the evolved beast pet. Faced with these 3 evolutionary paths, Jiang Li would undoubtedly choose the third, the star-devouring ancestral dragon. But upon seeing the required materials, he instantly felt crushed. After weighing the first 2 evolution paths, he felt they were too conventional. Damn it! With the Ultimate Divine Eye in existence and knowing the best evolution path, I'm choosing the best option. With that resolve, Jiang Li silently vowed to first gather the materials required for the star-devouring ancestral dragon's evolution. But first, he must resolve the school's bullying and secure his granddaughter's spot in the Beastmaster Awakening ceremony. With the Ultimate Divine Eye now in hand, he only needed to wait for his granddaughter to awaken her Beastmaster abilities before providing her with the best possible guidance. This way, they could avoid many detours. Grandpa, we're here. Just as he was deep in thought, his granddaughter Zhang Ranran's voice reached his ears. He looked up. They had arrived at a towering skyscraper. Its shape resembled a blade, piercing straight through the clouds. At the entrance, Beastmasters streamed in and out, each wearing a radiant smile. Damn, these assessments are getting tougher by the day. I nearly lost my life trying to qualify as an Earth-grade Beastmaster. Heh, awesome. I finally got my hands on that magic vine heart I've been craving. According to the Beast Summoning Master, my Beast Companion has successfully advanced to the rare tier. Looking for a party heading to Beast Cliff. Recruiting teammates 10 3-star magic crystals. Listening to these exchanges, Jiang Li's lips curved upward. The passion he thought had vanished seemed to gather within him, igniting instantly. He had thought his life would simply drift away, passively awaiting death's arrival. Yet unexpectedly, he had activated the Invincible System. According to the effects of the stellar breathing technique, it could temper his own life force. What should have been a body as lifeless as rotten wood could now radiate new vitality. This naturally extended his lifespan. And with the Ultimate Divine Eye and subsequent system rewards, he felt an urge to return to the battlefields beyond the domain. But he knew deep down, all of this depended on first settling the matter of the school's humiliation of his granddaughter and himself. Let's go. We're going in. Jiang Li pulled Zhang Ranran into the building. This building housed the Beastmaster Alliance of the coastal base. Since the cataclysm, humanity's numbers had plummeted while their habitats were overrun by beasts, drastically shrinking their living space. Yet after decades of struggle and contention, 12 strongholds and 4 major military districts had been established within Dragon Nation, safeguarding human survival and development. Each stronghold housed a Beastmaster Alliance. The Beastmaster Alliance handled nearly all matters and supplies required by Beastmasters. Within its halls, one could take advancement exams, purchase items, accept quests to earn magic crystals, and more. Magic crystals serve as the currency among beast tamers. These crystals are obtained by slaying beasts, serving as energy for beast companions and fuel for beast tamers' cultivation. Additionally, the base's schools rely on the Beastmaster Alliance for resources and awakening quotas. In short, the school is under the Beastmaster Alliance's jurisdiction. That's why I came to the Beastmaster Alliance to report this. But as soon as they stepped inside the building, they were stopped by a graceful young woman in her 20s with a ponytail. "May I ask if you are Mr. Jiang?" Her smile was sweet, her voice crisp. "Ha!" Jiang Li frowned in suspicion. A formal complaint? No sooner had he arrived than someone was waiting to greet him. Jiang Li suddenly recalled Principal Jin Goping's words before her departure, along with his unconcerned demeanor about the report. This made Jiang Li inwardly wonder. Could it be they've already ordered someone to intercept me? At this thought, the expression on the young woman before him darkened. "Yes. What is it?" Unaware of Jiang Li's chill, the girl flashed a bright smile. "My father knew you were coming, so he sent me to wait and greet you." "If he knew I was coming, he must also know my purpose," Jiang Li asked coldly. "Of course." The girl nodded emphatically. "We're all prepared. 007 Beastmaster, Immortal Vessel Beast Control University." Prepared? Hearing this, Jiang Li's mouth twitched. They'd set the trap and were just waiting for them to walk right into it. "I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeves," Jiang Li thought to himself before cutting straight to the chase. "Since you're ready, let's cut the nonsense and get straight to the point." "Ha?" The girl froze in surprise, then her face lit up with a radiant smile. "So straightforward? That doesn't match the rumors at all." Her name was Mu Shi, a student at the Celestial Vessel Beastmaster University. Her father had fortuitously met the beast-summoning Grandmaster Zhang Hao. Learning he would visit the coastal base's Beastmaster Alliance today to purchase supplies, she had arrived early to await him. Having never met him personally, she only knew he was roughly 60 or 70 years old, often accompanied by a well-behaved little girl. Zhang Hao was a 4-star Beastmaster, holding an unparalleled status in the Beastmastering world. Any Beastmaster fortunate enough to receive his guidance would see their pets benefit immensely, gaining a clear path for evolution. This would mean she could focus entirely on her studies during university without any worries. However, she'd heard Jiang Hao had a cold and eccentric personality, making him difficult to get along with. Yet right now, interacting with him felt surprisingly gentle and pleasant. Could it be because of my father? As she pondered this silently, Jiang Li's brows furrowed. What's this girl standing there for? Is it that satisfying to report me under my real name? What are you laughing at? Jiang Li asked. Mu Shi hurriedly replied. It's my honor to receive guidance from a 4-star beast summoning master. I'll summon my beast pet now and humbly request Mr. Jiang to advise me on an evolution path or direction for it. What? At this, not only was Jiang Li stunned, but even Jiang Ranran beside him froze. They had come to file a formal complaint. How to become a beast summoning master. Before they could react, Mu Shi moved her thoughts. Whoosh! A legendary tier beast companion, the Frost Wolf, suddenly materialized before Jiang Li and Jiang Ranran. Mr. Jiang, this is my beast companion. I humbly request your guidance. Mu Shi's gaze was sincere, her demeanor earnest. Seeing this, Jiang Li instantly realized she had mistaken him for someone else. Jiang Li hastily clarified. Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else. While I am indeed a Jiang, I'm not the Mr. Jiang you're looking for. It's like this, Jiang Ranran chimed in, Grandpa and I came here looking for someone too, which led to this misunderstanding. Ha? Mu Shi was taken aback. She quickly regained her sweet smile, her expression filled with apology. My deepest apologies. It's fine. It's fine. Jiang Li waved her hands hastily. If anyone should be apologizing, it's us for not explaining clearly earlier. The misunderstanding was cleared up. Both parties became acquainted through this incident. After a few more casual words, Jiang Li casually inquired about the location of the Ministry of Education. However, upon learning that Mu Shi sought guidance from beast summoning master Jiang Hao regarding the evolution path for her beast, Jiang Li activated his ultimate divine eye and turned his gaze toward the Frost Wolf. At that moment, 3 evolution paths materialized before her eyes. First path, ascend to supernatural body Frost Dragon Wolf. Primary materials required, Ice Dragon Fruit. Auxiliary materials, 1 tie-in stone, 3 ice attributes supernatural body beast crystals, 7 frost coagulating grasses. Difficulty, 1 star. Success rate, 99%. Path 2, ascend to supernatural beast 9 nether soul devouring wolf. Primary materials: 9 supernatural beast crystal cores, 1 9 nether soul fruit, 1 soul devouring grass, 10 caddies of nether starine Oregon difficulty, 3 stars. Third, advancement to supernatural body howling moon celestial wolf. Primary material: black hole starstone. Auxiliary materials: tie-in star ore, 10 caddies of constant meteorite ore, 15 howling moon silver soul grass. Difficulty: 5 stars. Howling moon celestial wolf? Upon seeing these paths, Jiang Li felt little surprise. His ultimate divine eye was currently only in its preliminary form, allowing him to view only the evolution path for the next tier. He speculated that upgrading the ultimate divine eye might unlock more functions and reveal paths for subsequent tiers. But for now, it was sufficient. What surprised him was the path of the moon-howling celestial wolf within the transcendent physique. Could this evolution path ultimately lead to the moon-devouring heavenly wolf that swallows the heavens and devours the moon? At this thought, his eyes flashed with brilliance. He wasn't thinking of snatching it away. Rather, he believed he could guide the other along this path. Should a moon-devouring wolf lord truly emerge in the future, it would fill him with immense pride. With this thought, Jiang Li smiled faintly. "Young lady, I do know a thing or two about raising beast companions. I can offer you some suggestions for your consideration." "Ha?" Mushi's eyes widened at his words. "You're a beast summoning master?" Her voice trembled with excitement, her eyes sparkling with awe, and even her address changed. Jiang Li humbly replied, "I wouldn't call myself a master. Just a little bit knowledgeable. I humbly request your guidance, grandfather." Mushi bowed deeply, knowing this was a rare opportunity. Jiang Li then generously wrote down all 3 routes on a piece of paper. Mushi took the paper and was instantly captivated by its contents. Yet as she studied them closely, her brow furrowed, as if she couldn't quite grasp the meaning. Seeing this, Jiang Li didn't disturb her further. He took his granddaughter Jiang Ranran by the hand and headed toward the education department. "Grandfather, how did you come to understand the cultivation of beast pets? I've never heard you mention it before." Jiang Ranran couldn't hold back any longer and voiced her inner thoughts. "I only learned it recently." That wasn't a lie. He truly had only just learned it. But to Jiang Ranran's ears, it reminded her of the spirit weapon her grandfather had conjured from his flying fire python. So, the fact that little python could advance to become an extraordinary beast companion, that's all thanks to grandpa's research? Jiang Li pondered for a moment before nodding. "You could say that. Awesome." Hearing this, Jiang Ranran's face lit up with excitement. "With a Grandmaster Beast Summoner as my grandfather, once I awaken my beast-taming abilities, I won't have to worry about how to cultivate it. It's bound to evolve into a powerful immortal beast." This remark drew a hearty laugh from Jiang Li. "Excellent. Excellent. Not just immortal beasts, divine beasts are no problem either." "Deal." Jiang Ranran extended her pinky finger. "Pinky swear. Cross my heart and hope to die." Jiang Li hooked his granddaughter's pinky, making a doting promise. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to make such bold promises. But now it was different. Activating the Invincible Infant System, he'd also obtained the ultimate divine eye capable of evolving pet beasts. This was child's play for him. But right now, he urgently needed to resolve the school matter. If he got kicked out of the school's Awakened Beast Master program, getting back in would be incredibly difficult. Besides, this injustice absolutely couldn't be swallowed. Soon, they arrived at the educational headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Jiang Li was greeted by a young woman in a business suit, her expression warm and welcoming. "Where is your supervisor?" Jiang Li inquired. "The manager is in a meeting," the young woman replied before continuing. "What can I assist you with, sir? Feel free to tell me. If it's something I can resolve, I'll handle it promptly." Jiang Li cut straight to the point. "I'm here to file a formal complaint. I'm lodging a real name report against Jingoping, president of Binhai University, and Sima He, director of academic affairs. They have abused their authority and shown favoritism toward exchange students, thereby harming my granddaughter, Jiang Ranran, and me." His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the first-floor lobby of the Alliance building. Instantly, it drew the attention and stares of everyone present. They all crowded toward the education department section, tiptoeing to look up. Whispers? The noise grew instantly chaotic. 008 expelled from the Beastmaster Alliance, Madman Luo. Oh ho! More drama? Binhai Academy? What's happened now? Binhai Academy? Not surprising. They've been pushing it way too far these past few years. Exactly. Parents once reported them for not installing cooling systems, but they were just called in for a chat and it was swept under the rug. When Binhai Academy was mentioned, the Beastmasters present knew at least something about it. In contrast, the young woman who had been greeting Jiang Li flashed a hint of panic in her eyes at this sudden turn of events. "Sir, please don't get angry. Let's talk this through calmly. What exactly is going on?" Jiang Li waved his hand. "First, I'm not angry. Second, I want to see your leader. This has nothing to do with you. As for what exactly happened, well, since you're all here, I'll explain it in detail. Jiang Li then proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events, the origin, the progression, and the threat made by Principal Jinggoping to forcibly awaken his granddaughter's beastmaster abilities. Upon hearing this, the young woman who had received Jiang Li felt a chill run down her spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go consult with my supervisor." She turned and entered the building, dialed the supervisor's number, and solemnly recounted the events unfolding here. The beastmasters present were furious upon hearing the news. "Damn it! Is this even still our dragon nation? You'd think we were abroad. Outrageous. They won't install the cooling system for domestic students, but give it to foreign exchange students? Then we get beaten up for trying to cool off? What kind of bull is this? Old man, I'm with you. Damn it, let's report the principal and that bastard director, die, you son of a..." The incident sparked an immediate uproar, with some beastmasters capturing photos or videos and uploading them directly online. The incident? It instantly went viral. Online comments overwhelmingly sided with Jiang Li, with some even storming Binhai University and the Binhai base to angrily denounce the administration's crimes. Seeing this, Jiang Li felt a surge of satisfaction. As long as the matter escalated, it would naturally resolve itself. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. But just then, dozens of heaven-tier beastmasters, led by a Saint Beastmaster, swiftly descended from the second floor. At their head stood a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance. Startlingly, his left eye was a hazy, milky white, mysterious and unsettling. The moment he appeared, the beast tamers present instantly recognized his identity. Holy crap! This has gone straight to the minister. Binhai Academy is finished. It's Mad Luo Tang. He's a 2-star sacred beastmaster. Rumor has it his beast companion has attained a semi-immortal physique, fused completely with his left eye. Who would have thought he'd actually show up? Legend has it he's utterly impartial. Whatever he handles gets resolved flawlessly. Let's see how Binhai Academy gets destroyed. A 2-star sacred beastmaster? A beast with a semi-immortal physique? The minister? Hearing these 3 keywords, Jiang Li felt a surge of secret delight, realizing there was someone in charge. With that, the matter could be resolved satisfactorily. The onlookers among the beastmasters shared this expectation, but what unfolded next left them utterly stunned. I have received notification and learned the true circumstances. Zhang Ranran instigated a mass brawl and assaulted classmates. After receiving disciplinary action from the school, her grandfather, Jiang Li, caused a major disturbance on campus and severely injured director Situ He. Fortunately, the principal intervened in time. Guards! Escort this troublemaking grandfather and granddaughter out of the hall immediately. They are forbidden to set foot here again. Should they dare intrude once more, report them directly to the city military for arrest and imprisonment. His voice was icy, his tone resolute. As the words fell, dozens of royal-grade beastmasters encircled Jiang Li and Zhang Ranran, leaving only a single path leading out of the hall. Their faces bore a cold, predatory glare as they stared at Jiang Li and the others. Damn it! Jiang Li's face flushed crimson with rage, his wrist trembling slightly. What the hell was this? Reporting them by name only to be framed again? Twisting the truth. Just as Jinggoping had said, they weren't afraid of being reported. And judging by what was happening right before their eyes, they were clearly birds of a feather. Squeak! Creak! Jiang Li's fists clenched so tightly they creaked sharply, his face flushed with fury. Grandpa! At the critical moment, Zhang Ranran clasped Jiang Li's hands and whispered, "Let's get out of here first. They have the numbers on their side. We'll be the ones to suffer. Besides, the situation is stacked against us. Public opinion is overwhelmingly against us." Jiang Li glanced around. The beastmasters who had once supported them were now condemning their actions. Some had even begun to condemn and hurl insults. Damn! So that's what's going on. I almost felt sorry for the old man, but it turns out he's just exploiting his seniority. It's not that the old man turned bad, it's that the bad man grew old. And now he has the nerve to file a formal complaint under his real name. Get lost back to the Beastmaster Alliance. You're not welcome here. If rules didn't forbid fighting on this ground, I'd beat the crap out of you myself. Huff. Listening to the cacophony of voices, Jiang Li took a long, deep breath to steady himself. After regaining his composure, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. He had lived his life with integrity and dignity, yet in his old age, he found himself slandered with the shameful label of disrespectful elder. The humiliation he endured in this single day cut deeper than any wound he'd suffered on the battlefield. Let's go! Jiang Li's expression hardened as he grabbed Zhang Ranran's arm and pulled her toward the exit. He knew all too well, under the current circumstances, no amount of words would make a difference. Now he possessed the invincible infant system. As the saying goes, keep your options open, you never know when you might need them. He couldn't risk a confrontation within the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters, lest he be branded a traitor and executed. In that case, he'd be damned even if he jumped into the Yellow River to wash himself clean. Even in death, he'd be branded a criminal. Moreover, a bolder plan had already taken root in his mind, though he needed to retrieve something from home first. Before leaving, Jiang Li turned to the so-called iron-faced Luo Tang. "We'll meet again." His voice was soft, yet his words were filled with rage. Luo Tang, a second-rank Holy Imperial Master, remained utterly unruffled upon hearing these words. "Then I shall await the old gentleman's arrival." He gestured for her to proceed. "Please." Jiang Li's eye twitched slightly. He promptly took his granddaughter Jiang Ranran by the hand and walked out, leaving only the mocking remarks of the remaining beastmasters behind. "Ha! That old man's got some nerve, making threats right before he leaves. I'll be keeping a close eye on this. Let's see what his granddaughter does now. Without a beastmaster quota, she's practically useless. After something like this, they won't be able to stay in the coastal base anyway. They should just get out of here. The base won't tolerate that old fool." Listening to these remarks, Luo Tang's lips curled into a smug smile as he turned and headed upstairs. He reached his private office, picked up the communication device, and dialed a number. Once connected, Luo Tang spoke softly. "Don't worry, Dad. I've handled it. My nephew will be fine." He hung up, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze fell upon Jiang Li and his granddaughter, who had been driven out of the Beastmaster building, filled with contempt as if looking down upon ants. 009 failed? A 6-star beast summoning master? Ha! The instant Luo Tang looked down upon Jiang Li seemed to sense something and lifted her head. A thought flashed through his mind. Jiang Li unleashed the ultimate divine eye. His pupils, like black hole vortexes, appeared profoundly deep, as if piercing through everything. In that instant, through the glass, their gazes locked. "Interesting." Luo Tang sneered coldly, murmuring under his breath, but still nothing more than an insect. His gaze then shifted to Jiang Ranran, his eyes flashing with coldness. "Dare to strike my nephew? I'll make you wish you were dead." Squeak. Creak. What Luo Tang didn't know was that though Jiang Li hadn't heard these words, he had seen them clearly reading every syllable from Luo Tang's lips. His fists clenched so tightly they ached. "Dare to set your sights on my granddaughter?" Jiang Li's heart burned with fury. The vortex within his ultimate divine eye spun violently, already spiraling into a frenzy. "If that's the case, then we'll both go down together. You refuse to reason? Then I'll find a place that will." That audacious thought only grew more resolute within him. He looked up at the Beastmaster Alliance, acutely aware he was outnumbered and outmatched. To openly confront them would only lead to his own defeat. To stand against the school administration, Luo Tang the sacred Beastmaster, and the intricate web of relationships within the Beastmaster Alliance, he needed to find a power stronger than theirs. A force more powerful than the Beastmaster Alliance? Only the military district. As a veteran, his only hope lay with the military district. "Granddaughter, let's go. We're heading home." At that moment, Jiang Ranran's entire worldview as taught at school collapsed. The school? Educating and nurturing students? Yet the principal and department head led the slander, blindly favoring the exchange student. She had believed the Beastmaster Alliance's academic department would uphold justice, only to be slandered once more and expelled. These successive events had made her see the treacherous nature of society, shattering her once innocent and naive beliefs. Hearing grandfather say "let's go home," the utterly exhausted girl nodded. "All right, let's go home." Seeing his granddaughter so downcast, Jiang Li patted Jiang Ranran's head. "Don't dwell on it. Things will turn around. Leave everything to Grandpa. You just focus on doing your part. Grandpa, we can't fight them. I don't want you to get hurt because of me." Jiang Ranran's voice choked with emotion as tears welled in her eyes. "If anything happens to you, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Jiang Ranran lifted her head to look at the grandfather who cherished and loved her, pleading, "I'm begging you, Grandpa. Let's just stop playing with them. What kind of logic is that? What fairness? It's all fake. Without strength, what fairness can there be?" Seeing his granddaughter like this, Jiang Li felt an immense ache in his heart. "Just listen to Grandpa on this matter. Don't worry. Grandpa will be fine. I'm still waiting for you to awaken your beast companion so I can personally guide you in training it. But? No buts. Listen to Grandpa." Jiang Li's expression was resolute as he declared firmly, "Let's go home first. Grandpa has his own way of handling this." "Okay." Jiang Ranran nodded. Just as they turned to leave, Mushi burst out of the crowd and ran straight toward Jiang Li and Jiang Ranran. "Grandpa Jiang Ranran, wait." Jiang Ranran lowered her head, biting her lip, unable to meet the other's gaze. She knew all too well. Amidst the storm of accusations and vile words swirling around them, her own mindset had shifted. She feared they might be blaming her too. "What is it?" Jiang Li asked directly. Mushi handed over a business card with a sweet smile. "Grandpa Jiang, I believe in you. Here's my contact information. While I can't help you fight the Luo family, I can assist with securing a Beastmaster awakening slot. You shouldn't lose this chance because of this incident. Otherwise, once you turn 18, you'll never be able to awaken." Jiang Li politely declined this offer of goodwill. "Thank you, but I cannot accept the card. And you shouldn't get involved in this mess either. I appreciate your kindness. If fate permits, we'll meet again someday. Without waiting for Mushi to respond, Jiang Li took Jiang Ranran's hand and turned to leave. No further words were exchanged. His actions were for Mushi's own good. Their current predicament was akin to being despised rats in the street. Touch them, and you'll be cursed. Seeing this, Mushi understood Master Jiang's deeper meaning. She glanced down at the card she hadn't yet delivered, then touched the 3 routes to the frost wolf hidden in her bosom. A resolute gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes. This favor. I absolutely must grant it. She immediately turned and headed toward the inner chambers of the Beastmaster Alliance. But as she navigated the crowd, she overheard a conversation. Grandpa, how could someone like that exist? They cause trouble themselves, yet dare to report it under their real name. Now it's out for all to know. The speaker was a young girl with a childish voice. Beside her stood a frail, yet remarkably sharp-featured old man. Xiaonan, don't speak that way. Never comment without knowing the full picture. Until you understand what truly happened, you must never blindly take sides or pass judgment on others. Got it, Grandpa. The little girl tilted her head back, nodding with a look of half-understanding. Yet it was precisely the old man's words that drew the skepticism and ridicule of the beast tamers present. A young man stepped forward and shouted angrily. Oomph. Another pretentious show-off. I can't stand your high and mighty attitude. The evidence is clear, and Madman Luo has testified. What's fake about it? Could it be you know that troublemaking old man? Or are you in cahoots with him? The old man took a step forward, appearing eerily close to the youth. Baring his yellowed teeth, he said coldly, haven't you heard the saying, trouble comes from the mouth? This is the Beastmaster Alliance. You dare touch me, the youth retorted haughtily. Woo woo woo. Whoa. But before his words had fully left his mouth, the old man had already seized him by the throat and hoisted him into the air. He swung his arm back and began slapping the young man's face with fury, the sharp smacks echoing through the air. All the beast tamers present instinctively took a few steps back in terror. Only when the youth's face swelled like a pig's head did the old man fling him to the ground like trash. Damn! Who is this guy? How dare he act so brazenly and start a fight here? Oomph. He's in for it now. The last time someone dared to start something here was a year ago and he only survived by losing an arm. Just as everyone waited for the old man to be taken away by the Beastmaster Alliance's guards, Mushi's eyes lit up. Old man? Bad temper? And he brought a little girl? Could he be Jiang Hao? The thought struck her, and Mushi hurried forward, bowing deeply with both hands. Junior Mushi greets Senior Jiang Hao. The mere mention of Jiang Hao sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. What? Jiang Hao? The 4-star beast summoning master? Heavens! Good heavens! It really is him. The Beastmasters present now wore expressions of reverence, bowing deeply to Jiang Hao. They dared not show the slightest disrespect, offering no apologies for their earlier words or actions. Offending a beast summoning master? On the surface, it seemed like offending one person, but in reality, it meant provoking thousands of powerful beast tamers and their terrifying strength. The connections of a beast summoning grandmaster were beyond imagination. Upon learning the girl before him was Mushi, Jiang Hao laughed heartily. So it's the Mu family's girl. Been waiting for me a while, huh? Mushi shook her head modestly. Not that long. Don't be so stiff. Jiang Hao stroked his beard and chuckled. Come with me to meet an old friend. Once we've taken care of business, I'll help you design a custom pet cultivation plan. Mushi nodded eagerly at his words. Alright, thank you, Senior Jiang. Let's go. Jiang Hao strode toward the top floor of the beast taming hall, but after a few steps, he suddenly recalled the earlier incident in the main hall and casually asked. I saw you conversing with that grandfather and granddaughter earlier. Did you know them? Yes, I do. Mushi dared not conceal the truth. She then recounted the entire incident, how Jiang Li had mistakenly identified her, and how she had assisted in formulating the 3 pet evolution plans. Ha? 3 evolution paths? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao instantly perked up. Can I take a look? Of course. Mushi handed the note to Jiang Hao. As he read its contents, a sharp gleam flashed in his cloudy eyes. His expression shifted dramatically, his entire body trembling with excitement. What? This is at least the work of a 6-star beast summoning master. Ha? 010 The Beastmaster Alliance won't listen to reason? Then find a place that will. Ha? Mushi froze upon hearing this. 6-star? Summoning master? The thought sent a wave of shock through her, making her swallow hard. A beast summoning master? That was already extremely rare. The difficulty of becoming one was akin to scaling the heavens. Summoning masters were further ranked from 1 to 9 stars based on strength. The gap between each star rank felt like an insurmountable chasm. A 1-star beast summoning master? Qualified to teach at a university. A 2-star master could become a department head or even a dean. 3 stars? University president level. That's precisely why she was so thrilled to have the chance to be mentored by a 4-star Jiang Hao. A 4-star beast summoning master could serve as an honorary advisor to the Beastmaster Alliance. Simply put, just a few pointers and endless cultivation resources would be hers. 5 stars? In her memory, only the commander-in-chief of the immortal vessel base. 6 stars? She'd never even heard of such a thing. It was beyond her wildest imagination. Yet now she was interacting with one, even receiving guidance on the cultivation and evolution paths for 3 beast pets. In that moment, she finally grasped the true value of that note. You saw him write it on that paper yourself? Jiang Hao, snapping back to reality, double-checked. Shi nodded emphatically. I saw it with my own eyes. He only glanced at the frost wolf once before giving these 3 paths. Hearing this, even the seasoned Jiang Hao could no longer remain composed. 6 star. That person is at least a 6-star beast summoning master. Do you know where they live? Shi shook her head. No, this was my first encounter with him. However. But what? Jiang Hao pressed immediately. Shi's gaze drifted toward the direction of the Beastmaster Alliance's Academic Affairs Department as she answered truthfully. Perhaps Luo Tang knows, or perhaps Binhai University knows that Mr. Zhang's granddaughter attends Binhai University. He then explained the entire situation to Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly, Binhai University? Oomph. How arrogant. The Luo family? They're all cut from the same cloth. Jiang Hao was well aware of the power and connections that came with offending a 6-star beast summoning master. Forget just the Luo family? The entire Binhai base would need to tread carefully. Come on, let's go upstairs. Right away, senior. Shi knew they were going to use Luo Tang to inquire about Senior Jiang Li's address. This should be interesting. Shi chuckled inwardly and hurried after him. On the way to the 2nd floor, she also learned the name of the young lady following Senior Jiang Hao. Her surname was Nangong, and her given name was Shui. Nangong Shui was Senior Jiang Hao's granddaughter. Soon, they arrived at the office of Luo Tang, the head of the Academic Affairs Department on the 2nd floor. Jiang Hao presented his credentials, and the way was clear. Upon learning that 4-star summoning master Jiang Hao had arrived, Luo Tang's eyes betrayed astonishment. Why would he come to see me? I recall Uncle Zhang invited him here. Logically, he should be seeking Uncle Zhang. Though puzzled, he dared not show the slightest disrespect in the presence of a 4-star summoning master. He promptly rose to greet him personally. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Luo Tang bowed deeply, his demeanor utterly respectful. Junior disciple Luo Tang greets. Before he could finish, Jiang Hao cut him off, expressionless. No need for introductions. I've come to ask you one thing. Ha? Luo Tang froze. Jiang Hao's cold demeanor and interrogative tone stirred some resentment within him. But remembering the man's status as a 4-star beast summoning master, he dared not offend him. He forced down his irritation, plastered a smile on his face, and asked softly. Senior, what is it? Where is the Jiang Li family's residence? Jiang Hao asked directly. Luo Tang's brow furrowed. Jiang Li? He knew exactly who that was, the very old man he had just expelled. But what puzzled him was why Jiang Hao, a 4-star beast summoning master, would seek out Jiang Li? Jiang? They both share the Jiang surname? Could they be related? Just as he pondered this, Jiang Hao's cold laughter reached his ears. Stop wondering. I have no connection to him whatsoever. I merely wish to pay him a visit. You needn't say anything, just give him the address. Hearing this, Luo Tang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't related, everything would be manageable. But upon hearing the latter part, his heart, which had just settled, leapt back up. A visit? Jiang Hao, a 4-star beast summoning master, was actually going to pay a personal visit? What kind of person is this reward? In that moment, he realized the matter was far from simple. Yet, faced with Jiang Hao's pressing questions, he couldn't dwell on it further. He lifted his head and offered a faint smile. Senior Jiang, I don't know the exact address either. Don't bull me. Jiang Hao's face hardened as he barked coldly. You have 3 minutes to get that address out of him. Otherwise, the Luo family will never have another beast summoning master again. Gulp. At these words, Luo Tang's face darkened considerably. For a beast master to possess a beast pet with immense potential, a beast summoning master must devise an evolution path tailored to the beast master's own abilities and the beast pet's attributes. Otherwise, haphazard training would ruin the beast pet and leave the beast master utterly helpless. A faction lacking a beast summoning master would inevitably see its power decline. Therefore, one must never offend a beast summoning grandmaster. Especially a high-star beast master. Understanding the stakes, Luo Tang forced a smile. Senior Jiang, please hold on. He promptly dialed the Binhai University switchboard to inquire about Jiang Li's home address and contact details. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's arrival naturally alarmed the upper echelons of the Beastmaster Alliance, particularly Zhang Ba, the deputy alliance leader who had invited Jiang Hao. Zhang Ba was a burly, square-jawed middle-aged man. Upon learning that Jiang Hao hadn't sought him out but had gone straight to the school affairs office, he realized something was amiss and hurried over. At that very moment, Jiang Hao also obtained Jiang Li's home address. "Senior Jiang, come on, let's head to my office for a chat," Zheng Ba warmly invited. But Jiang Hao poured cold water on his enthusiasm, flatly stating, "No way. I've got urgent business today, and the task you mentioned will need someone else." What's wrong? Zheng Ba sensed hidden meaning in Jiang Hao's words, his face clouding with confusion. Jiang Hao shook his head. "Nothing much. But as an old friend, I feel I should give you a heads up. Go ahead. A 6-star summoning master isn't someone you can afford to offend." "Huh? 6-star? Zheng Ba, the deputy alliance leader, froze in shock upon hearing this. "Senior Jiang, you must be joking? How could we dare offend a 6-star summoning master?" Jiang Hao gave a mysterious smile, glancing at Luo Tang beside him before falling silent. Instead, he turned and led his granddaughter, Nangong Shui, and Muxi away. Once they were gone, Zheng Ba, realizing Luo Tang was the root cause of all this, instantly darkened. "Speak. What exactly happened?" I don't know either." Luo Tang, the once fearsome mad Luo, now felt like crying but had no tears. Meanwhile, Longya village. Jiang Li returned home and went straight to her bedroom, pulling a long-forgotten wooden box from under the bed. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Jiang Ranran asked in confusion, having intended for him to rest and recover from his injuries. But Grandpa had simply said, "No need," before retrieving this box. In her memory, this box held the military uniform grandfather had once worn into battle. Grandfather treasured this uniform dearly, never allowing anyone to touch it, much less open it without permission. Jiang Li stroked the wooden box, murmuring softly, "Since the Beastmaster Alliance won't listen to reason, we'll find a place that will." 011 head to the military district and make a scene. Snap. As the words fell, the long-sealed wooden box was abruptly opened by Jiang Li. Before her eyes were over 20 dazzling military medals. Each medal was forged from powerful beast cores blended with mysterious meteorite fragments, radiating an aura of solemnity and lethality. Alongside them lay commendations crafted from beast hides. Through the leather, one could distinctly sense a thick aura of killing intent and the scent of blood. This. Jiang Ranran, seeing this, instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind her grandfather's words as they echoed in her mind. She swallowed hard, her speech faltering slightly. "Grandpa, are you going to the military district?" "Yes." Jiang Li's cloudy eyes flashed with sharp intensity, radiating a torrent of overwhelming fury. "The reports alone reveal there's an extraordinary individual among the exchange students. If we don't escalate this matter, it could endanger your life. Since the Beastmaster Alliance has chosen to take sides and act unreasonably, we'll take this to a place where justice prevails." His voice rang out, firm and resolute. "Grandfather." Jiang Ranran's emotions ran deep as she looked up at her grandfather, a man of 70 years whose back was bent like a basket. Yet in her heart, he stood like a towering peak, unreachable and insurmountable. "Thank you." 3 simple words, yet they held all the affection she felt for her grandfather. Jiang Li stroked Jiang Ranran's head, smiling affectionately. "I'm your grandfather. No need for thanks, we're family. I'm responsible for your safety and raising you. Once you've accomplished your mission, focus on your cultivation and studies. You must become a powerful beastmaster in the future." "Grandpa. I will." Jiang Ranran practically shouted the words. This experience had accelerated her growth in a short time. Fairness? Fairness? These are all in the hands of the strong. All right. Jiang Li laughed heartily at the words. He could hear the longing for power in his granddaughter's voice. Then he abruptly changed the subject. "But you go out first. Wait for Grandpa to change clothes, and we'll head to the military district." Jiang Ranran nodded and turned to leave. Moments later, Jiang Ranran, waiting in the living room, watched as the door to her grandfather's bedroom slowly opened. There stood Grandfather Jiang Li, dressed in his military uniform. The fabric, long washed to a pale white, bore not a single wrinkle. Clean, neat, smooth, and flat. At that moment, Jiang Ranran's eyes lit up. How majestic! To her, Grandfather in his uniform radiated solemn dignity, his gaze as sharp as a honed blade. One dared not meet his eyes. Especially the over 20 military medals pinned to his chest, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. "Let's go!" Jiang Li's voice boomed. Jiang Ranran nodded, uttering a soft But before leaving home, Jiang Li hoisted the family's military merit plaque onto his shoulder. The plaque's background featured an engraving of his old comrade in arms, the flying fire python, with 3 large characters stamped upon it, Beast Dragon God. Soon, a gray-haired man well past 70, dressed in military to civilian attire, could be seen shouldering the plaque as he walked toward the military district outside the coastal base. Beside him walked a graceful young girl. This scene instantly drew the attention of those nearby. Isn't that Old Li? Where's he headed? He looks pretty angry. I'd only heard rumors that he served in the military and saw combat. Never imagined it was true. You'd never guess from his usual demeanor. Shoo, keep your voice down. It's all over the internet. Jiang Ranran got into a mass brawl. Jiang Li refused to accept the punishment, then caused a huge ruckus at the academy and the Beastmaster Alliance, and finally got kicked out. News of Jiang Li's incident at the Beastmaster Alliance had already spread online. After being amplified and distorted, the narrative became overwhelmingly one-sided. Insults and mockery piled up like mountains. To make matters worse, someone uploaded a video of Jiang Li carrying a military plaque, pushing the incident to a new peak. That old bastard actually joined the military? Judging by his behavior, he's just a military thug. What a shameless piece of work. Just wait. If the military district kicks him out or expels him, it'll be a complete joke. Keep an eye on this. If it were me, I wouldn't have the guts to show my face at the military zone. They actually have the nerve to justify a school brawl. Absolutely ridiculous. The incident's heat continued to surge. Before long, the incident fueled by spectators and beast tamers online rocketed to the top of trending charts across major platforms. Meanwhile, Binhai Academy. Faculty and students had long been warned against making unauthorized online comments. Anyone daring to speak out would have their Beastmaster Awakening eligibility revoked immediately. Aware of the stakes, no one dared speak out. Principal's office. Situ He, Director of Academic Affairs, appeared outwardly calm and composed, but inwardly, he was panicking like crazy. Principal, the online buzz is too intense. Shouldn't we take some measures to cool things down? No need. Principal Jin Goping waved him off, his expression unwavering. We're not the ones to panic. Besides, what kind of waves can an old man possibly stir up? His voice trailed off abruptly at this point, a cold smile curling his lips. After the initial report fails, they'll just file another. That old gentleman has connections reaching to the heavens. We won't be affected. His tone was unwavering, his stance resolute. Hearing this, Situ He grew intensely curious. Rubbing his hands together, he asked softly. Principal, what exactly is that old man's background? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Principal Jin Goping's expression turned stern. Or you won't even know how you died. The warning sent a chill down Situ He's spine, causing him to instinctively shrink back, unable to utter another word. Principal Jin Goping then drew a deep breath and murmured softly. He was my old mentor. The coastal base was founded by his own hand. Every high-ranking member of the Beastmaster Alliance owes him a debt of gratitude. Whoa! Situ He stared in disbelief, gasping as his heart pounded wildly. What? Still want to hear more? No more. I can't listen anymore. Situ He shook his head frantically. Then get out of here immediately and calm the faculty and students, make sure they don't spread rumors. Principal Jin Goping's face was stern. Yes, Principal. Situ He hurried away. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, the 4-star beast summoning master who had obtained Jiang Li's address, hurried to her residence. But upon learning that Jiang Li had shouldered his military merit plaque and taken his granddaughter Jiang Ranran to the military district, Zhang Hao's expression grew even more colorful. A 6-star beast summoning master? A battle-hardened veteran? If such a figure is heading to the military district to lodge a complaint, that's going to be quite the spectacle. The Beastmaster Alliance? The Luo family? Ha! He couldn't help but grin. Senior, what about us? Mu Shi asked suspiciously. Let's go. We'll join the fun too. Jiang Hao sighed. It won't be long before the world of beast summoning masters is shaken to its core. The Luo family? If they don't handle this well, they can expect to see their decline. After saying this, Jiang Hao turned to Mu Shi and solemnly instructed. Remember, you must keep those 3 routes safe. Senior, I will. Mu Shi nodded firmly. Have you considered which path you'll choose for your cultivation and evolution? Jiang Hao asked, voicing his lingering question. Mu Shi flashed a sweet smile. Of course the third one. But it depends on my own circumstances. If I really can't find the evolution materials, then the second one. Hearing this, Jiang Hao laughed heartily. I'm also pursuing the third path. As for materials, once this matter is settled, I'll introduce you to several beast summoning masters. They'll certainly be interested. Thank you, Senior. Mu Shi was instantly overjoyed. Let's not waste any time, we should hurry and catch up with that Senior. At the mention of Jiang Li, Jiang Hao's face also showed respect. They then headed straight for the nearest military district. 012 Heaven will destroy those it intends to destroy by first making them arrogant. What? Second floor of the Beastmaster Alliance. Upon learning the full story, Zhang Ba, the deputy alliance leader, wore an expression that shifted between anger and frustration. How could you do this? I've repeatedly stressed fairness and impartiality. With beasts rampaging in our planet facing dimensional invasion at this critical moment, while other nations eye us greedily, our dragon nation must unite. In my view, every student deserves a chance at Beastmaster Awakening. Yet here you are, blackmailing students and parents with this opportunity. Bang! Bang! The incident enraged Zhang Ba so much that his face flushed crimson. He slammed his fist repeatedly on the desk, shattering it into splinters. Lord Zhang, please control your anger. The words came from an elderly man over 50, his hair flecked with gray. Though his face bore the marks of age, his spirit burned with remarkable vigor. His eyes, sharp as blades, burned with intense focus. In his hands, he rolled a pair of glossy, jet-black spheres. Upon closer inspection, one would realize these were not spheres at all, but clearly a pair of eyeballs. Only, these eyeballs belonged to a demon beast. And he? He was Luo Tang's father Luo Yuhua, serving as the deputy leader of the Coastal Beastmaster Alliance. The Beastmaster Alliance headquarters was established at the Immortal Vessel base, with all other bases serving as branch alliances. The hierarchy, from top to bottom, consists of the supreme leader, branch leaders, deputy leaders, the 8 grand masters, various revered elders, followed by several department heads, supervisors, and finally ordinary members. The hierarchy was rigid, and the rules were strict. It's just a minor matter. There's no need to get so angry. Please trust me, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Luo Yuhua spoke with unwavering confidence when this matter was brought up. In his eyes, this grandfather and granddaughter were merely of ordinary means, mere ants in the grand scheme of the Luo family. Since they'd caused such a commotion, all that was needed was to quietly make them disappear. The aftermath could be handled gradually, letting the heat die down. Everything would fall into place naturally. Compensation? Absolutely not. He'd rather spend tens of millions of beast crystal cores than compensate with a single one. Yet these words sounded like nails on a chalkboard to Jiang Ba, the deputy alliance leader. He naturally understood the deeper meaning behind those words. He immediately snorted coldly. You'll reap what you sow, remember my words, heaven makes fools of those it intends to destroy. Don't think your old man's backing will save you. Once this escalates far enough, he'll be dragged into it. His voice was hoarse, his words spoken from the heart. Regarding this matter? He too was at a loss for how to proceed. On one side stood his beloved old mentor, on the other, the justice and fairness he pursued. Before the other could respond, Jiang Ba added another sentence. Oh, and the Beastmaster training program? It's fallen through for now. After learning about this, Jiang Hao, that 4-star summoning master, made some snide remarks before walking out. He even said you've offended a 6-star beast summoning master, and he wouldn't dare associate with you. And what I have to say is this, you'd better take care of yourselves. With that, Jiang Ba turned and walked out. Inside the office, only the Luo family father and son Luo Yuhua and Luo Tang and the shattered desk remained. Throughout the entire exchange, Luo Tang remained silent. Luo Yuhua, facing the accusations, wore a seemingly unruffled expression, yet his inner rage simmered just below the surface. What did it mean when they said heaven would make him mad before destroying him? Was this implying the Luo family's arrogance? Was it a curse wishing the Luo family's downfall? Damn it! That crippled bastard Jiang, if it weren't for my old man, you wouldn't have your current status and power. Luo Yuhua cursed inwardly. But it remained mere cursing under his breath. He dared not take any rash actions. He simply couldn't afford to offend the other party. After Jiang Ba left, Luo Yuhua slowly turned around and looked at Luo Tang before him, asking in a low voice. Did you offend a 6-star summoning master? At these words, Luo Tang felt like crying. Dad, I'm innocent. 6-star summoning masters are few and far between in the entire Dragon Nation. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare offend someone like that. Then what exactly happened? Jiang Ba chose to believe this explanation. Knowing his son Luo Tang, he was certain the boy wouldn't do something so foolish. But why did Jiang Ba say the Luo family had offended a 6-star summoning master? There must be some misunderstanding at play. Luo Tang shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't know the specifics either. Senior Jiang Hao inquired about the addresses of Jiang Li and Jiang Ranran, the ones who attacked my nephew Enli, and then encountered alliance leader Jiang Ba, who mentioned the 6-star summoning master. At this point, Luo Tang abruptly paused, his brow furrowing deeply. Initially, based on this incident, I assumed that old man Jiang Li was a 6-star beast summoning master. But after investigation, he turned out to be just a retired beast tamer. This is clearly contradictory. Precisely because of this, I still can't figure out when our Luo family ever offended a 6-star beast summoning master. Having said this, Luo Tang looked up at his father Luo Yuhu. Could it be a misunderstanding? Or perhaps Senior Jiang Hao mistook someone else for him? Jiang Li? How could someone living in a rural village on the outskirts of the base possibly be a beast summoning master? In this world of beast tamers, magical beasts are immensely powerful. Only beast masters can stand against them. Beast tamers progress from weakest to strongest: apprentice beast tamer, mystic grade beast tamer, earth grade beast tamer, heaven grade beast tamer, king grade beast tamer, saint beast tamer, and finally, god beast tamer. These 7 tiers represent the pinnacle of mastery. Correspondingly, beast tamers' pets are ranked as follows: common, rare, legendary, extraordinary, immortal tier, divine tier, and super divine tier. To enhance a beastmaster's power, their beast companion must advance through evolution, a path achievable only through the comprehensive cultivation methods of a summoning master. A 6-star beast summoning master? Such masters can devise demigod-tier evolution paths for beast pets. Such individuals command followers worldwide and carry debts of gratitude. A single word? A single call commands 100 responses. Who would dare provoke such a figure? Luo Yuhua heard this and stroked his chin. He found his son's reasoning sound. Yet something felt off, leaving him unsettled. After a moment of deep thought, Luo Yuhua spoke in a low voice. Whatever happens, you focus on keeping things under wraps. Leave the rest to me. Yes, Dad. Just as Luo Tang turned to leave, he was called back. Wait. What is it? Don't tell your grandfather about this. Try your best to keep him in the dark. Yes, Dad. After Luo Tang departed, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Luo Yuhua's cloudy eyes. Report me by name? Ha! In that case, I'll make sure you vanish from this world without a trace. Meanwhile, outside the military zone in the coastal suburbs, security was tight, the air thick with a grim, murderous tension. The sentries stood tall and rigid, alert to any sudden developments around them. Suddenly, two figures appeared directly in front of the military zone entrance, instantly capturing their attention. As they watched, the blurry figures gradually sharpened and grew larger. It was an elderly man with a head full of gray hair and a gaunt figure, leading a young woman with a slender, graceful form. However, when their eyes fell upon the medals adorning the old man's uniform and the military merit plaque slung over his shoulder, the two sentries stood at attention with solemn respect. As soon as they reached the entrance, the sentries immediately stopped them and inquired in a friendly tone. Sergeant Major, what brings you here? 013 I must seek justice. I must file a report. I must see the military district commander. I demand justice. I demand to report. I demand to see your military commander. Jiang Li, shouldering his military merit plaque, shouted hoarsely. The Beastmaster Alliance won't handle it? Then he would seek justice from the military district. The sentries heard these words and realized the gravity of the situation. The two sentries exchanged glances, their eyes communicating silently. One immediately stood up, entered the guard post, grabbed the communication device, and reported the incident to his superiors. The other sentry offered quiet reassurance. Sergeant, please come with me to a shaded area. We've already reported the situation. His tone was sincere, his concern genuine. The sentry instantly recognized that the military merit medals worn by the old man before him were all crafted from level 6 demon beast crystal cores. Decades ago, only the bravest soldiers earned such medals. Back when the world was ravaged by calamity and humanity was at its weakest, reclaiming the land they depended on for survival meant fighting tooth and nail to purge and exterminate the beasts. Though he hadn't heard first-hand accounts of the battlefield's ferocity, the military district disseminated such stories daily. For this reason, he felt genuine, heartfelt respect for the old man before him. Thank you. Jiang Li expressed his gratitude. Given the current situation, he had no other choice. The Dean of Academic Affairs at the Beastmaster Alliance was clearly siding with the school administration and the exchange student. Moreover, he had personally read the other party's lips. They intended to harm his granddaughter. Though he had activated the baby invincibility system, his advanced age made it impossible to swiftly bolster his strength. He needed ample time to cultivate. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Ran, stay right here. Don't go anywhere. Jiang Li urged softly. Jiang Ran understood and nodded firmly. Don't worry, Grandpa. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Her voice was clear and sweet, her smile radiant. Jiang Li then began practicing the stellar breathing technique to cultivate his energy. Inhale, exhale. The rhythm of her breath carried a mysterious cadence. With each inhale and exhale, strands of pure yang energy were absorbed and refined by him. Sunlight shone upon his body, swiftly absorbed. If one could peer inside, they would be astonished to discover. Within Jiang Li's body, the withered meridians and skeletal structures, nourished by the pure yang energy, gradually came alive, bursting with vitality. Beyond that, his internal organs began operating at an accelerated pace, growing robust and powerful. His once gray hair gradually darkened and thickened, while the distinctive odor of an elderly man dissipated, replaced by a virile, masculine aura. This profound transformation unfolded within mere minutes. Meanwhile, as Jiang Li practiced the stellar breathing technique, deep within the military district's underground secret base, a fortress as impregnable as steel. Fortified like a citadel, security tightened further. Guards were stationed every 5 steps, sentries every 10. Deep within the facility lay an array of super-sized precision instruments. The complexity of this apparatus was dizzying, yet it was dedicated solely to analyzing a fist-sized, pitted stone. Powerful beams of radiation struck the stone, only to be bizarrely absorbed. The resulting data was astronomical, utterly incomprehensible to him. Surrounding this colossal apparatus, a team of white-coated scientists studied it intently. Their brows furrowed, sighs escaped their lips. At the very top of the machine, dozens of commanders in military uniforms stared intently at the stone, their expressions solemn and their focus unwavering. At the head of the group stood a burly, gray-haired elder well over 80 years old. Perched on his shoulder sat a rodent-like beast companion. Its whiskers were long and white, its tail thick as chopsticks, coiled tightly around the old man's arm. Now, as it gazed down at the stone below, its eyes betrayed fear and horror. Over a decade, and still unable to activate its energy? The old man's voice was soft, yet carried an innate authority. At these words, a robust middle-aged man stepped forward. Commander, the nation's top researchers are all here, yet this stone remains as unyielding as an ordinary pebble. Beyond its solidity, we've yet to uncover any peculiar properties. He was none other than Jiang Li, the military commander of the coastal base military district, a 7-star holy guardian master in his own right. His beast companion had even reached the level of a divine beast, possessing terrifying combat prowess. Yet before the old man standing before him, he remained utterly respectful, daring not to show the slightest dissatisfaction. For the old man was none other than his former commander Tao Yuan. Since the onset of the celestial cataclysm, he had been a formidable figure, leading the Beastmaster army in campaigns across the seas and continents. He had wrested territory from the clutches of demonic beasts, carving out sanctuaries for humanity. Countless demonic beasts had fallen by his hand. This military district, indeed the entire coastal base, was built by the old commander and his comrades. They had guarded the coastal people for decades. This is definitely no ordinary stone. Old Commander Tao Yuendo declared with unwavering certainty, his expression resolute. Back then, he nearly lost half his life just to obtain this stone. And he witnessed its power firsthand. A meteorite from beyond the heavens. One strike. It carved a colossal crater across tens of thousands of hectares, utterly annihilating all beasts within its vicinity. Thus, he harbors an intense obsession with this stone, determined to extract its hidden energy and secure it for the Dragon Nation. Only then could they withstand the threats posed by other nations and the planet's dimensional ascension. To answer your question, Commander, this is certainly no ordinary stone. Jiang Li, the current military commander, hastened to explain, ordinary stones couldn't withstand cosmic rays. However, with our current technology, we're temporarily unable to decipher this stone. After speaking, Jiang Li lifted his gaze toward the sky. Perhaps during the next dimensional ascension, we'll encounter an alien civilization whose technology might unlock this mysterious stone. Hearing this, Tao Yuan, the former commander, smiled bitterly inwardly. I wonder if I'll even live to see it. His voice was low, his words tinged with sorrow. The wounds the young man had suffered were now becoming deadly weapons, slowly devouring his life. You will, Commander, Jiang Li declared firmly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As they spoke, the once motionless stones began pulsing rhythmically, like a heartbeat. Thump. Thump. Each beat reverberated like the earth itself rumbling. Everyone present grimaced in agony, as if utterly unable to bear the sound. Blood began to flow from their lips, eyes, noses, and ears. Crack. Crack. Visible ripples spread across the stone. Wherever it passed, massive precision machinery rapidly crumbled to dust, mysteriously disintegrating into powder. This horrifying spectacle terrified everyone present. Just as they turned to flee, the stone abruptly fell eerily silent. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The stone? It remained suspended mid-air. At first glance, it still appeared utterly ordinary. What on earth happened? How could the stone have shifted? Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. This is a tremendous discovery. What a terrifying stone. No wonder the old commander dedicated himself to studying it. If we could harness the energy it contains, it would be an absolute game changer. At that moment, the old commander's face flushed with excitement, his entire body trembling slightly. Those ripples, those very ripples. In that instant, he seemed transported back to witnessing the earth-shattering power before finding the stone. Ignoring all attempts to stop him, he rushed straight toward the stone, eager to see if there were any new discoveries. Jiang Li hurried to follow. Just then, the guard rushed in to report what had happened at the military district gate. This news caused Jiang Li's brow to furrow deeply. A veteran? Coming to seek justice over a military merit plaque? Realizing the situation was far from simple, he immediately briefed the old commander on the circumstances. The old commander toyed with the stone plaque, waving his hand dismissively. Get back to your duties. You're the commander here now. Don't report every little thing to me. Yes, sir. 014 Black Demon 8 Campaign, Demon King Medal. At the military zone entrance, an old man bearing a military merit plaque stood guard. As the crowd pushed him forward, the excitement reached a fever pitch once more. Whoa! This old man really dares to do this? I thought he was just putting on airs. Poof. I'll see what happens to him. This old man plays the victim first, gets exposed by the Beastmaster Alliance, then rushes straight to the military zone. Relax, the military isn't stupid. How could they fall for an old man's tricks? Once they investigate, they might even give him a good beating. Online discourse grew increasingly extreme, even devolving into personal attacks. Yet, when soldiers within the military district saw Jiang Li outside its gates, they stood in solemn respect. Old Tang, are you sure you saw that clearly? Is that the Black Demon 8 military merit medal pinned to the old sergeant's chest? Of course. How could I mistake that? My regiment commander's grandfather has won, no way I'd be wrong. Holy crap! Look, there's also a Demon King's medal? Wait, hold on, that one looks like a crocodile man medal, right? Holy crap! This old sergeant major fought in nothing but elite battles. And only those who performed exceptional service in those campaigns get awarded medals. Ahem, attention! Military posture in caps. The division commander is approaching. Clear out immediately. Huff. Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of stale breath. His entire body burned with feverish heat. His entire body felt like a blazing fireball. Awesome! Jiang Li marveled inwardly. The stellar breathing technique is terrifyingly powerful. Not only does it revitalize the body, but it also heals hidden ailments within. At this rate, just another month or so of cultivation, and my physical functions will return to their peak. With that, I'll be able to scale new heights. Previously, his advanced age and declining vitality, compounded by lingering injuries, had stalled his cultivation progress. But now, with the stellar breathing technique, everything changed. It felt like being reborn, like undergoing a complete transformation. The stellar breathing technique? Does it mimic the respiration of stars? Can one cultivate it to communicate with stars? Or does it grant existence comparable to a star? This question surfaced, and Jiang Li's eyebrows arched slightly. For the notion was simply too fantastical. The planet he now inhabited was moving deeper into the cosmos, drawing ever closer to the stars. According to the stellar breathing technique, the closer one got to a star, the more powerful the technique became. Jiang Li harbored intense anticipation for this, eager to witness the technique's full potential as they drew nearer. And there's more. Suddenly, Jiang Li's gaze fixed on the depths of the military zone, his brow furrowing. What exactly was that commotion just now? While channeling the stellar breathing technique, he sensed something calling out to him, yet in the blink of an eye, that strange sensation vanished. Such an anomaly left him startled. As he pondered silently, a sentry's alert reached his ears. Sergeant Major, our division commander is here. Jiang Li looked up. His gaze locked with that of Chao Wanli, who had emerged from the military zone. Both men saw in each other's eyes the unmistakable resolve and steely intensity unique to battle-hardened veterans. Commander! Jiang Li saluted with a crisp, military-style salute. Chao Wanli promptly returned the salute, calling out sincerely, "Old squad leader." He then inquired about the situation. Yet as he spoke, his gaze lingered on Jiang Li's military decorations and the Medal of Honor draped across his shoulder. Outwardly, he appeared calm and composed. Yet inside, a storm was brewing. Each medal represented a life or death battle, like the one earned from the Black Demon Ape. That was an 8th-level demon beast, whose territory was now the Five-Finger Mountain base. Back then, beast masters weren't as powerful as they are today. Facing an 8th-level demon beast, along with dozens of 7th-level demon beasts and numerous lower-tier demon beasts within its territory, it required tens of thousands of beastmasters to engage in a brutal, head-on assault. That battle? Dozens of Saint Beastmasters perished, and countless Heaven-grade Beastmasters were lost. The final tally recorded 32,000 Beastmasters killed in action, over 20,000 severely wounded, and countless more with minor injuries. Every participant in that battle was awarded a Medal of Merit. The reverse side of each medal bore an engraving of the level 8 demon beast, the Black Demon Monkey. These medals were further categorized into 3 tiers: 3rd class, 2nd class, and 1st class, along with a special class. They were distinguished by color: bronze, silver, gold, and finally, a deep purple black. The medal Jiang Li now wore was precisely the special grade Black Demon Monkey medal. Wait. This is a Demon King special grade medal? And this is a Crocodile Man special grade medal? This person. Whoa. Even the esteemed military district commander couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the decorated veteran's achievements. At that moment, Jiang Li began to slowly recount the events that had unfolded. What? Upon learning all this, Commander Chao Wanli flew into a rage, his chest burning with fury. The Beastmaster quota was revoked? And the victims were forced to apologize? The Beastmaster Alliance's Academic Affairs Office sided with the school, forcing battle-hardened veterans to bleed and weep. What enraged him most was that the root cause of all this stemmed from the exchange students. Damn the school administration. This is outrageous. Chao Wanli gritted his teeth, lifting his gaze to Jiang Li with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, old squad leader. Leave this to me. I will give you answers. And that Luo Tang, the Luo family's brat, will pay the price too. His voice rang out, firm and resolute. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li saluted once more. Thank you, Commander, for vindicating me and my granddaughter. Jiang Ranran overheard the exchange and smiled knowingly. She knew, with the military district commander now championing their cause, the matter was as good as settled. Sergeant Major, this is our duty, assured military district commander Chao Wanli. Then, shifting his focus to Jiang Li, he inquired softly. I wonder. Old Sergeant, what is your background? To possess so many military medals and commendation plaques, you must be an extraordinary person. His character was straightforward, his attitude sincere. The plaque bore the engraving Beast Dragon God, and with so many military medals, he couldn't possibly be unknown. Yet in his memory, no one matched this description. Jiang Li responded with a calm smile, asking directly. Is Old Tao in the military compound? Old Tao? Military District Commander Chao Wanli let out a soft ha as the image of his old commander Tao Yuan flashed through his mind. Yet he feigned confusion. I'm not sure who you're referring to, old sergeant? Tao Yuan. Jiang Li stated truthfully, I recall he was the first commander of the Binhai Military District. Merely mentioning my name to him will confirm my identity. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Chao Wanli instantly confirmed his suspicions. The old squad leader before him was acquainted with his former commander. He promptly stepped forward to personally assist Jiang Li. Senior Sergeant, I'll escort you inside. I'll notify the old commander of your arrival shortly. He happens to be inspecting the military region. Alright, I'll leave that to you then. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Old Tao? Long time no see. I wonder what expression he'll have when he sees me. Thoughts swirled through Jiang Li's mind. Had it not been for this incident, he would never have come to the military district, much less sought out Tao Yuan. But for his granddaughter's safety, this was the only option. Led by Military District Commander Chao Wanli, Jiang Li and Jiang Ranran stepped into the compound. This scene, naturally, was captured by someone secretly filming and uploaded online, sparking heated discussions across various platforms. 015 Mysterious Stone? Stuns the entire military district. Damn! Am I seeing this correctly? That's Military District Commander Chao Wanli? He actually personally escorted that old man inside. Ha! If the commander's involved, once the truth comes out, that old man's gonna get beaten to a pulp and punished for sure. Can't wait to see what happens. Place your bets, when will they kick the old man out? Online buzz has skyrocketed to hundreds of millions, with nearly every beast tamer in Dragon Nation paying attention. It could be said. Unprecedented. Not far outside the military zone, Zhang Hao, who had arrived late, watched Jiang Li's retreating figure enter the compound. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm still a step too late. Senior, shall we go in too? Mu Shi suggested softly. But Jiang Hao waved her off with a smile, teasing her playfully. Do you really think you can just walk into the military zone? Without a pass, anyone who barges in will be shot on sight. But with your status, senior, couldn't you get in? Mu Shi asked, puzzled. Jiang Hao was a 4-star summoner master. In terms of status? He was an existence above the fray. All factions held him in the highest regard. Jiang Hao chuckled wryly. You don't understand. You're too young. The military district isn't some third-rate faction from the outside world, it's the very foundation of a nation. Forget that I'm a 4-star beast summoning master. Even a divine guardian would be treated as an enemy and shot on sight by the military district if they tried to trespass. Gulp. Mu Shi swallowed hard at the words. But then she thought about it and couldn't help but grin. It was precisely this style of doing things that would surely help Jiang Li and his granddaughter. Her gaze followed Jiang Li and the others as they disappeared into the distance, and she silently offered them her prayers. Grandpa, should we wait here? The granddaughter, who had remained silent all along Nangong Shui, looked up, her youthful face peeking out as she asked softly. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Let's wait a bit longer. Once that senior emerges, we can greet them properly. This might just be a tremendous opportunity for us. A 6-star summoning master? Across the entire Dragon Nation, such masters were few and far between. Such a master could cultivate demi-divine beasts. Given ample resources and sufficient time, they could produce formidable beast companions, even divine beast masters. With this thought, Jiang Hao turned his gaze to Mu Shi and reiterated his earnest warning. Keep those 3 paths safe. When you cultivate an extraordinary beast companion, they will be of immense benefit to you. Mu Shi nodded hastily. Rest assured, senior. I understand. Very well. Jiang Hao stroked his beard and smiled. Afterward, he, his granddaughter Nangong Shui, and Mu Shi waited quietly in that place. Meanwhile, learning that Jiang Li had been personally escorted into the military zone by its commander Chao Wanli, Luo Yuhu, deputy leader of the Beastmaster Alliance at the coastal base, felt a surge of panic. Damn it! Luo Yuhu muttered angrily under his breath. How could that old man get the military district commander to personally greet him? And be escorted into the military district? What kind of status does this man have? As he spoke, he looked up at his son, Luo Tang, waiting for an explanation. Luo Tang hurriedly explained. Dad, it's exactly as it seems. Background checks show Jiang Li is just a veteran who served on the battlefield. But the records indicate he hasn't received any benefits. Clearly, he hasn't been decorated for meritorious service and has no official file in the military district. He might just be a deserter. For them, investigating a beastmaster's background was child's play. And the results were nearly 100% accurate. Hearing this, Luo Yu was brow furrowed deeply. This matter is getting increasingly suspicious. He knew the military district commander Chao Wanli well. He was a man of uncompromising integrity. In his youth, he was a fearless individual who dared to challenge the heavens and earth. Only the old commander Tao Yuan could keep him in check. Dad. Luo Tang cut in bluntly, let's not jump to conclusions. That old fox Jiang Li can't stir up much trouble. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Luo Tang's eyes. If it comes to it, we'll make sure he never returns. Once he's dead, there'll be no one left to testify. His voice grew low, the murderous intent thickening. Luo Yuhu narrowed his fiery eyes, pondering for a moment. Make it look clean. Don't leave any evidence pointing to murder. Understood. Luo Tangjong nodded firmly. And make sure that Brat Mike stays put on campus. He's not going anywhere. Mentioning Mike made Luo Yuhu's temper flare. All of this was because of Mike, all because his own sister spoiled him rotten. Understood. Luo Tang assured him, beyond that, I'll have men secretly guard him. They were also worried Jiang Li might become desperate. Go. Luo Yuhu waved his hand dismissively. Luo Tang then bowed and withdrew. The incident? As time passed, it continued to escalate. The entire nation was watching. Meanwhile, deep within the military base, as the veteran commander, Tao Yuan focused intently on studying the mysterious stone, occasionally furrowing his brow or uttering a soft "hmm." It could be said. His face was filled with confusion and astonishment. What exactly just happened? This stone seemed to be activated by something. What could have triggered that activation? His voice was aged yet resonant. Grandfather, please don't worry. The youth who always stood guard beside the old commander Tao Yuan smiled softly. We've already triggered this mysterious stone, which means we've grasped the key point. We just haven't figured out the specifics yet. Given enough time, we'll definitely uncover it. The youth wore military attire, radiating a commanding presence. Yet he appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, while his prowess already matched that of an Earth-tier beastmaster. Beyond the potent spiritual energy radiating from his entire body, he also exuded youthful vitality. His name was Tao Kong, grandson of Tao Yuan. At this remark, the old commander Tao Yuan laughed and scolded him. What nonsense! That's as good as saying nothing. If you're serious, get to work studying this for your old man. As he spoke, Tao Yuan stroked the stone. Had it not been for this very stone, he might have perished in that battle long ago. That was one reason for his deep attachment to it. Tao Kong scratched his head and chuckled. He'd been fascinated by this stone since childhood, but the stone showed no interest in him. As far back as he could remember, it had never shown any unusual activity. Had it not been impervious to cosmic rays, he would have dismissed it as an ordinary rock. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst their conversation, a brigadier general adorned with stars on his epaulets strode swiftly toward them. Steady in his stride, his posture was upright and commanding. Commander, the military district commander sent word that someone outside wishes to see you. See me? Tao Yuan raised an eyebrow. He immediately waved his hand in refusal. No meeting. I'm retired. If they want to see me, they should go to the family compound. Why would they come here? As he spoke, Tao Yuan stroked the mysterious stone, his gaze fixed intently on its intricate patterns. He continued. Besides, Xiao Li is already the military district commander. He shouldn't have to consult me about everything. What if I'm gone? Who will he consult then? By the end of his sentence, his tone had grown stern. In his view, hesitation in decision-making was a grave flaw for a military district commander, especially on the battlefield. His dissatisfaction with Chao Wanli's approach was growing. Moreover, given his age and current physical condition, he cared not a whit for events unfolding in the outside world. His sole focus now was to unravel the mystery of the stone in his possession as quickly as possible. The stone's recent transformation had kindled a deep sense of hope within him. The youth, however, remained perfectly composed, offering a faint smile. In response to your inquiry, Commander, the military district commander anticipated your displeasure and repeatedly emphasized that should you become angry, I need only mention the name of the person seeking an audience. He instructed that if you insist on refusing to see them, I am to depart immediately. Oh? Hearing this, Tao Yuan instantly perked up. But it was only a slight interest. In terms of genuine fascination, the mysterious stone in his hand held far more allure. The Major General was already accustomed to such things. He replied in a low voice. Jiang Li. Jiang Li? I don't recognize. 016 Old Sergeant reunited, Commander Enraged. Jiang Li? You don't recognize. Before he could utter the word recognize, his voice abruptly halted. Tao Yuanru stared wide-eyed as if seeing a ghost. The stone tablet, which had seemed so heavy he casually placed it on the desk, suddenly flew up as he snapped his head back and demanded loudly. Say it again. What's his name? Jiang Li. The Major General, witnessing the old commander lose his composure for the first time, hastily added. He's over 70, decorated with numerous special merit medals, and carries the Beast Dragon God military merit plaque. Brother Jiang. It must be Brother Jiang. At that moment, even the battle-hardened veteran commander Tao Yuan, who had faced death countless times, revealed trembling excitement in his eyes as his entire body shook. Quick! Where is Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang? Even the old commander addressed him as brother? This. The major general was utterly dumbfounded. In his mind, the old commander was a war god. A half-step divine guardian who could single-handedly slay a level 7 demon beast. Yet now, this Jiang Li was being addressed as brother by the old commander. What exactly is the status of this Jiang Li? Though inwardly puzzled, the major general hurriedly gestured outward in response to the old commander's questioning. The reception hall within the military district. The commander himself will host him. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Tao Yuan, disregarding all decorum, urged them onward, striding forward with vigorous steps while muttering under his breath. Brother Jiang. Is it really you? You bastard didn't die? Why didn't you come find me? I'd have given you a good thrashing. Though the words were coarse, they revealed the deep bond between the two men. The major general dared not delay, hastening to follow close behind. Only Tao Yuan's grandson, Tao Chang, stood frozen in place, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Brother Jiang? Could it be the Jiang Li grandfather mentioned? But grandfather said, he perished in that battle long ago? How could he be here? His eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, or could this be some kind of conspiracy? His expression shifted as he hurried after his grandfather. He had grown up hearing his grandfather's tales from the battlefield, and the name Jiang Li had left an indelible impression on him. Most vividly etched in his memory was the battle against the Demon King years ago. Had Jiang Li not sacrificed himself to hold the line, he himself would never have existed, nor would his father, Tao Enli. Meanwhile, in the military district reception hall. Sergeant Major, what was your relationship with our former commander? Chao Wenli, commander of the coastal base military district, asked softly, hoping to glean some information. The more he examined Jiang Li's decorated uniform and the plaque he carried, the more astonished he became. The fact that Jiang Li was acquainted with the old commander made him realize the man's identity was no ordinary one. Hence the inquiry. However, after speaking, he hastily added. Regarding your old squad leader, I've already ordered an investigation. Please rest assured, old squad leader. We'll have results shortly. Jiang Li nodded in acknowledgement. He understood the need for an investigation, otherwise, taking his word alone would be unconvincing. This matter? He had nothing to hide. Naturally, he had no fear of scrutiny. Facing the military district commander's inquiry, Jiang Li simply stated. Old Tao and I were comrades in arms. We met when we first enlisted. At these words, Chao Wanli's mouth twitched. Just enlisted? That would take us back 60 or 70 years, to the very beginning of the cataclysm, when humanity faced the brink of extinction. It was precisely these veterans who fought tooth and nail, fearing neither life nor death, who battled the beasts to the death, paving the way for the peaceful era we enjoy today. Any veteran who survived that era would be a renowned figure in their region today. Yet why had he never heard of Jiang Li? And a veteran decorated with over a dozen top-tier medals? This was a mystery he couldn't fathom. I hope the old commander arrives soon. Just as he was silently praying, a loud and startled voice suddenly echoed from outside. Brother Jiang? It really is you. You didn't die. As the words fell, a figure burst through the door and lunged fiercely toward Jiang Li. The old commander, revered by every soldier in the Binhai base military district, clutched Jiang Li tightly, pounding his back with heavy slaps. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. The sound was like war drums, crisp and piercing. Ahem. Under the relentless pounding, Jiang Li hurriedly coughed a few times, muttering a low curse. Are you trying to kill me? Why are you hitting so hard? I'm telling you, cough cough. I'm seriously injured right now. Ha! Hearing this, the old commander Tao Yuan froze in shock. He quickly released his grip, his eyes reddening as he scrutinized his long-lost comrade in arms. Injured? How did you get hurt? His voice was filled with concern. Don't even ask. Jiang Li sighed and waved his hand dismissively. It's a long story. And it's precisely because of this matter that I had no choice but to come to the military district to seek justice. Injured? Seeking justice? These two words exploded in Tao Yuan's ears like bombs, reverberating in his mind. He stared with eyes as round as copper gongs, struggling to suppress the rage boiling within him. Brother Jiang, what the hell is going on? Jiang Li? This was the man who had saved his life. The brother who had rolled in the same trenches with him, sharing life and death. If not for Jiang Li risking his life to block the Demon King's attack back then, he would have been dead long ago. How could he have survived until now? But, during one battle, the elite squad led by Jiang Li was wiped out completely, leaving not a single trace behind. From that day on, he was deemed fallen in battle. Yet he remained convinced. Jiang Li wasn't dead. His big brother simply couldn't be gone. Decades of searching yielded no trace. He never imagined he would see his elder brother again in his lifetime. Now, hearing that his elder brother had been injured, he had come to find him. In an instant, rage filled his chest, boiling up to the top of his head. Ha! Standing nearby, the military district commander Chao Wanli witnessed the scene unfold. His eyebrows arched slightly as shock rippled through his mind. Ever since joining the military, he had followed the old commander. Decades had passed, yet he had never witnessed the old commander so enraged. This is bad. If what Jiang Li says is true, the school and the Luo family will definitely face the old commander's wrath. As this thought crossed his mind, Chao Wanli's gaze fell upon Jiang Li, his confusion deepening. The commander's elder brother? That was no ordinary status. Despite the old commander's advanced age, his strength reached the peak of the 9-star sacred guardian realm, standing at the threshold of the divine guardian realm. A divine guardian's wrath. The entire nation would tremble 3 times. At that moment, Jiang Li stroked her granddaughter Jiang Ranran's head, looked up at Tao Yuan, and gave a bitter smile. My granddaughter was bullied, and I was slandered by them. He then recounted the entire incident to Tao Yuan, how the exchange student had assaulted his granddaughter, how the school demanded his arm be amputated, and how the Luo family had expelled him from the Beastmaster Alliance. He laid out everything, including the current situation. As Jiang Li recounted, his expression remained calm, as if narrating an ordinary trivial matter. Yet to the ears of the old commander Tao Yuan, each word felt like sharp thorns piercing his heart. Who was Jiang Li? He knew all too well. Back in the day, Jiang Li led them in eradicating the demon beasts and reclaiming various human habitats. It could be said that more than half of the 12 bases across the nation owed their existence to Jiang Li's efforts. Beyond that, he devoted himself to caring for them, the veterans, even venturing into the secret realm to seek out rare elixirs for them. It could even be said that every veteran of standing across the nation's bases has received Jiang Li's kindness. Indeed, they all owe Jiang Li their lives. Had Jiang Li not vanished under mysterious circumstances, he would undoubtedly have risen to lead one of the major bases. But now? Bullied. He's being humiliated. And now he's been driven out by a pack of stray dogs. At this thought, the old commander Tao Yuan's rage reached its peak, and he roared furiously. Chao Wanli. His voice thundered like a clap of lightning, veins bulging on his face. His inner fury was plain to see. Present. Unit 017 deployed, surrounding the coastal university. Yes, sir. As the military district commander, Chao Wanli's body instantly tensed. Before the old commander, he stood like a mere soldier, his expression stern. What are your orders, commander? Assemble the troops. Encircle Binhai University. Tao Yuan's expression was as cold as ice, his face dark and foreboding. Setting aside his deep personal connection with Jiang Li, the fact alone that the Binhai University president had failed to provide the students within the Binhai base with a cooling system while instead granting that benefit to foreign exchange students was outrageous. For this offense alone, he deserved to die. And to think he'd even abused his position as principal to cancel beast awakening quotas? Outrageous. As the words fell, military district commander Chao Wanli realized the old commander was truly furious. He dared not delay and immediately responded. Yes, commander. I'll handle it immediately. Chao Wanli promptly turned and hurried away. This matter? He would personally handle it. Jiang Ranran watched him go, her eyes brightening. She knew, finally, someone would stand up for them. You must be Ranran? Commander Tao Yuan looked kindly at Jiang Ranran, a graceful young woman of only 16 or 17. Jiang Ranran nodded. Commander, my name is Jiang Ranran. Don't call me Commander. Just call me Grandpa Tao. Grandpa Tao. At these words, Tao Yuan laughed heartily. His laughter rang out crisply, his face beaming. With a flick of his wrist, a fist-sized, translucent object resembling an avocado appeared in his hand. This is a starry sky snake fruit, obtained from the Ascension secret realm. Consuming it will temper your sinews and bones, especially strengthening and refining your meridians. Jiang Ranran didn't immediately reach out to take it. Instead, she turned her gaze toward her grandfather, Jiang Li. Don't look at him. This is my gift to you, Tao Yuan murmured softly, his eyes brimming with affection for the young woman before him. Take it. Jiang Li urged. With Jiang Li's encouragement, Jiang Ranran finally accepted the starry sky snake fruit, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Thank you, Grandfather Tao. We're family, no need for thanks. Tao Yuan gently advised, eat it quickly. No need to refine it, it will naturally temper your physique. Jiang Ranran found the starry sky snake fruit fascinating and promptly took a bite. But the fruit was quite hard, forcing her to take small bites one after another. What stage of dimensional ascension have I reached now? Jiang Li inquired. Ever since the cosmic cataclysm began, their planet had been drifting deeper into the cosmos. Scientists speculated it was undergoing dimensional ascension. During this dimensional shift, however, the planet occasionally entered a peculiar state, traversing through dark matter black hole tunnels. During this period, the planet ceases its movement. Within this black hole passageway, a multitude of rare treasures and exotic artifacts abound, alongside various types of rare starlight ores. This offers tremendous assistance for both beast-tamer cultivation and pet evolution. However, they also conceal immense dangers. Within these black hole tunnels, different alien races may either sneak into planets or instantly eliminate beast masters on the spot. But overall, the rewards outweigh the risks. Especially after each successful dimensional ascension, the planet's celestial and terrestrial energies grow increasingly potent. We're currently at the third tier. Tao Yuan's expression grew solemn as he replied in a low voice, as we venture deeper into the cosmos, we encounter more planetary resting grounds. While rare minerals and spiritual treasures can be obtained, the frequency of alien invasions also increases accordingly. Just the other day, we suffered heavy losses trying to eliminate the insectoid race. At this mention, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Humanity appeared peaceful and serene on the surface, yet beneath lay turbulent currents harboring immense peril. To prevent panic among the populace, this information had been kept confidential, with emphasis placed on training a new generation of beast masters. Consequently, resources acquired in recent years have been prioritized for educational purposes. Yet who could have foreseen such an incident occurring within his jurisdiction? At this thought, Tao Yuan's face darkened so much it seemed water could drip from it. The insect clan? In contrast, Jiang Li's ears perked up at the mention, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent. He had always adhered to one principle: those not of our kind harbor different hearts, exterminate them. What makes them special? Or what abilities do they possess? This question made Tao Yuan roll his eyes, raising his arm to give Jiang Li a thump on the chest. Brother Jiang, spare yourself the worry. We're old men now, not the war gods charging the front lines back in the day. What? You want to return to the battlefields beyond the domain? Return to the battlefield? Jiang Li chuckled wryly at the suggestion. If the chance arises, why not? In the past, he knew returning was impossible. But now, things were different. He had activated the infant Invincibility System, mastered the stellar breathing technique, and obtained the ultimate divine eye. He was brimming with confidence. Hearing this, Tao Yuan's expression turned serious. Brother Jiang, are you really set on this? Of course. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Enter the extraterrestrial battlefield, explore the black hole passageways where planets ascend to higher dimensions, and engage in combat with alien races. Only by doing so could the baby invincible system be utilized to its fullest potential. Besides, cultivating beast companions required materials that were a bottomless pit. Where would these materials come from? Naturally, they must be obtained by slaying alien races and demonic beasts. Of course. But all that is for later. Then we'll discuss it later. Tao Yuan didn't give a definite answer, but his tone shifted, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. First, let's deal with the matter at hand. That damned headmaster, how dare he treat domestic students like this? I'll skin him alive. Jiang Li nodded. Alright, then I'll leave this matter to you. Leave it to me. Tao Yuan looked at Jiang Li with a complex expression and said earnestly, I will give you a satisfactory resolution. From their earlier conversation, Jiang Li learned that during the joint campaign against the alien race, the squad he led had been betrayed and abandoned by the allied nations. A covert ambush had resulted in the complete annihilation of his unit. Jiang Li had fallen into the sea and been rescued by a passing ship, severely wounded and unable to recover quickly. Unable to contribute to the military, he chose to go into hiding. Until this incident arose, leaving him no choice but to seek assistance from the military district. Bin Hai Academy? The Beastmaster Alliance? This ing makes heroes bleed and weep. At this moment, Tao Yuan couldn't care less about the Beastmaster Alliance, to hell with it. All he wanted was justice for Jiang Li. Whoever it was, they'd have to face his wrath. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Amidst their conversation, a shrill alarm pierced the military zone, accompanied by the thunderous roar of tanks and armored vehicles. The ground trembled, buildings shook. Looking out, thousands of tanks and armored vehicles stood in uniform formation, each manned by formidable soldiers. Additionally, the Binhai military region deployed fighter jets that circled the azure sky. Tens of thousands of troops had assembled. At that moment, the air thickened with a grim, intense aura of battle. Wow, this! Zhang Ranran, guided by Tao Yuan, had just stepped out of the reception hall when she was stunned by the scene before her, instinctively covering her mouth. This scene? She never would have dreamed it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. At that very moment, Chao Wanli, the military district commander himself, arrived in the latest model combat vehicle. He personally stepped out to open the doors for Jiang Li and Tao Yuan. Reporting to the commander, the assembly is complete. Shall we depart? Proceed. Yes, sir. The armored vehicle then headed straight for Binhai University, with Jiang Li and Tao Yuan riding in the one personally driven by Chao Wanli. This scene instantly sent shockwaves through the outside world, no less than an epic earthquake. The bigwigs from Military District 018 are here. We're done for, completely done for. Military District Gate. Hundreds of meters away. A crowd of onlookers, mixed with spies planted by the Luo family, had long since gathered to watch the spectacle, keeping a close eye on the unfolding situation. As the rumble of engines and the clatter of troop movements echoed from within the compound, their schadenfreude surged. Ha! Listen to that armored vehicles. The old man's actions must have pissed off the military brass. He's probably being dragged around the training grounds right now. Qua, this is so satisfying. The scene must be absolutely spectacular. If it weren't for military jurisdiction, I'd definitely go check it out. Let's just wait here. All we need is footage of that old man's miserable state, and the moment he gets thrown out it'll go viral for sure. Senior. Do you think Senior Jiang Li will be okay? Not far from the group, Mushi overheard their conversation. Her beautiful eyes flashed with anger and concern. Anger? Of course, it was directed at what they were saying. Damn it! Senior Jiang Li was the victim here, yet they were turning the tables and actually wanting to watch the spectacle unfold. Damn it! Worry? She was worried the military district might misunderstand Jiang Li, leading to threats or harm against her. In contrast, Jiang Hao, a 4-star grandmaster, remained as calm as still water, stroking his beard with a smile. Rest assured, Senior Jiang will be fine. If anyone values reason, it's the military district. Besides, didn't you see Senior Jiang Li heading there bearing a military merit plaque and wearing the official seal of merit? His voice was firm, his demeanor resolute. In his view, Jiang Li's status as a 6-star beast-summoning grandmaster meant his personal influence was undeniably substantial. Add to that those military merit medals and plaques, he must have accomplished something truly monumental. Hearing this, Mushi's eyes lit up. You're absolutely right, Senior. With your words, I can finally rest easy. In contrast, Nangong Shui, Jiang Hao's granddaughter, felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing her grandfather praise Jiang Li so highly. In her memory, grandfather had always been supremely proud and aloof, a man whose lips rarely uttered words of praise. Yet now he was showering Jiang Li with praise and admiration. Ha! As she continued observing the military compound, the gates suddenly swung open. The scene before her left her stunned. Grandpa, Sister Mushi, quick, you have to see this. She pointed in that direction. A vast convoy of combat vehicles and beast-slaying tank-type war machines stretched out in a straight line, advancing directly toward them. The tanks were packed with formidable soldiers, each bearing a beast companion radiating a menacing aura perched on their shoulders, while sharp weapons were firmly grasped in their hands. At that moment, it felt as though a fierce battle was about to begin. This. Mushi was utterly speechless, her mind going completely blank. Holy moly! Even Jiang Hao, who had seen it all, froze in place, his eyebrows arching slightly. The scene before them was simply too shocking. Could it be the entire military district mobilized just to restore Senior Jiang's honor? The thought flashed through his mind, and a bright smile spread across his face. All this? It seems to be getting more and more interesting. Such a scene assaulted the visual senses of everyone present. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Could it be because of that old man? Bull! What are you thinking? An old man causing this much commotion? I reckon maybe some demon beast appeared somewhere, and they're here to exterminate it. Ha ha! That's definitely it. That old man got lucky. Otherwise, with the bad guy crying foul first, he'd have been thoroughly punished by the military district. So they filmed it and uploaded the video online. It instantly ignited a heated online debate, making the ever-surfing netizens find the situation increasingly intriguing. A veteran carrying a military plaque into the military zone? Now the military zone is deploying large numbers of soldiers? Are these two events connected? Stop speculating. We just need to watch quietly. Is the school deceiving us? Or is the old man deceiving us? Look, even the elite troops from the coastal base have been deployed. What exactly are they after? In an instant, the temperature, which had been forcibly lowered, surged back to its peak after the military forces appeared. Trending topics and hot discussions? Nearing 1 billion. Even foreign countries were alarmed, mistakenly believing that the Dragon Nation had discovered some hidden realm or was preparing to attack another nation. Consequently, the fervor on international platforms matched that within the nation. Binhai Base? I recall that's the military district led by that rat-eater half-step divine guardian, right? Yep, that's the one. That old man's got a temper like hell. He's supposedly retired now, but even he's been roused? Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Holy crap, what kind of shady scheme is Dragon Nation pulling now? What the hell are they up to? Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Military vehicles roared to life, heading straight for the coastal university. Fighter jets provided escort. Even in the skies, besides the fighter jets, several saint-level beast masters rode their flying beast companions, their gazes cold and piercing, bodies radiating a dense aura of killing intent. The air? It was thick with a sense of impending doom. Jiang Li, the root cause of all this, was seated in an exclusive armored vehicle, accompanied by the veteran commander Tao Yuan, heading straight for Binhai University. Inside the vehicle, Tao Yuan inquired softly about Jiang Li's recent circumstances, why he hadn't sought him out sooner, and a series of other questions. Jiang Li smiled indifferently, answering each question in turn. Commander Chao Wanli, who was driving the vehicle, listened intently. As he learned of Jiang Li's past, his expression shifted from curiosity to shock, and finally to admiration. Beast Dragon God? He is the Beast Dragon God. Meanwhile, at Binhai University, The scorching sun blazed down, with ground temperatures soaring to 60 degrees Celsius. Students endured the scorching heat in class, drenched in sweat, their clothes completely soaked. Sweat dripped down their pant legs, yet no puddles formed on the ground. The intense heat caused it to evaporate instantly. In each classroom, students huddled together under the watchful eye of a teacher, forbidden to wander lest any information leak out. Meanwhile, in the exchange student dormitory, a group of fair-haired, blue-eyed youths basked in the cool air from the air conditioning system. They lounged comfortably in their chairs, legs crossed, looking utterly content. At that moment, over a dozen exchange students surrounded a boy of only 16 or 17, with short golden hair and a sharp nose. They all gave him thumbs up. "Mike, you're seriously impressive. Just one word from you, and that got punished. Yeah, even the principal's on your side. With connections like that, why didn't you say something sooner? We would have beaten that to a pulp. That was just asking for it, coming here to leech off our air conditioning. Next time we see her, we'll make sure to first then." Flushed with pride at their praise, the boy named Mike wore an air of arrogance. "That's nothing. When the time comes, that old man will have to kneel before me willingly, and that Jiang Ran will have to lick my toes. Whether I forgive them or not depends entirely on my mood. If I'm in a bad mood, they're finished. Not just them, their entire families will be finished too." His words were arrogant, his demeanor haughty. His words immediately drew praise and admiration from the exchange students present. Among them were white students, black students, and others. Mike closed his eyes, basking in the atmosphere. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, the ground began to rumble like an earthquake, causing Mike to snap his eyes open. The exchange students present were also stunned, scrambling to run outside while shouting, "Earthquake! Run! Run! Damn it, how could there be an earthquake here? Get out of here fast, don't get crushed." 019 Belt Spiral Whip. "What? You think you can bribe me?" Inside the principal's office. Principal Jin Goping reclined in his lounge chair, eyes closed in meditation. Upon hearing footsteps outside, he spoke directly. "Come in." Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the words fell, Sima He bowed and entered, his face respectful. "Principal. How is the matter progressing?" Shen Guoping inquired. "Rest assured, Principal. The heat is already cooling down." Sima He answered truthfully, rubbing his hands together vigorously and chuckling. "At this rate, it won't be long before this matter is completely buried. By then, the old man will be begging us on his knees." Hearing this, Jin Goping let out a cold laugh. "Begging? That'll be too late. The old man's actions have crossed the Luo family's red line. Once this dies down, he won't live long." His voice was firm, his expression unwavering. He knew the Luo family's way of handling matters all too well. "The principal is right." Sima He nodded in agreement, muttering curses under his breath at Jiang Li. "The old man is utterly clueless. If we won't give him a way out, then we'll have to take his life." After uttering these words, resentment flickered in Sima He's eyes as he unconsciously touched his cheek. He remained bitterly resentful over Jiang Li's slap across his face, wishing the man would die right before his eyes. "When the opportunity arises, I will ensure you avenge your grievances," said Principal Jin Goping. Sima He hastily bowed his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your support, Principal. It's nothing. You handled this matter exceptionally well. Once everything is settled, I'll promote you to Vice Principal." Principal Jin Goping made the promise. These words brought a broad smile to Sima He's face. "Principal? Vice Principal?" Don't underestimate this seemingly minor difference. The benefits and perks were vastly different. Becoming Vice Principal would grant him cultivation resources sufficient to propel him to the next level. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, the ground trembled and buildings shook, as if a terrifying earthquake were about to strike the entire area. "What's happening?" Sima He exclaimed in shock. Principal Jin Goping, however, wore a grave expression. He looked up through the wall before him and murmured softly. "The military district? How did they get here?" "What?" Hearing this, Sima He instantly panicked and exclaimed loudly. "Why would the military zone send people?" Principal Jin Goping narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head. "I don't know. There are so many sacred guardians here. What exactly are they up to? Let's go out and take a look." "All right." Boom. But just as they were about to step outside, the principal's office building they were in was suddenly struck by a heavy blow and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Roar! Roar! Principal Jin Goping and Director Sima He immediately summoned their beast companions and rushed out of the collapsed area. But the scene that met their eyes upon exiting left them stunned. As far as the eye could see, Binhai University was completely surrounded. The area was filled with sleek black armored vehicles, and soldiers in full combat gear had already sealed off the campus completely. At that moment, the air thickened with a palpable sense of impending doom. What the hell is going on? Sima He was utterly bewildered. The scene before him filled him with dread and fear. He could see the murderous intent and bloodlust in the eyes of the soldiers present. Meanwhile, Principal Jingoping floated in midair, his gaze fixed on the several sacred masters piloting the flying beasts. Gentlemen, I am the principal of this school. What exactly is happening here? His tone was respectful, his voice low. He made no mention of the destroyed building. The aerial Saint Beast masters paid no heed to his words, as if they hadn't heard him at all. Instead, they scanned their surroundings, searching for something. Moments later, they instantly spotted something through the layers of dormitory buildings. With a mere wave of their hands, the soldiers on the ground, receiving their orders, immediately headed toward the exchange student area within the campus. Principal Jingoping, seeing this, hurried forward to organize them. Everyone, these are the exchange students. Bang! Before he could finish, his body was struck as if by some force, sending him crashing straight to the ground. Throughout the entire incident, he offered no resistance whatsoever, only to slam into the ground with such force that it left a massive crater. Such a scene drew gasps of shock from the teachers and students present. What on earth is happening? Why would military personnel be here? Yeah, they don't look friendly. Did Jiang Ranran's grandfather bring them? Damn. No way. Jiang Ranran never mentioned this before. All I knew was her grandfather was a veteran. Look, our principal's getting beaten up, so pathetic. And that idiot principal too. Ahem. In the massive pit, Principal Jingoping lay in a sorry state. His robe was torn to shreds, his body covered in deep gashes. And Sima He? He too lay in the pit. Only he was sprawled on the ground, already unconscious. You're Jingoping? Outside the pit. Chao Wanli, commander of the Binhai military district, suddenly appeared above ground. His gaze was icy as he looked down at the middle-aged man beneath his feet. Your commander, Chao? Jingoping instantly recognized the man's identity. His initial look of anger vanished in an instant. He then hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. In response to General Chao's question, I am Jingoping, the principal of this academy. I was unaware of your arrival, General. What might bring you here? His gaze swept around the area. Could there be some misunderstanding here? I humbly request General Chao to discern the truth. Misunderstanding? Chao Wanli's lips curled in a sneer. No misunderstanding. As the head of this institution, you embezzled cultivation resources and funds, depriving your own students of the air conditioning system while reserving it for exchange students. I witnessed all of this myself. What explanation could you possibly offer? What misunderstanding are you referring to? His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the campus. Principal Jingoping's heart sank at the words, knowing immediately that things had taken a turn for the worse. Yet faced with the situation before him, he still sought to explain. Commander Chao, there's much to this matter. Would you agree to discuss it privately in detail? Trying to bribe me? Chao Wanli saw right through him and sneered coldly, just say it plainly. How exactly do you plan to bribe me? Principal Jingoping was momentarily speechless. A bribe? How could he possibly say that to someone's face? After a moment of deep thought, he intended to explain and plead further, but a series of agonized screams abruptly cut him off. Wah! It hurts. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my uncle is? My uncle is Luo Tang of the Beastmaster Alliance. My grandfather is the deputy leader of the Beastmaster Alliance, and my great-grandfather is someone you wouldn't dare cross. You dare hit me. I'll make you pay with your lives. Amidst these threats, the crisp sounds of flesh tearing echoed. Following the sound, 8 exchange students hung suspended in midair, helpless as roasted ducks. Below them, soldiers had already unbuckled their belts and were mercilessly lashing them across their bodies. Belt straps? These were no ordinary belts. They were crafted from beast leather mixed with rare ores, serving as weapons for the soldiers. One lash. Blood spattered, flesh split open. Accompanied by wails of agony. Such a scene filled the students present with delight, their faces beaming with satisfaction and vindication. 020 who makes heroes bleed? And weep? Ha! That's satisfying. But it's still too light. If it were me, I'd whip him until he's crying for his parents. These exchange students act like they own the place, enjoying all the perks without lifting a finger. This is absolutely satisfying to watch. That's exactly how he should be whipped, haha. These exchange students must have crossed someone from the military district. This scene, witnessed by Jiang Ranran's homeroom teacher Chao Ting, caused a flicker of alarm to cross her face. For she couldn't help but entertain a bold thought. All of this had been triggered by Jiang Ranran. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Her eyes scanned the tens of thousands of soldiers before her like radar, searching for Jiang Ranran's figure to confirm her suspicions. Suddenly, her gaze landed on a familiar figure not far away. That figure was none other than Jiang Ranran. At that moment, Jiang Ranran was not only following her grandfather but also trailing behind a burly, bearded elder with graying temples. Commander Tao. Tao Yuan? Gulp. Chao Ting instantly recognized the man's identity, swallowing hard as fear filled her eyes. Tao Yuan? He was one of the founding shareholders who established the coastal base. His power had long since reached the divine guardian realm, and it was said his beast companion had attained the level of a divine beast. Beyond that, the army he commanded was notoriously fierce. Could it be all this was brought on by Jiang Ranran? At this thought, his face drained of color. His body went limp as he stumbled backward several steps, utterly devoid of will to live. It's over. Completely finished. At the same time, inside the pit, Principal Jin Goping watched as the exchange student was brutally beaten, with Mike receiving particularly harsh treatment. Anxious worry spread across his face. General Chow, please reconsider. Mike is the great-grandson of the Luo family patriarch. If you treat him this way, then... Whoa! Wah! Before he could finish, Chow Wanli seized him by the throat with one hand, hoisting him into the air. What? Are you threatening me? Chow Wanli's expression was as cold as ice, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. As the principal of Binhai University, Jin Guopeng dangled in midair like a little chick. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. His beast companion the nether bat tried to surface, only to be crushed into a shroud of nether mist by Chow Wanli's single hand. Terrified, it curled up inside Jin Gopeng's body, too afraid to emerge. A king-tier beast master? That was an unbridgeable chasm compared to a sacred beast master. Dispatching Jin Gopeng? A mere trifle. Let me make this clear today, even if the heavens themselves descended, this matter would not be resolved. Not only did you abuse your own student, but when exchange students brutally beat Jiang Ranran, you not only failed to intervene but actively condoned their actions. You revoked Jiang Ranran's Beast Awakening slot and injured our veteran squad leader. You traitorous scum making heroes bleed and weep. What more can you say? Hearing this, Principal Jin Guopeng instantly realized the reason they were surrounded by the military zone at this moment was precisely because of Jiang Ranran and Jiang Li. He tried to protest, but with his throat clamped shut, he could only manage muffled grunts. With irrefutable evidence in hand, you need say no more. Chow Wanli radiated an aura of dominance. He then flung the man to the ground, sending him sliding dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt. Principal Jin Guopeng endured the excruciating pain and tried to stand up, only to discover several pairs of feet wearing different shoes were right before his eyes. He looked up. The familiar faces of Jiang Ranran and Jiang Li came into view. Beside them stood an elderly man whose presence commanded respect without a word. Damn it! Principal Jin Gopeng cursed under his breath. He knew this situation couldn't end well. If he insisted on staying here, he would inevitably be killed by these military personnel. Even if he survived, he'd be crippled. Since Jiang Li had summoned the military district forces, he would use Jiang Li as a hostage to seek refuge with the Luo family. Exchange student? Mike? This was the great-grandson of the Luo family patriarch. As long as he could reach the Luo family, his life would be spared. Thus, Principal Jin Gopeng moved directly to strike Jiang Li. The nether bat emerged with the momentum. It materialized into a ghostly blade, slashing fiercely. The strike was fierce and brimming with murderous intent. He couldn't provoke the military commander Chow Wanli, but surely he could subdue Jiang Li, who was merely a heaven-tier beast tamer. Yet facing the situation before him, Jiang Li remained perfectly composed. Under normal circumstances, he might have hesitated. But to strike before Tao Yuan now? That would be nothing short of slapping him in the face. Sure enough. The next instant, as the attack was about to strike Jiang Li, Tao Yuan snorted coldly. You insolent brat, who gave you the audacity to strike? His voice boomed like thunder, vast and unyielding. Crack! Crack! Under that voice, the once arrogant Principal Jin Gopeng coughed up a mouthful of blood. The netherworld blade in his hand shattered, revealing its true form as it curled up in his embrace. Holy, no! Divine Guardian? Principal Jin Gopeng collapsed to the ground, his face frozen in terror as he stared at the unassuming old man. Yet the longer he stared, the more familiar the face seemed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped. Tao. Tao Yuan. Comrade Tao, this. His words became incoherent, his voice trembling. Tao Yuan? He was a legendary figure in the military, revered as a god of war in the Dragon Nation. He hadn't seen him since his retirement, yet now he had disturbed him. At this moment, he was filled with regret so deep it felt like his insides were turning green. His expression was one of utter helplessness, as if he wanted to cry but couldn't. What kind of background does this Jiang Li have? How could she possibly have stirred this war god? At that moment, Tao Yuan turned his concerned gaze toward Jiang Li and asked softly. Brother Jiang, are you all right? Jiang Li smiled indifferently. With you here, how could I possibly be in trouble? That's good. Tao Yuan laughed heartily and solemnly assured him. Rest assured, Brother Jiang. This matter will be resolved to your complete satisfaction. Jiang Li nodded in agreement, offering a faint smile. Very well, then. I'll leave it to you. These words reached Principal Jin Gopeng's ears, instantly making him feel as if the sky had fallen. The war god of the Binhai military district? And he actually addressed Jiang Li, a mere heaven-tier beast tamer, as brother? Such immense backing finally put his heart at rest. Thud. Jin Gopeng slumped to the ground, his face etched with utter despair. All of this? It's over. Totally screwed. Meanwhile, deep within the pit, Sima He slowly regained consciousness. He overheard this exchange, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from his chest, filling him with the despair one feels moments before death. Jiang Ran, old Master Jiang, I know I've made a mistake. Please spare my life. No, spare my dog's life. As he spoke, he climbed out of the pit and crawled toward Jiang Li on his knees. Kneeling and bowing repeatedly, he wept bitterly. Before tens of thousands of students, teachers, and soldiers, the director had long since abandoned any semblance of dignity, desperate only to save his own life. To the soldiers, this spectacle was nothing but a mockery and a source of contempt. They would rather die fighting. Never beg for mercy in such a pathetic manner. Just then, someone stepped forward from the student crowd, raising an arm high. Beg for mercy? Too late now. Go beg the exchange students for mercy. Yeah, remember how you treated us? Damn it, you're a traitor, a dog of a collaborator. You've committed every evil deed imaginable. You deserve this punishment. We absolutely cannot spare him. It could be said. Sima He's past actions had ignited public outrage. Jiang Ran watched Sima He kneel and crawl toward them, her eyes devoid of any pity. She knew all too well, had it not been for her grandfather's protection, Sima He would have beaten her senseless long ago, and her fate would have been far worse. Seeing this, Jiang Li sneered coldly. He doesn't know he's wrong, he knows he's about to die. 021 Beastmaster Alliance Headquarters? Surrounded for me. As the words fell, Sima He raised his eyes, filled with shock and terror. He hastily increased his pace on his knees, opening his mouth to continue his defense. But his actions were met with a kick from a Saint Beastmaster ranked Major General. He crashed onto the ground far away, instantly pinned down by several burly soldiers who dragged him into a combat vehicle. At the same time, the exchange students led by Mike were also escorted before Jiang Li and the veteran commander Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan waved his hand. The soldiers immediately understood and escorted Mike toward the transport vehicle. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with rage and fury as he glared fiercely at Jiang Ran. It was all Jiang Ran's fault. If Jiang Ran had just cowed out and apologized, things wouldn't have escalated this far. And him? He certainly wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Damn! Mike cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth. I'll make you pay in blood. My grandfather won't let you off the hook. His gaze first landed on Jiang Ran, then shifted to Jiang Li, then to the old commander Tao Yuan and finally to the military district commander, Zhao Wanli. His gaze? Just as he hesitated to observe further, a sharp crack echoed. The soldier escorting him swung his belt, lashing it directly across Jiang Ran's face and eyes. What are you staring at? Do you think you can just look at our commander and the military district chief? The soldier shouted angrily. Under the lash of the belt, Mike's face instantly swelled red, his eyes reduced to slits. Look again? I'll gouge your eyes out. The soldier radiated pure menace, showing no mercy toward Mike. Under this intimidating presence, Mike dared not utter a word. Panic-stricken, he lowered his head. He was afraid. He understood those in high positions might fear his grandfather's influence, but soldiers certainly wouldn't. Kill him? They'd kill him. He was then obediently escorted into the armored vehicle and locked inside. This scene, witnessed by Principal Jin Gopeng, filled him with intense anxiety. Especially when he saw Mike being beaten, his mouth twitched. War God Tao, Mike is Luo Xan's great-grandson. Don't you fear causing trouble by treating his great-grandson this way? His words were urgent, his expression anxious. Luo Xan? He was a figure renowned alongside Tao Yuan. He was also one of the founders of the Beastmaster Alliance that established the coastal base. A conflict between the Beastmaster Alliance and the Binhai Base military district would be a major incident. Of course. Major trouble? That's none of his concern. He only sought to preserve his own life in this affair. Hence, he hastily invoked the authority of the Luo family patriarch. Tao Yuan heard this, how could he not understand? He let out a cold laugh. Mind your own business. And, since you want to know how I'll account for this? Then I'll show you how I'll account for it. His voice boomed like a dragon's roar, echoing throughout the entire school grounds. Following Tao Yuan's gesture, Sima He, Principal Jin Gopeng, and the teachers who knew about the incident were all dragged into the battle chariot. Throughout the entire process, there was no resistance whatsoever. The scene before them assaulted the visual nerves of every student present. What unfolded today would be deeply etched into their memories. Moreover, a seed of ambition to venture beyond the borders and achieve glory began to sprout silently within their hearts. Additionally, at Jiang Li's suggestion, since the school lacked a cooling system, it would be best to dismiss the students for the holidays. They could return once the situation settled or after the system was installed. As military district commander, Zhao Wanli instantly adopted this suggestion. After handling these matters, Jiang Li accepted Tao Yuan's invitation and boarded the battle vehicle once more, bound for the Beastmaster Alliance. Jiang Li understood the deeper meaning behind this. For Jiang Li's current situation, the greatest threat was the Luo family. Merely dealing with the school administration? That was nowhere near enough. Then I'm grateful. Jiang Li clasped his fists in a bow. Tao Yuan hastily waved his hands. Brother, no need for formalities. You saved my life countless times, this life is yours. His voice trailed off abruptly as his eyes welled up. That battle should have been led by me. You stepped in because you saw Junior was about to be born. Otherwise, I would have been the one to die. And this position was meant for you. I've enjoyed its benefits for all these years without merit. Guilt has weighed on me constantly. Please, no more formalities, alright? You still treat me as your subordinate. His voice trembled slightly, his tone sincere and earnest. Jiang Li smiled calmly. He knew full well. Tao Yuan was speaking from the heart. But given his current status and position, even if Tao Yuan agreed, the other family members would have their own objections. Facing Tao Yuan's earnest plea, Jiang Li nodded. Alright. Hearing this decisive response, Tao Yuan threw back his head and laughed. That's more like it. Come on, big bro, let's head to the Beastmaster Alliance. And don't worry about that damn alliance, even if headquarters shows up, they'll still give us face. Brother, you have no idea. Over the years, the troops you've led are scattered across every base. If not commanders, they're war gods or heads of merchant guilds you founded. In short, none have ever disgraced you. Damn it, if anyone dares to handle this poorly, we'll make them pay dearly. I've already sent word that you're still alive, they must be thrilled. His voice rang out, firm and resolute. Jiang Li? He was their pillar of strength back then. Now that he's alive and well, not just him, but all the other veterans are thrilled beyond measure. Alright. Jiang Li nodded with a smile. Once they arrive, it'll be the perfect chance for us to gather properly. In the past, he might have felt a touch of inferiority. But things were different now. With the baby Invincibility System activated, combined with the stellar breathing technique and ultimate divine eyes, he might just return to the battlefield. Or even lead them in forming a senior squad. At this thought, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. The conversation between the two reached the ears of Sima He and Jingoping, imprisoned within the war chariot, filling them with a suffocating sense of impending doom. Jiang Li? What on earth was his background? The head of the Merchants Guild, the commanders of all the military districts, were they all soldiers he once led? It's over. Completely finished. I thought I could rely on the Luo family to save my life, but now my only hope is completely extinguished. Sima He, in particular, felt a chill run through his entire body, and he was so terrified that he fainted on the spot. Then the military vehicles slowly rolled out of Binhai University, and the soldiers withdrew in batches. All that remained was the principal's office building reduced to ruins, the massive craters left by the explosions, and tens of thousands of students who had witnessed it all. The students watched the departing military figures, their blood boiling with exhilaration. War god. That's a true hero. That Sima He who babbles all day long looks like a lapdog compared to them. I'm joining the army. Once my beast awakens, I'll enlist to survive, earn military honors, and become like them. Zhang Ranran's grandfather is so formidable. What is his true status? Even the old commander of the military district treated him with utmost respect. Look, everyone. They're heading toward the Beastmaster Alliance. They're going to seek justice for Jiang Ranran's grandfather. 022 Alien Medical Pod, did they screw up? Meanwhile, Binhai University was completely surrounded by military personnel, and the events unfolding within the campus. Videos of exchange students being whipped with belts, Principal Jingoping being beaten, and Director Sima He being slapped suddenly spread across the entire internet. Additionally, footage showing the campus lacked a cooling system only the exchange student dorms were equipped was also released from the official Binhai Military District account. This video detailed the ordeal faced by Jiang Ranran and Jiang Li, including how they were framed and the subsequent apology, explaining everything thoroughly. With evidence backed by the military district's official endorsement, online commentary instantly turned overwhelmingly negative. What the hell? This is outright treason. Using our domestic resources to give exchange students exclusive access. Wrong. I owe Jiang Ranran and Jiang Li an apology. Without their courage to stand up, we'd still be kept in the dark. These bastards made an old hero bleed and weep. And that Beastmaster Alliance's Academic Affairs Department? They're disgusting. Everyone said Madman Luo was impartial, but now we see, it was all just a facade. He and that Thai principal are two peas in a pod. As the incident rapidly gained traction online, public opinion swung dramatically. The truth behind the incident? It was laid bare for all to see. In an instant, it ignited widespread public outrage among netizens. The incident spread nationwide, drawing attention from various factions. Their focus, however, was firmly on Jiang Li, a woman over 70, with widespread speculation about her true identity. It could be said that it caused a nationwide sensation. Meanwhile, within the coastal base, inside a luxurious villa, a precision medical pod operated at full speed, housing an elderly man with a deathly pale complexion and skin as shriveled as dried bones. Under the treatment of the medical pod, his complexion gradually regained some color and his withered skin began to plump up. Clearly visible were numerous gruesome and terrifying scars and knife wounds. Beyond that, the old man's right eye was an eerie white, evoking a sense of horror. Click. Soon after, the medical pod slowly opened. The old man was wheeled out. His complexion appeared healthier now, his breathing steady and even. Though his face was framed by gray-white hair, he radiated an aura of longevity. The medical pods of these alien races are truly remarkable. The old man murmured in quiet amazement as he sensed the changes within his body. His cloudy eyes fixed on the medical pod before him, a sharp gleam flashing within them. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, punctuated by a startled cry. Master, something's wrong. Outside the door, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler stood there. HM? Hearing the voice, the old man's expression grew grave, his eyebrow lifting slightly. Come in. Yes, sir. The butler immediately pushed open the door, his face etched with anxiety and resignation. Speak. What has happened? The old man asked directly. Don't underestimate this butler, he was a genuine holy guardian. Originally an orphan, he had been adopted and raised from childhood. The old man had invested resources in his upbringing and bestowed upon him the surname Luo, with the single character Gu as his given name. Luo Gu handled matters with steadfast reliability, managing the daily affairs of the estate. Knowing Luo Gu well, the master knew he would never lose his composure like this unless something truly urgent had occurred. Sir, something has happened to Mike. It has alarmed the Binhai military district. His words were laced with anxiety. In contrast, the old man remained calm. No need to worry. I'm friends with Tao Yuan, the old commander of the Binhai military district. A simple word from me will suffice. His voice rang out with unwavering confidence. The old man was none other than Luo Xan, patriarch of the Luo family and a key founder of the Beastmaster Alliance branch at the Binhai base. At the Binhai base? The Luo family's extraordinary status was entirely due to him. But the next moment, the butler Luo Gu's face twisted into a bitter smile as he hurried to explain. Master, this incident has escalated far too much. Young Master Mike has practically caused an uproar. Veteran military commander Tao Yuan has personally intervened and is now heading to the Beastmaster Alliance to demand an explanation from young Master Luo Tang. Though spoken softly, the words struck the old master's ears like thunderclaps. What? Old Tao has gotten involved? Old Master Luo's expression shifted dramatically. His already wrinkled face drooped further, looking extremely grim. What on earth is going on? In his memory, the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan had long since stepped back from the front lines and would never meddle in routine matters. Mac? How had he been roused? As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Xan realized the gravity of the situation. Sir, please watch this video. The butler, Luo Gu, tremblingly handed the video to Luo Xan. After Luo Xan finished watching it. Damn it! Luo Xan cursed under his breath, his eyes blazing with fury. That's my great-grandson. What right does that old bastard Tao have to discipline him? Damn it, and he actually let that little soldier go? I'll tear him to pieces. Boom. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Behind him, the shadowy form of a malevolent specter materialized, its crimson eyes slowly opening. Luo Gu lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Especially when facing that specter, he swallowed hard, his forehead beaded with sweat. For that specter was none other than Lord Luo Xan's divine beast companion, the sinister-faced Calamity Beast. Let's go. Head to the Beastmaster Alliance immediately. I'll see what that old devil Tao is up to. It's just an old soldier and his granddaughter. If they're dead, they're dead. If he refuses to give me an explanation, then war it is. Total war. His voice was hoarse, his face twisted with fury. The steward, Luo Gu, murmured a low yes, sir, before hastily preparing the carriage and personally driving toward the Beastmaster Alliance. Simultaneously, he mobilized several sacred beast masters and dozens of king-level beast masters from the villa, dispatching them at breakneck speed. The scene was vast and imposing, filled with the stench of bloodshed. Binhai Base. Beastmaster Alliance Tower. Top floor. The room was filled exclusively with sacred beast masters, yet the atmosphere was thick with tension. Before them played footage from Coastal Academy, alongside scenes of tens of thousands of military personnel rapidly converging on the Beastmaster Alliance building. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this matter? How should we resolve it? The first to speak was Jiang Li, the sub-alliance leader. He swept his gaze across the assembled figures before asking in a low voice. His gaze lingered on the deputy leader, Luo Yuhu, revealing frustration and helplessness. Were it not for the fact that Luo Yuhu was the son of his own mentor, Jiang Li would have kicked him out long ago. It was originally a minor matter? But relying on the Luo family's influence and status, they insisted on making a big deal out of it. Now everyone knew about it. Especially since that veteran held an extraordinary status, one that prompted the military region's former commander, Tao Yuan, to personally intervene. This affair would not be easily resolved. As the words fell, Chao Kuan, the head of the Chao family who had long been at odds with the Luo family, let out a cold laugh. What else can be done? Naturally, whoever caused the trouble must personally resolve it. Don't drag the other managers into this mess. Within the Beastmaster Alliance, beneath the alliance leader stood the deputy leader. Below them were the 8 chief stewards. The Chao family? One of the 8 chief stewards, Wang Hao, another manager, agreed with Chao Kuan's assessment. This scandal is utterly disgraceful, embezzling student refrigeration fees and diverting school resources to exchange students. How is this any different from being a traitor? If I were Commander Tao, I'd wipe them all out without mercy. His words left no room for compromise. Pang. 023 want to beg for mercy? But can't bring yourself to do it? Bang. The next instant, a thunderous thud echoed through the room. Deputy Alliance leader Luo Yuwa glared, rising abruptly to his feet. Chao Kuan, Wang Hao, cut the double talk. Spit it out plainly. If you dare to speak ill of the Luo family again, don't blame me for being unkind. His voice was sharp, thick with menace. Chao Kuan, one of the 8 chief merchants, showed no sign of fear. I'm not speaking in veiled terms about your Luo family. I'm talking directly to you. Exactly. This mess was started by your Luo family. Why should we shoulder your burdens? Wang Hao chimed in with a cold laugh. We're not in the business of cleaning up other people's messes. Whoever wants to do it, go ahead. Don't expect us to be dragged into everything. After speaking, Wang Hao swept his gaze across the assembled sub-alliance leader Zhang Ba and the other managers. When there's profit to be had, we get nothing. Now that trouble's brewed and not small trouble at that you suddenly think of us? That's just wishful thinking. His words rang out with force and conviction. Not a shred of courtesy was extended to the Luo family. His words immediately drew nods of agreement from the other shopkeepers. I agree with Manager Chao. You Luo family reap the rewards, yet expect us to shoulder the consequences? What kind of logic is that? Exactly. And what's more, your actions in this matter are utterly disgusting. It's like feeding the blood of our ancestors to ingrates. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. They joined forces to ambush us for the secret realm's resources, and now they're licking their own asses to train beast tamers for them? Traitorous dogs. Creak. Creak. At that moment, Luo Yuwa's fists clenched so tightly they crackled like firecrackers. His eyes bulged like copper gongs as he glared at Chao Kuan and Wang Hao. If looks could kill, they'd have died 10,000 times over. Wang Hao met his gaze head on. What? Want to fight? Or are you too cowardly to act, knowing you're in the wrong? He had long despised the Luo family's methods. Out of fear for the influence of the Luo family patriarch, he had swallowed his anger and endured. But now, things were different. The military district's veteran commander, Tao Yuan, had made his presence known. He was going to strike while the iron was hot and finish them off. Luo Yuhu naturally understood Wang Hao's intentions. He also knew full well that the matter with the military district commander must be resolved first. Huff. Luo Yuwa took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and refuse to be led by the nose. Once composed, Luo Yuwa surveyed everyone present and made a quiet promise. Rest assured, everyone. Our Luo family's affairs will not involve you. Do not think this incident will lead to our downfall. Do not forget the stature of our family patriarch. And one more thing, should anyone dare to spread false rumors, once this matter is resolved, the Luo family will personally seek an explanation. As he spoke these words, Luo Yuwa's gaze settled on Chao Kuan and Wang Hao among the 8 chief stewards. He continued, those who aid the Luo family will be welcomed. But those who kick us while we're down. Oomph. It could be said. A mix of kindness and authority. Given the current situation, the Luo family was undoubtedly facing a crisis. Yet, unwilling to swallow their pride, they sought to use these words to coax the present shopkeepers into lending a hand. But the shopkeepers present were all seasoned veterans. How could they not understand? They chose to turn a blind eye, pretending not to hear or see. Luo Yuhu saw this and instantly grasped their decision, which sent his inner rage skyrocketing. But what could he do? He had to endure. Damn it, you'll see. Just wait until the Luo family gets through this crisis. Throughout the entire incident, Zhang Ba, the deputy alliance leader, remained silent. He knew full well the Luo family had been too arrogant and overbearing in their daily dealings. This incident served as a warning to them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that very moment, the Beastmaster Alliance building shook violently, the ground trembling. Everyone present knew the military district had sent reinforcements. To be precise, the Beastmaster Alliance building was surrounded. The looks they gave Luo Yuwa were filled with mockery and schadenfreude. It could only be said that the Luo family had brought this upon themselves. Deputy Alliance Leader Luo, someone's here to see you. Why not go greet them? Chao Kuan offered this helpful reminder. Luo Yuhu responded with a cold snort. He promptly turned and headed toward the Beastmaster Alliance building. Ah! Zhang Ba, the deputy leader, witnessed this and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He too began walking slowly toward the exit. The old patriarch of the Luo family? He was his old mentor. Regardless of the Luo family's current state, he couldn't stand idly by, given all the kindness his old mentor had shown him. The 8 chief stewards present did not immediately follow him out. Instead, they slowly rose to their feet and gazed out through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, observing the unfolding situation below. Upon seeing the tens of thousands of troops, the uniformed armored vehicles, and the formations led by multiple sacred commanders, they instantly realized the Binhai military district was serious this time. Especially since leading the charge was none other than the military district's retired commander Tao Yuan. The Luo family? Ha! Serves them right. Exactly. Not only did they monopolize resources, but they constantly suppressed us. If it weren't for the old patriarch of the Luo family, we would have overthrown them long ago. Just you wait. If they don't handle this properly, the Luo family will be finished. Who would have thought our Binhai base was hiding such a powerful figure with connections reaching high and far? Exactly. But what exactly is Jiang Li's background? Meanwhile, outside the Beastmaster Alliance building, the Beastmasters watching the scene unfold were utterly dumbfounded and shocked by the sudden incident. What the hell is going on? Why would the Binhai military district cordon off this area? You don't know? The Binhai University assault incident kissing up to exchange students. Some veteran named Jiang Li filed a formal complaint, but Luo Tang kicked him out. Yeah, rumor has it that exchange student is Luo Tang's nephew. Damn it, those bastards equipped the exchange students with cooling systems but didn't give our students any. Outside the commander's armored vehicle, Jiang Li was personally escorted out by Tao Yuan. Brother Jiang, let's go inside. Tao Yuan whispered softly. Jiang Li shook his head. No need to go in. Let's settle this right here. After speaking, Jiang Li glanced at the Beastmaster Alliance building and chuckled wryly. Just got kicked out, and now going back in. Well, that feels a bit off to me. Though spoken softly, the words struck Tao Yuan like gunpowder ready to explode. Damn those bastards. Tao Yuan bellowed in rage. Luo Tang, get the hell out here. Zhang Ba, you little bastard, don't you dare hide from me. The roaring voice echoed throughout the entire grounds. Thud, thud, thud. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Ba, the branch alliance leader, and his deputy, Luo Yuhu, rushed out. Their expressions were respectful, their faces beaming with smiles. They quickly approached Tao Yuan and bowed with clasped hands. Zhang Ba greets the old commander. Luo Yuhu greets the old commander. The old commander Tao Yuan paid no heed to Zhang Ba's greeting, instead fixing his gaze on Luo Yuhu. What is your relationship with Mike? One sentence. The question instantly left Luo Yuhu dumbfounded. Luo Yuhu raised his head, meeting the old commander Tao Yuan's gaze, a contact that sent unease rippling through his heart. Gulp. He swallowed hard and slowly replied. My grandson. 024. Was the old commander really this short-tempered? The moment those words left his mouth, the onlookers gathered in the Beastmaster Alliance building instantly understood. Grandson? I see. Deputy Leader Luo has a daughter who married far away overseas. They say she's exceptionally beautiful. What a pity, such a pity. Damn. So that's how it is. The exchange student at Binhai University must be relying on the Luo family for such treatment, right? The Luo family? Get the hell out of Binhai base. It's disgusting using base resources to train foreign beast tamers. Some beastmasters had already started live streaming the unfolding events. This incident was essentially being broadcast nationwide. That Thai school, that Thai Luo family daring to show up at Qinling base? We'll beat the out of them. Mike? I'll remember this kid. If he dares enter a domestic university, I'll make him suffer. This heat wave? Yet they won't provide air conditioning for domestic students? Is this the privilege of the Luo family? Overthrow the Luo family. The online backlash grew increasingly fierce. Some beast masters were seething with hatred, eager to wipe out the Luo family immediately. Oh. As the veteran leader Tao Yuan heard these words, he couldn't help but draw out a long, drawn-out sigh. Yet that drawn-out sigh felt like a sharp blade slicing through Luo Yuhu's heart, sending waves of excruciating pain. Please calm your anger, Commander. Luo Yuhu bowed his head, sincerely admitting his mistake. Our Luo family is willing to offer this veteran some compensation. What do you think? Compensation? Tao Yuan burst into laughter at the very notion. His squad leader? His savior? Now that he's being bullied and falsely accused, they think they can just brush him off with some compensation? What the hell kind of beggar's handout is this? Luo Yuhua hadn't grasped the reality yet. He turned to Jiang Li and Jiang Ranran, who were leaning against the war chariot, his tone tinged with condescension as he questioned them. 104-star beast cores, plus 1 vial of S-grade blood boiling potion. We'll consider this matter settled. His tone left no room for negotiation. His words carried an air of inevitability. Agree or not, it was a done deal. Humph. Jiang Li couldn't help but snort coldly at the sight. What arrogance! No wonder the exchange student is so domineering. Apparently, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Her voice was icy, every word dripping with scorn. Even now, with things at this point, the Luo family still dared to brag and look down their noses at others. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder how on earth had they managed to climb to their current position. Through connections? As for Jiang Li's words, they instantly darkened Luo Yu's face, veins bulging on his temples. You're just a veteran who's seen combat. So what? Think you can use that connection to make me kneel and apologize? Dream on. His voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Let me tell you this, mediating with you personally is me giving you face. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I advise you to think carefully. 100 beast cores will be enough for you and your granddaughter to live on for the rest of your lives. You'll even have enough left over to buy a coffin later. Smack! Before he could finish, Tao Yuan, the military district's veteran commander, delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sound was crisp, the force heavy. Boom! Luo Yu, the 3-star holy guardian, was knocked flat to the ground, his entire body slamming into the earth and carving out a massive, deep crater. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Throughout the entire incident, there was no idle chatter, only raw, brutal force. Such a scene left every beastmaster witnessing it utterly stunned. Damn! Just went for it? Awesome! That's the kind of guts you expect from the old commander of the military district. Yeah, Luo Yu must be out of his mind. In this situation, he still dares to talk trash? Ha, I bet he thought he could handle this normally. Never expected the military commander and that Jiang Li had such deep connections. Asshole. Zhang Ba, now acting as deputy alliance leader, cursed inwardly as he recalled Luo Yu's words. Given the current situation, refusing to bow his head and admit fault while threatening the other party. What a moron. Especially seeing the old military commander being pushed into a pit, Zhang Ba hurried forward. Commander, please calm down. We'll definitely give you a proper explanation for this matter. Look, there are too many people here. Why don't we go inside to discuss it in detail? His gaze shifted toward Jiang Li and Jiang Ranran. What do you all think? His tone was gentle, his demeanor sincere. Compared to Luo Yu, it was like night and day. Tao Yuan remained silent, instead lifting his gaze to his captain Jiang Li. Jiang Li shook his head. No need for all this fuss. My demands are simple, Luo Tang must personally apologize and make it public across all platforms. Furthermore, the Beastmaster Alliance must step forward and disclose the full truth of this matter. I refuse to bear the blame, people must know the real story. His voice was soft, but his stance was firm. Jiang Li understood clearly, this incident alone couldn't bring down the entire Luo family. Besides, now that he had activated the Invincible Infant system, given sufficient time, he had no fear of the Luo family's retaliation. His immediate priority was to get to the bottom of things. Hearing this, Zhang Ba clasped his fists. No problem. In his view, the conditions the other party had set were already quite lenient. Made a mistake? Then admit it. If you're going to be punished, stand at attention. He lowered his head, intending to persuade Luo Yu to seize this chance to apologize and resolve the matter. But just as he opened his mouth, Luo Yu, clutching his flushed face, stood up abruptly. Apologize? Absolutely not. Well, if you won't apologize, then the problem can't be resolved. Jiang Li shrugged and spread his hands. Luo Yu's eyes burned crimson as he lifted his gaze to meet the stare of the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan. Commander, I respect you as a fellow veteran who served alongside my father. But your actions are too high-handed. Don't let petty matters damage our harmony. And certainly don't let one veteran cause chaos at the coastal base. A slap? Luo Yu no longer held back. In that moment, he actually threatened the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan. Ha! Tao Yuan burst into laughter upon hearing this. A smile? It grew ever brighter. It had been so long. It had truly been ages since anyone had spoken to him like this. Damage our relationship? Ha! As if I'd stoop to damaging my relationship with you? Tao Yuan gave a cold, sharp laugh. He stepped forward, appearing before Luo Yu in an instant, his eyes blazing with intense killing intent. The aura coiled around him like a war god returning from the underworld. His right hand slammed down on Luo Yu's head. No matter how fiercely Luo Yu struggled, he couldn't break free from Tao Yuan's grip. Then Tao Yuan swung his left fist. Boom! Boom! A fist smashed into Luo Yu's skull. Simple and brutal. No fancy moves. Just pure force. One punch. Luo Yu was smashed back into the massive crater. Another punch. Luo Yu let out a wretched cry. Then another punch. The ground collapsed. Across the entire arena, terrifying fissures split open, spreading outward in all directions. Boom! Boom! The earth wailed, dust swirled. Such a scene sent shockwaves through everyone present. Damn! They say the old commander has a fiery temper, and by the looks of it, he's way too fiery. But damn, that looks so satisfying. That's exactly how it should be done. The Luo family has been running wild. Holy crap, is this the power of a divine guardian? Without even deploying his beast companion, he's beating a 3-star holy guardian into the ground with brute force alone. So satisfying. Ah. 025 your kid is a kid? But other people's kids aren't? This. Zhang Ba, the deputy alliance leader, twitched his lips upon witnessing the scene before him. Tao Yuan? He's the military district's veteran commander. And now he was personally taking action. Judging by this intensity, he seemed determined to beat Luo Yuwa to death. Commander, please hear me out. Zhang Ba stepped forward. He intended to intercede, but a thunderous boom erupted as a terrifying shockwave swept toward him. Where it passed, the air surged violently. Zhang Ba was forced to channel his spiritual energy into his arms, forming shields with both hands to brace against the onslaught. Boom! The shockwave slammed into his arms, and he instantly felt the terrifying force surge through his entire body. Instinctively, he amplified his spiritual energy to counteract it. Even so, he was still knocked back several meters by the force. Deep gullies gouged into the ground beneath his feet. Whoosh! Huff! Zhang Ba gasped for breath, panic flickering in his eyes as he channeled his cultivation technique to steady his chaotic chi. This is the power of a half-step divine guardian? Terrifying, truly terrifying. He knew full well the old commander was holding back. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly humiliated. And Luo Yuwa, who bore the full brunt of the old commander's wrath. Zhang Ba instinctively glanced over, his brow furrowing as his mouth twitched. It felt as though the old commander's heavy blows had landed squarely on him. Damn it! You dare threaten this old man? Even if your father Luo Xan were here, ask him if he'd dare threaten me. And one more thing, what do you mean by veteran? Veterans shed blood and made sacrifices to forge decades of peace and prosperity. Now you're feasting on their benefits while hoarding resources. Today, I'll see just how tough your bones really are. You little bastard, you forced me to curse in the streets. I wanted to live out my days in peace, but you've made me whip you. Bang! Bang! It could be said. Tao Yuan, the old military commander, cursed and struck. Each punch landed with brutal force. The ground trembled. This sight sent the factions harboring grudges and animosity toward the Luo family into a frenzy of delight. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with gifts and a barrage of comments. The old commander truly lives up to his reputation as the military district's big shot. He gets things done decisively. Yeah, give him hell. That Luo family's gotten way too cocky and arrogant. The old commander hasn't lost his touch. Back in the day, he subdued the 7-star demon beast with one hand and crushed its skull with a single punch. Meanwhile, the soldiers present, witnessing the old commander's intervention, gazed upon him with fervent admiration and reverence. Waves of malevolent energy radiated from his body, gathering in the sky above. In moments, it seemed as if dark clouds had descended upon the entire area. Holy moly! Tao Kang, grandson of Tao Yuan, murmured under his breath at the sight of his grandfather unleashing his fury. I've never seen grandfather this furious since I can remember. Ha! That's the old commander's true character. Jiang Li, the military district commander, murmured with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with amusement. In the past, Luo Yuwa would have been blasted to bits. Now the old commander merely broke his bones as punishment. His gaze drifted to Jiang Li standing nearby, his expression complex. He knew all too well, the root cause of the commander's fury lay entirely with Jiang Li. Looks like he's got something extraordinary about him. As he pondered this silently, Jiang Li gazed at the enraged Tao Yuan and offered a calm, faint smile. Good heavens, after all these years, his temper's still just as fiery. Grandpa Tao always this hot-tempered when he was young? Jiang Ranran, standing beside him, asked softly, looking up at Grandpa Jiang Li. At first glance, Grandpa Tao had seemed kind and benevolent, even presenting her with a meeting gift. Little did she expect his temper to be so fiery. But then she thought. It was precisely this fiery temper that allowed him to vent her pent-up frustration. The exchange student who bullied her was being whipped with a belt. The Luo family who had driven them away was now getting beaten up. At this thought, her pent-up grievances instantly dissipated, and her face lit up with a radiant smile. Facing her granddaughter's persistent questions, Jiang Li chuckled softly, of course. His temper is quite fiery. I thought he'd mellow with age, but I never imagined. After saying this, she smiled without further comment. What did you not expect? Jiang Ranran asked. Jiang Li chuckled, I didn't expect him to just hide it. Ha ha. The remark instantly amused everyone present. Stop it. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted suddenly. A figure charged forward in a burst of speed. Wherever it passed, waves of energy surged, and a ghostly shadow flickered vaguely, appearing fierce and terrifying. Ha! Here he comes? Tao Yuan, who had been mercilessly beating Luo Yuwa, saw this and a cold smile curled his lips. He then grabbed Luo Yuwa, slapped him several times across the face, and tossed him aside like a piece of trash. To be precise. He hurled him into the approaching figure. The next second, the figure caught the unconscious, battered Luo Yuhua. Only then did they recognize the figure none other than the patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Xan. Luo Xan's sudden appearance instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. Look! The patriarch of the Luo family has arrived. This is getting more and more explosive. Let's see how this plays out. That veteran Jiang Li is quite the mystery himself, managing to draw out both the old commander and the patriarch of the Luo family simultaneously. All we can say is that exchange student was downright arrogant. Looks like he bit off more than he could chew, haha. Meanwhile, Luo Xan looked down at his son Luo Yuhu. Beyond the wounds, his face was swollen like a pig's head. He could barely recognize this as his own child. Beyond that, every bone in his body was shattered. Even with a medical pod, these injuries would take a year or two to heal. Old Devil Tao, you've been a bit too brutal, haven't you? Harsh? Tao Yuan raised an eyebrow, his voice rough and accusatory. If I were truly merciless, I'd have sent him to meet the king of hell with a single punch. This is merely a lesson. His voice boomed like a temple bell, radiating authority. And it was true. With his power as a half-step divine guardian, he could easily dispatch not just Luo Yuhu, a mere 3-star holy guardian, but even a 6-star holy guardian on the spot. Now, with injuries that would take a year or two to heal, it was merely a lesson. He's my son. You have no right to discipline him. His voice cracked with fury, his face twisted in rage. Suddenly feeling protective, are we? The elderly commander, Tao Yuan, now over 60 with snow-white hair, wore a cold smile as he questioned in a low voice. But your great-grandson bullied a little girl. He gathered 7 others to beat her up. When she fought back, he couldn't win, so he used his status to force her into apologizing. Expelling him from school and revoking his Beastmaster awakening spot? Have you ever considered the pain of others? Your child is called a child, but someone else's child isn't? Look at me, speak. His voice cut through the air like a blade. These words ignited the entire crowd. Beastmasters in attendance raised their hands in applause. The old commander is mighty and formidable. Well said. Absolutely right. In my opinion, the Luo family's arrogance stems from their habitual overbearing ways. Exactly. In my view, your great-grandson is nothing but a dog. The Luo family's affairs? It could be said to have stirred up a storm of anger. Jiang Ranran watched the scene unfold, her small fists clenched tightly. Her youthful face betrayed both determination and anger. She knew all too well, without her grandfather's influence, she'd have to swallow this humiliation. She might even lose her life over it. Only Jiang Li remained composed, her gaze fixed on the Luo family patriarch Luo Xan. A peculiar smile curved his lips, as if he'd recalled something amusing. 026 Divine Sovereignty Realm? Purely a waste of food, a bunch of trash. Unfazed by the collective condemnation, Luo Xan remained utterly domineering. Oomph. He let out a cold snort. In an instant, the aura of an 8-star divine guardian surged forth from his body, rolling out like undulating waves that engulfed the surroundings. But. Weaker beastmasters were instantly knocked back by the shockwave, spitting blood and turning deathly pale. Some even fainted on the spot. Luo Xan's eyes grew icy as he swept his gaze across the assembled beastmasters, bellowing his accusation. Do we need your interference in the Luo family's affairs? Mind your own business. Without our Luo family risking our lives to battle those beasts, would the coastal base even exist today? Now we're just spoiling our own children and claiming a bit more resources. What's wrong with that? And you lot? You're nothing but a bunch of useless trash, a complete waste of food. His voice boomed like war drums, echoing throughout the entire grounds. These words ignited fury across the crowd. Yet faced with the overwhelming might of the Luo family patriarch Luo Xan, they dared not retaliate. They dared not? But as the military district's former commander Tao Yuan dared. What an arrogant wind. Tao Yuan's face darkened as he fixed Luo Xan with a cold stare. No wonder Luo Tang and Luo Yuhua dared to produce such a man. It was all thanks to your backing. Truly, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam follows suit. Today, the Luo family must give an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Boom. As he spoke, Tao Yuan unleashed his own aura as a half-step divine guardian, overwhelming Luo Xan with crushing pressure. Creak. Creak. Luo Xan's body suddenly emitted crisp crackling sounds like popping beans, his expression turning grim. Veins bulged, his entire body trembling violently. Divine Guardian Domain. Luo Xan's face twisted in shock as he ground out the words, each syllable dripping with disbelief. Despite this, Luo Xan refused to concede. Roar. The next instant, Luo Xan roared with fury. A bizarre beam of light suddenly shot out from his right eye, instantly shattering the domain that bound him. Then, a bizarre mask appeared on his face. This mask was none other than the treasure artifact manifested by his divine beast companion, the sinister masked calamity beast. The moment the mask was donned, Luo Xan's aura surged to its peak. Rolling black mist obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. Old Tao, don't think your strength gives you the right to bully the Luo family. Today, the Luo family won't tolerate any nonsense. Either fight or stop tormenting us. The intent to kill pierced the heavens. Don't think you're a true divine guardian just because you've dipped your toe into that realm. You've barely scratched the surface. And while I'm only an 8-star guardian, think again if you believe you can slay me so easily. As he spoke these words, Luo Xan's eyes had already turned crimson, and the mask covering his face rapidly shifted through various forms. Very well. Tao Yuan's killing intent flared. Then I shall grant your wish. Boom. Tao Yuan clenched his fist in the void. His beast companion instantly transformed into a blood-red battle blade, radiating a dense aura of killing intent. The black mist that had enveloped Luo Xan was instantly cleaved apart the moment the crimson blade appeared. Clang! Tao Yuan swung the blade with fierce force. The blade's aura tore through the air, abruptly expanding tens of thousands of feet in length, striking directly toward Luo Xan's head. What Luo family? What Beastmaster alliance? Who gives a damn? He knew all too well, with Luo Xan's temperament, if he hadn't been present, his old squad leader, his savior, Jiang Li, who was like a brother to him, would surely have met with disaster. This strike. A blow brimming with rage. This strike. A strike that came dangerously close to that of a divine guardian. Facing this strike, Luo Xan realized. Tao Yuan was truly risking his life. Damn it! Who the hell is that old man to him, that he cares so much? Luo Xan muttered angrily under his breath. He immediately grew cautious. Boom! A defensive shield instantly coalesced from the black mist before him. Yet against this blade, the shield shattered like broken glass, instantly reduced to splinters. Blade aura? Its momentum unabated. It slashed ferociously toward Luo Xan. Luo Xan, seeing this, had no choice but to grit his teeth and brace for the blow. But just then, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Old Tao, do me a favor. The voice boomed like a temple bell, and the blade's aura mysteriously dissipated. In that instant, the blade's aura seemed to collide with a black hole capable of devouring all things, instantly turning to dust. As the words fell, an elderly man clad in loose Taoist robes, his temples streaked with white and sporting a long beard, stepped through the air. Ripples formed beneath his feet as the air undulated. The moment he appeared, every beast tamer present was stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. He's a divine beast tamer? Ouyang Shui? This incident actually drew him here? Good heavens! He's one of the mighty masters of our dragon nation. Who would have thought he'd actually appear here? But why would he help the Luo family? If he's backing them, who could possibly stop him? If he truly aids the Luo family, given his character, well, the whole nation knows what he's like. The murmurs naturally reached Ouyang Shui's ears. He paid them no mind whatsoever, instead fixing his gaze on Tao Yuan. Old Tao, what are your thoughts on this? Though spoken softly, the sound strangely reached every beast tamer present with crystal clarity. No way! Tao Yuan waved his hand in outright refusal, his voice cold and sharp. If old ghost Luo dares say that, then there's no room for negotiation. Damn it, even when they're in the wrong, they're so unreasonable. If they were in the right, they'd turn the heavens upside down. His words rang out with force, each syllable carrying weight. Hearing this, Ouyang Shui didn't grow angry. Instead, he maintained his smiling expression. Old Tao, don't misunderstand. I came here merely to mediate. I owe the Luo family a favor, and given the circumstances, I had no choice but to step in personally. At that moment, Luo Xan remained haughty and arrogant. His audacity to confront Tao Yuan had stemmed solely from the pretense of Ouyang Shui's presence. Yet the very next second, Ouyang Shui's words caused his expression to darken considerably. I've reviewed the situation. The entire affair indeed lies with the Luo family. Have the Luo family personally apologize to you. As for those implicated in the incident, their punishment will be determined by the leaders of the other bases. What do you say? It must be said. Ouyang Shui's proposal was amicable for both sides, resolving the issue while preserving everyone's dignity. Senior. Luo Xan was about to protest, but the moment he opened his mouth, Ouyang Shui's icy gaze met his, and Luo Xan shut his mouth tight. Tao Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment. He then turned to look at Jiang Li, seeking her opinion. As his gaze fell upon Jiang Li, everyone present including Ouyang Shui and Luo Xan noticed her. Ouyang Shui raised an eyebrow. For he felt, the old man before him seemed vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. He had forgotten. Moreover, it wasn't just him, even Luo Xan felt a sense of familiarity toward the old man. In contrast, Jiang Li remained calm and composed, nodding to Tao Yuan. Then let us proceed as Senior Ouyang Shui suggested. I do not seek the Luo family's destruction, only to reclaim what is rightfully mine. 027 The dust settles, exile to the outer battlefields. As the words fell, Ouyang Shui instantly realized the weight the old man held in Tao Yuan's heart. Ouyang Shui then offered Jiang Li a polite expression of gratitude. Thank you for your cooperation. Years ago, he owed the Luo family a favor. All these years, he had never known how to repay it. Now, the Luo family faced peril, and Luo Xan had personally requested his assistance. Therefore, he must aid the Luo family. Fortunately, the opposing side hadn't pushed the Luo family too far into peril. This way, he could finally repay the debt in full. As for what the Luo family had done, he had long been dissatisfied. But bound by that debt of gratitude, he couldn't interfere too much. Jiang Li smiled faintly, clasping his hands in a bow. When the time comes, I humbly request the senior to deliver justice. Of course I will. Ouyang Shui's expression was unwavering. He then turned to look at Luo Xan. What do you think? It seemed like a question, but it was actually a threat. Luo Xan, upon hearing this, could not fail to grasp the underlying meaning. He gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Very well, we shall proceed as the elder suggests. Luo Xan then personally bowed in apology to Jiang Li and Jiang Ranran. He summoned his grandson, Luo Tang, and voluntarily handed him over to Tao Yuan for punishment. After completing these actions, he turned and left, cradling the badly injured Luo Yuwa in his arms. But Jiang Li knew full well, this matter was far from over. Given Luo Xan's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against her, perhaps even orchestrating some underhanded scheme. Of course. Luo Xan would never handle it personally. Looks like I need to boost my strength fast. Jiang Li mused silently. He was utterly confident in this endeavor. For he possessed the invincible infant system by his side, coupled with the aid of the ultimate divine eye, making his cultivation progress twice as effective with half the effort. Of course. Provided he had sufficient time. After Luo Xan departed, Luo Tang had been handed over to Tao Yuan. Principal Jinggoping, Director Situ He, and the exchange students led by Mike were all being escorted in the battle vehicle. It could be said. Everyone involved in this matter is in Tao Yuan's hands. Brother Jiang, rest assured. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Tao Yuan bowed respectfully to Jiang Li, making his pledge. Jiang Li nodded in acknowledgement. He was already quite satisfied with the outcome before him. This matter? It caused quite a stir. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Li then took the initiative to depart. The rest was left to Tao Yuan and his men to handle. Tao Yuan then issued a single command, directly ordering the withdrawal of the troops. Clatter! Clatter! Tens of thousands of troops then withdrew in orderly fashion, slowly departing the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. Huff! Phew! Top floor of the Beastmaster Alliance building. The head of the 8 major managers, witnessing the scene before him, couldn't help but breathe a deep sigh of relief, his face breaking into a broad smile. Finally evacuated. The old commander's temper remains as fiery as ever. Thankfully, we didn't provoke him. Indeed, who could disagree? But it's a pity. Had Senior Ouyang Shui not arrived, the Luo family patriarch would have been either dead or gravely injured. What do you think that old man Jiang Li's true status is? To provoke such fury from the old commander? Still, this incident is bound to make national headlines. At that moment, the entire nation learned the details of the incident, and online buzz reached unprecedented levels. The Luo family is outrageously arrogant. They dared call us trash. If they treat their own students like this, imagine how they treat others. Investigate. A thorough investigation is essential. I suspect they have powerful backers. Expose those backers and exile them directly to the front lines. This is infuriating. They're already in the wrong, yet they remain so defiant. If I were a divine guardian, I'd beat them to death. Immortal Vessel Base. The headquarters base of the Dragon Nation. Within this base, every single person was a divine guardian. Their faces darkened as they gathered to discuss the events at the coastal base. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? The leader was Zhu Yu, head of the Celestial Vessel Base. At his words, an obese, one-armed elder rose to his feet, his voice ringing with conviction. What else is there to say? Send the Luo family straight to the extraterrestrial battlefields. Aren't they arrogant? Aren't they brazen? Then let them be arrogant with the alien races. Let them be brazen with the alien races. I agree. The speaker was a bewitchingly alluring young woman, yet her arms bore intricate tattoos. The tattoos resembled runes, exuding an eerie and profound aura. Before long, the dimensional ascension of planets will propel them into dark matter black holes. While this leads to fertile realms, it also invites alien invasions. Since the Luo family has acted thus, let them join the campaign to exterminate the alien race. This way, we can both punish them and provide an account to the vast community of Beastmasters. Her voice was soft, yet utterly commanding. It felt less like a proposal for discussion and more like an order to be followed. Her proposal instantly garnered unanimous approval from all present. I agree. I agree too. And so, without further ado, the official notice of punishment and disciplinary action against the Luo family was issued. Effective immediately, the Luo family must depart for the extraterritorial battlefront. Any refusal to comply will be met with execution without exception. Luo Jia's great-grandson, Mike, along with all other exchange students, shall be expelled from Longwei effective immediately. No exceptions. Principal Jinggoping and Director Sima He of Binhai Base shall accompany the Luo family to the foreign realm. Vacant positions of principal and director will be filled separately. Additionally, the refrigeration system at Binhai Academy must be promptly upgraded and installed. Current students shall receive preferential treatment and compensation for cultivation resources. Jiang Ranran's student status shall be reinstated, along with additional compensation. With this announcement, the matter was finally settled. Nevertheless, online discussions have shifted to another topic, the identity of Jiang Ranran's grandfather Jiang Li. Who exactly is this Jiang Li? That he could be so fiercely protected by the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan, who even referred to him as old buddy during the live broadcast? Don't doubt it. I asked my grandfather about that military merit plaque Jiang Li's grandfather carries. Apparently, only those who've achieved extraordinary military feats can receive one. And that medal? That's the special military merit medal from the Demon King War. I've only heard of one person ever receiving it, but he died in battle long ago. Quickly gather intelligence. Information on Jiang Ranran's grandfather's identity. Each verified tip earns 1,000 magic crystal cores. It could be said, Jiang Ranran has gone viral across the entire internet. Jiang Ranran's grandfather? The entire internet is buzzing, everyone searching for his true identity. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated villa, a young woman watched the recent events unfold. Learning that the Luo family had indiscriminately forced a veteran to carry his military merit plaque in protest, her temper flared instantly. But upon learning the military district had vindicated the veteran and the Luo family was being sent to the frontier battlefield, her expression eased slightly. She felt thoroughly satisfied. Suddenly, in the comments section discussing military medals, the mention of the Demon King's army campaign caught the young woman's attention. She immediately turned her head. Hanging prominently on the central wall of their hall was a Demon King's Army Medal of Honor. Alongside it were numerous other military medals of varying sizes. Upon seeing them, the young girl's face brimmed with pride. For these medals were all earned by her grandfather, testaments to his feats in slaying monstrous beasts. But why does that old man's medal look different from grandfather's? The young girl frowned deeply, murmuring to herself. Thump, thump, thump. Tap, tap, tap. As she pondered silently, light footsteps approached from behind, mingled with a kind, affectionate chuckle. My dear granddaughter, what are you saying? What's different? He turned to look. An elderly man, his face radiant with affection, returned from outside, a fishing rod slung over his shoulder. In his hands, he carried a bag brimming with fresh fish. Quite a haul today. I'll have your grandmother make you some fish soup later. His voice was deep and resonant. Grandpa. The young girl looked up, puzzled. You always talk about how brutal the Demon King's War was, but recently I saw online that another veteran has a Demon King's War medal too. It's different from yours. The old man paid no heed to her remark. Medals for military merit vary, that's normal. Did you see if it was gold or silver? No, it's dark purple. What? 28 years old and over 70? That's the prime age for adventure. What? In an instant, the old man was startled. A special medal? The Demon King's personal medal? As he spoke, the image of the captain wielding his battle blade, severing the Demon King's head in a single stroke, flashed unbidden through the old man's mind. At that moment, the old man's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes welled up completely. The captain? His kindness to me was as deep as a mountain. Yet in a single battle, the captain and the entire squad were wiped out. In his memory, the captain was the only one to have earned the Demon King's special medal. Grandpa. What's wrong? The young woman asked softly. The old man looked up, struggling to contain his inner excitement. Xiaoying, where did you see this purple-black special grade medal? Xiaoying? It was his granddaughter Wang Ying. His surname was Wang, and because his ancestors were all blacksmiths, he was known as Iron. Upon learning of the Demon King's special class medal reappearing, he assumed it was merely the captain's family encountering trouble and bringing it out. Thus, he wished to offer assistance. Yet his very inquiry caused his granddaughter, Wang Ying, to look at him with surprise. Grandpa, haven't you heard about the recent uproar online? I haven't. Wang Tai was completely baffled and shook his head hastily. Wang Ying then patiently explained the situation to her grandfather, even showing him a video of Jiang Li wearing a military medal and holding a plaque honoring his service. Whoosh! The moment Wang Tai saw Jiang Li, he sprang to his feet, eyes wide with shock. Squadron leader? He's still alive? His voice was hoarse, betraying his excitement. See, Captain? Wang Ying was stunned too. Since childhood, she had listened to her grandfather recount tales of the battlefield. In his stories, he often mentioned their captain Jiang Li. He was once a god of war. He had slain demon lords, vanquished terrifying beasts, and ventured into forbidden realms beyond the borders. Their squad, the 12 Zodiac, was named after the Chinese zodiac, with each member bearing a zodiac-inspired moniker. The origin of this lay in their beast companions resembling the 12 zodiac animals. Her grandfather's beast companion was a rare beast, the rock goat, which had since evolved into a divine beast companion, the heaven-splitting blazing flame goat. All this was made possible by the captain's generosity and the opportunities he bestowed upon them. Yet grandfather once mentioned that the captain had perished on the battlefield due to a certain incident. Whenever he mentioned it, grandfather's expression would darken, filled with profound sorrow. Now, however, he heard his grandfather say, the captain? Could it be that Jiang Li is the captain grandfather spoke of? The thought flashed through Wang Ying's mind, a sharp gleam darting across her eyes. She looked at her agitated grandfather with a hint of anticipation. Grandpa, don't calm down. Whatever it is, we can talk it through slowly. Calm down? Wang Tai's breathing grew ragged, his loose skin trembling with agitation, yet his mouth remained stubbornly firm. I am calm. But Wang Ying couldn't help but laugh at her grandfather's words. From head to toe, she saw no sign of calmness in her grandfather. But she could tell. Jiang Li meant a great deal to him. Ever since she could remember, she'd never seen her grandfather so deeply moved or so completely thrown off balance. Enough with the pleasantries. Do you know where the captain lives? Wang Tai asked in a low, solemn voice. Wang Ying shook her head. I don't know. After saying this, she quickly nodded. You should know. What do you mean you don't know, yet you do? Wang Tai asked anxiously. Wang Ying grinned. I don't know, but once it's posted online, we'll find out. Don't forget, netizens are geniuses. Right now, they already know Grandpa Jiang Li is at the coastal base and his granddaughter Jiang Ranran is at Coastal University. With that info, it'll be easy to find out. Hearing this, Wang Tai couldn't wait any longer. He tossed his fishing rod inside and declared, let's go to the coastal base. He turned and headed outside. He couldn't care less whether his granddaughter agreed or not. Disagree? He was going anyway. Grandpa, wait for me. Wang Ying realized this was turning into an increasingly interesting situation and hurried after him. Grandpa, should we tell Grandma about this? No need to tell her specifically. We'll discuss it when we see the captain. If I tell her beforehand, she'll be even more excited than I am. Why? Your grandmother is a die-hard fan of Jiang Li, and she's also a huge admirer of my captain. If she finds out, well, who knows what might happen. Ha? What ha? Let's go. Yes, Grandpa. As the Binhai University incident gained traction online, similar cases began surfacing across the country. Jiang Li? Began to surface in the radar of the retired bigwigs. See, Captain? It has to be the captain. The captain isn't dead. Why? This is definitely the captain. These military medals and plaques can't be faked. Let's go to the Binhai base. We must head there immediately. As time passed, beast masters from across the globe were rushing toward the coastal base. Meanwhile, unaware of all this, Jiang Li had already taken Jiang Ranran home. Thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Ranran expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Li teased her with a smile, you're thanking me? If you're going to thank anyone, thank your Tao Grandpa. At this, Jiang Ranran chuckled softly. She knew full well, without Grandpa's intervention, she would have had to swallow today's humiliation whole. Her awakened beastmaster quota would have been revoked. Fortunately, everything was resolved now. Grandfather, please teach me cultivation. Jiang Ranran suddenly pleaded, her eyes gleaming with determination. After this ordeal, she deeply understood the importance of personal strength. Without strength, what fairness could there be? Moreover, she had learned that her grandfather was also a beast summoning master, making it all the more crucial to seize this opportunity to strengthen herself. But Jiang Li's single sentence left Jiang Ranran stunned. You haven't even awakened your beast-taming ability yet. How can you talk about cultivation? Hearing this, Jiang Ranran felt both amused and exasperated. Right. How could she become a beast master without a beast? Once you awaken your beast, Grandpa will tailor a custom evolution path for your beast companion. Jiang Li spoke with unwavering confidence. This stemmed from his immense confidence in his ultimate divine eye. All right. Jiang Ranran exclaimed crisply. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the village where they lived. The moment they entered the village, they were greeted with a warm welcome from the villagers, who jostled to take photos and greet them. Old Jiang, you've been hiding your true identity all this time. How could you have such a distinguished background without telling us sooner? So cool. That video of you carrying the military merit plaque has gone viral online. When you have time, share your past exploits with us. Old man Jiang, you're my idol now. You actually know the old commander of the military region? Truly a hidden gem. Jiang Li responded to each compliment with a polite replies. But he made no promises. He had no interest in discussing past achievements during the subsequent conversation. Besides, now that the infant invincibility system had been activated, he should use it for cultivation moving forward. Over 70? Now was precisely the age to forge ahead. Huff. After a long while, Jiang Li burst through the crowd and reached his own doorstep, letting out a sigh of relief. This is more exhausting than slaying beasts on the battlefield. But Jiang Ranran chuckled at the remark. Jiang Ranran had intended to tease her grandfather, but her eyes caught three figures standing at their doorstep. One of them was none other than Mu Shi, whom she had met in the Beastmaster Alliance. Sister Mu Shi? Jiang Li also noticed the three people before him. Though puzzled inside, his expression remained calm as he stepped forward. We meet again. Jiang Li took the initiative to greet Mu Shi. Mu Shi stepped forward, clasping her hands in a bow. Greetings, senior. Don't call me senior. I'm hardly one to be called that. Please don't be so modest. Ever since learning Jiang Li was a 6-star beast summoning master, her admiration for him had reached the level of reverence. Senior, allow me to introduce you. This is Senior Jiang Hao, a 4-star summoning master. This is Senior Jiang Hao's granddaughter Nangong Shui. We've come specifically to pay our respects to you. His voice was sincere, his demeanor earnest. Greetings, Senior. Jiang Hao showed no airs, bowing respectfully. HM? 029. When traveling, one defines their own status. Ha! Faced with this scene, Jiang Li froze in astonishment. A 4-star beast summoning master? In the Beastmaster world, that was an exalted status. Not just Principal Binhai, even the 8 Grand Masters of the Beastmaster Alliance would show utmost respect to a 4-star Beastmaster. Yet now, one was bowing to him? This left him utterly perplexed. Though inwardly puzzled, Jiang Li quickly regained his composure in response to the scene before him. Hello, please don't call me senior. That title is far too weighty for me to bear. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, hurriedly chuckled, You're too modest, senior. You're a 6-star, I'm only a 4-star, you're definitely the senior here. His words brimmed with Jiang Li's reverence. Ha? 6-star? Jiang Li murmured inwardly. When did I become a 6-star beast summoning master? He hadn't even obtained his Beastmaster graduation certificate, how could he possibly be a 6-star? Just as he was lost in thought, his gaze fell upon Mu Shi and the 4-star Beastmaster Jiang Hao. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. Could it be that Jiang Hao is the Beastmaster Mu Shi was looking for? And that the evolution roadmap I gave Mu Shi for her beast pet, she showed it to Jiang Hao, leading him to mistakenly believe I'm a Beastmaster? And a 6-star one at that? At this thought, Jiang Li's lips twitched. If that were the case, the misunderstanding would be huge. But then again, this misunderstanding might actually be quite advantageous. I can leverage this identity to ask Jiang Hao about pet evolution materials. Having sorted this out, Jiang Li was now firmly resolved to embrace this identity. Though outwardly, identities were self-assigned. But now, standing at his own doorstep, the identity was even more his own creation. Don't call me senior. I'm 70 now. If you don't mind, you can call me old buddy. Brother. At the flattery from a 6-star beast summoning master, Jiang Hao immediately clasped his fists in a bow, his face breaking into a broad smile. Mu Shi then recounted in full detail how Jiang Hao had turned against the Beastmaster Alliance for Jiang Li, issued a warning to the Alliance, and the entire process of searching for Jiang Li. Learning all this, Jiang Li expressed deep gratitude for what Jiang Hao had done for him. Though there was an element of misunderstanding regarding his identity, Jiang Li recognized that a friend capable of such actions was indeed worth keeping. Everyone, let's not linger at the door. Come inside for a chat. Jiang Li extended an invitation to Jiang Hao. The guest follows the host's lead. Jiang Hao clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and offered a slight smile. Thus, led by Jiang Li, Jiang Hao, Nangong Shui, and Mu Shi entered the courtyard. To the beast tamers within the village, this scene was utterly astonishing. For some had recognized Jiang Hao's identity as a beast summoning grandmaster. Heavens! What kind of status does this Jiang Li hold? Even a 4-star beast summoning master like Jiang Hao would personally pay her a visit. Holy crap, that old man is a 4-star beast summoning master? Are you sure you didn't misidentify him? Of course. I personally saw Senior Jiang Hao's lecture on the Beastmaster official website. I'd stake my head on it. You guys, could Jiang Li also be a beast summoning master? For a 4-star master to come personally, it must be someone even higher than him. The moment this theory surfaced, the village erupted into a frenzy, especially among those who had awakened beast riding abilities but struggled due to lacking any evolution paths or training methods. Now, their gazes fixed on Jiang Li brimmed with anticipation and hope. Were it not for Jiang Hao's presence, they might have begged Jiang Li for help. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Jiang Ranran instantly transformed into a skilled hostess, boiling water and brewing tea while engaging in the usual pleasantries and small talk. Within moments, laughter and cheerful chatter filled the courtyard. Beyond that, Jiang Ranran took it upon herself to handle the cooking. Nangong Shui offered to help, but Jiang Ranran politely declined. Thus, Nangong Shui and Mu Shi sat at the tea table, listening like well-behaved girls to the conversation between grandfather Jiang Hao and Jiang Li. Yet as the conversation unfolded, her expression grew increasingly solemn and captivated. The gaze she cast toward Jiang Li now held a sharp gleam and profound admiration. Is this the power of a 6-star beast summoning master? Just as she pondered this silently, grandfather Jiang Hao's laughter reached her ears. Xiao Shui, why are you still standing there? Quickly summon your beast companion. Let your grandfather Jiang Li see it, this is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The voice was aged yet full of vigor. Jiang Hao's face was lit up with a radiant smile, a flicker of excitement dancing in his cloudy eyes. 4 stars? 6 stars? On the surface, it seemed like a mere 2-star difference in power, but in reality, it was an abyssic chasm as vast as the heavens. He understood clearly, even if he devoted his entire life to breaking through to a 5-star summoning master, it would be nothing short of a miracle. As the words fell, Nangong Shui grasped her grandfather's deeper meaning and promptly rose to her feet, bowing respectfully to Jiang Li. Then, with a flick of her thoughts, she summoned her beast companion. Moo! In an instant, a crimson bull appeared in the courtyard. Though only the size of an adult human, its horns curved upward, piercing the sky. The beast was currently pawing at the ground, emitting a low, humming sound. The Crimson Flame Ox. Jiang Li recognized the beast pet at a glance. Yet under his scrutiny, this Crimson Flame Ox had already surpassed the legendary tier, with one foot firmly planted on the threshold of ascending to a transcendent beast companion. In his view, breaking through to the transcendent tier was merely a matter of time. No wonder everyone wants to connect with the summoning sex grandmasters. With just a little guidance, beast pets can gain benefits and evolve. That way, their starting point is already higher than others. Legendary tier beast pets? Though they differ by 1 tier from transcendent tier beast pets, in terms of combat power, even 10 legendary tier beast pets couldn't stand a chance against a transcendent tier beast pet. The mere ability of transcendent tier pets to conjure beast soldiers is enough to overwhelm legendary tier pets, let alone their comprehensive power enhancements. Please enlighten me, senior. Nangong Shui bowed respectfully. Jiang Li responded with a calm smile. I wouldn't dare claim to offer guidance. I'm merely helping you assess the situation and offering a few suggestions. Beyond that, I'm afraid I can do little else. And he spoke the truth. He was no beast summoning master, he could only use his ultimate divine eye to discern the optimal evolution paths for beast companions. To Jiang Hao, such words were undoubtedly Jiang Li's humble way of speaking. Senior, even a few pointers from you would be a lifelong benefit for us. His voice rang out with conviction, each word carrying weight. Based on the evolution path Jiang Li had provided for Mushi's beast pet, in his view, though it had only advanced to the supernatural body stage, he could discern, with just a little cultivation, its potential was that of a divine beast-level beast pet. Immortal beast? That was one of the hallmarks of becoming a sacred guardian. A sacred guardian? On the extraterritorial battlefields, they were the very backbone of the forces. Within the military, it's the equivalent of attaining the rank of Major General. Of course, this requires sufficient military merit and distinguished service. Within the Beastmaster Alliance, a sacred Beastmaster could at least attain the rank of Revered Elder. And all this a mere word of guidance from Jiang Li was enough to elevate an ordinary Beastmaster across ranks. Hearing such praise, Jiang Li felt a bit embarrassed. Just how much weight did he carry? He knew his own limitations. Stop flattering me, haha. It's hardly guidance, just a friendly chat. As he spoke, Jiang Li's gaze fell upon Nangong Shui's Crimson Flame Ox. Immediately, the 3 paths of the Crimson Flame Ox appeared before his eyes. 030 Grand Design Divine Beast, Sun God Bull. Beyond the evolution path, detailed attributes of the Crimson Flame Ox were displayed. Pet, Crimson Flame Ox. Tier, Pseudo-Superior. Attribute, Fire. Evolution path, first path, ascend to immortal beast form Scorching Heaven Flame Ox, primary material, Molten Heart Core auxiliary materials, 3 Earth Vein Fire Crystals common auxiliary materials, 10 caddies of Blazing Sun Essence Gold, 5 Volcanic Flame Souls, 7 Leaf Fire Lotus. Difficulty, 1 star. Path 2, advance to Divine Beast Form Infernal Demon Ox, primary material, 1 Netherfire Seed Core auxiliary material, 1 Shadow Demon Core common auxiliary materials, 15 pounds of Abyssal Black Iron, 1 Soul Eroding Demon Flame Grass, 9 tails of 9 Nether Soulstone Powder. Difficulty, 3 stars. Third, ascend to Divine Beast Form Solar God Bull, primary material, 1 Sun Essence Gold Core auxiliary materials, 1 Golden Crow Fire Feather, 3 drops of Stellar Fire Marrow common auxiliary materials, 10 caddies of Celestial Eternal Meteor Flame Crystal, 15 Blazing Sun Fusong Flowers, 5 Pure Light Element Crystals. Difficulty, 4 stars. Ha! Divine Beast Form? Upon seeing this evolution path, Jiang Li felt a flicker of astonishment. Damn, this confirms my suspicions. Since the ultimate Divine Eye's awakening, including this instance, he had only examined it 3 times. The first time was for his Flying Fire Python. Since the Flying Fire Serpent had broken through to the supernatural body at a critical moment, the evolutionary path he had examined for it was that of the immortal beast body. But Mushi's beast companion was of legendary rank. Therefore, when examining her beast pet's evolution path, it showed advancement to the supernatural body tier. This led Jiang Li to speculate that the ultimate divine eye could only view evolution paths within 1 tier of difference, incapable of crossing tiers. Jiang Li remained completely unfazed by this limitation. This is merely the initial form of the ultimate divine eye. Once it evolves into other forms, it will surely break through this limitation. Thinking of this, Jiang Li felt filled with anticipation for the ultimate divine eye's future forms. As Jiang Li pondered this privately, Jiang Hao and Nangong Shui present both wore expressions brimming with anticipation. Especially Jiang Hao, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Nangong Shui? She was his granddaughter. She was also the next generation beast summoning master he was cultivating. With his own abilities, he could certainly design a specialized evolution path for his granddaughter. But he knew there were inherent limitations. Now that he had encountered Jiang Li, a 6-star beast summoning master superior to himself, he naturally had to cherish this opportunity. Moreover, he could use this chance to learn more, perhaps even breaking through to become a 5-star beast summoning master. Suddenly, Jiang Li stood up. "Hold on, I'll fetch a pen." Hearing this, Jiang Hao grinned. Alright, no rush." Nangong Xue's face lit up instantly upon hearing this. She knew full well, the evolution path for the beast pet had already been finalized by the elders. So, under her watchful gaze, Jiang Li fetched pen and paper. Before their eyes, he wielded his brush with fluid strokes, directly writing out the evolution path for the Crimson Flameox. When the 3 characters Divine Beast Body were written, Jiang Hao, Nangong Xue, and Mushi all sucked in a sharp breath, their eyes widening as if they were in a dream. Divine Beast Body? This senior. This is far too precious. Jiang Hao, a 4-star summoning master, could no longer maintain his composure. He had thought receiving Jiang Li's guidance and merely learning the evolution path for a pet with an extraordinary physique would be enough. Yet, the other party had directly presented the divine beast physique. Especially upon seeing the sun god bull, his entire body trembled slightly with excitement. As a summoning master, he instantly recognized that cultivating the solar deity ox to its full potential could elevate it to a level rivaling that of a divine beast. Divine beast? That was a level that could rival divine guardians. Divine guardian? Reaching that realm was a rare and unattainable feat. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li had directly outlined such a pet evolution path. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. Jiang Li set down his brush and handed the paper detailing the beast pet's evolution path directly to Nangong Xue. "You can cultivate your Crimson Flame Ox according to this evolution path," she said. "Of course, it depends on your own circumstances." He glanced at Jiang Hao and offered a faint smile. "But given your circumstances and your grandfather's spirit, you'll surely understand, he'll definitely choose the latter." Summoning Beast Master? The one thing they never lacked was resources. A single word from him, and countless beast tamers would scramble to offer their services. All because of him. All for the chance to receive guidance from a beast summoning master. The more advanced the beast master, the rarer they became, fiercely contested and revered by all factions. At these words, Jiang Hao grinned. "Thank you for your kind words, senior. I do indeed have such aspirations. Xiao Xue, hurry and express your gratitude to senior." Without a word, Nangong Xue knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. Divine beast physique? The sun god bull? She was utterly stunned by Jiang Li's generosity. She was filled with overwhelming gratitude toward Jiang Li. Nangong Xue's sudden gesture startled Jiang Li, who hurried forward to help her up. "Please, no, this is far too generous. That sun god bull evolution path was nothing more than a simple task for me." These words? That's true. Just a quick glance. The ultimate divine eye naturally provides the optimal path for evolution. Precisely because of this, Jiang Li didn't feel he had exerted much effort. Yet it was precisely this statement that made Jiang Hao realize the gap between himself and Jiang Li. If he were to devise a pet evolution path, it would take him at least several days of research. Even with such extensive time invested, he could only achieve a 2-star level. For Jiang Li, however, it was merely a glance. This thought sparked a bold realization in Jiang Hao. Could it be that the senior isn't just a 6-star, but even more terrifying than that? Perhaps even an 8th level? And now he's merely concealing his true strength? Bang! Bang! The thought sent Jiang Hao's heart pounding. He made a silent resolution: he must cling to Jiang Li, this towering pillar of strength. If I could receive even a shred of guidance from them, my future cultivation path would surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Senior's kindness, Xue will forever hold it close to my heart. Nangong Xue's expression was resolute as she made her pledge to Jiang Li with unwavering conviction. Should Xiao Xue be of any use in the future, a single word from you, senior, will suffice. Hearing this, Jiang Li smiled and nodded. Very well. No problem. In that moment, he truly grasped the true depth of a beast summoning master's power. He secretly rejoiced at obtaining the ultimate divine eye, filled with boundless anticipation for its future forms and abilities. But how does one evolve the divine eye? He had pondered this question for a long time, yet still had no clue. Does it require me to grow on my own? Jiang Li could only let time prove the answer. Senior! Jiang Hao suddenly called out softly. HM? Jiang Li looked up at Jiang Hao, asking in surprise, what is it? It's just. Jiang Hao immediately adopted a hesitant expression, as if he wanted to speak but couldn't bring himself to do so. Just say what's on your mind. Jiang Li said with a smile. Now in his 70s, he had long since come to terms with the events of his life. Thus, he preferred straightforwardness in all matters. So, what is it that you need from me, senior? How might I be of assistance? Jiang Hao pondered for a long moment before asking softly. 031 The heads of the 2 major merchant guilds, are they really this direct? Ha, Jiang Li's mind was thrown into disarray upon hearing this. So direct? He had helped the other party without ever expecting repayment. It was simply a matter of convenience. Moreover, this act had enabled the other party to challenge Zhang Belizi, the sub-leader of the Beastmaster Alliance. That alone was enough to convince him to help the other party investigate the evolution path of their beast pet. Little did he know, his unusual expression caught Jiang Hao's eye, who mistakenly interpreted it as contempt. This prompted Jiang Hao to hastily clarify. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. What I meant was simply to express my gratitude. This cultivation path for the Sun God Bull is truly invaluable. I'm so overwhelmed I don't know how to respond." His words brimmed with urgency, fearful that Jiang Li might misunderstand. Jiang Li understood his concern. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Li smiled faintly. "Since you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. I do indeed need some materials. Please tell me what you need, senior. I'll do my utmost to find them for you." Jiang Hao pledged solemnly. He knew full well that by helping the senior locate these materials, he would effectively be pledging his allegiance to the senior. Such an arrangement would bring him nothing but benefits. That was precisely why his voice rang out with such conviction and force. Jiang Li wasted no time, immediately listing all the evolution materials he required to Jiang Hao. 3rd-tier star cores, 3-star yang stones, black hole star ore, stellar fruits imbued with stellar power. Upon hearing these materials, Jiang Hao's forehead was covered in black lines as his mind instantly shattered. 3rd-tier star cores? That was equivalent to the starry sky of a blue planet. Obtaining one had only two possibilities: either locate an abandoned planet and excavate it. Given current technological capabilities, such an endeavor would consume 3 to 5 years. Time could be spared, but the crux was that abandoned planets weren't something they could simply lay claim to. You'd either have to pay a hefty price to purchase one, or risk having it seized by a coalition of major military districts. The second method involves searching for extraterrestrial planetary core meteorites, which offer a high probability of success. However, both methods present immense challenges and difficulties. Beyond that, the star fruit, a source of stellar power, was something he'd never even heard of. What does the senior need a star core for? Could it be also for cultivating beast pets? Jiang Hao pondered silently. The thought surfaced, sending a chill down his spine. In his view, a beast pet cultivated using a star core would undoubtedly possess immense potential. Moreover, the fact that a 6-star or even higher summoning master would personally cultivate them was beyond his comprehension. But faced with the elder's request, he steeled himself to respond, unwilling to lose face. "I have taken careful note of all these items, senior. Please allow me some time to secure them for you." Jiang Li had long since noticed the subtle shift in Jiang Hao's expression and understood the immense difficulty of cultivating a star-devouring ancestral dragon. Jiang Li responded with a calm smile. "No need to rush. Do your best." "Understood." Jiang Hao bowed respectfully, his resolve unwavering. "Please rest assured, senior." In that moment, he silently resolved that even if it meant selling everything he owned and exhausting every connection, he would find these rare treasures for the elder. "Very well. I'll await your good news." Jiang Li laughed heartily. This way, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Thump, thump, thump. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they spoke, a rhythmic knocking suddenly echoed from the door. Before anyone could react, a booming laugh echoed from the courtyard. "Brother Jiang, home? Brother Jiang?" Jiang Hao froze. Was that me? But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of anyone who would address him that way. Of course. That was merely a fleeting thought. His gaze immediately shifted to Jiang Li. If it wasn't him, then it must be a guest for the senior. Sure enough. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Li's expression grew even more vivid. Jiang Li slowly rose to his feet and looked up toward the entrance. What met his eyes was the familiar figure of his comrade in arms, Tao Yuan, standing outside the door. Beside Tao Yuan stood a young boy, his grandson Tao Kong, and a robust middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to Tao Yuan. Tao Longyan? Jiang Li didn't need to think. He immediately recognized the man as Tao Yuan's son Tao Longyan. Beyond that, two familiar faces were present. One was a frail, haggard old woman with a head of speckled gray hair, giving the impression she could be blown over by the wind at any moment. The other was a burly old man, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with thick, white-tinged hair on his right arm. Standing there casually, he resembled a white ape. Ice Phoenix? Exploding ape? Jiang Li recognized them instantly. These two beast masters before him were comrades who had once fought alongside him. He immediately rose and pushed open the door to greet them personally. The moment Jiang Li appeared, Ice Phoenix, now well over 60, felt moisture welling in his eyes. His body trembled slightly. His mouth opened, then snapped shut, his expression one of hesitation and unspoken words. In the end, all the words he wanted to say boiled down to two. "Captain." Bao Yuan was even more straightforward and blunt. "Captain, I've missed you." His booming voice echoed throughout the village. But Nangong Xuan Mushi, who had followed Jiang Li out, shuddered at the words. but they immediately burst into laughter. That line? Why did it sound so off? Was it because they missed each other so much, or because they wished the other dead? As they giggled quietly to themselves, Jiang Hao, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, eyes wide. His throat rolled as he made a gulp-gulp sound, swallowing his saliva. The Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild? Ice Grandma? The head of the Exploding Ape Dragon Guild? Yuan Qingtian? They? Jiang Li is actually their captain? Holy moly! Holy cow! Jiang Hao was utterly stunned. Dragon Phoenix Guild? This was one of the top 10 guilds within the Dragon Nation. Terrifyingly, Ice Grandma was a 7-star summoning master. When it came to connections, who could rival a 7-star beast summoning master? A single word from her could summon countless sacred masters to lay down their lives. And he's merely a minor retainer under the Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild. Outside the guild? He is the unparalleled beast summoning master among beast masters, yet within the Dragon Phoenix Guild, he is merely a lowly minor figure. In his memory, the Ice Grandmother had vanished without a trace, unseen by anyone for nearly a decade. Yet here she was, appearing in this very place. Judging by the Ice Grandmother's demeanor, Jiang Li must be someone very important to her. As for the Exploding Ape Dragon Guild? In terms of strength, it was no weaker than the Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild. However, the Exploding Ape Dragon Merchants primarily focused on connecting with the outside world, with business interests spanning major secret realms. Its leader, Yuan Qingtian, is notoriously reclusive and volatile. Of course. His power is formidable beyond compare. His combat prowess has already reached the level of a divine guardian. Rumor has it he's reached the 3-star rank. Both major guilds rose from humble beginnings, their legends circulating throughout the outside world. What he never could have imagined was that Jiang Li would have such close ties to them. The Luo family? They've really hit a brick wall. Jiang Hao mused inwardly, feeling a sense of sorrow for the Luo family's actions. They'd intended to pick on an easy target, but instead, they'd drawn the military district's old commander into the fray. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the Luo family wasn't dealt with promptly. With the 2 chamber presidents involved, the Luo family would face the risk of being wiped out. Just as he marveled at this, the next scene made his breath catch. Ice Grandma and Yuan Qingtian stepped forward, kneeling on one knee as they formed hand seals. Team member Bing Feng greets the captain. Captain Yuan Qingtian greets the captain. 032 This is their foundation? Thank goodness for that decision back then. Jiang Hao was now frozen in place. The fact that the heads of 2 major merchant guilds would honor Jiang Li with such a grand reception was proof enough of the importance he held in their eyes. Jiang Li? What exactly was his status? What was his background? What trials had he endured? A cascade of questions surged through his mind at that moment. But given the current situation, no one could provide him with answers. He could only watch and wait for events to unfold. Seeing this, Jiang Li hurried forward. What are you 2 doing? Are you just trying to scare me? Or are you angry with me? As she spoke, Jiang Li immediately helped them to their feet. But Bing Feng and Yuan Qingtian, as if they had planned it, remained kneeling on the ground. Yuan Qingtian was already a divine beast tamer. Even if Jiang Li, merely a heaven-tier beast tamer, used every trick in her arsenal, it would be futile. Even a saint-tier beast tamer would be powerless. As for Bing Feng, though not yet at the divine beast master level, her strength was already that of an 8-star sacred beast master. At that moment, she was as immovable as a boulder. No matter how hard Jiang Li strained, he couldn't budge her an inch. Captain, please tell us why you refused to meet us. Since you did not perish in that battle, you should have informed us. Bing Feng and Yuan Qingtian spoke in unison, their words ringing out with conviction. It was obvious. They had planned this together. Sigh. Jiang Li sighed deeply at the sight. That battle? It was fraught with uncertainties. To be precise. In that battle, their complete annihilation would have been the best outcome. If certain people were to learn that anyone had survived that battle, it would unleash an earthquake-like upheaval. That's precisely why he's lived in obscurity for decades. Had it not been for the incident involving his granddaughter, he would never have revealed his identity. Now, faced with the questioning of comrades who had shared life and death experiences, Jiang Li still chose not to answer, prioritizing their safety. Since I won't tell you, I have my reasons. Don't push me. Don't you know my temperament by now? Jiang Li said earnestly. That's right. You should get up now. At that moment, the old commander who had brought them here, Tao Yuan, hurriedly chimed in. At this remark, Jiang Li laughed and scolded, Old Tao, you 2 aren't playing good cop, bad cop? This whole thing was your idea, wasn't it? Faced with the accusation, Tao Yuan chuckled. No rebuttal? That was tacit admission. Ice Phoenix and Ape Sky exchanged a glance before slowly rising to their feet, flashing bright smiles at Jiang Li. We thought we could coax something out of you, Captain, but it seems you saw right through us. Truly worthy of being our captain. After all these years, you still know us so well. At their praise, Jiang Li pointed at them and couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. You too. I really don't know what to say. Hearing this, Bing Feng and Yuan Qingtian laughed heartily. Since the captain doesn't know, let's not dwell on it. Captain, we've already found it. You can't just leave us standing here, can you? At that moment, where was the dignity of the two great merchant guilds? Before Jiang Li, they acted like children throwing a tantrum, refusing to budge until they were let in. This scene made Jiang Hao inwardly gasp. He knew full well, these two figures before him were titans in the Beastmaster world, powerful enough to make the ground tremble with a single stomp. Yet before Jiang Li, they shed all pretense, revealing only the depth of their genuine bond. Jiang Li, however, couldn't help but chuckle. When he had carried the military merit plaque to the military district, he had already anticipated this scene. But he never imagined it would come so swiftly. Let's go inside and talk. All right. Bing Feng and Yuan Qingtian grinned, striding toward the house. As they walked, they surveyed the captain's living quarters, their eyes filled with reluctance and sighs. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hurried forward and bowed deeply. Third-rank devotee of the Phoenix Pavilion, Jiang Hao greets the chairman. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Mushi and Nangong Shui, who had been watching the old woman and man before them, had assumed they were Jiang Li's neighbors. But never in their wildest dreams did they imagine it would be the Chamber of Commerce president, a figure worthy of a personal greeting from a 4-star summoning master. Holy crap! Nangong Shui covered her mouth, her face frozen in shock. What on earth is Grandpa John's status? How could he possibly draw so many high-ranking figures to attend in person? Ever since she began traveling with her grandfather, they'd always received various forms of hospitality. It could be said that the treatment was always top-notch. But since arriving at Jiang Li's home, first the retired military commander, then 2 Chamber of Commerce presidents. Now, as she looked at Jiang Li, a sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. Mu Shi, however, was stunned into silence. Today? She was truly seeing things now. Meanwhile, Bing Feng heard the words, lifted her gaze to Jiang Hao, and nodded with a smile. Jiang Hao? I remember you. What brings you here? Hearing the first part of the question, Jiang Hao was flattered beyond measure. Being remembered by the guild leader clearly signaled that he held potential worth nurturing within the guild. Just as he was about to answer the follow-up question truthfully, Jiang Li cut him off. Oh? You two actually know each other? Come, let me reintroduce you. This is my good friend Jiang Hao. Jiang Li smiled at Bing Feng and gave Jiang Hao a slight nod. Hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a surge of excitement well up inside him. He knew deep down Jiang Li's words would transform his standing within the Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild. From this day forward, he would earn the chairman's esteem. Sure enough. After Jiang Li spoke, Bing Feng nodded with satisfaction. Well said. She then strode into the house. As Yuan Qingtian passed by Jiang Hao, he gave him a firm slap on the shoulder. You're friends with my captain, so you're friends with this old ape. If you ever need anything, come find me at the guild. His voice boomed like thunder, rough and powerful. Jiang Hao nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Guildmaster Yuan. Yuan Qingtian then turned and walked back into the room. Then came the retired military commander Tao Yuan along with Lieutenant General Tao Longan and Major General Tao Kong. Tao Longan bowed respectfully to Jiang Li and called out, Greetings, Uncle Jiang. Do you remember me? Jiang Li patted Tao Longan on the shoulder. Of course I remember. You were the most mischievous one back then. Never imagined you'd grow up so fast. His gaze then fell upon Tao Kong. This must be your son. Hello, Grandpa Tao. Tao Kong said sincerely. He had heard stories about Grandpa Jiang Li's exploits since he was a child. And he could guarantee it. Anyone who dared disrespect Grandpa Jiang would get a beating not just from his grandfather, but his own father would hang him up and whip him too. Good. Good. Jiang Li gazed at the scene before him, an inexplicable emotion welling up in his heart, his face breaking into a broad smile. Quick, quick, come inside. Let's talk in the house. I'll give you a welcome gift later. All right. Tao Kong readily agreed. Tao Longan chuckled. Then thank you, Uncle Jiang. We won't stand on ceremony. As for the welcome gift, anything given by Jiang Li far exceeded its intrinsic value. Tao Longan then led Tao Kong inside. Tao Yuan, however, lingered at the doorway, glancing back toward the courtyard from time to time. What? Not coming in? Still waiting for me to invite you? Jiang Li teased. Tao Yuan smiled in response. Don't rush. A few old friends should be arriving soon. Who? Jiang Li's expression turned solemn as he murmured in surprise. 033 Grand Welcome Gift Stellar Tracker. Who? Jiang Li asked. Truthfully, he didn't want more people to know he was still alive. Such knowledge would pose the deadliest danger to his friends and comrades. HM? Tao Yuan, upon hearing this, instantly detected the subtle shift in Jiang Li's expression, causing his own expression to grow grave. As for who exactly it was? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, his expression turned stern as he asked in a low voice. What exactly is going on? You seem determined to hide the fact that you're still alive. Could it be that there are hidden truths behind that battle? At this mention, Tao Yuan's eyes flashed crimson, his spiritual energy surging like a lion on the verge of roaring. He understood Jiang Li's character all too well. He had assumed she merely wished to retire, but the series of events and her words now hinted at something amiss. Facing the interrogation, Jiang Li gave a bitter smile. You're overthinking it. Nothing's going on. Come inside. With that, he tugged Tao Yuan inside. You still haven't told me who exactly is coming? Tao Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and answered truthfully. Don't ask. You'll find out soon enough. Then he strode into the house. At the same time, inside the house, as the president of the Dragon Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, Bing Feng sat on the sofa while beside her sat Yuan Qingtian, president of the Exploding Ape Dragon Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, they hardly seemed like strangers. Sitting on the sofa, they nibbled on fruit from the coffee table while surveying the room's furnishings. Sis Bing, you won't believe it, being a captain's life is pretty sweet. Carefree, no responsibilities, pretty damn awesome. Yuan Qingtian bellowed, his voice booming as he couldn't help but grin. In contrast, Bing Feng sighed deeply. Use your brain. In this perilous Beastmaster era, do you really think a captain who's merely a heaven-grade Beastmaster could possibly live well? Her gaze fixed on Jiang Li bustling about the room, Bing Feng declared with certainty, the hardships the captain endured we could never know them, nor have we experienced them. Moreover, the captain survived that battle yet refuses to reveal his identity. There must be some secret behind that. Her voice abruptly halted at this point. Then, her eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. Or perhaps, something happened during that battle. In that instant, a bold thought surfaced in her mind. But the notion was too shocking to contemplate further. Yuan Qingtian, upon hearing this, glared with eyes as white as copper gongs. You mean, someone dared to bully the captain? Who? I'll crush them to pieces. His voice was rough and thick with murderous intent. In his heart, Jiang Li was the sky itself. When the Exploding Ape Dragon Guild was founded, the dragon in its name was chosen to honor the captain. He had believed the captain perished in that battle, yet, the captain was still alive. Upon learning the truth, he rushed here immediately. He personally issued orders to sever all business dealings with the Luo family and to prioritize support for the Luo family members deployed to the outer domain battlefields. After all, their Exploding Ape Dragon Trading Company held considerable influence in the overseas battlefields. Snap! Snap! As they spoke, Jiang Li stepped between them, patting each on the shoulder. Stop overthinking things. You're here with me. I'll make sure you're well fed and well taken care of. Once you've eaten and drunk your fill, get back to what you were doing. His voice was soft, yet it carried an unquestionable command. Despite Yuan Qingtian, a divine guardian, and Bing Feng, an 8-star sacred guardian, holding positions of extraordinary prestige in the outside world, neither dared to contradict Jiang Li. Captain, I haven't eaten yet. How can you rush me to leave? Yuan Qingtian asked pitifully. Exactly. After we've eaten our fill, we still need to walk it off, Bing Feng chimed in, adding. After our walk, we'll stroll around the village where you live, Captain. Surely you can't just kick us out? Obviously. They were playing hardball. They had no intention of leaving. But they dared not defy the captain's orders, so they resorted to throwing tantrums and acting like spoiled brats. If any Beastmaster witnessed this scene, they would be utterly shocked. The heads of 2 major guilds? A divine beast tamer? An 8-star sacred beast tamer? Engaging in such behavior. Jiang Li could only sigh helplessly. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Some things are hard to explain. I know that. Yuan Qingtian tilted his head back and muttered, if it's hard to explain, then don't explain it. I won't ask. I'm just going to eat. Right. Bing Feng kept smiling. This left Jiang Li both amused and exasperated. Thump, thump, thump. Tap, tap, tap. While they were talking, Zhang Ranran, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly heard the commotion in the living room and realized guests had arrived. She stepped out of the kitchen to investigate. But the scene that met her eyes in the living room left her utterly stunned. Grandpa, who are they? Before her eyes stood not only Grandpa Tao, the retired military commander, but also a lieutenant general and a major general. Additionally, there was an elderly woman and an elderly man. But what truly stunned her was that Senior Jiang Hao, the 4-star beast summoning master, stood respectfully behind the 2 men, as if he were their attendant. Though she didn't know who these 2 were, the fact that they could command such deference from Senior Jiang Hao spoke volumes about their extraordinary status. Unsure how to greet them, she turned to Grandpa Jiang Li for help. Let me introduce you. This is Tao Long and call him Uncle Tao. And this is Tao King, just call him brother. These 2 are my old comrades in arms, Ice Phoenix and Monkey Skylifter. You should address them as Grandma Ice and Grandpa Monkey. Zhang Ranran flashed a sweet smile and gracefully followed her grandfather's instructions, addressing the guests whose status was clearly extraordinary. Hello, Uncle Tao. Hello, Ice Grandma. Hello, Grandpa Yuan. Ah. Good child. Tao Longen, a military man, exuded an inexplicable air of authority. Yet upon hearing Jiang Ranran's greeting, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He flipped his wrist. A single object appeared in his palm. It was no ordinary item. It was a silver-colored, diamond-shaped metal plate. Amazingly, starlight glimmered along its edges, and intricate, profound patterns were etched upon it, faintly forming the shape of a miniature star chart. As a token of our first meeting, I present you with this stellar tracker. Jiang Ranran did not immediately take it. Instead, she looked up at her grandfather, Jiang Li. Though she knew this was no ordinary object, she would refuse it if her grandfather shook his head. She trusted her grandfather's judgment implicitly. Before Jiang Li could finish speaking, Bing Feng, standing beside him, snatched the star tracker and shoved it into Jiang Ranran's hands. Don't look to your grandfather. Just take it. Exactly. Tao Longan nodded, laughing heartily. This is a gift from an elder to you. Your grandfather has no right to interfere. He then proceeded to explain the origin and effects of the stellar trajectory shuttle. This is a fragment of an ancient artifact discovered deep within the 7th battle zone of the Starry Sky Ancient Path, in a section known as the Shattered Star Corridor. Though it functions as a complete weapon, it contains a trace of spatial Stargate energy. Worn close to the body, it can grant you short-range teleportation in critical moments. Think of it as a protective talisman. Whoa! Upon learning its function and origin, Zhang Hao's eyes widened in shock as he sucked in a deep breath. For he knew the value of a star shuttle track. 034 star shattering Fong, perfect for brawling and slashing. Worth millions in magic crystals. In that instant, a string of zeros flashed through Zhang Hao's mind. His breath caught and shock spread across his face. Magic crystals? The universal currency of the Beastmaster world. Simply put, they were crafted from beast cores mixed with special materials. A single magic crystal coin? Enough for a Beastmaster to accomplish many things. Like cultivation, purchasing common materials on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, and so on. Slaying a tier 1 magical beast yields roughly 1 magic crystal coin. In ordinary times, selling a cultivation and evolution roadmap for an extraordinary beast pet would fetch only 10,000 magic crystals. But now, the stellar shuttle trajectory worth 10 million? Just like that, it's a gift. What a grand gesture. And it's the kind that's priceless. The stellar shuttle orbit is a life-saving divine artifact. Yet faced with such a treasure, Jiang Ranran kept her gaze fixed on Jiang Li. Without her grandfather's approval, she dared not accept it. Captain. Bing Feng raised her head and whispered, don't stay silent. Say something quickly, this is making the child too scared to accept it. Though tinged with reproach, the depth of Bing Feng's affection for Jiang Li shone through every word. Exactly. Captain. Yuan Qingtian nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Jiang Li nodded. Alright, I'll take it. With that assurance, Jiang Ranran finally dared to accept it. Jiang Ranran couldn't put down the stellar shuttle track, even though it was her first time handling it. But just from the names Ancient Star Path, 7th Warzone, and Shattered Star Corridor, she knew its origins were astonishing. This was no ordinary treasure. She immediately responded with respectful gratitude, thank you, Uncle Tao. We're family, no need for such formalities, Tao Lanzhen replied with a hearty laugh. Once you graduate from the Beastmaster Awakening program, what are your plans? Any interest in attending military academy? Military academy? Jiang Ranran's heart skipped a beat at the suggestion. Military academy? You'd enjoy exceptional benefits. It's several times, even 100 times better than ordinary Beastmaster universities. Especially during enrollment, the Beastmaster Military Academy even provides stipends to help cover household expenses. Simply put, as long as your talent is high enough, you won't have to worry about any cultivation resources. However, the requirements for admission are correspondingly high. In her memory, one requirement was awakening a legendary tier beast companion. Seemingly simple. Yet in reality, it was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Across the entire coastal base, only the most exceptionally gifted beast tamers could directly awaken a legendary tier beast pet. Beyond that, there were various other conditions to meet. Faced with Uncle Tao's inquiry, Jiang Ranran blurted out immediately. I want to. This was an opportunity. An opportunity to change her fate. Especially after enduring the exchange students' bullying and the Luo family incident, she had come to deeply realize the importance of strength. She understood clearly that if not for her grandfather, this incident would have destroyed their entire family. Grow stronger. She must become stronger. Jiang Li had been watching Jiang Ranran's fleeting expressions all along. Precisely because of this, he did not dissuade Jiang Ranran from her decision. In this current era of beast tamers, entering the academy was the best choice. Of course. The prerequisite was meeting the requirements. In the past, he might have felt some trepidation, but since activating the baby invincibility system and the ultimate divine eye, he had complete confidence in his granddaughter. Good. Upon hearing Jiang Ranran's response, Tao Lanzhen let out a hearty laugh. Then I'll be waiting for your outstanding results in the beast-taming awakening. Truthfully, regardless of whether Jiang Ranran qualified, he had a way to get her in. Within the military district, there existed a special channel, exchanging personal military merits for a spot. This was the primary reason many beast masters were willing to venture to the frontier battlefields, risking their lives to slay alien races and demonic beasts. Slaying alien races earned merit points, which could then be used to secure admission for their descendants into the military academy. Unaware of this, Jiang Ranran nodded firmly with unwavering resolve. Please rest assured, Uncle Tao. I will do it. Her voice rang out, firm and resolute. Ran. At that moment, Ding Feng smiled faintly. Her cloudy eyes held a trace of amusement. Grandma will give you a welcome gift too. As the words fell, she slowly extended her withered yet remarkably steady hand. In her palm rested a fruit the size of a fist, its entire surface a dreamlike iridescent glass color. The surface was not smooth, but covered in a layer of fine, dragon scale-like patterns. Beyond that, swirling star patterns constantly shifted within the fruit, as if a nebula were rotating counterclockwise. How beautiful! Jiang Ranran exclaimed in awe the moment she saw it. As the fruit was revealed, a refreshingly sweet fragrance filled the entire room. It smells so good too. This is the Void Nebula fruit. Ding Feng's voice was gentle, accompanied by a serene smile. This fruit will greatly benefit your physical tempering and innate talents. After consuming it, your path to awakening will unfold naturally. A simple, straightforward introduction. But to Jiang Hao, it felt like a bombshell. Void Nebula fruit? As a revered elder of the Dragon Phoenix Guild, he knew well the preciousness and origins of this item. Back then, the battle for this fruit had mobilized dozens of sacred masters from the guild, who had joined forces to seize it from the alliances of various nations. Its value? Incalculable. For after its acquisition, the Void Nebula fruit vanished from existence. Some believed it had been consumed, while others thought it was kept in a treasured collection. But who could have imagined it would now be given to an unawakened beast tamer, a mere high school student? Holy crap! Jiang Hao was stunned. What exactly is the relationship between Senior Jiang and the president? The president just casually gave it away. He understood perfectly. This gift, seemingly for Jiang Ranran, was actually meant for Jiang Li. Just as he marveled inwardly, the booming laughter of Yuan Qingtian, president of the Exploding Ape Dragon Merchants Guild, echoed in his ears. Ha ha ha. Little girl, this old ape of mine is a simple fellow, no fancy tricks like those others. But this gift? Honest as the day is long. With that, his fan-like hand tapped lightly on the leather pouch at his waist. Hum. A low, piercing hum filled the air. A fierce, savage aura surged forth. Suddenly, a short blade materialized, hovering before Jiang Ranran. The blade measured roughly 12 inches in length. Its blade glowed an eerie bluish black, its edge flickering with a chilling, heart-stopping glint. Merely suspended there, the surrounding air seemed sliced apart by its invisible sharpness. SSSSSSSS. The moment the dagger appeared, Jiang Hao felt an intense burning pain on his skin. Damn sharp. Jiang Hao inwardly gasped. Here, take it. Star-shattering Feng. Yuan Qingtian waved his hand with a flourish. This is what I got from slaying an alien king I met on the ancient Star Road. Don't let its short length fool you, it's razor sharp. Any divine weapon or armor looks like paper in front of it. For fighting and hacking people down, it's absolutely perfect. His voice was rough and gritty, brimming with battle intent. Jiang Ranran, seeing this, quickly took it and expressed her gratitude to Yuan Qingtian. This broken blade. She could clearly sense its power. Especially when she grasped the broken blade, it felt like a ferocious beast roaring within her grasp. But at this scene, Ding Feng frowned deeply and muttered under her breath. She's just a little girl. Why would you give her a broken blade? Hey! Ice sister, you just don't get it. Whether it looks good or not, if it can slay alien races and beasts, that's the best. Yuan Qingtian voiced his opinion. Ice Phoenix responded with a roll of her eyes. Jiang Li smiled genuinely at the scene before him. In that moment, it felt as though he had returned to his youth, fighting side by side with them. And as for the precious gift they'd bestowed upon Jiang Ranran, he understood it was simply their way of helping him. This kindness? He held it close to his heart. As he pondered this silently, a voice both familiar and unfamiliar reached his ears from beyond the door. Captain. 035 Comradeship, the Beastmaster's standing. HM? He turned toward the sound. Before him stood an emaciated old man, skin stretched taut over bones, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, standing abruptly at the courtyard gate. Beside him sat a burly old man in a wheelchair, his face like a leopard's with ringed eyes. Most striking of all, his eyebrows had fused into a single line. Leopard head. Monkey hunter? Jiang Li recognized them instantly upon seeing the pair. Tears welled in Jiang Li's eyes as his smile betrayed an inexplicable emotion. Comrades in arms for years. Now reunited once more. The depth of their bond defied words. At this, Jiang Li hurried out to greet them personally. Captain. Monkey hunter and leopard head, their expressions brimming with emotion, spoke in unison. They were about to bow and salute to Jiang Li, but he stopped them immediately. After so many years apart, let's skip the formalities. His voice was soft, yet carried an air of authority. Agreed. Monkey Hunter and Leopard Head nodded repeatedly. Jiang Li then personally escorted them to their destination, his smile growing ever brighter. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao watched the scene unfold, his scalp tingling with unease. For he had recognized the true identity of the elderly man in the wheelchair, none other than one of the leaders of the Qinling base. Don't be fooled by his wheelchair. His power had long since reached the realm of a divine guardian. However, for certain reasons, he had directly retired from the world, no longer concerning himself with trivial matters. Yet whenever any major incident occurred, this figure would step forward. Rumor had it he possessed a fiery temper. Within the Qinling base, no one dared defy his orders. His legs had been sacrificed when, after single-handedly eliminating an alien race, he encountered a starry sky ancient beast surpassing the 9th tier and utterly destroyed it at the cost of his own limbs. To this day, the ancient star beast's remains are displayed within the Qinling base. This serves as a deterrent to the demonic beasts of Qinling, keeping them from approaching the base. The elderly man pushing this demon god leopard is another leader of the Qinling base, hunter monkey. Agile in form, sharp in mind. He was also a 7-star beast summoning master. Now, witnessing Jiang Li being addressed as captain, alongside the former commander of the coastal base, Tao Yuan, the Dragon Phoenix Guild's leader Bing Feng, and the explosive Ape Dragon Guild's leader Yuan Qingtian, his breathing grew labored. Good heavens! What on earth was Jiang Li's background? His mind was reeling, on the verge of collapse. The influential figures he encountered today far surpassed anyone he'd ever met in his entire life. Jiang Li then introduced Jiang Hao to Shouhou and Baochong, emphasizing how Jiang Hao had stood up for him within the Beastmaster Alliance. Both Shouhou and Baochong expressed their gratitude. This left Jiang Hao feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. Jiang Li looked at his longtime comrades in arms, but seeing the cramped living room, he suggested they eat at a restaurant outside. But his suggestion was met with unanimous opposition. Then, as if they had planned it, they each pulled out a ground sheep monster beast and clamored for Jiang Li to grill the meat himself. Captain, don't refuse us, we haven't tasted your grilled mutton in ages. Yeah, we've been craving it forever. Consider this punishment for hiding it from us all these years you survived and never told us. Still want to go to a restaurant? Fat chance. Grilling, we absolutely must grill meat. Old leopard head, stop playing coy, bring out your finest brew. Tonight, we're drinking till we drop. Facing his comrades' demands, Jiang Li shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew full well they harbored some resentment toward him, resentment for not keeping in touch all these years. Beyond that, they wanted to use the grilled lamb as an excuse to get drunk with him. Of course. But the most crucial point was this. They wanted to use alcohol to coax information out of him, to ask why he had vanished for so many years. To this, Jiang Li hastily agreed. Fine, today you call the shots. As the words fell, cheers and excitement erupted from his comrades. Alright, we won't leave until we're drunk. Captain, don't hold back, bring out that secret sauce. This is awesome. Feels like we're back in the day when we used to slay monsters together, haha. At this scene, Jiang Hao felt nothing but utter numbness, mixed with shock. Who could have imagined that such a gathering of big shots would assemble in this ordinary courtyard? Facing them now, Jiang Hao dared not show the slightest disrespect, appearing extremely stiff and constrained. Grandpa, who are they? Noticing her grandfather's subtle observation, Nangong Shui whispered the question. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quietly informed his granddaughter of their identities. Beside him, Mu Shi stood listening intently. What? This? Good heavens? As Jiang Hao continued his explanation, Mu Shi and Nangong Shui both widened their eyes in utter shock. Don't go causing trouble. Just listen more and speak less. Jiang Hao reiterated his earnest warning. Mu Shi and Nangong Shui nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Time slowly passed. Night fell, and the stars shone brightly. In the courtyard, bonfires crackled, filling the air with rich aromas. At this moment, the former commander of the coastal military district, Tao Yuan, along with Tao Longyan and Tao Kang, the presidents of the two major merchant guilds Bing Feng and Yuan Qingtian, and the leaders of Qinling Shouhou and Baochong were all seated together. Seated at the head of the table remained Jiang Li. Jiang Hao sensibly took a seat at the edge, though he brought along his granddaughters, Nangong Shui and Mu Shi. Jiang Hao, don't be so stiff. Bing Feng, president of the Dragon Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, noticed Jiang Hao's unease and smiled kindly. Our captain's grilled meat is truly exceptional. It will leave you wanting more. Right, you're the captain's friend, that's my old ape's friend. The straightforward Yuan Qingtian spoke up. This deeply moved Jiang Hao, who stood up to express his gratitude. Grilled meat? In progress? Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away from Jiang Li's village of Lu Village, a new model turbulent dragon battle vehicle sped toward this location at breakneck speed. Inside the vehicle, Wang Ying, with her graceful figure, fair skin, and youthful face, focused intently on piloting the vehicle. In contrast, Wang Tai, seated in the passenger seat, trembled slightly with excitement. Captain, why did you conceal from us that you didn't perish in that battle? Wang Tai murmured softly, his gaunt cheeks etched with confusion and astonishment. Perhaps Grandpa Jiang had his reasons. Hearing this, Wang Ying shared her perspective. Reasons? What seemed like an ordinary remark struck Wang Tai like a heavy hammer, his brow furrowing deeply. What personal reasons? Back then, what exactly happened in that battle? Mentioning that battle, Wang Tai clenched his fists tightly, tears of regret and guilt welling up in the corners of his eyes. Seeing this, Wang Ying was utterly bewildered. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Wang Tai stared out the car window at the night scenery and murmured, just focus on driving. Yes, Grandpa. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. This was the first time she had ever seen her grandfather like this since she could remember. In her memory, Grandpa had always handled everything with extreme composure. It seems Grandpa Jiang holds significant weight in Grandpa's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this anxious. Just as she pondered this silently, Wang Tai suddenly looked up and asked, how much longer until we arrive? 1 hour. Wang Ying paused, silently estimating the time. Hearing this, Wang Tai nodded in satisfaction. All right. After speaking, he picked up the communication device and dialed a number. Moments later, however, Wang Tai's exasperated laughter echoed through the line. You old fool. You're here already? Didn't even give me a heads up? How's the captain? The captain's fine? What? Ice Sister's there too? Old Monkey's there. Great. Great. 036 The perverted elder, the hidden truths of that battle? Ha? Old Monkey? Ice Sister? Wang Ying, who was piloting the battle vehicle, heard her grandfather's conversation. A sharp gleam flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She leaned in to listen intently. When Grandpa Wang Tai finally hung up the phone, Wang Ying's voice carried a hint of excitement. Ice Grandma and Monkey Grandpa are there too? The moment those words left her mouth, Wang Tai cursed under his breath. Besides them, your Grandpa Leopard and Grandpa Monkey are here too, and Old Tao. Damn it, they didn't even tell me beforehand. His voice trailed off abruptly at this point. Then he shouted fiercely, when I get there, I'll give them all a piece of my mind. His voice was hoarse yet forceful. Wang Ying couldn't help but chuckle at this. I reckon all the elders got too excited and decided to meet nearby. After all, we're so far away, if they told us, they'd have had to wait for us. Hearing this, Wang Tai's anger gradually subsided. That's exactly what they said. They were so eager to find the captain they didn't bother to notify me. After speaking, a sharp gleam flashed in his cloudy eyes as his tone abruptly shifted. Regardless, as long as we can see the captain, everything can be discussed. Ying. Stop messing around. Speed up. His voice rang out, firm and decisive. But Wang Ying only gave a wry smile. Grandpa, this is already as fast as I can go. Why does it feel so slow? Wang Tai muttered under his breath. Wang Ying smiled. It's probably because Grandpa is so eager to see Captain Grandpa. Grandpa, don't worry, we'll be there soon. Whoosh. The armored vehicle raced through the darkness. Meanwhile, the incident at Binhai High School continued to escalate rapidly. Online discussions were heating up. God damn it, it's only because the victim's grandfather was a veteran with military decorations and a plaque that he wasn't crushed by the Luo family. What the hell is this? Foreign exchange students get treated like royalty while our local kids suffer? Damn the Luo family. That's just how it is. If this hadn't been exposed, it would have been buried at Binhai base. Let's see if the school can even provide students with an air conditioning system. It could be said. Because of this incident, everyone now knows about Binhai University. Beyond that, discussion swirled around the military merit plaque and medal the elderly man carried. Mention of the plaques and medals stirred excitement and speculation about his true identity. That veteran is no ordinary man. He's got nothing but top-tier medals. I counted at least 12 of them. And our so-called war god only has 3. Holy crap? So by your logic, he's even more formidable than the war god? How come we've never heard of him before? Yeah, what's the deal? But earning top-tier military honors back then speaks volumes about his terrifying strength. Not only that, but our ability to awaken beast tamers and the peace we enjoy today are all thanks to veterans like them. Otherwise, we'd still be prey for the beasts. Within the Dragon Nation. Inside a heavily guarded, luxurious villa. An elderly man sat on the sofa, his feet bathed by 2 graceful young women kneeling at his feet. The water in the basin? Not ordinary water. It was clear, rippling spiritual essence. Behind the old man, a still voluptuous beauty massaged his shoulders. Yet the old man's right hand reached out to the young woman beside him, repeatedly fondling and kneading her chest. Though the girl felt pain, she dared not show it or utter a sound. Such a scene revealed the old man's extravagance. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. But at that moment, a burly old servant with graying temples appeared, dressed in butler's attire. What was truly unsettling was the deep scar that ran across his face. Master, something's terribly wrong. His voice trembled slightly, panic evident on his face. The old man commanded respect without raising his voice. He looked up coldly and said, "Speak. Master, this." The butler glanced at the youth present, his expression hesitant, as if he wanted to speak but held back. The old man, however, remained unperturbed. Go ahead and speak. Well. The butler hesitated for a moment. Then he answered truthfully, Sir, a video has gone viral today. As he spoke, the butler tapped the air a few times. The video of Jiang Li carrying the military plaque suddenly appeared, floating in the living room and catching the old man's eye. Earlier, the old man had been leisurely enjoying his soaked wine and kneading the snow-white substance. But upon seeing Jiang Li in the video, his pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? He's not dead? But. The moment the words left his mouth, the snow-white flesh he'd been kneading suddenly burst under his grip. Blood splattered everywhere, flesh torn and mangled, accompanied by the girl's wretched scream. Yet the next instant, the old man's body convulsed violently, erupting in a barrage of razor-sharp energy blades radiating outward from his core. Snap! Snap! In the living room, everyone except the butler was instantly annihilated. Now, the old man's eyes blazed with intense murderous intent as he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. Do you know where he is now? In response to your inquiry, sir, we have already dispatched personnel to investigate. He is currently residing within the coastal base, specifically in Lukan village. He is currently only a sky-tier beastmaster. According to our intelligence, he has lived under an assumed name for decades and shows no signs of anything extraordinary. The butler had anticipated his master's fury and reported the facts as they were. The Luo family? The old man narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile curling his lips. Since he's still alive and merely a heaven-tier beast-tamer, it's best he meets an early demise. Who would have thought he had such a strong constitution to survive that battle? I held back before due to his strength, but now it's time to have some fun with him. His voice was hoarse, his smile savage. Upon hearing this, the steward asked softly, Master, what about us? The Luo family heading to the Outer Realm battlefield? Dispatch men immediately to liaise with them. Provide resources and every convenience, but demand only one thing, the annihilation of Jiang Li. At the mention of Jiang Li, the old man gritted his teeth, his eyes crimson, as if consumed by an unquenchable hatred. Yes, sir. Without delay, the butler turned and departed. After he left, 2 members of the cleaning crew began clearing the scattered flesh and bloodstains from the room. Meanwhile, the old man stared fixedly at Jiang Li in the video feed, his expression dark and brooding, lost in thought. Jiang Li? Ha! I wonder if you'll be surprised when you see me, or when you learn the truth. Or perhaps you'll regret not killing me back then? Ha ha ha! Meanwhile, Fei Ying Nation. Within a luxurious estate. A sudden outburst of furious curses echoed through the air. Damn it! They dared to expel my grandson. I will demand an explanation. And that Jiang Li, he must be eliminated to avenge this expulsion. Luo Xan? He had the nerve to brag about his strength, sending might to Dragon Nation for training, yet now things have turned out like this. It's nothing but a joke. Men! Infiltrate Longwei and eliminate Jiang Li. The roaring words echoed throughout the estate. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, eerie giant bats began swarming the skies above the estate, emitting piercing screeches. These colossal bats headed toward the Dragon Kingdom, gradually vanishing into the night. 037, what about the promised reunion of comrades? Seriously, who climbs walls? At that moment, undercurrents of tension swirled among the various factions. The Resistance's plaque video? It was shared like crazy. The uproar it caused was no less than a tsunami or an earthquake. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, the very source of this upheaval, was still enjoying the simple pleasure of roasting meat over a campfire with his comrades. Munching on grilled lamb, sipping fine wine, reminiscing about their days on the battlefield. Back in the day, if it weren't for the captain risking his life to save me, this old man would have been bitten in half by those alien Ekong bugs. Of course. Our captain was a true hero back then, leading our elite squad with unmatched valor. It's not just you, every single one of us heroes our lives to the captain. Without him, where would we be today? Ah, if only the captain had access to more resources, he would have surpassed the divine guardian realm long ago. But now. The last to speak was Bao Chong, seated in his wheelchair. After finishing, he cast a complex gaze toward Captain Jiang Li. Captain, can you tell us what really happened back then? He remembered it all too well. Back then, the captain had led them back to the squad, only to suddenly receive orders from higher-ups to head to the beast camp to train new recruits. After training concluded, as per standard procedure, the recruits were to participate in live combat exercises. This was perfectly normal. However, after Captain Jiang Li led the recruits to the frontier battlefield, they encountered a new type of alien invasion. It should have been a routine deployment of beastmasters from various nations to repel the alien threat. Unexpectedly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. While the new insectoid creatures in the frontier battlefield were annihilated, both the captain and the recruits perished in that battle. Not a single bone remained. Not even a shred of flesh was found. Because of this, they all believed the captain had perished. During this period, as members of the team, they secretly investigated the incident and examined relevant files. Yet the conclusion they reached was that they had suffered an alien ambush, and the explosion was caused by the alien's devastating weapon. Ultimately, the captain was posthumously awarded the special medal. Yet no one could have imagined that the captain wasn't dead at all, he had simply vanished for all these years. But precisely because of this, they felt something was amiss about that battle. At his persistent questioning, Jiang Li's mind flashed with vivid, crimson scenes of brutality. A look of melancholy and solemnity crossed his aged face. He drew a deep breath and laughed bitterly. Why are you so curious? I just managed to scrape by and survive. But... Monkey Hunter tried to press further, but Jiang Li cut him off. He raised his wine cup, sweeping his gaze across everyone present on the battlefield, murmuring softly. I know you all want to know what really happened in that battle. You also want to know why I survived but didn't come looking for you. As your captain, I implore you to stop asking. The past is behind us, and besides, I'm already half buried in the ground. Revisiting that battle won't change anything. So today, let's just drink heartily, gulp down our wine, and devour our meat. After this day, when dawn breaks, you should all return to your own affairs. With that, Jiang Li downed his cup in one gulp. As his words faded, Tao Yuan, Bing Feng, Yuan Qingtian, Shouo, and Bao Chong all fell silent. Despite their formidable strength and status, none dared show disrespect in the presence of their former captain, Jiang Li. Then Tao Yuan, the veteran military commander, slowly rose to his feet and lifted his wine cup. Since the captain has spoken thus, I understand what must be done. I shall ask no more questions and make no further mention of it. Though he spoke thus, his resolve only hardened within. He would uncover the truth behind that battle. He had always found it suspicious. But seeing the captain alive, yet forbidding any mention of that battle, only deepened their conviction that battle held hidden truths. As decades-long comrades in arms, Bing Feng and the others instantly grasped Tao Yuan's deeper meaning. In response, they rose to their feet and verbally pledged to Jiang Li. Captain, you're overthinking it. We'll follow your lead and never ask about it again. Right. Whoever meddles is a dog, woof woof woof. Faced with their playful banter, Jiang Li could only shake his head helplessly. He knew all too well, nothing could stop him. Let fate decide. I only hope it all blows over. At this thought, Jiang Li's face clouded with worry. But then he thought of the invincible infant system he'd activated and his ultimate divine eyes, which filled him with confidence. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock on the door and a hearty laugh reached his ears. Captain, dear Captain. You didn't tell me you weren't dead, leaving me to live with guilt all these decades. As the words fell, an aged yet agile figure suddenly leapt over the courtyard wall. This scene left everyone present both amused and exasperated, prompting them to tease him. Damn! No need to guess, it's gotta be Iron Old Man. Only he'd pull off a stunt like that. Back in the day, he was the one pulling off all those crazy stunts for fishing. Nearly 70 now, and still up to no good. Gotta hand it to Iron Old Man, he's relentless. Getting here this fast? He must have seen the video and rushed straight over. Jiang Li watched this unfold, his lips twitching slightly. She could only sigh at Wang Tai's impulsive nature. Who just barges into someone's yard like that? Captain. Wang Tai landed steadily, turned to face Captain Jiang Li, and spread his arms wide as if to embrace him. But the sight of roasted lamb and the aroma of fine wine caught his eye, and he immediately changed course. Without hesitation, he tore off a chunk of meat and began devouring it greedily. Wow, the captain's grilling. And this wine, it's Monkey Hunter's brew monkey wine. So good. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao watched the scene, his eyes wide in disbelief, frozen in place. The others' actions left him utterly bewildered. Who in their right mind would climb over a wall to get in? And what about the promised hug for the captain? How did things suddenly shift to eating grilled lamb and drinking fine wine? Every move the other person made was completely unexpected. Could it be that this person has a special connection with Jiang Li? The thought surfaced, compelling him to see the other person's face clearly. The military region's old commander? The Chamber of Commerce president? The base commander? These were all Jiang Li's comrades in arms who had fought alongside him through life and death battles. Crackle! Crackle! In the glow of the campfire, their features became clearly visible. Gulp! Gulp! The next moment, Jiang Hao swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock. For he recognized the figure before him was none other than Wang Tai, the supreme guardian of the Beastmaster Alliance. His strength had long since reached the realm of a divine beast tamer. His beast companion, the iron-eating beast, had even evolved into a divine beast-level creature. In terms of combat prowess, he ranked among the top 10 in the Dragon Nation. This was a figure who existed only in legend, yet now he sat before him, feasting heartily. After devouring several chunks of meat, he suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with tears. Why are you staring at me? Eat. I haven't had the captain's barbecue in over 50 years. Tonight, I'm going to eat my fill. Damn him for hiding from us when he was alive. If that video hadn't surfaced, I'd never rest in peace. Though his words were crude and harsh, anyone could hear the longing for Jiang Li and the exhilaration at learning he was alive. It was just expressed differently than others. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. After speaking, Wang Tai seemed afraid someone might notice his embarrassment. He quickly lowered his head and tore off another piece of meat. But then he wiped away a tear, muttering under his breath. Damn it! Haven't had grilled meat in decades, and now it's stinging my eyes. 038 Beast Milk, Invincible Infant System. But. As the words fell, everyone present burst into laughter. Smoke in my eyes? Smoke my ass. This was his excuse. He wanted to cry seeing the captain, but didn't want to break down in front of everyone. If it's so smoky it stings your eyes, then don't eat it. The straightforward Yuan Xingtian teased, reaching out to snatch the grilled meat from Wang Tai's hand. Wang Tai sidestepped him, laughing and scolding. Go play somewhere else. If you want some, tear it off yourself. Who said they weren't eating? Smoky eyes and eating grilled meat aren't mutually exclusive. As he spoke, Wang Tai took another hearty bite of meat. I just want to know, if you don't eat the grilled meat, will the smoke make your eyes water? Yuan Xingtian persisted with his teasing. His response? Wang Tai shoved the grilled meat in his hand straight into Yuan Xingtian's mouth. Got food, but can't shut your trap? Just eat your meat already. Clearly. Yuan Xingtian's words had struck a nerve. Everyone present shared a knowing smile. Facing Wang Tai's slightly resentful words, Jiang Li offered no further explanation. Instead, she said earnestly, eat your meat. Didn't you say you wanted to make up for these past decades? Tonight, I won't do anything else, I'll just grill meat for you. All right. Wang Tai nodded emphatically. Though neither uttered many sentimental words, everything was expressed through the grilled meat. Jiang Li's words were a tacit admission of her fault, offering grilled meat as reparation. Captain, you said it yourself, we won't be polite tonight. Right, haha. Earth demon goats, we've got several each lined up. Haha, let the captain handle the grilling punishment for making us miss him all these years. Whoosh. Just as everyone was joking around, a striking figure suddenly appeared atop the courtyard wall. This figure had also scaled the wall to enter. Instantly, everyone present looked up. The figure stood frozen in place, holding a box of special dairy products in each hand, facing the stares of the crowd. But the next second, a clear, childlike laugh rang out from the figure's mouth. Grandpa Tao, Grandpa Yuan, Grandma Foam, why are you all staring at me like that? Don't you recognize me? Tao Yuan, the former military commander, nodded. We recognize you. It's just that your entrance is so similar to your grandfather's. Yeah, you two really are grandfather and granddaughter, your moves are so. Yuan Xingtian almost blurted out sassy, but instantly realized it was inappropriate and quickly amended it to smooth. That figure? None other than Wang Tai's granddaughter Wang Ying. Hearing this, Wang Ying grinned. Grandpa told me about it. He planned to climb over the wall to surprise all the elders. Little did he know, he'd be caught red-handed by you all. Her gaze swept over the familiar faces present, finally settling on Zhang Hao, the only 4-star summoning beast master among them. She then strode forward and bowed deeply. You must be Captain Jiang Li, right? Her voice was sweet, her demeanor respectful. In her estimation, aside from the elderly man she recognized, only a 4-star summoning master and a heaven-rank beast tamer were present. The heaven-tier beastmaster was personally grilling meat at that moment, and his strength was quite low. In her mind, this could not possibly be the captain grandfather had been longing for. How could the captain be roasting meat? How could the captain's strength be so weak? Thus, she concluded that the 4-star beast summoning master before her must be the captain her grandfather often spoke of. But what she didn't know was that her actions had startled Zhang Hao into stumbling backward and waving his hands frantically. Young miss, you've mistaken him for someone else. Zhang Hao's voice trembled. From the other's conversation, he'd learned this young lady was Wang Tai's granddaughter. Wang Tai? The Grand Manager of the Beastmaster Alliance. As the Grand Master's granddaughter, her status was extraordinary. Yet now she addressed him as grandfather, a title he dared not accept. His heart was filled with dread. Just then, laughter erupted from the crowd. Ying, you've got the wrong person. Try again, who do you think is our captain? Ha, Ying, guess again, we'll give you one more chance. Iron old man, why aren't you eating the grilled meat? And why is your mouth twitching? Are you sick? Ha? Hearing these words, Wang Ying instantly realized she'd mistaken someone. Her gaze then shifted to the elderly man grilling meat. She quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply once more. Greetings, Captain Grandpa. Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight. Wang Ying? Right. Quickly, get up. I don't have much to offer as a greeting gift, but later, when you bring out your beast pet, I'll take a look at it for you. His voice was gentle, his expression kind. Wang Ying felt a flicker of surprise. Could this grandpa captain, merely a heaven-grade beastmaster, truly be an expert in cultivating beasts? Typically, examining a beast pet involved establishing a customized evolution and cultivation path. Though puzzled, she dared not show it. She knew full well how much the captain meant to her grandfather. So she offered a sweet smile. Thank you, Captain Grandfather. Captain Grandpa, this is something my grandfather asked me to prepare for you, a special beast milk he obtained on the starry sky ancient path. Drinking it brings tremendous benefits to the body, making one as lively as a dragon, extending longevity, and brimming with vitality. Wang Ying extolled the beast milk to the skies. But unbeknownst to her, as the milk was handed to Jiang Li, a joyful system notification sounded in his ear. Host has been active for 1 day and is currently in a state of hunger. Please replenish energy promptly. Hunger status? Energy? Hearing the system's voice and glancing down at the dairy product before him, Jiang Li instantly grasped the system's deeper meaning. The system was the invincible infant. It regarded him as a newborn baby. Stellar breathing technique? It only required breathing. Ultimate divine eyes? It only required blinking. Compensating energy? That's just drinking milk. After grasping this, Jiang Li calmly accepted the dairy product and expressed his gratitude to Wang Ying. Then, glancing around at her former comrades in arms, she flashed a mischievous smile. You guys drink your liquor, I'll drink my milk. Unaware of the situation, the others burst into hearty laughter upon hearing the captain's words. Captain, don't underestimate this beast milk. Bao Chong, seated in his wheelchair, murmured softly, this beast milk is Iron Old Man's prized possession. I tasted some when he first acquired it, but he refused to share any more afterward. Right. I can vouch for that. Yuan Qingtian raised his hand, his rough voice ringing out in firm agreement. After drinking just 1 pot, Old Iron nearly had a heart attack. That he's willing to part with 2 whole cases now shows just how overjoyed and energized he is knowing the captain is safe and sound. Enough talk, you two. Let the captain try some. Wang Tai chuckled as he spoke, munching on grilled meat. Beast milk? It was the best thing he could offer at this moment. The captain comes first. Otherwise, he'd have to offer his own life. Jiang Li's anticipation and reverence for the beast milk only deepened. Hearing you describe it like that has me quite tempted. Well then, I won't hesitate. First taste is a tribute. Jiang Li then opened the box. Box? It wasn't just any ordinary cardboard box. It was a specially designed temperature-controlled box. Inside, 12 pristine, translucent glass bottles came into view. Inside each bottle was a milky white animal milk. Jiang Li opened one immediately and tilted her head back to pour it into her mouth. The milk melted instantly upon contact with her tongue, sliding down her throat and into her stomach. At that very moment, the system prompts sounded in rapid succession. Congratulations, host, on successfully consuming the milk and replenishing your energy. With this energy replenishment, your physique has been enhanced. Boom. Boom. Chapter 39, Drinking Milk? And it caused such a commotion? Boom. Boom. As Jiang Li downed the beast milk in 1 gulp, terrifying surges of energy erupted violently within his body. Beyond that, the system voice in his mind sounded repeatedly. Congratulations, host, on replenishing your energy. Your physical constitution is currently undergoing enhancement. At present, it has only reached a 10-fold increase. Please replenish more energy promptly. Boost? Only 10-fold? Hearing this, Jiang Li froze in place. But upon hearing the latter part, please replenish energy as soon as possible, it clicked. He looked down at the 11 remaining bottles of beast milk and the unopened crate beside them. Without a second thought, Jiang Li began opening them one after another, tilting his head back to drink them down in 1 gulp. As the beast milk flowed through his body, waves of immense and mysterious power began to radiate outward from within him. Wang Tai was the first to freeze at the sight, his brow furrowing. Captain, this beast milk isn't meant to be consumed like that. I recommend limiting it to 1 bottle per day. As he spoke, he watched the captain open them all, a look of unease creeping onto his face. Captain, please take it easy. This. He intended to continue his warning, but Bing Feng promptly silenced him. Silence. Bing Feng slowly rose to her feet, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze firmly on Captain Jiang Li. Something's wrong. Ha? Hearing this, Wang Tai, who had been grinning moments ago, suddenly sensed something amiss with the captain. His brows furrowed deeply. What's happening? There's a terrifying power within the captain, as if it's awakening. Could it be, the captain is about to break through to the Heaven-tier Beastmaster realm? At that moment, the rough-and-tumble Yuan Qingtian grinned. In his view, as long as it benefited the captain, who cared what happened? Meanwhile, Bao Chong seated in his wheelchair, his leopard-like head adorned with ringed ears kept his gaze fixed on Captain Jiang Li, trying to discern the exact reason. Something's not right. This is definitely not right. His voice was soft, yet his words carried unwavering certainty. By all accounts, Old Iron's beast milk should relax muscles and strengthen bones. We've all taken it before. The energy it contains shouldn't be this potent. Then what the hell is going on? Pushing the wheelchair, the usually taciturn monkey hunter was filled with anxiety. Is the captain okay? Before Leopard Charge could respond, Tao Yuan beside him declared with certainty, not only is he fine, but it's actually a good thing. How so? Hunting Monkey's eyes lit up with joy as he blurted out the question. Tao Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured softly. Look, the vitality within the captain is growing stronger. It seems to be sprouting new life. No matter what, this is a good thing. His voice rang out with conviction, resonating with authority. Boom. 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 As they murmured among themselves, Jiang Ranran's gaze fixed on her grandfather. Her hands crossed in prayer. She knew all too well, the events unfolding before her had long since surpassed her understanding. There was nothing she could do about it. All she could do was pray silently. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stood utterly dumbfounded. Is that beast milk really that terrifying? Jiang Hao pondered silently. What unfolded before his eyes far surpassed anything he had ever experienced in his life. A 4-star beast summoning master? To outsiders, that was a position of extraordinary status. Yet here, he was no more than an insignificant insect. Boom! As he pondered inwardly, a colossal surge of vitality erupted from Jiang Li's body, coalescing into a towering pillar of white light. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Holy crap! What's the captain doing? Such intense vitality? Only the captain could make such a grand display with just a little resource. Seeing this, I have an idea. The captain was delayed for decades due to lacking good resources. Now that he's unharmed, why not pour all our resources into him? I think that's a great suggestion. Even with scarce resources, the captain managed to cultivate to the heaven-tier beast-tamer realm. With resources now, he'll surely reach at least the god tier. As they whispered among themselves, a cataclysmic transformation was unfolding within Jiang Li's body. Strands of pure, colossal vitality coursed through his meridians and bones, nourishing his withered channels. In mere moments, his body, once as lifeless as rotten wood, now radiated a powerful vitality. Most striking of all, the silver streaks at his temples had now transformed into thick, jet-black hair. Jiang Li thought it had ended there, but the invincible infant system continued to prompt him. Host, please note, continued energy supplementation will enhance your constitution, strengthen the ultimate divine eye, and significantly increase the probability of awakening the primordial divine vein. Ancient divine vein? And enhance the ultimate divine eye? Hearing this, Jiang Li's heart surged with renewed excitement. He had personally experienced the power of the ultimate divine eye. If it were to be enhanced further, it would be akin to the divine eye evolving. Moreover, with the primordial divine vein's blessing, it would be like returning to his peak state for cultivation. At this thought, Jiang Li abruptly opened his eyes. At that very moment, everyone present was intently watching Captain Jiang Li. The instant his eyes opened, they could clearly see the captain's profound pupils, a mesmerizing blend of starlight and the void of a black hole. Gulp! Even Wang Tai, a saintly guardian, couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Holy moly, does my beast milk really have that kind of effect? Stop bragging about your beast milk. Ice Phoenix shot Wang Tai a glance and gave him a light, mocking scold. It's mainly the captain's terrifying talent. Don't forget how scarce our resources were back then. Even so, the captain still far surpassed the rest of us. Indeed. Yuan Qingtian stroked his chin and nodded emphatically. In my opinion, had the captain not wasted decades without resource support, he could have easily reached 8 or 9-star Holy Guardian Master. At this mention, even he, a Saint Master, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. An 8-star Holy Guardian? In Dragon Nation, such combat prowess would be considered peak tier. Even across the federations of nations, such a being would be a formidable presence. Captain. Yuan Qingtian looked at Jiang Li, his eyes brimming with admiration. You're absolutely right. The veteran commander of the coastal military district, Tao Yuan, wore a resolute expression. Captain Jiang Li's talent was undeniable, plain for all to see. Look over there. Amidst the hushed murmurs, the skinny monkey in the wheelchair raised his hand, pointing at Jiang Li before them. Jiang Li proceeded with brutal simplicity, cracking open the unopened crate of beast milk. Gurgle. Gulp. Bottle after bottle, he tilted his head back and downed them in one gulp. Boom. Boom. At that moment, the vitality surging from Jiang Li's body materialized tangibly, a white pillar of light shooting skyward. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Faced with the overwhelming vitality reaching its peak, Jiang Li instinctively activated the stellar breathing technique. Inhale, exhale. The white pillars surrounding him were swiftly absorbed and refined. But Jiang Li failed to notice that the moment he activated the stellar breathing technique, Tao Yuan was already in a state of shock. For the unnamed pebble in Tao Yuan's embrace had suddenly detached itself from him, hurtling directly toward Jiang Li's location. This scene utterly terrified Tao Yuan. He knew all too well the power of that stone. Its accidental activation had nearly obliterated the entire military district. Moreover, the explosion it caused when first discovered still sent shivers down his spine decades later. Just as he moved to intervene, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly horrified. What, this, how is this possible? Chapter 40, what year is this? Activating the energy of the celestial meteorite. This can't be possible. Tao Yuan exclaimed loudly. For the miraculous stone he had studied for years now seemed to have found its master, circling around Captain Jiang Li. What truly stunned Tao Yuan was the stone shooting out streaks of multicolored radiance, which were directly absorbed and refined by the captain. Good heavens! At that moment, Tao Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. He knew firsthand the immense power contained within that stone. Beyond that, Tao Longyan and Tao Kang, present at the scene, stood dumbfounded, their breath catching in their throats. An extraterrestrial meteorite? They knew full well that grandfather had devoted decades of his life to studying this meteorite. They were equally aware of the terrifying power it contained. According to their grandfather, if one could master the energy within the meteorite, a single strike could annihilate a divine guardian. At first, they didn't believe it. But after witnessing the meteorite unleash a burst of energy yesterday that nearly obliterated the military district's underground base, they became utterly convinced. Grandpa Jiang, this is terrifying. Tao Longyan murmured in awe. Decades of meteorite research yielded no clues, yet merely through Grandpa Jiang Li's acquaintance, the meteorite's secrets were unveiled. Gulp. Though Tao Kang remained silent, his swallowing motion betrayed his inner shock. Holy? The captain is practically a god. Leaning back in his wheelchair, Monkey Hunter grinned widely. He knew a thing or two about the extraterrestrial meteorite Tao Yuan had studied. Back then, Tao Yuan had survived a brutal battle precisely because of this extraterrestrial meteorite. But since acquiring it, there had been no signs of its power. Who could have imagined that upon meeting the captain, he would activate this celestial meteorite? Haha, I feel an urge now. Bao Chong gave a cold, sharp laugh. Even Ice Phoenix, usually composed, couldn't help but laugh heartily at this remark. This old woman agrees. Judging by the situation, the captain can lead us into battle beyond the borders once more. As the words fell, the frail monkey, leaning against his wheelchair, chimed in. Don't rush. According to the tech team's projections, on the 8th of next month, the planet will enter another dimensional ascension phase. That's when the ancient star path and the outer realm battlefield will open. Then we'll have the captain lead us in a trial run. Ha! Let him get his groove back. At this mention, Monkey Hunter seemed unable to contain himself, his spiritual energy surging. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While they whispered among themselves, Jiang Li continued to practice the stellar breathing technique, frantically absorbing and refining the boundless vitality and that mysterious extraterrestrial meteorite. This stone? What exactly is it? Jiang Li was utterly perplexed at that moment. What astonished him was that each time he activated the stellar breathing technique, it seemed to subtly influence the meteorite. Yet the multicolored radiance it emitted was nourishing and transforming his physique. Time? Slowly passing. Yet Jiang Li's aura grew increasingly terrifying. 3-star heaven-grade beast tamer? 4-star? Break. 5 stars? Shattered. 9 stars? Shattered again. In an instant, Jiang Li had reached the realm of a royal tier beastmaster. Yet even so, his momentum showed no sign of waning. A 1-star royal tier beastmaster? Breakthrough again. Intensity? Rising higher and higher. Only when it reached the 6-star king-class beastmaster did it finally come to a halt. At the same time, thousands of starships encircling Blue Star stood like sentinels. Their primary mission was to constantly monitor Blue Star's various data and predict the moment of its dimensional ascension. This was to prepare for the alien race and excavate the ancient secret realm where they had landed. Buzz. At that moment, the starships were directly interfered with, halting abruptly in the cosmic expanse. Then, like meteors, they plummeted toward the interior of Blue Star. Such a sudden upheaval terrified the Federation's scientific personnel from all nations, as well as the beast masters aboard the starship. Damn it! What the hell is happening? How did the starship lose control? We're done for. Totally screwed. The starship is plummeting. If we can't intervene in time, we're all finished. Quickly find the cause. Hurry. Amidst their panic, one massive starship after another suddenly returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. This bizarre spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the beast tamers aboard the starships and the technicians constantly monitoring Blue Star's movements. They immediately began searching for the root cause. Meanwhile, the entire Blue Star continued its ceaseless rotation, steadily moving deeper into the cosmos. The cosmos? Like an abyss without bottom. Brilliant planets dotted the abyss, evoking a sense of dread. The scientists monitoring Blue Star's trajectory and investigating the cause of the recent anomaly wore expressions of utter dread. No! Why has Blue Star's trajectory changed? According to calculations, it shouldn't enter the dimensional ascension phase until next month. Why is it leaping forward now? No, it's not a leap. Blue Star is accelerating. Just now, it felt like some immense force propelled it forward. We must uncover what just happened. What kind of force could propel Blue Star? It's utterly terrifying. In an instant, federations across nations were thrown into shock. They joined forces to uncover the root cause, striving to harness that power. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Taoyuan, Bingfeng, Yuan Qingtian, Shouo, Baochong, and Wang Tai, all vigilantly monitoring the captain's condition, remained intensely focused, daring not to let their guard slip for even a moment. Did you notice it? Ice Phoenix, with her keen perception, instinctively looked up. After observing the starry sky for a long while, she lowered her gaze and fixed her eyes on Jiang Li. I sense it. Tao Yuan picked up the thread, murmuring softly. The entire starry sky seems to be accelerating its movement. It's not the stars moving, it's our blue star accelerating. Wang Tai, the strongest here and seemingly the most eccentric, wore a grave expression as his voice grew deep. What exactly was happening? A bold thought suddenly flashed through their minds. But as they exchanged glances, none spoke, yet each understood perfectly. Their gazes then turned in unison toward their captain, Jiang Li, their eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Huff. Ha. Time? Slowly slipping away. Vast and vibrant vitality was completely absorbed and refined by Jiang Li. At this moment, Jiang Li's entire being had undergone earth-shattering changes. At first glance, who would believe he was 70? His hair was jet black and thick, his skin taut and firm, his muscles solid and well-defined, his entire being radiating vitality. He looked every inch a handsome young man. Only his attire betrayed his age. When Jiang Li appeared before the crowd in this form, the former teammates gasped in astonishment. What year is this? It feels like I've traveled back decades in a dream. You can say that again. What exactly happened to the captain? Could it really be the effect of the beast milk? Don't give all the credit to the beast milk. Don't forget there's also my celestial meteorite. Roar! Roar! Amidst the conversation, they all started moving toward the captain. In their minds, they thought it would end like this. But the next second, the flying fire dragon within Jiang Li suddenly shot skyward. Chapter 41, The Fire Dragon Transforms, fully embracing the supernatural body. A flying fire serpent? When it appeared, the expressions of everyone present, led by Tao Yuan, shifted dramatically, their eyes brimming with excitement. This was the captain's battle companion. They had fought alongside it countless times. They had even been saved by the flying fire dragon. Now, decades later, seeing the flying fire dragon again stirred their hearts with excitement. But the next moment, upon realizing the flying fire dragon was merely a half-step transcendent beast companion, their expressions darkened, and they sighed deeply. We all thought the captain had perished in that battle. I recall the flying fire drake was just one step away from transcendence. Yeah, back then it could have ranked in the top 10 nationwide. But now it's still stuck in the same place. That alone shows how much hardship our captain endured these years. We must find a way to make it up to the captain and little fire. Look at how vibrant the captain is now, fueled by beast milk and the aid of the celestial meteorite. At this rate, the captain is bound to break through again and again. Hearing these remarks, Ding Feng, the sole female among them, burst into hearty laughter. What's there to see? Didn't you see him leap from heaven tier beastmaster straight to king tier? That alone proves his talent is terrifying. With sufficient resources, reaching god tier within a short time is entirely possible. At this point, the voice abruptly paused. Her eyes narrowed slightly as her gaze settled on Captain Jiang Li and the sky-soaring fire dragon. In fact, the captain might even surpass divine beast tamer. Look, the flying fire dragon is evolving too. All eyes turned to look. Roar! Roar! The flying fire dragon coiled around Jiang Li's body. Under the influence of the celestial meteorite, its scales were undergoing a transformation. Where once its scales were entirely crimson, like flames, now they remained fiery red yet transformed. Upon closer inspection, one could discern white light dotting the scales, like a starry sky. They radiated a profound depth, intertwined with boundless majesty. Beyond this, the flying fire serpent's body had doubled in size, its serpentine pupils gleaming like stars, dazzlingly bright. But the most astonishing transformation was the basketball-sized bulge that had swollen on its belly, and the two horns that now jutted out from its head. This sight left everyone in awe, gasps echoing through the crowd. Holy moly, the flying fire serpent? This is the sign of dragon transformation. Exactly. If it successfully transforms into a dragon, it'll become a divine beast tier pet. With a little effort, it could even ascend to a god beast. This is what they call building up strength for a powerful burst. Though the captain hasn't cultivated in decades and his beast pet hasn't evolved, drinking that beast milk triggered an immediate breakthrough. Don't just brag about your beast milk, what about the contribution of that celestial meteorite? In that moment, while stunned, they were also arguing amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao watched it all unfold, frozen in place, his mind a blank. For what unfolded before his eyes was utterly beyond comprehension, defying all his understanding. What was this? This is terrifying. A heaven tier beast master? Reaching the king tier beast master in the blink of an eye. And on top of that, the beast pet was evolving too? The events unfolding before his eyes shattered his worldview and assaulted his visual senses. Besides him, his granddaughter Nangong Shui and Mu, she stood speechless, as if trapped in a dream. Holy moly? Is Grandpa Jiang even human? This is practically godlike. From what the elders said, Grandpa Jiang possessed extraordinary talent long ago, but for some reason, his cultivation was delayed. Now that he's resumed his training, it's caused such a huge stir. I can't even begin to imagine. Hearing their praise, Zhang Ranran felt both immense pride and astonishment toward her grandfather. She never imagined Grandpa's background was this formidable. Since childhood, she'd only heard him recount tales from the outer battlefields, never imagining that the military district's veteran commanders were all members of the team he once led. Beyond that, the heads of the two major merchant guilds, the chief steward of the Beastmaster Alliance, and the leaders of the major bases. The realization sent a chill down her spine. Roar! Roar! After a long while, the Skyfire Python roared to the heavens, having completed its complete metamorphosis and ascended into the ranks of the extraordinary Beast Pet series. At that very moment, Jiang Li slowly opened her eyes, a brilliant gleam flashing within them. With a single hand gesture, the flying fire serpent surged into her body in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Huff! Jiang Li drew a deep breath, slowly exhaling the stale air. Glancing at his comrade, whose eyes were wide as copper gongs, he couldn't help but touch his own face. What? Is there a flower on my face? No. There's no flower on your face. Wang Tai shook his head hastily. But his tone shifted abruptly. But there's a miracle. By the time he finished speaking, his voice was nearly a roar. Captain, how did you pull this off? Breaking through like it's drinking water? And, did that beast milk really work that well for you? His words betrayed his excitement. At these words, everyone present turned their gaze toward Jiang Li, waiting silently for the captain's response. Seeing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. Beast milk? It only played a part. But the most crucial factor was the invincible infant system. But how could he possibly reveal the existence of the system to them? Facing the burning gazes of the crowd, Jiang Li paused for a moment before answering with slight concealment. The beast milk's effects are extraordinary. Do you have any more? Jiang Li cut straight to the heart of the matter. According to the invincible infant system, energy replenishment would be required later, and drinking milk was one of the optimal methods. Beast milk? That Wang Tai, a divine guardian, would use it as a gift. Its rarity must be beyond compare. Therefore, Jiang Li intended to ask for it. Once her strength reached a certain level, she would venture into the starry sky ancient path to seek out treasures to compensate Wang Tai. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai nodded without hesitation. Yes. Absolutely. I still have over 10 boxes at home. I'll have the old woman bring them to the captain immediately. His voice rang out with unwavering conviction. Forget the beast milk. If the captain asked for his life, he wouldn't hesitate to give it. Alright, thank you very much. Jiang Li was slightly polite. But those very words made Wang Tai's face darken. What's the captain saying? Polite my ass. Don't be polite with me. Whatever the captain needs, just say the word and take it. That's right, captain. Yuan Qingtian, with his blunt and hot-tempered nature, slammed his fist against his chest. My exploding ape dragon guild will pour every resource into helping the captain restart his cultivation. And so will my dragon phoenix guild. Ice Phoenix took up the thread, her expression resolute. Captain, and me too. Whatever you need, I'll pull every string I have to get it for you. Bao Chong, seated in his wheelchair, made his pledge. Captain, I'm in too. Shouho raised his hand, his expression solemn. I won't say much more. Tao Yuan declared with unwavering resolve, a single word from you, Captain, and I'll give you my life. His voice boomed like thunder, deafeningly loud. Hearing this, Jiang Li felt deeply moved. His eyes reddened, and he nodded. Very well. With your word, I won't hesitate. He promptly retrieved the paper listing the materials required for the star-devouring ancestral dragon and handed it directly to Bing Feng, the summoning master. What's this? Bing Feng took it, her expression filled with suspicion. She had no idea what the paper contained. The moment she unfolded it, Tao Yuan, Yuan Qingtian, and the others crowded around, peering at the contents. Upon seeing the materials for pet evolution, they grinned. A third-tier star core? That's pretty rare, but I remember Old Star had one. He bragged about it to me a few years back. We'll just snatch it right from him. 3-star Yangstone? That's easy. We have some in the Dragon Phoenix Guild. The real challenge is the Black Hole Star Oregon. That's available on the outer battlefield. I'll just order the Exploding Ape Dragon Guild to gather it. Starfruit? The Beastmaster Alliance headquarters has some. I'll have them transfer it over. Chapter 42, Captain, you're simply divine. Jiang Hao listened to the big shot's words, his mouth twitching as his mind reeled. This way, the required materials will be gathered quickly, but it leaves me with no chance to shine. At this thought, Jiang Hao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Yet, gazing at the scene before him, he couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Li's sheer terror. With just one sentence. These big shots in the Beastmaster world were scrambling to prove themselves. With them around? What was there to fear about not finding what they needed? In mere moments, the materials required by Senior Jiang Li were already gathered. Now it was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's forehead was covered in black lines as he chuckled helplessly. These kids. They sound like bandits. If they weren't robbing, they were practically forcing it. But for now, the priority was to strengthen his abilities. He had already reached the 6-star king level beastmaster realm, but due to his rapid breakthrough, his beast companion hadn't evolved in time. Only when his beast pet reaches a certain level will he truly be a 6-star king class beastmaster. But that invincible infant system, it really is terrifying. Jiang Li couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Merely drinking milk had caused his strength to surge dramatically. Beyond that, his ultimate divine eye was also growing stronger. A single sweep of his gaze, scenes kilometers away, became crystal clear. He could even discern the energy pathways within his beast pets and their current health status. What thrilled Jiang Li most was that, aided by the invincible infant system and that mysterious extraterrestrial meteorite, his physique underwent an extraordinary transformation. Closing his eyes, he could distinctly sense a blinding light deep within his mind. As he practiced the stellar breathing technique, the light seemed to come alive, resonating with his breath. Then, strands of pure and formidable power surged into every meridian and bone of his body, nourishing his physique. His physique? Strengthening at every moment. The stellar breathing technique? It had long since become his daily routine. Simply put, no specific cultivation is needed, his strength grows on its own. So satisfying. Jiang Li felt a surge of excitement. I just wonder what will trigger the next first time. Based on his experiences and observations from previous instances, Jiang Li identified a crucial pattern. The more times the infant's first experience was triggered, the richer the rewards became. First breath? Stellar breathing technique. First blink? Ultimate divine gaze. First sip of milk? Superhuman constitution. What else could be a first? Jiang Li was filled with boundless anticipation. Captain. Just as he was lost in thought, Bing Feng's doubtful voice suddenly rang in his ears. Jiang Li looked up at Bing Feng. What is it? At that moment, the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan and the president of the exploding ape dragon chamber of commerce Yuan Qingtian all looked up at Bing Feng, inwardly puzzled as to why she was calling the captain. Ice Phoenix looked grave as she raised the note in her hand and asked softly, "Where did you obtain this pet cultivation evolution path?" While everyone else was eagerly searching for materials for the captain, she, a 7-star beast summoning master, noticed something unusual. Based solely on the 3 evolution paths outlined on this note, she could confidently conclude the author was at least a 7-star beast summoning master. A 7-star beast summoning master? Even within the entire dragon nation, such masters were few and far between. Even for her? Formulating 3 evolution paths would take at least a month or two, and they wouldn't be this polished, they'd require constant revisions. Yet the note before her was written with such casual ease. It gave her the impression it had been drafted effortlessly. That was precisely why she was so astonished. As her words trailed off, the uninformed crowd began to tease her. "Ice, you're worrying about the wrong thing. Yeah, who cares who made it? As long as it benefits the captain, that's all that matters. Let's just stick to what we agreed on earlier and hurry up to get the captain what she needs." Ice Phoenix paid no heed to their words, her gaze fixed intently on Captain Jiang Li. She was dying to know who exactly had come up with this rule. Jiang Li, noticing her gaze, chuckled. Then he pointed at himself. "Who else could it be? Me, of course." "Ha?" Bing Feng froze in place, wide-eyed. "Captain, you're not joking? When did you become a beast summoning master?" "Right, I remember your pet was the Skyfire Python, a combat-type beast. Did you sign a new one for reconnaissance and divination?" Not just Ice Phoenix, everyone else was stunned by Jiang Li's words. A beast summoning master? That was an extremely rare feat. Not only does it require extraordinary psychic power, but the beast pet itself must be psychic type and skilled in divination. This is only the most basic requirement. Beyond that, cultivating a beast companion requires rare spiritual materials. Overall, the standards for becoming a high-level beast summoning master are exceptionally demanding. Jiang Li smiled indifferently. "Do I have any reason to deceive you?" Bing Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Even now, she still believed the captain was joking with her. In her understanding, if this truly was the evolution path devised by the captain, his mastery as a beast summoning grandmaster would surpass even hers. But the captain hadn't cultivated for decades? Not long ago, he was still just a heaven-tier beastmaster? How could he possibly become a 7-star beast summoning master? As she stood stunned, Zhang Hao stepped forward beside her and bowed deeply to the Ice Phoenix. In response to the chairman's inquiry, this evolution path was indeed written by Senior Jiang Li. Beyond that, the senior also composed several days' worth of evolution paths for my granddaughter and Miss Mu Shi. As he spoke, Zhang Hao exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Shi and Nangong Shui. Understanding the gesture, they promptly handed the notes with their evolution paths written by Jiang Li to the Ice Phoenix before them. Jiang Li's reason for doing this was simple. First, to provide proof for Jiang Li. The status of a beast summoning master was simply too sensitive. Second, it gave his granddaughter and Mu Shi an opportunity to make an impression before the guild leader. The Dragon Phoenix Chamber of Commerce? Nationwide, it ranked among the top 10. With profound foundations and formidable strength. If the Ice Phoenix, as the guild leader, took notice of them, his granddaughter and Mushi would sail through life with ease, rising to great heights. They would never have to worry about resources again. Upon hearing this, Bing Feng felt both exhilarated and stunned. He immediately reached out and took the note. Hiss. Upon reading the contents, she sucked in a sharp breath. She abruptly looked up at Captain Jiang Li. See, Captain, this, you. At that moment, Bing Feng was completely flustered. Many of her veteran comrades, who knew Bing Feng's temperament well, immediately realized the horror of the note's contents upon seeing her such a state. They immediately looked down. Upon reading the contents, every single one of them widened their eyes in shock. Damn! The captain is a beast-summoning master? Bing Feng, tell us, how many stars has the captain actually reached? 7 stars. At least 7 stars. The captain is terrifying. To reach a 7-star beast-summoning master without any resources, no, he might even be 8 stars. Insane, absolutely insane. Captain, you're practically a god. Chapter 43, Void Cold Phoenix, the blood of the stellar breathing technique? Ha! Facing his old comrade's praise, Jiang Li chuckled. 7 stars? Summoning beast master. Bull. He knew his own situation better than anyone. He could never be a beast summoning master. He was merely riding the coattails of the ultimate divine eyes abilities. But since it came bundled with the invincible infant system, he couldn't very well explain it away. Jiang Li gave a faint smile at this. Stop all this fuss. I haven't contracted any psychic-type beast pets, I just have some understanding of beast pet evolution. His voice trailed off abruptly at this point. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. If any of you need help mapping out pet evolution paths, feel free to come find me. I'll personally design tailored routes for you. Learning that these old comrades in arms had rushed to him upon discovering he was alive deeply moved him. Decades apart? Yet their comradeship remained undimmed. Now, all he could do was rely on the ultimate divine eye to aid them. The moment he spoke, Tao Yuan, Shouo, and Bao Chong immediately voiced their support, swiftly revealing their own beast pets without further ado. Roar! Roar! In an instant, celestial beasts and divine creatures materialized above the courtyard, their overwhelming majesty sweeping across the heavens and earth. The Ice Phoenix, in particular, was brimming with energy. She was intensely fascinated by the captain's meticulously researched evolution paths for beast companions. Her pet, an Ice Phoenix, was a 9th-tier immortal beast. Roar! Roar! An extreme chill instantly permeated the entire courtyard. The moment the Ice Phoenix appeared, frost began to crystallize on the ground, as if the place had plunged into the farthest reaches of the Arctic. Such a breathtaking sight caused Mushi, who had never seen an Ice Phoenix before, to instinctively gasp in awe. Wow! Is this the Ice Phoenix? It's so beautiful. Not only beautiful, but its power is truly terrifying, Nan Gongshui remarked, her eyes flashing with a mix of envy and admiration. This Ice Phoenix has undoubtedly reached the level of a divine beast. My greatest dream is to cultivate one myself and ascend to the realm of a divine guardian. Jiang Hao corrected her. This Ice Phoenix hasn't quite reached the level of a divine beast yet. It's only halfway there. But as soon as he finished, his tone shifted, a sharp gleam appearing in his eyes. But in terms of raw power, it doesn't fall short of ordinary divine beasts. It possesses an extraordinary ability that strikes fear into the hearts of beast tamers. What ability? Nangong Shui and Mu Shi asked in unison. Rebirth. Jiang Hao pronounced each syllable deliberately. His voice was deep and resonant, filled with excitement. Nirvana? Simply put, it's like gaining another life. SSSSSSSSS? Hiss. Hearing this, Nangong Shui and Mu Shi both sucked in a sharp breath, their beautiful eyes widening in shock. But doubt quickly filled their eyes. Grandfather, if the Ice Phoenix is so formidable, and Grandmother Ice is the guild leader, shouldn't it be a breeze for the Ice Phoenix to ascend to a divine beast? Why hasn't it ascended yet? As she spoke, Mu Shi lifted her gaze to survey the divine beasts of the influential figures present. Under her scrutiny, all were divine beasts. Only the Ice Phoenix grandmother stood out as a 9-star divine beast. As a 7-star summoning master, this should not be the case. Unless there was some special reason. And her guess was indeed correct. Jiang Hao patiently explained. It said the Ice Phoenix suffered a primal wound, which is why it stagnated at the half-step divine beast stage. Oh! Mu Shi and Nangong Shui instantly understood. That would explain it. While they murmured among themselves, Jiang Li activated his ultimate divine eye the instant the Ice Phoenix appeared. Under his gaze, he instantly pinpointed the Ice Phoenix's issue and the solution. Beast Pet, Ice Phoenix. Tier, Divine Beast Form 9 stars. Current status, Primordial Essence compromised. Infiltrated by alien cold poison demonic energy in the abdomen. Prolonged exposure to this corrosive force has hindered advancement to Divine Beast rank. Solution, requires the most potent Yan-aligned blood essence. Avoid consuming random Yan-aligned materials or spiritual fruits, as they may trigger chaotic eruptions of the cold poison demonic energy. The host's blood, infused with stellar energy from practicing the stellar breathing technique, naturally counters this cold poison demonic energy. Optimal evolution path, Void Cold Phoenix. Required materials, core material is stellar core cold marrow. Auxiliary materials include stellar sand, 9-turn ice lotus, and 7 9th-tier demon beast crystal cores. When Jiang Li saw the screen before him, his eyes lit up. He knew well, this was the enhanced capability of the ultimate divine eye, allowing him to both see the evolution paths of his beast companions and understand their current states. Ha! My blood can counteract the cold poison magic? His eyebrows arched slightly at this revelation, his heart surging with excitement. This could actually help the Ice Phoenix. No wonder the Ice Phoenix, with the finest innate talent, has been unable to break through to Divine Guardian Master for decades. The key lies in the Ice Phoenix beast pet. Jiang Li pondered silently, lifting his gaze to the old comrades present. In his memory, the Ice Phoenix had once been the most gifted among them. Yet now, all his other comrades had ascended to the Divine Guardian realm, while Ice Phoenix alone remained stuck. Since we've identified the cause, and it's no trouble for me. With that thought, Jiang Li beckoned to the Ice Phoenix beast companion. Old buddy, it's been years. Come on over. Who? Even after decades, the Ice Phoenix still recognized Jiang Li. At his call, the Ice Phoenix pet instantly appeared before him, affectionately rubbing against his shoulder. Jiang Li, in turn, gently stroked the phoenix feathers and murmured with emotion. I remember when you were merely a half-step supernatural physique. Now, upon meeting again, you've attained a 9-star immortal beast physique, standing on the threshold of the divine beast realm. Woo woo woo. At these words, the Ice Phoenix pet let out a piercing cry, as if puffing out its chest in pride. Yet suddenly, its expression dimmed, and it emitted a low, humming sound. Jiang Li seemed to understand. What? Eager to ascend to divine beast status? The Ice Phoenix pet seemed to grasp Jiang Li's words, nodding instinctively. Well then, I'll help you. Jiang Li smiled indifferently. The harmonious scene before them caused everyone present to watch in silence. But upon hearing Jiang Li's words, the veteran comrades who knew the Ice Phoenix's situation well were instantly moved. Holy crap? Did I hear that right? The captain said he can help the Ice Phoenix ascend to a divine beast? This captain is just too terrifying. Don't forget, our captain is a master of miracles. Even though he hasn't trained in years, I still believe in him. Captain's awesome. But I'm really curious, how exactly can he help Ice Phoenix ascend to the ranks of divine beasts? Exactly. The cold poison demonic energy within the Ice Phoenix has already invaded its marrow. We once sought out the most potent Yang attributed items, but not only did they prove ineffective, they also gravely injured the Ice Phoenix. Yet using the most Yin attributed, cold items only serves to strengthen the cold poison demonic energy. It's truly frustrating. Amidst these discussions, Ice Phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Trading Guild maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, though internally, her world was being turned upside down. Heal the Ice Phoenix, her pet beast? This was her lifelong aspiration. Especially since she knew, if the cold poisonous demonic energy could be expelled, Ice Phoenix could directly ascend to the rank of Divine Beast. Then she too could break through to the Divine Guardian realm. In fact, her summoning master rank could advance to 8 stars. What method will the captain employ? Chapter 44, Ascending to Divine Beast, causing a massive stir. Gulp. In the courtyard. The sudden appearance of divine beasts left Zhang Hao, merely a 4-star summoner master, swallowing repeatedly. Especially after hearing Jiang Li mention helping the Ice Phoenix pet breakthrough, coupled with the words of the other masters present, he deeply realized the trust these people placed in Captain Jiang Li. Jiang Li? And she hadn't even begun. They remained steadfastly convinced that Jiang Li could resolve the Ice Phoenix pet's fundamental issue. What immense trust is this? What astonished him most was how the Ice Phoenix, the beast pet of the guildmaster, actually showed such warmth toward Jiang Li. In the world of beast tamers, a beast pet only bonds with its own master, viewing other tamers with hostility or wariness. Not only would they not tolerate being stroked, but even approaching them would provoke a counterattack. Yet here, Jiang Li could stroke it freely. Senior Jiang Li, you are truly too mysterious. Meanwhile, within the village, villagers who had been sound asleep suddenly awoke. For they sensed their beast companions trembling violently within their bodies, as if gripped by terror. They immediately rose to investigate and instantly sensed a terrifying aura spreading throughout the village. Instantly, villagers poured out of their homes to investigate the source of this aura. Gurgle. Gulp. But once they pinpointed its location and origin, they couldn't help but swallow hard repeatedly, their eyes wide with utter astonishment. This is coming from old Master Jiang Li's house? What on earth is happening? Who knows? Even from this distance, we can clearly sense such a powerful aura. Could it be the old commander from the military district has arrived? Shoo, keep your voices down. Why guess? I've witnessed the aura of a divine beast firsthand. Compared to this aura, a divine beast is worlds apart. Terrifying. What kind of status does your old Master Jiang hold? But today's events? Absolutely thrilling. I've had my eye on Binhai University for ages. The successive appearances of divine beasts instantly captured the villagers' attention. Yet, overwhelmed by the pervasive aura of these celestial creatures, the settlements could only watch from afar, too terrified to approach. Leah! Roar! Amidst their hushed murmurs, a piercing, resonant phoenix cry suddenly echoed across the night sky. Following the sound, above Jiang Li's courtyard, a sapphire-blue phoenix materialized, illuminated by the starlit sky. Its massive form was adorned with feathers that resembled giant ice spikes. This colossal ice phoenix spread its wings and soared, circling above the courtyard. With its appearance, the entire area seemed plunged into a frozen wasteland. The scorching heat plummeted abruptly, as if winter had arrived. This scene left the villagers, who had been watching Jiang Li's courtyard intently, stunned. Damn! A phoenix? Ice familiar? This is an ice phoenix, right? Ice phoenix? I recall the Dragon Phoenix Guild's leader Ice Phoenix's beast companion was an ice attribute phoenix? Judging by the commotion here, could it really be her? If it is her, what's she doing at Old Master Jiang Li's place? Could she be one of his comrades too? In that instant, the village erupted into a frenzy. Were it not for the terrifying aura emanating from the beast pets and the imposing presence of Ice Phoenix, they would have already rushed toward Jiang Li's courtyard. Unaware of all this, Jiang Li, just minutes prior, gently stroked the feathers of the Ice Phoenix beast pet, his expression firm as he smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll treat your source issue. Hearing this, the Ice Phoenix beast pet instantly let out a series of high-pitched cries, expressing its inner excitement. Immediately, Jiang Li sliced her palm with the phoenix feather, causing thick blood to gush from the wound. Drink it! Jiang Li commanded. Ha! Yuan Qingtian, with his straightforward and somewhat hot-tempered nature, stared wide-eyed like copper gongs, utterly bewildered. Captain, what is this for? Could your blood truly heal the Ice Phoenix beast pet's primordial essence and the cold poison demonic energy? His words were rough, his expression grave. He knew firsthand how stubborn the cold poison demonic energy was, like an indestructible cockroach or a maggot clinging to bone. Even Tao Yuan, the seasoned military commander, couldn't help but shake his head in puzzlement. I don't know, but the captain must have his reasons for doing this. Right. We should just watch quietly. Seated in his wheelchair, the most level-headed of them all, Monkey Hunter, remained utterly composed. Though he didn't know why the captain had the Ice Phoenix beast drink the blood, he understood one thing: the captain would never harm the Ice Phoenix beast. As for Bingfang, the Dragon Phoenix Guild's leader, upon witnessing the scene before her, she did not speak to inquire. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in her eyes. She understood, the captain had his reasons for doing this. Leah! Roar! The next instant, the Ice Phoenix beast companion lunged at the wound on Jiang Li's palm, greedily lapping up several mouthfuls of blood. Then, terrifying energy surged violently from its entire phoenix-like body. The Ice Phoenix's originally azure feathers instantly turned entirely crimson. In that instant, it seemed as though the Ice Phoenix had transformed into a fire phoenix. Yet within mere seconds, the crimson feathers reverted to their icy form. But the Ice Phoenix grimaced in pain, expelling a glob of pitch-black liquid from its beak. The liquid hit the ground, freezing it in place with an eerie chill and releasing a foul stench. Gag! Ugh! The youngest and most inexperienced among them, Nangong Shui, Mushi, and Zhang Ranran, sniffed the stench and immediately began retching. In contrast, the Ice Phoenix beamed with delight, revealing a radiant smile. For she recognized, this pitch-black stain was none other than the cold poisonous demonic energy seeping into the Ice Phoenix's beast companion. Damn it! Ice Phoenix's eyes turned icy cold. With a single wave of her hand, a colossal surge of frigid ice power suddenly shot toward the cold poison demonic energy on the ground. Boom! The cold poisonous demonic energy was instantly blasted to smithereens. Cold poisonous demonic energy? This was nothing. But because the bone-gnawing maggots had deeply rooted themselves within the Ice Phoenix beast companion, she had no choice but to protect her companion from harm. As the Ice Phoenix witnessed the cold poisonous demonic energy dissipate, the rage that had been pent up in her chest for years vanished instantly. Unburdened by the cold poisonous aura's interference, the Ice Phoenix pet soared like a wild horse set free, its wings unfurling to unleash a continuous, overwhelming torrent of terrifying energy. It was precisely because of this that the villagers witnessed the magnificent scene before them. In the courtyard, Wang Tai couldn't help but grin at the sight. The Ice Phoenix is ascending to the ranks of divine beasts. Congratulations, Ice Sister. Exactly. Though it was plagued by the cold poisonous aura, years of building up its power have allowed it to ascend directly into the ranks of divine beasts. Ha ha! Awesome! With this, it's only a matter of time before Ice Sis becomes a divine guardian. Deep down, Ice Phoenix felt a quiet thrill at all the praise. Yet she understood, all of this was a gift from the captain. So she looked at the vibrant, robust Jiang Li before her and said sincerely, "This is all thanks to the captain." Her voice was soft, brimming with gratitude. Meanwhile, Jiang Li looked up, gazing at Bing Feng as she ascended to become a divine beast. He couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Yet his heart soon swelled with exhilaration. He never imagined his blood could possess such immense power. Chapter 45, The Three Realms of Stellar Breathing Technique Corona. Stellar breathing technique? A gleam of sharpness flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. Merely cultivating for this short time has yielded such tremendous results. How terrifying must its power be when fully mastered? At this thought, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The stellar breathing technique was divided into three major realms: stellar fire tempering, nuclear corona forge, and stellar resonance. Stellar flame tempering? Simply put, it channels the flames from a star's surface to reshape the meridians, infusing the blood with the power of starlight, tempering the physique to its most potent, most yang state. This is why his blood can suppress the icy demonic energy. As for the corona forge, it uses the practitioner's own body as a furnace, simulating stellar core fusion to form a miniature stellar nucleus within the dantian. Only upon reaching this realm could the true power of the stellar breathing technique be fully manifested. As for the celestial resonance, he chose not to dwell on it for now. Looks like I've got a long way to go. Leah. Just as Jiang Li was deep in thought, a piercing, resonant phoenix cry echoed in his ears. He looked up. The beast companion, the ice phoenix, which had soared straight into the heavens, shrank at a visible speed until it landed on Jiang Li's shoulder. Though its form was smaller than before, the aura radiating from its entire body was several times, no, 100 times more terrifying than before. Jiang Li recognized the moment he saw it. The ice phoenix had successfully broken through, fully entering the ranks of divine beasts. Congratulations! Jiang Li stroked the ice phoenix, smiling sincerely. In response, the ice phoenix let out a cry, as if uttering words of gratitude. Seeing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh heartily. Quickly show your master your current state. As the words fell, the ice phoenix flapped its wings excitedly, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight into the arms of the elderly ice phoenix. Ice phoenix's lips curved into a smile, a flicker of excitement lighting up her aged face. She stroked her pet ice phoenix with the affection and tenderness reserved for a child, her eyes reddening. Ice phoenix? Her beast companion. Stuck at the divine beast realm for decades. No matter what methods or means she employed, she could not completely purge the icy demonic energy within the ice phoenix, who endured daily torment from the pain. This feeling? No one could possibly comprehend it. But now, a ray of hope emerged. She finally expelled the icy poisonous demonic energy and successfully ascended to the divine beast realm. And all of this was thanks to her captain Jiang Li. In her heart, the captain remained as omnipotent as ever. As for everyone else, they were filled with awe and shock. Holy moly, Captain, you're not human, ugh. I mean, you're not human, you're like a god. If you're going to talk, talk more. If not, keep quiet. The captain is already a god, how could she merely resemble one? Damn, after all these years, your flattery skills have really improved. Teach me your tricks. Captain, I beg you, please examine our beast companions too and devise their own unique evolution paths. Facing his old comrade's plea, Jiang Li tilted his head back and laughed heartily. Sure thing, no problem. These are minor issues. Let's discuss them over a meal. Oh, and Jiang Hao, don't just stand there. Release your beast pet first, I'll take a look. Under Jiang Li's arrangement, the military district's former commander Tao Yuan and the others returned to their respective seats. Jiang Hao, however, remained standing in place, once again at a loss. Fortunately, Jiang Li's words snapped him back to his senses, and he sat back down in his original seat. Facing Jiang Li's words and glancing at the assembled elders, he gave an awkward smile. Senior Jiang, I'll speak last. Please show it to the other seniors first. I'm in no hurry. Not in a hurry? That was a lie. Yet among those present, his strength was the weakest. If he went first, it would be utterly inappropriate. Don't be so formal. Ice Phoenix, president of the Dragon Phoenix Guild, cut straight to the point. Since the captain showed you first, just release your beast pet. Here, in front of the captain, don't overthink it. Exactly. Yuan Qingtian, known for his fiery temper and bluntness, bellowed with a rough laugh, why be polite with the captain? With us, it's simple and straightforward. His booming voice echoed through the courtyard. Jiang Hao was immediately touched by their words. He bowed his fist in greeting to the elders, then with a flick of his thoughts, released his beast companion. We'd still appreciate your insights, senior. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. No problem. He then activated his ultimate divine eye to examine Jiang Hao's beast pet's attributes and evolution path. Over the next period, he meticulously examined the attributes of everyone else's beast pets and formulated corresponding evolution paths for each. For anyone else, examining so many beast pets would have been exhausting, but for Jiang Li, it was merely a matter of blinking a few times. In an instant, gasps of astonishment echoed through the courtyard. Captain? You're this terrifying? You can devise such a perfect evolution path for a 1-star divine beast? Holy crap, that's at least the strength of a 9-star summoning master. Captain, you're blowing my mind. Using minimal resources to achieve the most perfect evolution? Following this path, my gold-swallowing beast's combat power will at least multiply several times over. Captain, you're my god. Besides this divine beast, I've contracted another pet. Could you take a look at it for me? You could say that. In Jiang Li's home courtyard, besides the faint flickering of firelight, there were also waves of gasps and exclamations. Time? Slowly passing. Meanwhile, the reverberations from the Ice Phoenix's ascension to a divine beast had yet to fully subside. When the Ice Phoenix, a beast companion, spread its wings and soared through the starry sky, the commotion it caused shook the entire coastal base. To the uninformed regions beyond Jiang Li's village, the sight appeared nothing short of a divine miracle. Look, what is that? It looks like a phoenix to me. But aren't phoenixes fire attributed? From this distance, it seems faintly blue? What on earth is going on? Use your brain. Blue? That's ice attribute. A commotion this massive? It must be a divine beast, for heaven's sake. Our dragon nation is about to gain another divine beast. Beastmaster Alliance Branch. At that moment, the branch leader Zhang Ba had already been roused by the commotion. He immediately summoned the 7 chief stewards to convene a meeting. For he recognized this phantom phoenix as the beast pet of Bing Feng, the 10th ranked figure in the nation, the head of the Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild. How did she end up here? Zhang Ba frowned deeply, murmuring under his breath. Typically, figures of her stature would notify us in advance before arriving. And I recall her beast pet, the Ice Phoenix, was unable to break through its cultivation due to the interference of the ice poison demon Qi. Yet now it has ascended to divine beast status? That means the ice poison demon Qi has been resolved. Could it be she came here specifically to find a solution? A cascade of questions surged through his mind. Regardless, since this important figure has entered our territory, we must extend hospitality and welcome them personally. Precisely. That was why he urgently summoned the 7 chief stewards. This operation? He couldn't handle it alone, otherwise, it might be misinterpreted as a lack of importance. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 46, The Stellar Fruit has arrived. Is everything ready? Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Just as he was lost in thought, a clatter of footsteps and murmurs of discussion reached his ears from behind. Ice Phoenix? The Dragon Phoenix Guild Master's beast companion has ascended to a divine beast? This will significantly elevate the guild's status and power. Indeed. I suspect the Alliance leader summoned us specifically for this matter. The Ice Phoenix president appearing here, thousands of miles from home, is a major event for us. Just wait, the guild events at year's end are bound to be spectacular. The Dragon Phoenix Guild will fight tooth and nail for a spot. Amidst the chatter, 8 beast masters radiating formidable auras stepped into the conference room together. Their faces now radiated brilliant smiles, brimming with triumph, not a trace of the frustration or impatience from being roused at dawn. Instead, they radiated excitement and enthusiasm. Especially Chao Kuan and Wang Hao. Among the shopkeepers, the smiles never left their lips. The reason was simple. Simply because the Luo family, their sworn adversaries, had fallen. For years, they had endured the Luo family's oppression, leaving their entire clan gasping for breath. But the influence and intimidation of the Luo family patriarch had left them seething in silence. But now? Things are different now. The entire Luo family has been exiled to the frontier battlefields. Next month marks the opening of the Starry Sky Ancient Path. By then, whether the Luo family will even exist is still uncertain. And with this opportunity, they all stand a chance to vie for the position of Deputy Alliance Leader. As they entered the conference hall, Zhang Ba, the Deputy Alliance Leader, swept his gaze across the 8 chief stewards before him. His expression was grave, his voice low. I trust you've already guessed why I summoned you. Based on the Phoenix's illusory form, we can roughly deduce the Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild's leader, the Ice Phoenix, has arrived. We shall personally pay our respects and extend hospitality. The moment these words were spoken, they instantly gained the approval of the 8 chief stewards. At that moment, the hot-tempered Chao Kuan looked up toward the direction where the Phoenix's illusory shadow had vanished. Leader, I estimate the approximate location to be Lu Village. Could it be that Lu Village harbors a master capable of resolving the icy poisonous Qi corruption afflicting the beast pet Ice Phoenix? His voice was soft, but as he spoke the last words, his tone rose involuntarily. It was common knowledge. The pet Ice Phoenix had been corrupted by the ice poison demonic energy, which was why it couldn't ascend to become a divine beast. To completely cure the ice poison demonic energy, one needed a powerful beast summoning master. Now, the startling sight of the Ice Phoenix's winged silhouette soaring above Lu Village, accompanied by the pervasive aura of a divine beast, was proof enough. The Ice Phoenix's ice poison demonic energy had been cured in Lu Village. The moment these words were spoken, they instantly sparked murmurs and gasps among the other shopkeepers present. Right. Why didn't I think of that? If that's the case, then it must be a 7-star beast summoning master, or even higher. Alliance leader, let's not delay. We must hurry there. This way, we can make a favorable impression on the Ice Phoenix Guild leader and also befriend an even more formidable expert. It's utterly terrifying. I recall Ice Phoenix was a 7-star beast summoner who couldn't overcome the ice poison demon Qi, yet it was resolved perfectly in a small village. Faced with the group's demands, Zhang Ba, as the deputy alliance leader, recognized the benefits of this endeavor. He nodded in agreement. All right, let's depart immediately. Ha! But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang Ba, the sub-alliance leader, looked shaken. For at that very moment, he received a message. The message itself was simple, but the sender left him utterly stunned. The sender was none other than the deputy leader of the Beastmaster Alliance's headquarters. The message itself was straightforward. The stellar fruit has been transferred from headquarters to your branch. Upon receipt, deliver it immediately to Luo Village. You will know to whom it should be handed over. What? After reading the message, he couldn't help but gasp softly. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting 8 shopkeepers, having just heard the deputy alliance leader's words, were about to turn away when Zhang Ba called out to them. Wait! What is it? Wang Hao, head of the Wang family, frowned deeply and asked in a low voice. Has something happened? He had already noticed the subtle expression on Zhang Ba's face earlier. But considering the impending opportunity to meet with the Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild leader, he dismissed the thought. It wasn't until Deputy Alliance leader Zhang Ba called them to a halt that he realized something unexpected had occurred. Hold on. Deputy Alliance leader Zhang Ba struggled to process the news before speaking slowly. Star fruit? A rare treasure of the 7 stars. It was said to have been obtained on the ancient star path, and the struggle to seize this single stellar fruit had consumed immense resources and manpower. Moreover, the star fruit has been kept under the custody of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. Last year, even when the Heaven's Wrath merchants offered 40 million magic crystals, it wasn't sold to them. Yet now, in the dead of night, it's being transported directly and he's the one tasked with delivering it to Luo Village? What exactly is in Luo Village? How could it warrant such high-level attention from headquarters? Or could it be that Guildmaster Bingfeng used the stellar fruit as a sacrifice to persuade that venerable elder to heal her Bingfeng beast pet? A flood of questions surged through his mind. But he also understood. To uncover the truth behind these events? He would have to go there himself to find out. Thus, he requested the 8 chief stewards to wait a little longer. Yet when these words reached the ears of the others, they were filled with confusion. Alliance leader, what's happened? Exactly. You owe us an explanation. Or is it that the people of Luo Village are involved in some sensitive matters? Alliance leader, relax a bit. Don't wear that long face, you're being far too serious. Faced with their inquiries, the deputy alliance leader Zhang Ba said nothing. He simply showed them the message content. SSSSSSS. SSSSSSS. At the sight, they couldn't help but gasp in shock, their expressions turning grave. All their previous doubts and resentment vanished instantly. Especially Wang Hao, who had questioned first, couldn't help but grin. I think the alliance leader is right. It's best we wait. Once the stellar fruit arrives, we'll deliver it personally. And so, everyone waited in silence. Time slowly passed. The commotion caused by the Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild leader's beast companion the Ice Phoenix upon ascending to the ranks of divine beasts had long been captured on video and uploaded online. It could be said that the online buzz was relentless. But in terms of heat, it still couldn't match the intensity of kneeling before the military district for a military merit plaque. Even so, the comments section was still quite lively. Holy crap! Our dragon nation has gained another divine beast. With the divine beast's blessing, the Dragon Phoenix Chamber of Commerce president's power has surged even further. True. But I'm curious, the origin of the Dragon Phoenix Chamber? The president is the Ice Phoenix, with the character Phoenix in her name. But what about the dragon? Hey, if you don't get it, don't ask. This is way beyond your comprehension. Mind your own business. Huff. Huff. Unaware of all this, the Ice Phoenix remained seated by the campfire, listening intently as Jiang Li outlined the evolution paths for their old comrades' beast companions. As the explanation unfolded, her initially astonished gaze gradually shifted to one of utter shock and bewilderment. This approach is possible? Good heavens! With just a slight shift, the entire evolution path changes completely. This is the captain's true strength? Truly terrifying. Chapter 47, Forming a Twilight Elder Beastmaster Squad? Time? It slipped away unnoticed. The next morning dawned with clear skies. In the courtyard, the bonfire had long since turned to ashes, and the roasted lamb had been completely devoured. Wine jars? Over 100 jars. Now they were all empty. The wine? They drank all night long. Yet despite this, Tao Yuan and his companions were full of energy, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. For after this night, they had gained immensely. Following the plan provided by their captain, each of their divine beasts would multiply in number. As for their own combat strength, it had increased several times over. For this very reason, they drank and sought guidance from Captain Jiang Li. Throughout the entire process, they felt not the slightest bit tired. Instead, they grew increasingly energized. Captain, you're practically a god in my eyes. I'll follow your plan to the letter, and I'll definitely need your guidance later. Yuan Qingtian, with his straightforward personality and deep voice, couldn't help but grin widely, pounding his chest emphatically. Jiang Li responded with a calm smile. All right, no problem. You're always welcome. His voice rang out, firm and resolute. Captain, count me in too. Baochong, seated in his wheelchair, chimed in, once I complete the current evolution path you've assigned, I'll definitely seek your guidance again, Captain. Jiang Li nodded, signaling his approval. Wang Tai, who seemed unfazed by the commotion, chuckled. Captain, I won't say much. I'll just stick with you. As he spoke, Wang Tai vigorously rubbed his hands together, revealing his sun-darkened, fishing-toned muscles. Look at me, strong enough to lift a, skilled at fishing and hunting, a true jack of all trades. Just like when I used to follow you around like a shadow. What do you say? The moment the words left his mouth, Jiang Li shot back. Cut the crap. Think about your current position. If you're always with me, won't you neglect your other responsibilities? I don't care. Wang Tai nodded decisively with a smile. Once the star fruit the captain needs arrives, we'll get it, and I'll quit immediately. Screw being some big shot manager. I'd much rather be the captain's little squad member, fighting alongside him on the battlefield. That's the real thrill. Though his words seemed off kilter, they came straight from the heart. Jiang Li hadn't expected Wang Tai to be so resolute. Suddenly at a loss for words, he didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Wang Tai thought he had a chance and chuckled. He quickly added, Captain, then it's settled. Count me in too. Leaning against the wheelchair, Monkey Hunter immediately raised his hand. And Tao Yuan, the retired military commander of the region, chuckled, look at me. I'm retired now. I don't have much to do all day. I just eat and sit around. Count me in too. Hey! You lot! The sole woman among them, Bing Fong, gave a soft humph. Don't forget me. I've got nothing to do either and was just about to step down as president. As long as the captain doesn't mind my leg problem, I'm still in. Bao Chong, afraid he might be forgotten, eagerly piped up. This scene caused Jiang Hao, present at the scene, to twitch his lips slightly, his mind plunged into chaos and shock. Jiang Li, over 70 years old? Forming a new team. To be precise. Forming a team of seniors. Yet the roster included Bao Yuan, president of the Bao Yuan Dragon Merchants Guild Bingfeng, president of the Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild Shouho and Baochong, the two leaders of the Qinling base Wang Tai, grand manager of the Beastmaster Alliance. Beyond that, there was also Tao Yuan, the veteran commander of the Coastal Military District. What was most shocking and awe-inspiring was that nearly all of them were divine beast masters. A force of this magnitude heading to the extraterritorial battlefield. Ugh. At this thought, Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine, his mind going blank. If he ever encountered this force, forget fighting, he'd be begging for mercy on his knees. And yet, a force like this could be assembled with just a single word from Jiang Li before him, or even a nod of her head. Jiang Hao lifted his gaze to Jiang Li, waiting silently for her response. Form it. It absolutely must be formed. Jiang Hao silently prayed. Besides him, Tao Yuan and the others present also gazed expectantly at Jiang Li, who was deep in thought. The next second, Jiang Li abruptly looked up. Just as they anticipated him saying no problem, Jiang Li instead let out a string of expletives. Go yourselves. What the hell are you all thinking? What the hell do you think you are? Mind your own damn business. Don't even think about the rest. His voice was low, yet it carried an air of absolute finality. But Wang Tai tried to continue explaining his thoughts, but Jiang Li cut him off immediately. No buts about it. You all hold exceptional positions within the Beastmaster realm. No, we don't. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Tai looked up, his expression unwavering. Captain, look. I'm over 60 this year. I should have retired long ago. If that unscrupulous fatso hadn't begged me for so long, I never would have agreed to be this grand overseer. At this remark, Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. That unscrupulous fatso? The current headquarters leader of the Beastmaster Alliance Wu Liang was indeed a fat man. Given the context, it was clear he was referring to the supreme leader Wu Liang. Captain, as for me, there's no need to mention it, I retired long ago. The military district's veteran commander, Tao Yuan, grinned. These days, I just tinker with things. Got nothing better to do. Right, and us too. Hunting Monkey and Leopard charged out in unison. Though Ice Phoenix remained silent, her resolute gaze spoke volumes. Jiang Li sighed deeply at the sight. He knew the personalities of these teammates well. Once they set their minds on something, it was like a stubborn plaster impossible to shake off. Return to the extraterrestrial battlefield? To forge a path through the ancient starry skies? Truthfully, he'd considered this when activating the infant Invincibility System, but he'd never contemplated leading his former squad. He knew all too well that battle had been deeply strange, and the people involved could bring disaster upon these comrades in arms who had fought alongside him through life and death. This was precisely his apprehension and hesitation. Jiang Li's deep contemplation caught the eye of the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan, who seemed to have read the captain's inner worries. A faint smile touched Tao Yuan's lips. Captain, look at us, we're all at this age. We have at most a few more years, or perhaps a decade or so left. But if we could find life-prolonging treasures along the ancient star path, or break through our current realms, that would be the greatest boon imaginable for us. And you needn't worry about dragging us down. Decades have passed since we last met. This reunion itself proves that what was meant to happen will happen. Why dwell on worries now? Captain, what do you say? It must be said. The old commander of the military district Tao Yuan still understood certain matters. With just a few simple words, he struck directly at the core of Jiang Li's concerns. Seeing Jiang Li still hesitating, Tao Yuan quickly added. Besides, after decades of studying extraterrestrial meteorites, I've never found any clues or signs of activity. But meeting you, Captain, has truly excited me. Don't underestimate this meteorite. That tiny fragment holds terrifying power. And with the Captain controlling it, he effectively wields that terrifying power. What's there to worry about? To borrow the Captain's own words, what the hell are we afraid of? Let's just do it. As the words fell, Bao Yuan's booming laughter echoed through the air. Right, Captain. Old Tao's dead right. What the hell are we afraid of? Let's just do it. Chapter 48, Life's First Toy 2 Bites? The moment the brute ape spoke, the entire crowd erupted. Captain, what are you waiting for? We're ready to go, just give the word, and we'll take him down. Captain, listen, our guild discovered several secret realms along the Starry Sky Ancient Path. They're a bit dangerous, but the resources are incredibly rich. Captain, let's form a Twilight Divine Guard squadron to roam the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Just thinking about it gets me excited, heh. Captain, just say the word. Agree already, don't make me beg you. Faced with his comrades' pleading and hopeful gazes, Jiang Li's expression turned bitter. He had his own concerns, but his strength was also lacking. If he ventured into the Starry Sky Ancient Path, he would inevitably become a liability to his former comrades. He could say with absolute certainty. If he were injured somewhere, these old comrades before him would sacrifice themselves to rescue him. At present, he was merely a king-tier beastmaster, a full tier below the strength of his old comrades, a gap equivalent to a saint-tier beastmaster. In terms of combat prowess, the gap was vast. But then he thought, to cultivate stronger beast pets, materials from the outer battlefields and the ancient starry paths were indispensable. Moreover, besides his granddaughter, he had 3 sons and daughters-in-law toiling like beasts of burden to gather materials for pet cultivation. Only his approval. It could potentially alter their destinies. It could also smooth their path, freeing them from the true drudgery of being beasts of burden. It echoed that recently popular saying, 70 is the prime age for adventure. Had he not activated the baby invincibility system, Jiang Li would undoubtedly have chosen to lie low, passively awaiting death. But now, things were different. Stellar breathing technique? Ultimate divine eye? Plus a physique that grows stronger by the moment. Not to mention the unwavering support of his comrades in arms, all of whom were divine masters. Facing the situation before him, Jiang Li's eyes grew increasingly sharp. Since he wasn't dead? Then let's do this. With the invincible infant system by his side, what was there to fear? He slowly raised his head to look at his old comrades. Alright, since you've shown me such favor, let's get the hell done with it. His voice was soft, yet it reverberated through their hearts like an exploding bomb. Ha ha. That's the kind of guts our captain has. Awesome. Never thought we'd get another chance to fight alongside the captain. Captain, when do we move out? I can't wait. In response to their cheers, Jiang Li spoke softly. No rush. Let's prepare for a while first. No need to prepare. The blunt-spoken brawler grinned widely. What else is there to prepare? Whatever the captain needs, I'll get it transferred directly from the guild for him. But the response came from the Dragon Phoenix Guild's leader Longfeng. The captain needs to settle some matters with his family. If you're willing, you could assist his family by arranging a good position for them and ensuring they receive preferential resource allocation. At this point, his voice paused abruptly. He then looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. Every position within the Dragon Phoenix Guild stands open to the captain's family. Upon their return, they may come to the guild at any time. His voice was low and solemn. These words were met with the support of the other comrades. It could be said that, at this moment, Jiang Li's family had effectively defied fate and altered destiny. And the root cause of all this, of course, was Jiang Li himself. Jiang Li accepted this responsibility without hesitation. Family? Safe and sound. Only then could he venture onto the Starry Sky Ancient Path without reservation. After briefly discussing some details and how to proceed to the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Despite having stayed up all night. But when this matter was brought up, they were still full of energy. Observing the scene before him, Jiang Hao's cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp gleam. He knew, from this moment onward, the Beastmaster world would witness the emergence of a terrifying Twilight Age team. In the Beastmaster world, teams always selected the young and strong. Who would form a team with seniors? But what was truly terrifying was that every member was a divine beast tamer. How could anyone compete with that? I'm genuinely curious what expressions will beast-tamers across the world wear when they learn of this team. Jiang Hao's lips curved into a smile, revealing deep anticipation. In truth, he felt a surge of pride. He had witnessed firsthand the entire formation of this terrifying team. Oh, right. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Li suddenly seemed to remember something. Her gaze fixed on Tao Yuan. What is it? Tao Yuan looked puzzled. Why was the captain suddenly looking at him? In that moment, one thought after another flashed through his mind, yet he couldn't pinpoint why the captain was looking at him. What's the story behind this? Jiang Li spoke as he flipped his wrist. The seemingly ordinary, fist-sized stone appeared in his palm. Whenever he activated the stellar breathing technique, the stone would radiate pure yet terrifying energy, circulating through his body. Gradually, he absorbed and refined it. With each thread refined, he could distinctly feel his physical constitution strengthen several-fold. Such a wondrous stone filled him with both excitement and curiosity. Earlier, he had been so preoccupied with helping his old comrade examine the stone and devising a divine beast evolution path that he had forgotten about it. Only just now, as another strand of mysterious power surged forth from the stone, did Jiang Li suddenly recall it. But Jiang Li didn't notice that the moment he pulled the stone out, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Instinctively, they stood up and took a few steps back, as if the object were extremely dangerous, keeping a safe distance. Tao Yuan, however, grinned like an idiot, as if saying, "Captain, you finally brought it up." Before Tao Yuan could open his mouth to explain, however, the others interrupted him, each chiming in with their own comments. "Captain, this thing is powerful, but it's also incredibly destructive and dangerous. You'd better hold on tight." That's right. As old Tao the Ghost put it, mastering the energy within this stone could obliterate an entire base with ease. Old Tao Ghost barely escaped death because of this stone. A single impact wiped out tens of thousands of insectoids. Truly terrifying. Ha? Destroy an entire base? Tens of thousands of alien insects annihilated? Narrowly escaped death? This series of revelations left Jiang Li increasingly stunned. His gaze then fell upon Tao Yuan as he asked softly. "You said you can control this energy? What exactly does that mean?" His voice was soft, yet his heart surged with excitement. If what they claimed held true, mastering this power would grant him the means to rival even the divine masters. This was precisely what captured his intense focus. Facing the inquiry, Tao Yuan patiently explained the entire process. Time? Slowly passing. Upon learning the reason behind it all, Jiang Li couldn't help but grin. But immediately after, a question arose. How could one master such energy? He could only perform simple absorption and refinement, but the process was painfully slow. It was like trying to fill an ocean with a cup of water. To fully master it? Who knew when that would happen? Just as he was pondering this, an exciting system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first toy. Simply reach out, place it in your mouth, and take 2 bites to fully master this toy. Ha? That's all it takes? Chapter 49, Commanding the Meteorite, Leveling a Mountain with a Single Punch. Ha? That's possible? Jiang Li watched the scene, his lips twitching slightly. But inside, he was thrilled and exhilarated. Just as he pondered how to activate and harness the celestial meteorite's power, the Invincible Infant system popped up with a prompt. What delighted him most was how simple and direct the method to master the extraterrestrial meteorite turned out to be. Take 2 bites? Simple and brutal. He then picked up the extraterrestrial meteorite and, amidst the puzzled stares of the crowd, popped it straight into his mouth. This scene utterly terrified everyone present. Captain, what are you doing? Careful. That meteorite holds immense energy, even rays can't pierce it. What are you? Captain, I just met you, don't mess around. This isn't a joke. At that moment, these old comrades in arms, as if witnessing something terrifying, all rose to their feet and rushed forward, intent on stopping Jiang Li's actions. But before they could reach him, Jiang Li had already placed the meteorite in his mouth and taken 2 light bites. Boom! A heart-stopping surge of energy erupted from the extraterrestrial meteorite. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz. Centered on Jiang Li, a terrifying shockwave surged outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart. First in line were these old comrades in arms. Seeing the crimson shockwave, they dared not slacken their vigilance, immediately channeling their spiritual energy to envelop themselves. Instantly, a tangible protective barrier materialized around them. But the next second, the protective shield shattered instantly under the impact of the shockwave. As divine guardians, they were sent flying, their blood churning violently within them as fresh blood spilled from their mouths. Boom! Boom! They crashed to the ground simultaneously, their impact carving out a massive crater in the earth. Despite their injuries, they immediately forced themselves to their feet, gritting their teeth against the pain as they turned to look at Captain Jiang Li. At that moment, their sole concern was the captain's safety. Especially Tao Yuan, who knew all too well the ruthless power and terror of the meteorite, his face etched with anxiety and worry. Yet the scene before them left them stunned and speechless. Looking ahead, Jiang Li stood holding the extraterrestrial meteorite in one hand, crimson light coiling around his arm like armor. Strands of crimson light pulsed with heart-stopping energy. Visibly, the light rapidly multiplied and coiled tighter. Then, Jiang Li suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom! A blazing, blinding orb of light shot forth like a fired cannonball, hurtling straight toward the distant mountain peak. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions abruptly reverberated through the void. Smoke and dust scattered wildly, sending particles flying everywhere. In that instant, the entire area seemed to be struck by a terrifying earthquake. Buildings swayed, the ground trembled. The mountain peak struck by the light sphere suddenly erupted in a thick cloud of dust. But what was truly heart-stopping was what appeared before their eyes as the dust settled, an endless expanse of flatland. Mountain? Gone without a trace. This scene was a visual assault on everyone present. Holy crap? That strike must have been on par with our full power attack, right? Old Tao, you always talked about how terrifying these celestial meteorites were. Seeing it with my own eyes now, all I can say is, it's insane. See, Captain. Have you truly mastered the meteorite's full power? Holy crap. Jiang Hao stood there, utterly stunned, his entire body trembling. Earlier, he'd mentally calculated whether he could block this punch if faced with it. The final outcome? He'd be obliterated into dust. Throughout the entire process, he wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. Especially when he heard the beast-tamers say it was comparable to their full power strike, his eyelids twitched violently. Doesn't that mean it's a divine beast master's full power strike? At this thought, Jiang Hao's mind was in turmoil. Yesterday? He was merely a heaven-tier beast-tamer. After just one night, he'd become a king-tier beast master. Even more terrifying, he now possessed the attack methods of a divine beast master. His gaze then fell upon the mysterious stone in Jiang Li's hand, and he pondered silently. What on earth is this thing? How could it contain such immense power? It wasn't just him who was stunned. His granddaughter, Nangong Shui, Mushi, Zhang Ranran, and Tao Yuan's grandson, Tao Kong, were all frozen in place. Their eyes all revealed shock and awe. Tao Kong, in particular, knew full well the immense effort and energy his grandfather Tao Yuan had poured into researching this mysterious extraterrestrial meteorite. He never imagined that under his grandfather's leadership, the extraterrestrial meteorite would be fully deciphered and mastered. In that moment, the look he cast at Jiang Li was filled with profound admiration and reverence. Meanwhile, panic had already erupted across the dozen or so villages near the mountain peak. Some, still half asleep, stumbled out of their homes, eyes bleary, clad only in shorts, their upper bodies bare. Damn it, run! Earthquake? What the hell? How could there be an earthquake here? Earthquake my ass! Look! Tiger Head Peak is gone? Who made Tiger Head Peak disappear? Good heavens? What on earth happened? How could the mountain peak just vanish? It could be said. The entire town was plunged into panic. Among them, the most terrified were the 8 chief merchants led by Zhang Ba, the sub-leader of the Beastmaster Alliance. They stood trembling nearby, their eyes filled with fear and lingering dread. Their clothes were in tatters, their collars soaked through with cold sweat, their bodies covered in bloody wounds. Just moments ago, while carrying out their mission to deliver the stellar fruit to Lu village, they had passed through this very mountain peak. Who could have imagined that a colossal crimson orb, radiating overwhelming energy, would suddenly plunge through the sky? The brutal collision with the mountain peak. The resulting shockwave forced them to brace themselves with all their might, yet they still sustained significant injuries. Chao Kuan, one of the 8 brash shopkeepers, swallowed hard. What was that orb? That strike was more terrifying than cosmic rays. If it had hit the base, it would have been destroyed. We must report this to headquarters immediately. Whatever it is, we must gain control of it. If other federations acquire it, it will pose a deadly threat to us. One of the managers took a deep breath, his expression grave. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, another of the 8 grand merchants, turned his gaze toward the direction of Lu village. I saw it with my own eyes that crimson light sphere came from the direction of Lu village. Could it be that this was the true purpose of the Dragon Phoenix Guild's leader's visit? The thought froze everyone's breath as they exchanged stunned glances. They stared at each other in disbelief. Zhang Ba, the sub-alliance leader, raised his head toward Lukan village upon hearing this. Looks like headquarters had us deliver the stellar fruit for a reason. It might be connected to that crimson light sphere. Let's stop speculating and hurry to deliver the fruit as ordered. Though he spoke calmly, his heart was filled with astonishment. He had assumed escorting the stellar fruit would be a simple task, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine it would involve mortal danger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As his words faded, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air, mingled with Chao Kuan's startled exclamation. Look! That's the Dragon Phoenix Guild starship. What are they doing here? The direction they're racing off in its Lu village. Chapter 50, Galactic Core Stone, Immortal Tier Fist Technique River Incineration. Lu village? Branch leader Zhang Ba stared at the fleet of starships exclusively belonging to the Dragon Phoenix Trading Guild, his mind plunged into utter chaos. Who on earth is in Lu Village that could draw the Dragon Phoenix Guild starships here? And that terrifyingly destructive Crimson Light Sphere? This barrage of questions flooded Zhang Ba's mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. But just then, Wang Hao's startled cry reached his ears once more. Look! Those are the starships of the Bora Dragon Guild. They're here too? No, even warships from the coastal base military district are here. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Look, the Qinling base starship is heading toward Lukan too. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of starships sliced through the sky, hurtling straight toward Lukan. Such a scene was nothing short of a visual assault on everyone present. Even the local villagers stood frozen in place. What on earth is happening? Why are so many starships here? Could it be that some alien race has taken root here and these starships have come to exterminate them? Good heavens! I've never seen such a grand spectacle in all my life. Could it be an alien invasion? It could be said. At this very moment, undercurrents of tension were stirring among all factions. Jiang Li, the root cause of all this, heard the system's voice in his mind after unleashing that punch. Congratulations, host, on successfully mastering the Crimson Star Silver Core, one of the 7 great meteorites. The Crimson Star Silver Core is a galactic nucleus stone, containing galactic power far surpassing that of stars. There are 7 such galactic nucleus stones in existence, each harboring God-defying destructive force, the very object of pursuit for galactic alien races. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a system quest. Would you like to check it? Ha! Galactic power? Red Star Core? This barrage of unfamiliar terms left Jiang Li reeling for a long moment. He never imagined this fist-sized stone could hold such profound significance. Based on what he currently knew, his homeworld Blue Star was undergoing dimensional ascension, ceaselessly moving deeper into the cosmos. Its current trajectory was drawing ever closer to a star. This was the fundamental reason why Blue Star's temperature kept rising, forcing every university to install cooling systems. And beyond the stars? That was the galaxy. So, this Crimson Star Silver Core transcends the existence of stars? At this thought, Jiang Li's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, his heart surging with excitement. The stellar breathing technique? This was already an incredibly powerful existence. Now, a galaxy-level treasure surpassing stars had unexpectedly appeared before him. Having witnessed its terrifying destructive power firsthand, mastering it would grant him the capital to challenge the Pit God Master. Facing the system prompt, Jiang Li hesitated not a moment. With a flick of his thoughts. Accept. Instantly, a panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Quest: Galactic Core Stones. Content: locate and collect all 7 galactic core stones. Each stone found and mastered grants a reward. Reward: receive corresponding rewards for each stone found. Upon collecting all 7, obtain the Galactic Grand Gift Pack. Accept mission? Accept. Absolutely accept. Jiang Li made up his mind. He had already recognized the extraordinary nature of this quest. 7 galaxy core stones? Each one obtained would grant him a system reward. Collecting all 7 would grant him a Galaxy Grand Gift Pack. That equaled 8 rewards. Faced with such an incredible opportunity, how could he possibly refuse? Especially after personally experiencing the power of a Galaxy Core Stone, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in the search. The moment he agreed, the system notifications sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Crimson Star Core Stone and acquiring the 7th grade Immortal Tier Fist Technique River Incineration. River Incineration comprises 8 forms: floating fire, falling star, blazing whirl, sky splitting, ashes extinguishing, prairie burning, abyssal return, and river incineration. Mastered to perfection, it can boil the starry heavens in Milky Way. River of flames? Upon hearing this fist technique, Jiang Li's face broke into a broad smile, his heart surging with ecstasy. In his memory, when he had chosen whether to retain the Heavenly Eye, a divine tier fist technique had appeared. It was a 3rd grade Immortal Tier Fist Technique. Lured by the ultimate divine eye, he ultimately chose it, sacrificing the fist technique. Now, nearly 2 days later, he had obtained another Immortal Tier Fist Technique. And it was a 7th grade technique 4 grades higher than his previous, Mountain Collapse. His delight was palpable. Especially when he witnessed the Immortal Tier Fist Technique River Incineration capable of burning the waters of the Milky Way, he fully grasped the terrifying power of this art. Suddenly, a complex and profound stream of information surged into his mind. Huff. Huff. Fortunately, Jiang Li's soul was sufficiently robust. By accelerating the operation of the stellar breathing technique, he swiftly absorbed and refined the message within a relatively short time. And this information? It was the 7th grade Immortal Tier Fist Technique River Incineration. In that instant, he mastered this fist technique completely. Awesome! Jiang Li silently exclaimed. Then he withdrew his focus. As his gaze swept around the room, he suddenly noticed his old comrades were staring at him with strange expressions. What's up with you guys? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Li asked. But his comrades responded in unison. You're a freak. Pervert? Jiang Li exclaimed in astonishment. A heaven-tier beast master? Skipping straight past king tier? That could be explained decades of cultivation culminating in a breakthrough. But shattering a mountain peak with a single punch? That's on par with a Saint Beast Master's full power strike. Where do you even begin to justify that? Even Wang Tai, the most unfathomable of them all, couldn't help but widen his eyes, struggling to process what had just unfolded before him. His entire life? He had poured his heart and soul into cultivation. Resources? Countless resources consumed. Now, the captain had caught up to him in a single night. It instantly left him feeling utterly defeated. But the captain's next words sent him into an instant collapse. Ah, it was just a coincidence. This destructive power only comes from harnessing the mysterious meteorite. You wield it far more skillfully than I do. Wang Tai's response was a roll of his eyes. Meteorite? He'd studied it too. Forget unleashing its energy, he hadn't even grasped the basics. Of course. Frustration was one thing. But seeing the captain rise to such formidable strength filled him with genuine joy and excitement. Captain, have you fully mastered the energy of the extraterrestrial meteorite? At that moment, Tao Yuan, the military district's veteran commander most concerned about the meteorite's status, looked at Jiang Li with excitement radiating from his face. Jiang Li toyed with the meteorite in his hand and nodded emphatically. You could say that, but this meteorite. Before he could finish, Tao Yuan hastily waved his hand. Captain, this meteorite has a special connection with you. You are its true master. No need for formalities. I'll be satisfied once we uncover its origins someday. His voice was deep and resonant, his sentiment genuine. In his view, as long as the meteorite didn't fall into the hands of other factions or the Federation, everything was acceptable. Besides, this was his own captain. After all, the captain would soon lead them into the ancient starry paths to battle various alien races. A captain of formidable strength? That was precisely what he hoped to see. Yet the captain's next words left him both exhilarated and astonished. As for my origins, I learned a thing or two from this meteorite. What? Chapter 51, Putting on a Show? You're the expert at that. What? Tao Yuan was dumbfounded. Discover its origin? He'd spent decades studying it diligently, yet not only had he failed to activate or master it, he hadn't even discovered its origins. How did it end up in the captain's hands? In the blink of an eye, it was activated and mastered, and its origins were even known. But then, excitement and thrill flashed across his face. Captain, tell me what exactly is its origin? The moment he spoke, everyone present immediately pressed him for answers. Yeah, that celestial meteorite, old Tao had us study it too, but we never got anywhere. Captain, just tell us already. I'm practically bursting with curiosity. A single punch equaling a divine guardian's full power strike, it's beyond imagination. What on earth is its origin? Facing the eager gazes of the group, Jiang Li toyed with the crimson star core stone in his hand. Then he patiently explained the red star core stone to everyone. Of course. He made no mention of the invincible infant system, merely explaining that the information had surfaced automatically during the process of absorbing and refining the crimson star core stone. None of them harbored any doubts or questions about this. They placed unwavering trust in their captain's words. Especially when they learned that beyond the crimson star core stone, there were 6 similar extraterrestrial meteorites, as well as galaxy core stones far surpassing stars in power. Their bodies trembled with shock. Holy moly, a galaxy core stone? That would be far more terrifying than the planet we're on now. Find it. We must find it. Just imagining the captain collecting all 7 galaxy core stones makes my scalp tingle. Not just chills, it's reigniting my fighting spirit, heh. Find them. We must find them. Pour every last resource into the search. It could be said. At this moment, the heads of the major merchant guilds and all the leaders present in the courtyard were fired up, as if transported back to their youth. Only the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan wore a grave expression as he murmured, "Gentlemen, do not be so impassioned. This endeavor carries immense peril." As the captain said, this is a galactic core stone, a treasure sought by tens of thousands of alien races, containing earth-shattering energy. If we search for it openly, we'll inevitably attract the aliens. Put simply, the aliens will know that we possess the galactic core stone. Doesn't that make us nothing more than a moving target for them? Though spoken softly, his words struck like a warhammer to the hearts of all present, jolting them back to their senses. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Exactly. My suggestion is we keep a low profile. Under no circumstances should we act openly. There was another crucial point. He was still only at the king-level beastmaster stage, not yet truly matured. Though he possessed the offensive capabilities of a divine beastmaster, this power ultimately relied on external forces. Ultimately, he was still at a disadvantage. Moreover, after activating the Crimson Star Core Stone's energy, he distinctly felt a wave of weakness. He suspected that due to his weak foundation, he could only barely activate it once. As Jiang Li's words fell, everyone present instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. They all nodded in agreement, acknowledging their understanding. Thump, thump, thump. Tap, tap, tap. Amid their hushed discussions, crisp footsteps echoed from beyond the courtyard, accompanied by a deep, respectful voice. Bin High Base. Branch Alliance leader Zhang Ba, accompanied by the 8 chief merchants, requests an audience with President Bing. Ha? Seeking an audience with me? The Ice Phoenix, gradually becoming familiar with her ascended divine beast, heard these words abruptly. A trace of surprise flickered across her aged yet radiant face. The Beastmaster Alliance? Why would they seek an audience with me, the head of the Dragon Phoenix Trading Guild? Pondering this, the Ice Phoenix turned her gaze to the seemingly eccentric Wang Tai beside her, her eyes silently asking, what on earth is going on? Wang Tai? This fellow is the chief steward of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. In terms of status? He ranks just below the alliance leader and deputy leader at headquarters, overseeing the managers of all branch alliances and the main alliance. Wang Tai chuckled. I've already ordered the star fruit to be brought over. Combined with the commotion caused by your beast companion breaking through to divine beast status, they mistakenly thought it was meant for you. At this, Bing Feng instantly understood. You're quite efficient. I've also ordered the items the captain needs to be brought over. Judging by the timing, they should be arriving soon. As she finished speaking, 9 starships hovered in the sky not far from the courtyard. Each bore the engraved emblem of the Dragon Phoenix Trading Guild. Seeing this, a flicker of delight danced in Bing Feng's beautiful eyes. Now, she could demonstrate her abilities before the captain and assist him. This was her honor and pride. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, led by Zhang Ba, the head of the Beastmaster Alliance's branch, the 8 chief stewards stood in perfect formation before the gate. Their expressions were respectful, standing as firm as pine trees. Not a breath dared escape them now, for beneath their scrutiny, terrifying auras seeped from within the courtyard. They even sensed several divine masters gathered within the courtyard. Divine beast masters? In the world of beast tamers, they represented the pinnacle of existence. According to the Beastmaster Alliance, a half-step divine beast master could serve as a branch leader, let alone a true divine beast tamer. While they stood in silent shock, waiting for a response from the courtyard, their very presence had already drawn a crowd of astonished villagers nearby. Good heavens! They've actually come to our village? And they're standing at Jiang Li's house. Could they be here to apologize? Who are they? Apologizing? What for? Does anyone know what's going on? Are you blind? They're the branch leader of our base's Beastmaster Alliance Zhang Ba and the 8 great shopkeepers. The moment Zhang Ba's identity was revealed, everyone present was instantly stunned, staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. Alliance leader? The 8 Grand Masters? These were figures they could never hope to approach in their daily lives. Yet here they stood, bowing respectfully at the doorstep of Jiang Li, a man known for his gentle, scholarly demeanor and extraordinary approachability. Apologizing? Good heavens! What on earth is old Master Zhang's status? Wah! If only I'd known. If I'd married old Master Zhang's son back then, I could have hitched my wagon to his coattails too. Regret. When old Master Jiang came to our village, so many people tried to arrange matches for him, but he turned them all down. If only we persisted. It could be said. The villagers were kicking themselves, left only to stare helplessly at the scene before them. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. But just then, a series of earth-shattering booms suddenly echoed across the sky. Looking up, gigantic starships hovered motionless in the sky. The moment these starships appeared, the already frenzied scene instantly reached its climax. But what followed etched itself into the villagers' memories forever, a scene they would never forget. Clang! Clang! The door to Jiang Li's house slowly creaked open. Jiang Li led the way, followed by the head of the exploding Ape Dragon Trading Guild Bao Yuan, the head of the Dragon Phoenix Trading Guild Bing Feng, one of the Qinling base leaders, Monkey Hunter, pushing Leopard Charge, and the Grand Master of the Beastmaster Alliance Wang Tai. Also present was Tao Yuan, the veteran military commander of the coastal base, who followed closely behind Jiang Li. 6 divine beast masters? Willingly standing guard at Jiang Li's side. Such a scene was nothing short of a visual assault on everyone present. Gulp! Gulp! Especially Zhang Ba, the deputy leader of the Beastmaster Alliance, who instantly recognized every person present. The shock made him swallow hard. Chapter 52, The Ancient Star Path opens early? The star-devouring ancestral dragon evolves. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ba bowed deeply. Sub-leader of the Beastmaster Alliance Zhang Ba pays his respects to the Grand Manager, the veteran leader, President Bing, President Yuan, and the 2 revered ones. Silence. As the words fell, an eerie silence descended upon the room, so thick that a pin dropping could be heard. The old commander? Chairman? The revered one? Any one of these figures could shake the Beastmaster world with a single stump. And now, they were all gathered here. This is our captain. Wang Tai, the Grand Manager, felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing Zhang Ba's words. He then pointed to Jiang Li beside him and introduced her with solemn seriousness. Zhang Ba instantly realized his mistake. He immediately bowed deeply. Zhang Ba pays his respects to Captain Jiang. Greetings, Captain Jiang. Upon hearing this, the 8 chief clerks behind Zhang Ba immediately bowed in unison. Jiang Li returned their bows. No need for formalities, gentlemen. Guests are always welcome. Please join me in the courtyard for a chat. As the deputy alliance leader, Zhang Ba hastily declined Jiang Li's invitation. With such a heavyweight present, how could there be room for him? With this thought, Zhang Ba hastily added with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, Captain Jiang. We have urgent matters to attend to, and our visit here is specifically to deliver the stellar fruit as ordered by the Grand Manager." As he spoke, he flipped his wrist. A slender, compact wooden box appeared in his hand. "This box contains the stellar fruit Captain Jiang requires. Please accept it." Along the way, he had assumed the stellar fruit was intended for the Dragon Phoenix Merchants Guild leader. But witnessing the scene before him, he finally realized the stellar fruit had been specially procured for Jiang Li. Only now did he truly grasp the terrifying background Jiang Li possessed. As for the Luo family's fate, he could only say they deserved it, they brought it upon themselves. Jiang Li smiled indifferently. "Then thank you for personally delivering it, Alliance Leader Zhang." With that, Jiang Li beckoned with a single hand. The exquisite wooden box was caught mid-air with steady precision. Though his expression remained calm, his heart surged with excitement and joy. The stellar fruit was in his grasp? That meant a giant leap toward the evolution of the star-devouring ancestral dragon. Moreover, with all the major starships gathered here, they were naturally delivering what he needed. All that remained was to wait patiently. "Ha!" Zhang Ba sighed in relief upon hearing this, chuckling softly, "No trouble at all, no trouble at all. It's our honor to serve Captain Jiang." Turning to the beast-tamer elders present and the Grand Manager Wang Tai, he bowed deeply. "Esteemed elders, please continue your work. This junior will not disturb you further." The others nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Tai understood. Zhang Ba wanted to leave as soon as possible. Staying here would make them uncomfortable. Thus, Wang Tai made no further demands, waving Zhang Ba off. "Go about your business." "Yes, Chief Manager." With that, Zhang Ba wasted no time, turning immediately and exchanging a knowing glance with the 8 chief managers present. The 8 chief managers instantly grasped the implication, bowed to Wang Tai and Jiang Li, then turned and departed. Their pace quickened, bodies tense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After they departed, the Stardrive ship hovering mid-air abruptly opened its hatch. One by one, powerful beast-tamers emerged, each carrying precious materials. They walked through the air, approaching Jiang Li and the others at a measured pace. The Dragon Phoenix Guild, acting on the chairman's orders, presents Captain Jiang with 8 star beast cores and 8 rare spirit source fruits. The exploding 8th Dragon Guild, acting on the chairman's orders, has come to pay respects to Captain Jiang. We humbly request you accept these gifts. Each declaration reverberated like thunderclaps through the assembled crowd. It must be said. The spectacle was truly grand. A steady stream of rare and precious evolution materials poured in, delivered by major factions from across the nation. Such a breathtaking spectacle left even the villagers familiar with Jiang Li utterly dumbfounded. The news was simply too much for them to process. Meanwhile, Zhang Ranran watched the scene unfold, her youthful face brimming with immense pride. Could she ever have imagined living such a life? She understood. All of this was made possible by her grandfather. To be precise, it was all earned by Grandpa in his youth, risking his life for it. What exactly did grandfather endure? Zhang Ranran marveled inwardly, her heart aching for her grandfather's past hardships. As she pondered this, Mushi, who had been standing by her side the entire time, flashed a bright smile. "Ranran, this is like defying fate itself. From now on, no one will dare bully you again." "Exactly. With such formidable elders backing you, who would dare bully you? That'd be suicide." Nangong Shui added sincerely, her face brimming with envy. Zhang Ranran nodded in agreement. But her gaze immediately turned icy as she murmured firmly, "Yet everything still depends on oneself. Only by becoming truly powerful can one avoid being bullied." After the exchange student incident, Zhang Ranran had truly matured, her mind sharpened and her perspective deepened. Hearing this, Jiang Li felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Now, Jiang Li gladly accepted the goodwill offered by his old comrade in arms. He was currently in dire need of these evolution materials to enhance his own strength and realm. Once he entered the ancient star path, he would repay these old comrades in full. Time? It would pass quickly. Once everything was moved into the courtyard, Jiang Li looked at his old comrades in arms, Tao Yuan, Bing Feng, Wang Tai, Shouho, Bao Chong, and Bao Yuan, and smiled meaningfully. He then quipped with a laugh, "I won't keep you here. We agreed today we should each attend to our own affairs." After a night of conversation, he had helped them chart their divine beasts' evolutionary paths and made arrangements for future matters. Next month? That was precisely when the planet would undergo dimensional ascension, traversing into the black hole for the transformation. The place where they would pause was none other than the ancient star road. Yet along the ancient star path, all manner of alien races would invade the planet, or hunt down and exterminate beast tamers searching for resources. It could be said that high risk comes with high reward. Return to the ancient star path? This was Jiang Li's best path to elevate his strength. Upon hearing the captain's words, Wang Tai couldn't help but grin. Captain, you don't need to rush us out. To be honest, I've received word that mysterious changes have occurred on Blue Star, and the ancient star path will open ahead of schedule. That's right. Old Iron is correct. Ice Phoenix, president of the Dragon Phoenix Guild, took up the thread and patiently explained. To be precise, it will open at dusk 10 days from now. So, we just need to handle some matters remotely, and there shouldn't be any major issues. That's right, Captain. You need to get ready to lead us back through the ancient star path. Tao Yuan, the veteran commander of the military district, couldn't help but grin as well. Hearing this, Jiang Li's mouth twitched. He knew full well, given the current situation, there was no way he could get rid of them. Then where will you stay? My courtyard is too small. No need for the captain to worry about that, Bao Chong said with a loud laugh from his wheelchair. We each have our own starship, we can just hop aboard and head straight for the ancient star path when it opens. No delays whatsoever. Jiang Li's mind was in turmoil at that moment. A starship for each of us? Circling our own courtyard? 6 ships in total? That's way too flashy. Chapter 53, I treated you like a bestie? But you wanted to be my nanny? Jiang Li murmured thoughtfully, meeting the intense gazes of her old comrades in arms. She knew they'd already made up their minds, no changing it now. Pointing at them, she teased with a laugh, looks like you've had this in mind for a while. Her words struck a nerve, and they all burst into laughter. Captain, don't overthink it. We just want to drop by and visit you now and then. Exactly. You've avoided us for decades. Now we just want to catch up. You can't turn us away, can you? Captain, it's settled then. You go about your business. We'll head back to the starship. Before Jiang Li could react, the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan waved to him. He then exchanged glances with Bing Feng and the others nearby, as well as his own son Tao Longyan and grandson Tao Kang, signaling that it was time for them to depart. Captain, get some rest. We'll see you this afternoon. You're invited aboard my starship. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Hao, ever the tactful one, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Jiang Li. Senior, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well. Very well. Jiang Li made no further attempt to detain him. With all materials now gathered for the star-devouring ancestral dragon's evolution, he was preparing to begin evolving the sky-soaring fire python. Since the evolution process of a beast companion must not be interrupted. Where are you headed? If I pass through your area someday, I'll come find you. He still held a favorable impression of Jiang Hao. The fact that he had dared to give Luo Tang the cold shoulder right there in the Beastmaster Alliance Hall. That alone proved he was a man of honor and loyalty. Before Jiang Hao could finish, Bing Feng interrupted from the side. Captain, he will be serving as the manager at my merchant guild. If you have no other business, you may go to my guild to find him. Jiang Li hadn't processed it yet, but Jiang Hao let out a startled cry. The Dragon Phoenix Trading Guild? A manager? Given his current status as merely a lowly foot soldier in the Dragon Phoenix Guild, the guild master's words amounted to a direct promotion. Realizing this, Jiang Hao hastily bowed deeply to Bing Feng. Thank you, President. 6 simple words, spoken with genuine sincerity. He then bowed repeatedly to Jiang Li, expressing his gratitude. He knew full well, this remarkable promotion to manager was rooted in Jiang Li's influence. Had it not been for his acquaintance with Jiang Li and her recommendation, his achievements alone would scarcely have secured him the position of manager at the Dragon Phoenix Trading Guild. Hearing this, Jiang Li snapped back to his senses, understanding the underlying reason. Rise. No need for such formalities. Next time I pass by the Dragon Phoenix Trading House, I'll be sure to seek you out for a drink. Jiang Li laughed heartily. Jiang Hao nodded repeatedly. It's settled then. I'll be sure to treat you well when you come. His attitude was sincere, his words genuine. He understood that by then, even without his invitation, Bing Feng, as the Dragon Phoenix Guild's leader, would surely extend a warm welcome to this senior captain. After exchanging a few more polite words, Jiang Hao, at Bing Feng's suggestion, boarded the departing starship. Of course. His granddaughter, Nangong Shui, accompanied him as they departed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under Jiang Li's watchful gaze, starship slowly glided into position. Only 6 remained within his courtyard, housing Tao Yuan, Shouho, Bao Chong, Wang Tai, Bo Yuan, and Bing Feng respectively. These 6 starships hovered in different positions, forming a protective formation like stars surrounding the moon. Jiang Li could not dissuade them, so he simply let them continue their guardian role. Afterward, Jiang Li returned to the courtyard. In the courtyard, the bonfire and empty bottles had long been tidied away by Jiang Ranran and Mu Shi. It was spotless, one might say. Jiang Li smiled at Mu Shi and said, "Thank you for helping us clean up." Not at all. Not at all. Mu Shi shook her head repeatedly, waving her hands dismissively as she smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Besides, she continued, thanks to your guidance, Senior, I've received an invitation from the Ice Phoenix Guild. I can go there anytime to train and even enjoy member benefits. By this point, Mushi was practically dancing with excitement. Her Beastmaster University happened to be located at the headquarters of the Immortal Vessel Base. And the Ice Phoenix Guild was stationed right here. In short, with the guild's invitation letter, she could enjoy the benefits of membership throughout her university years. This way, she could quickly catch up to others during her university years. Thinking of this, she clung to Jiang Li with a mix of excitement and frustration. "Senior, you have no idea how important this invitation is to me." Her voice choked up, her words becoming somewhat incoherent. Jiang Li, however, stood frozen in place, his arms outstretched in a gesture of non-contact. He hadn't touched Mushi, whose features were exquisitely delicate and whose face still bore traces of youth. Mushi, oblivious to the awkwardness, continued hugging Jiang Li tightly, expressing her gratitude. Jiang Ran, however, stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before her. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words died on her lips. She stifled a laugh and turned to walk back inside. Moments later, when Jiang Li sensed Mushi's emotions gradually settling, he cleared his throat lightly. "By the way, can you let go now?" "Ha?" Mushi realized she'd been too excited, still clutching Jiang Li tightly. Sensing something was wrong, she instinctively gasped. She quickly released her grip and took several steps back. I. Mushi's face flushed crimson as she struggled to find words. After a long moment of hesitation, she turned and dashed back inside. Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. This little girl. He harbored no ill intentions toward Mushi. Though his body and appearance had reverted to that of a man in his 40s due to the stellar breathing technique, his actual age was already 70. Mushi, however, was barely in her 20s. The gap between them was nearly 60 years. Wasn't that ridiculous? It was nothing short of a fairy tale. Simply put, the other party was practically the same age as his own granddaughter. At this, Jiang Li couldn't help but shake his head. He then began to bow and carefully sort through the evolution materials he needed. After making his selections, he carried them into his cultivation chamber. At the same time, inside the room. Huff. Phew. Mushi had just dashed into the room, panting heavily. Her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, and her newly developing chest rose and fell with each breath. Especially recalling how she had actually initiated the embrace with Jiang Li, her face grew hotter, and she instinctively touched her cheeks. Just then, Jiang Ran jumped in front of Mushi, tilted her head to look at her, and teased with a smile, "Are you trying to be my grandma?" After 2 days of getting to know each other, the two had become close friends who could talk about anything and joke around freely. But Jiang Ran's words seemed to strike a nerve deep within Mushi, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Then, enunciating each word deliberately, she exclaimed, "You. How did you know?" "Ha?" This time, it was Jiang Ran who froze. It had been meant as a joke, but her reaction left him at a loss for words. But seeing Mushi's half-smiling, half-teasing expression, he instantly realized she was deliberately teasing him back. With that thought, Jiang Ran lunged at Mushi and launched into a full-on tickle attack. "Tell me, is that what you're thinking? I treat you like my best friend, but you want to be my grandmother? Ah. Stop tickling me, it's too ticklish. We'll just stick to our own business from now on." Chapter 54, Star-Devouring Ancestral Dragon? Just do it. Jiang Li, who was returning to his cultivation room, suddenly overheard Jiang Ran and Mushi's conversation along with the sounds of their playful scuffle. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Seriously? They're already bringing up their grandmothers? Are young people this open nowadays? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. He paid no further attention to their playfighting and entered the cultivation chamber directly. Then, with a flick of her thoughts, roar! The flying fire serpent materialized instantly at his command. Having evolved into a transcendent form, and further enhanced by the influence of the Crimson Star Core Stone, its scales now shimmered not only crimson but also sparkled with a dazzling, starry brilliance. Moreover, the aura emanating from its entire body grew increasingly profound and mysterious. After being summoned, the flying fire serpent swiftly coiled around Jiang Li's right arm, affectionately rubbing against it while emitting a joyful hum. Jiang Li stroked the scales of the flying fire serpent, murmuring softly, "Old buddy, I'm sorry for putting you through so much over the decades." At these words, the flying fire serpent seemed to understand, lifting its head and shaking it gently, as if to say, "No hard feelings." Jiang Li laughed heartily at the sight. "Rest assured, starting today, I'll make it up to you. I'll help you become at least a divine beast. But, for now, we must begin by cultivating your immortal beast physique." His voice was soft, yet brimming with confidence. An invincible infant system? With this system by his side, not only could he rapidly enhance his own power, but the flying fire python could do the same. Moreover, he had the ultimate divine eye to assist and amplify their efforts. With sufficient resources, everything else would fall into place. Resources? Beyond the support of these veteran comrades, he could also venture to the ancient Star Road to seek them out. It could be said that the current situation is unfolding in his favor. However, the immediate priority is to evolve the Crimson Heaven Fire Serpent into its divine beast form, the Star-Devouring Ancestral Dragon. As he finished speaking, Jiang Li produced the required evolution materials and instructed the flying celestial fire python on how to consume them, along with necessary precautions. Creak. Squeak. Without a word, the flying fire python devoured the stellar fruit, bite after bite. Boom. Boom. As it devoured these evolutionary materials, a heart-stopping aura erupted from within the flying fire python. Its scales seemed to melt as if scorched by molten lava. Jiang Li showed no sign of concern at this spectacle. He understood, the flying fire python was undergoing a profound transformation. If it could endure this ordeal, it would emerge as a divine beast, the star-devouring ancestral dragon. What kind of heaven-defying power will the star-devouring ancestral dragon possess? I can't wait to find out. Jiang Li mused inwardly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yet beneath his seemingly detached demeanor, Jiang Li remained constantly vigilant, watching the flying fire python's every change. Should any anomaly arise, he would intervene immediately. One after another, starships raced toward the Jiang family estate and came to a steady halt within its courtyard. Such a breathtaking scene had already spread throughout the villages beyond, compounded by the flattened mountain peak and the recent events. Within the village? The residents were utterly stunned. Some had posted it online, instantly making it the hottest topic of discussion, second only to the Resistance Army plaque kneeling military district incident. Holy moly? What kind of people are these? They've managed to summon starships from the Dragon Phoenix Guild, the Exploding Ape Dragon Guild, the Qinling Base, and even the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. Just seeing these names sends shivers down my spine. They're all nationally renowned guilds and factions. What? Is this the old man who made the military district kneel? Could it be they're here just to pay respects to that old man? As the kneeling before the military district and fleet of starships arriving incidents merged, they rapidly gained traction online. The old man kneeling before the military district with a plaque honoring his resistance achievements? His identity instantly became the hottest topic across the entire internet. Inside the Dragon Phoenix Guild starship, Tao Yuan and Bing Feng gathered here, a virtual screen rising between them. The screen displayed a stream of heated online discussions and comments. Damn! Who the hell is this old man? Can someone enlighten us? My grandfather said these military merits are all top-tier honors. To have earned so many is unimaginable. Yet why is there no record of this old man's military achievements? I'm a local villager. I don't know the details, but this old man is from our village, Lukun village, and the coastal base. Amidst this flurry of discussion, Bao Chong, seated in his wheelchair, wore a look of concern. What do you think? Should we try to cool things down? This heat is too intense. I'm worried it might backfire on the captain. Disadvantage? Bao Yuan, known for his blunt nature and fiery temper, glared with eyes as wide as gongs and snorted, "What harm? Our captain kept a low profile for decades. Now that he didn't die in that battle, the world should know about him." At this remark, Wang Tai, the least anxious among them, quietly rebuked him. "Keep your voice down. Old Leopard has a valid concern. I suspect the captain is hiding something about that battle, and we won't pry it out of him. Better to let the situation simmer." His voice was soft, but his eyes betrayed a murderous intent. He had always sensed something amiss about that battle years ago, yet decades of investigation had yielded no clues. Faced with this situation, only two possibilities remained. First, the battle was genuinely unproblematic, merely an unforeseen incident. The second? Those involved in planning that battle were of a higher rank than anyone comparable. Simply put, their status and influence were tenfold, even 100-fold, greater than theirs. Only under such circumstances could no clues be uncovered. When he met the captain and mentioned that battle, seeing the captain's hesitation, he became certain of his suspicions. As for the online buzz, he actually felt this could draw out the true mastermind. As the words fell, everyone present instantly grasped their profound meaning. Even the hot-tempered Burao narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Iron old man, tell us, what should we do?" "Right," old Iron chuckled heartily, showing no trace of fear or panic. "I'm getting on in years now. Old as I am, if I can still put up a fight, it'll be worth it." "Me too." Ice Phoenix spoke coldly, her voice tinged with amusement. "Besides, my beast companion Ice Phoenix has ascended to a divine beast. I have 2 lives to fight with. Let's just do it." Monkey Hunter, pushing the wheelchair, showed no fear whatsoever, adopting a defiant stance. In their eyes, doing something for their captain was worth it. Wang Tai grinned at this. "Going viral online? Isn't it already trending? Then let's tar and feather it, spread the captain's deeds far and wide so the whole world knows about him." The voice rang out, firm and resolute. "Alright, we'll do as you say." Brilliant idea. The captain's heroic deeds could fill 3 days and nights of storytelling. If this gains traction, our old comrades in arms might just come out of retirement. That would really stir things up. Boom. Boom. Just as their discussion concluded, a series of dragon roars suddenly echoed from nearby. The dragon's roar was mighty, echoing through the heavens. What was truly astonishing was the bizarre appearance of a dazzling starry sky above the courtyard, transforming into beams of light that shot straight down into the courtyard. This spectacle assaulted the visual senses of everyone present. Not only that, but the commotion was so immense that even those hundreds or thousands of miles away could see it clearly. Chapter 55, Breaking Through the Star-Devouring Ancestral Dragon, Starry Sky Dragon Body. Is this starlight? How could starlight fall? Could it be, a star is falling? No, that can't be right. If stars were falling, how could there be so many? And in such a small area? There's definitely something fishy going on. Luo Village? That direction points to Luo Village? Isn't that the place of that old man with the resistance merit plaque everyone's talking about online? It could be said. The commotion here was enough to make people tiptoe for a better view. Yet Jiang Li, the very source of all this, was beaming with joy, his heart surging with excitement. For the flying fire python was entering a crucial moment of transformation. Looking out, as the flying fire serpent grew in size, its body twisted and swelled under the starlight's wash. In a terrifying display, scales shed and regenerated, an eerie sight. Yet in the blink of an eye, nourished by the starlight, flesh and blood healed at a visible pace, reshaping itself. Within moments, the once scarlet scales had completely transformed into a dark silver hue, embedded with fine stardust crystals between the scales. It appeared as if the entire starry sky had been draped over its body, flickering and twinkling with each breath. Beyond this, jagged bone spines now protruded along its spine, while its tail transformed into a meteor hammer-like, prismatic blade. What stunned Jiang Li most, however, was the pair of spiral stelly horns sprouting from the sky-flying fire serpent's forehead. Dragon eyes? At times they shifted into collapsing stars, at others into swirling nebulae. Meeting its gaze felt like plunging into the cosmos, teetering on the brink of falling into the void. How formidable! Upon witnessing the advanced form of the flying fire serpent, Jiang Li couldn't help but grin, uttering a heartfelt exclamation. Is this the divine beast form, the star-devouring ancestral dragon? As the words left his lips, his intent stirred. He directly activated the ultimate divine eye to examine the star-devouring ancestral dragon's attributes. Beast Pet, Star-Devouring Ancestral Dragon. Level, 1 star Celestial Beast Form. Abilities, Stellar Dragon Body Passive, flesh infused with stellar energy. Injuries can be healed by drawing upon the power of the stars. Stellar Fall Dragon Breath exhales compress stellar core energy to its limit, warping space in its path, scorching mountains and boiling seas. Inflicts the Stellar Erosion effect, continuously corroding the enemy's physical form and divine soul. Stellar Plunge communicates with celestial meteorites beyond the planet. Can summon a meteorite to crash down when necessary, delivering a devastating blow, but at an immense cost. Materials for advancing to the next tier: Solar Core, Lunar Mystic Crystal, Mars Blood Sand, Star Sealing Dragon Vein. Truly worthy of a celestial beast. Jiang Li couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the sight. In terms of attributes alone, this surpasses the supernatural body wall by 100-fold, or even several times over. Especially after witnessing the star-devouring ancestral dragon's abilities and innate divine prowess, he understood all too well the sheer terror it embodied. A single strike could unleash devastating destructive power. And it even possessed self-healing capabilities. It's all thanks to Tao Yuan and Bingfeng. Without their constant supply of materials, who knows how many years it would take for the supernatural body to advance to the immortal beast body. As he spoke, Jiang Li's gaze fell upon the advancement materials listed on the attribute panel. His eyebrows arched slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Good grief! Some of these materials he'd never even heard of. And even after gathering them all, they would only allow the star-devouring primordial dragon to advance to a 2-star level. Immortal beast body? To advance to a divine beast. It must endure 9 stars. Damn it! Jiang Li couldn't help but curse aloud, instantly realizing the true difficulty of the 5-star level in the star-devouring ancestral dragon's evolution path. This difficulty is way too high. Huff. But then Jiang Li thought about it. Great difficulty meant great potential for future cultivation. With that thought, he could only console himself this way, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Roar! Just as he was lost in thought, red radiance now ascended to the stellar devourer ancestral dragon let out a low, resonant roar. The sound carried both joy and excitement. Shi Yao? That was the name Jiang Li had given it earlier. Jiang Li stroked Shi Yao's head, smiling calmly. Rest assured, this is only the beginning. I'll work hard to gather materials for you so you can advance swiftly, until the day we fight side by side again on the ancient Star Road. Her words rang out with unwavering conviction. As if understanding these words, Shi Yao nodded in a human-like manner, then raised its dragon head and affectionately rubbed against Jiang Li's arm. Seeing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh heartily. All right. From now on, we'll fight side by side. I'm determined to cultivate you into a divine beast, no, beyond that, into a super-divine beast. In his understanding, divine beasts were the ultimate goal for beast tamers in the beast-taming world. After advancing to divine beast status, beast companions still faced the 9-star evolution standard. Evolving into a divine beast? That was the absolute ceiling for a beast tamer. Every subsequent star advancement would require the beast master to overcome insurmountable obstacles. But Jiang Li was brimming with confidence. With the invincible infant system by his side, plus the support of the ultimate divine eye. Beyond that, he had the newly acquired Crimson Star Core Stones enhancement, plus the 7th grade Immortal Tier Fist Technique River Incineration. Moreover, with more system rewards to come, surviving the Starry Sky Ancient Path and exhausting every effort to gather materials to help Chiao ascend to a divine beast was no problem at all. As for him, he too would soon break through to become a divine guardian. Huff. Clearing this point from his mind, Jiang Li exhaled a breath of stale air. His gaze fell upon the star-devouring primordial dragon, now ascended to a divine beast, and he couldn't help but grin. You should familiarize yourself with your innate skills and divine abilities. Meanwhile, I'll practice the newly acquired Immortal Tier Fist Technique River Incineration. Roar! As the words fell, the stellar-devouring ancestral dragon seemed to understand, letting out a long, piercing cry to the heavens before gracefully turning its body and surging into Jiang Li's body. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Jiang Li activated the stellar breathing technique, optimizing his physical state. Sitting cross-legged, he began to master the Immortal Tier Fist Technique Burning River, gaining a deep understanding and integrating its essence. Time slowly passed. During this period, the incident of kneeling before the military district's resistance plaque and the falling starlight in Lu village continued to ferment. And they only grew more intense. The driving forces behind it all were Tao Yuan, Bing Feng, and their group. They simply watched quietly, watching to see who would attempt to extinguish this blaze. Beyond these events, they also highlighted Jiang Li's past heroic deeds, gradually making him known to the wider community of beast masters. Jiang Li? Holy crap! The military god from the early disaster era? He led elite forces to reclaim vast territories overrun by beasts. Check out the recapture maps circulating online: the Immortal Vessel Base, Qinling Base, plus Kunlun Base and Binhai Base? All reclaimed under his command? Seriously? How come I've never heard of him? Look, every museum has records of his exploits, but his name's missing because he fell in some battle. That doesn't make sense. Which battle was it? Aboard the starship. Tao Yuan, the veteran commander of the military district, watched the heated discussions and insightful comments online, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. This fire? It's getting hotter? Why isn't anyone coming down to douse it? Could it be our guess was wrong? No, we weren't wrong. Wang Tai, the Grand Master of the Beastmaster Alliance, stroked his beard and chuckled. Precisely. This only strengthens our conviction that we're right. Perhaps, the mastermind behind that battle is constantly monitoring the online buzz. Or maybe they simply look down on our methods. If it's the former, that's manageable. But if it's the latter, that spells big trouble. Chapter 56, An Enemy's Enemy? Is that a true friend? What do you mean? The blunt, hot-tempered savage ape furrowed his brow and demanded loudly upon hearing Wang Tai's words. The rapid-fire questions left him reeling. What first scenario? What latter? Beside him, Leopard Chong, seated in his wheelchair, began to translate. Old Iron means that the mastermind behind that battle is far more terrifying than we ever imagined. Terrifying? Upon hearing this, the berserker ape widened his eyes like copper gongs and bellowed in his coarse voice, fear. Whoever it is, let's take him on. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the starship's interior. In his eyes, he feared nothing except the captain. Moreover, over the past decades, the Merchant Guild had steadily grown in strength, establishing considerable influence both on the outer battlefields and along the ancient star paths. Now, to serve the captain even if it meant dying? The others had anticipated the berserker's reaction, leaving them both amused and exasperated. Stop causing trouble, Monkey Hunter teased with a knowing smile, well aware of Captain Jiang Li's temperament. If you charge ahead, the captain will be the first to beat you. Ice Phoenix nodded in agreement. If you do that, you won't be helping the captain, you'll just be causing trouble. Our priority now is to protect the captain and help him grow quickly, making up for the decades of lost time. With the captain's talent and strength, it won't be long before he surpasses both of us. Her words rang out with unwavering conviction. I think Ice Sister is right. Wang Tai rubbed his chin, glancing up at the gradually calming berserker ape. What do you think? The berserker ape exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Then, taking a deep breath, he said slowly and deliberately, I think she's right too. You think she's right? Then sit down. Wang Tai waved his hand dismissively at the savage ape. At this, the beast ape promptly sat back down in his original spot. Whatever you guys say, I'll do. I listen to you. Don't listen to us, listen to the captain. Wang Tai, the most unpredictable of the group, couldn't help but grin. Alright. We should also discuss the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Why the sudden advance? Logically, it should be in 2 months. With that, Tao Yuan, the veteran military commander, slowly voiced his conjecture. In my view, this is connected to the captain. Ha? The captain? Tell us more. Yeah, how could it be related to the captain? Could it be that the captain can actually influence a planet's dimensional ascension? Facing the others' puzzled looks, Tao Yuan explained softly, to be precise, it's the Crimson Star Core Stone activated by the captain. He then proceeded to elaborate on the terrifying nature of the Crimson Star Core Stone and the extraordinary phenomena that occurred during its activation. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. As the online frenzy reached unprecedented heights, the Luo family, far away on the battlefield beyond the domain, learned of all this. Their faces betrayed both fury and utter shock. Damn it! Luo Xan, the patriarch of the Luo family, swiftly recalled rumors from his youth, his expression darkening with gloom. It's him! He's still alive? His words betrayed shock and disbelief. Father, you know him? Luo Yuwa, the former deputy leader of the Beastmaster Alliance branch, looked slightly startled upon hearing this. Of course I know him. Luo Zhan's face twisted with bitterness. Back then, his legend was that of a god among beast tamers. Even at the heaven grade level, he was already a formidable powerhouse. He reached that realm and single-handedly slew an 8-star demon beast with just his blade and a python. The 12 divine beasts army he cultivated remains legendary to this day. But in my memory, he fell in battle. Who could have imagined he would appear here now? His voice abruptly halted at this point. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he sighed deeply, his voice hoarse with resignation. No wonder old Tao protected him so fiercely. He dared to mobilize his army to oppose our Luo family. The voice was hoarse, betraying utter resignation. Grandfather, are we just going to let this slide? Luo Tang, the youngest and most gifted member of the Luo family, remained defiant. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Li and Jiang Ranran, the grandfather and granddaughter. What heroes? What military deity? In his eyes, it was all bull, nothing more than a dying heaven-grade beast tamer. In the past, a heaven-tier beast tamer might have been considered a master, but in the modern era, it was nothing more than an ordinary beast tamer. Luo Tang's father, nodded in agreement at these words. Everything the Luo family has endured was inflicted by Jiang Li. Unless he is killed, my hatred will never be appeased. The Luo family? Within the coastal base, they were unquestionably the foremost family. Yet in just half a day, they were utterly annihilated by a mere old man? Such hatred, how could he not hold it against him? Even if he were to die now, he must destroy Jiang Li to ease the hatred in his heart. At these words, Luo Zhan's face twisted with bitterness. This old man also wishes to eliminate him? Jiang Li is merely a heaven-grade beast tamer. Eliminating him would be easy. But don't forget, behind him stand the Dragon Phoenix Guild, the Fierce Ape Guild, the Grand Manager of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters, and the head of the Qinling base. Such a massive force not just our Luo family, but the entire coastal base couldn't handle it. But. No buts. Luo Zhan raised his hand to cut off Luo Yuwa's words. He then looked up at Luo Tang, speaking deliberately, keep the hatred in your heart. You only need to focus on your cultivation. Once you reach the level of a divine beast tamer, or even a super divine beast tamer, eliminating their forces will be effortless. And during that time, Grandfather will fight tooth and nail to secure resources for you. Though we've been exiled to the frontier battlefields, the trade-off is this: with sufficient merit, you can exchange for any resources from the outside world. His voice was aged, yet it carried an air of resolute acceptance of death. He was already gravely ill. He had relied on medical pods to prolong his life. But now that the Luo family faced this calamity, he could not stand idly by. He had secretly resolved to fight his way through, no matter the cost. Grandfather! Dad! Luo Tang and Luo Yuwa cried out in unison, their voices brimming with emotion. Crackle! Clap! Amidst their conversation, a crisp and resounding round of applause suddenly echoed throughout the vicinity. What a heartwarming scene! Who? Luo Zhan instantly felt his hair stand on end. He whirled around to scan his surroundings, only to find no one in sight. In that instant, the sinister-faced calamity beast was summoned. Meanwhile, Luo Tang and Luo Yuwa, both sacred guardians, summoned their own beast companions and instantly entered combat readiness. Silent as a whisper? And still no sign of the enemy. This situation left them feeling as if they were facing a formidable enemy. You dare to attack me? A hoarse voice suddenly echoed eerily. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next instant, ripples abruptly appeared in the air. Boom. Then, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure swept over them like a tidal wave. Boom. Bang. Boom. Luo Zhan, Luo Yuwa, and Luo Tang were utterly unable to withstand it. Without any resistance, they collapsed to their knees. Veins bulged, muscles tensed. They channeled their spiritual energy to resist. Yet it proved futile. The more they resisted, the more terrifying the pressure became. Divine Master? Luo Tang and Luo Yuwa ground out between clenched teeth, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Luo Zhan's face was etched with pure terror. 4-star. This is at least a 4-star beast tamer. Senior. What exactly have we done to offend you? Chapter 57, the trash given casually is a divine object to mortals. A 4-star divine beast tamer? Such a being stood at the pinnacle of power, not just nationally, but globally. Yet here he stood before them, filling them with dread. And he was using his overwhelming presence to intimidate them, clearly intending to silence them. Could it be, this person is also one of Jiang Li's comrades? Has he come for them? The thought sent Luo Xan's body trembling violently, his heart gripped by terror. There was absolutely no chance of escape from the grasp of a 4-star divine guardian. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, the next words from the stranger brought a glimmer of hope, like grasping a lifeline. Offend me? Ha! A cold laugh suddenly echoed through the air. You're not even worthy. Ha! Upon hearing this, Luo Xan instantly realized the other party wasn't here for Jiang Li. With that, everything became manageable. Luo Xan nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. Yes. You're absolutely right, senior. The once arrogant patriarch of the Luo family, now halfway to becoming a divine guardian, bowed low and groveled with fawning deference. He knew full well a 1-star divine guardian might possess some talent. But a 4-star divine guardian? Not only did one need talent, but also ruthless methods and formidable backing. Yet the seemingly wizened old man before them possessed a status and standing far beyond ordinary. At this moment, not only he, but even his son Luo Yuhu and his grandson, Luo Tang, lay prostrate on the ground, daring not to move a muscle. They feared that the slightest carelessness might provoke the old man, who could strike them down on the spot. Divine Guardian? He was no one they could afford to provoke. Rest assured. I will not kill you. The old man, walking on air, seemed to see right through their thoughts. At these words, they lowered their heads and exchanged glances, each seeing the relief in the other's eyes before exhaling a breath of relief. Not kill them? Everything could be discussed. The old man's next words filled them with excitement and anticipation. Not only will I spare your lives, but I shall collaborate with you. Though spoken softly, the words struck their ears like a bombshell, leaving them stunned for a long moment. Cooperate? What could they possibly collaborate on with a divine guardian? In the past, given the Luo family's standing within the coastal base, such a partnership might have been conceivable. But now? They had become the dogs of the funeral clan. Luo Tang frowned deeply, about to speak up, but met the old man's piercing gaze. Startled, he forced the words back down his throat. He? The youngest sacred guardian of the Luo family. Talent? Quite impressive. Before weaker beast masters, he flaunted his power and acted with boundless arrogance. But when facing a divine beast master, he'd have to tuck his tail between his legs. Otherwise, if the other party disliked him, they could wipe him out on the spot. Though Luo Yuo was also utterly astonished, he dared not ask further questions. Only Luo Xan steeled himself, lifting his head to ask softly. Senior, what exactly do you mean by cooperation? After speaking, he quickly lowered his head again, daring not to utter another word. Bang! Bang! Thud! As the words fell, the old man casually tossed 3 storage jades before them. Before they could react, the old man's hoarse voice suddenly boomed in their minds. This is what you need now. It should be enough to boost your strength in the short term. Especially you, Luo Xan, after you break through to Divine Guardian Master, I need you to kill someone for me. Who? Luo Xan instantly grasped the old man's intent. Jiang Li. Alright. No problem. Hearing this, Luo Xan nodded without hesitation, readily agreeing. In his view, with the support of this formidable elder before him, eliminating Jiang Li would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the other party was offering cultivation resources. This matter? For them, it was like manna from heaven. Excellent. The mysterious elder nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. I know, you are intelligent. Since I can enhance your strength, I can also eliminate you with ease. As he uttered the final words, his voice cut like a soul-piercing blade, each stroke slicing through their very spirits, leaving them writhing in agony. In that moment, it felt as though death could come at any instant, a death worse than life itself. Yet this sensation lasted but 3 seconds. Yet to them, it felt like decades. Huff. 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 When they finally came to their senses, they collapsed onto the ground, looking up to survey their surroundings. Only to find the place utterly empty. Not a single figure remained. That elder? They vanished so mysteriously. What had been given to them seemed like a dream, but only when they caught sight of the storage jade placed before them did they truly realize this was no dream. Grandfather, do you know anything about their background? Luo Tang asked softly. His voice trembled with dread and fear. A 4-star divine guardian? He had never encountered one before. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him made Luo Tang feel as if he were plunging into an abyss. I don't know. Luo Xan's face twisted with bitterness as he lowered his gaze to his own disheveled state, shaking his head helplessly. Who could have imagined that the once dominant patriarch of the Luo family at the coastal base now lay collapsed on the ground? But his tone shifted abruptly as he declared, each word deliberate, the only certainty is this: he is someone we dare not provoke. His voice rang out, firm and resolute. As the words fell, Luo Yuhu's shocked voice rang out beside him. Dad! Dad, look, this storage jade, these items. Good heavens? A stellar fruit? Black hole meteorite? An 8-star demon beast core? And even immortal artifacts? Immortal tier cultivation techniques? What is his background? Luo Yuhua's eyes widened in disbelief, overcome by a deep sense of dread toward the mysterious old man. Immortal artifacts? Stellar fruit? Black hole meteorite? Any one of these would be enough to drive the outside world mad. Yet now, they were being gifted to them outright and in such abundance. And there was even more stored within the jade. Good heavens! Even Luo Tang couldn't stay composed now, swallowing hard. Who could casually produce such precious items? They can't be ordinary folk. Grandfather, what do you think their status might be? But faced with this inquiry, Luo Xan promptly smacked Luo Tang upside the head. Some things are better left unknown. All we need to do is steadily improve our strength and eliminate Jiang Li. Yes. Yes. Grandfather. Luo Tang nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Thus, after securing the resources stored within these jade orbs, they pressed onward toward the extraterritorial battlefield. Time? Drip by drip. 7 days? Gone in the blink of an eye. Outside Lukan village, the scene was nothing short of a sea of people and a bustling traffic jam. They all knew of Jiang Li's deeds, the Resistance Army plaque kneeling military district, and his past achievements, which filled them with longing to pay homage to the war god Jiang Li. You cannot stop me. I must see war god Jiang Li. Without his sacrifices, we would not enjoy this era of peace. General Jiang Li, we love you. May I take a photo with you? Everyone, please don't push. We should give old Master Jiang a quiet space. We absolutely must not disturb him. It could be said. The seemingly insignificant and remote village of Lu had gathered at least several thousand people. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was dense and teeming. And at the root of it all, Jiang Li had just awakened from his cultivation. What? Chapter 58, Finding a Young Wife for Grandpa? That's absolutely insane. What? Jiang Li, who had just awakened, was utterly shocked. For he discovered that mysterious and terrifying Crimson Star Core Stone had actually fused into his body. To be precise, it now hovered suspended within his dantian. With each rise and fall of his breath, the Crimson Star Core Stone emitted wisp after wisp of scorching energy, ceaselessly tempering every meridian and bone in his body. Blood, meridians, and even bones underwent inexplicable transformations. Particularly his blood, baked by the scorching aura, grew increasingly crimson. Rushing through his meridians and bones, it even emitted waves of rumbling. Yet upon closer inspection, within the crimson blood, tiny frost-white specks of light were intermingled, appearing mysterious and profound. What are these points of light? Jiang Li pondered silently. He sensed these specks were extraordinary. Yet when pressed to articulate why, he found himself at a loss. Forget it. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Li still couldn't make heads or tails of it, so he simply chose to give up. Everything will work out in the end. The future would reveal all. Beyond that, what thrilled him was that after these days of cultivation, his own realm had stabilized at the 4-star king level beast-tamer. Moreover, he had fully mastered the 7th grade immortal tier fist technique river burning. Moreover, the star-devouring primordial dragon had undergone evolution. It could be said that, at this moment, he had fully embraced his identity as a royal tier beastmaster. At this cultivation pace, I'll aim to break through the king tier by year's end and reach the level of a saint beastmaster. Jiang Li clenched his fists, silently making up his mind. He was well aware of his current standing. Though outwardly successful, he understood, if that person learned he was still alive, they would surely interfere or send assassins to take his life. He didn't want his comrades in arms, who had shared life and death experiences with him, to get involved in this. But his comrades simply wouldn't listen to him. To protect his comrades from harm and safeguard his own family, there was only one path, rapidly strengthening his own power. Strong enough to make the enemy fear him. Only then could he survive in this world. In the past, he would have chosen to die of old age. But now it's different. He now possessed the invincible infant system, the aid of the ultimate divine eye, the stellar breathing technique, and a 7th grade immortal tier fist art. Plus the Crimson Star Core Stone, far surpassing anything in his current galaxy. He was utterly confident in facing the impending crisis. Huff. Huff. After sorting this out, Jiang Li couldn't help but exhale deeply before slowly rising to his feet. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he spotted Jiang Ranran and Mu Shi crouched in the courtyard. To be precise, the two were perched atop the high courtyard wall, tiptoeing to peer at the scene outside while whispering to each other. Ranran, you really have an amazing grandfather. Who would have thought it would cause such a stir? From now on, it's truly like Naruto. Training resources will flow endlessly. Mu Shi, with her graceful figure and elegant poise, remarked sincerely. Her words were punctuated by the adorable flash of her small, pointed front teeth. When mentioning Jiang Li, a look of admiration flashed across her youthful face. In contrast, Jiang Ranran gave a mischievous smile. Actually, you could have one too. Ha? What do you mean? Mu Shi didn't quite catch the meaning. Jiang Ranran chuckled. You pursue my grandfather. Win him over, and he'll be yours. Then I'll have to call you grandma. Her words were spoken softly, yet her expression betrayed genuine seriousness. After saying this, she hastily added, "Besides, I'm not opposed to it. According to my dad, Grandma passed away early, leaving Grandpa lonely for decades. And now that Grandpa has broken through in his cultivation, he looks even younger. It's about time he found himself a companion." This statement left not only Mushi dumbfounded, but even Jiang Li, who had just stepped out, frozen in place, eyes wide with shock. What on earth was he talking about? What kind of outrageous claim is this? Though practicing the stellar breathing technique had rejuvenated his vitality, restored his physical abilities, and made him look decades younger. But overall, he was still in his 70s. Yet Mushi was barely 20, a 50-year age gap between them. How could that be possible? It was pure fantasy. Yet Mushi's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. Really? It's true. Then call me Grandma. Mushi laughed. Cough cough. Before Jiang Ranran could respond, Jiang Li was choked by the remark and coughed a few times. Ha! Hearing that sound, Mushi instinctively gasped in surprise and immediately turned to look. What met her eyes? Was Jiang Li a man with a sturdy build, resolute features, and a handsome, dignified countenance? He gave off the aura of a mature, steady uncle. In that instant, she recalled the words she had just spoken, and her face flushed crimson. She respectfully called out, "Senior," then bolted away like lightning. Jiang Ranran, who had just caught up, teased with a laugh, "Grandma Mushi, why did you run off? Let's keep chatting for a bit longer." Nonsense! Jiang Li scolded softly. Jiang Ranran responded by sticking out her tongue and grinning mischievously. After spending these days with Mushi, the two had grown as close as sisters, naturally able to tease each other. "Grandpa, will you please consider it?" Jiang Ranran asked with a soft laugh. "Stop messing around." Jiang Li shot her down immediately, his gaze shifting to the wall. "What are you two talking about? What's that commotion outside? It sounds like there are a lot of people. What's going on?" During his cultivation, his mind was completely immersed in the practice, leaving him unaware of anything happening outside. Besides, with 5 starships stationed outside the courtyard, his comrades had come to guard him. There was no need for concern. As the words fell, Jiang Ranran answered truthfully. "Grandfather, the people outside are all here to see you. They're seeking an audience with you." She proceeded to recount the entire situation to her grandfather, Jiang Li. Upon learning all this, Jiang Li was utterly dumbfounded. Trending online? His entire story had been made public? What the hell? He'd intended to keep a low profile, but things were only getting more explosive. "Grandpa, now that you've emerged from seclusion, would you like to go out and see things?" Jiang Ranran gazed at her grandfather Jiang Li with admiration, waiting quietly for his response. Jiang Li sighed deeply, his voice tinged with resignation. "We have to go out. Otherwise, if everyone comes looking for us and we deliberately avoid them, it'll look like we're playing hard to get." Thus, Jiang Li briefly smoothed his robes and shaved his beard clean before slowly stepping out. The moment he stepped out of the courtyard onto the village path, he instantly drew gasps and excited shouts from the villagers. "Old Master Jiang, you've finally emerged. There's a crowd outside the village eager to see you. Old Jiang, you've kept us in the dark. Who knew you were the legendary military god? We'll never challenge your chess supremacy again. Brother Jiang, give me an autograph and a photo. Let's commemorate this momentous occasion." The villagers were swept into a frenzy of fervor. Who could have imagined that Jiang Li, who always kept a low profile, was actually one of the first to be influenced by the war god? The entire coastal base? He had personally led the troops to capture it. Most thrilling of all, the veteran commander of the military district and the presidents of major merchant guilds were all his former subordinates and comrades in arms. This amounted to a vast, mobile network of connections. Establishing connections with him would guarantee smooth sailing in the future. Precisely because of this, they grew ever more respectful and reverent toward Jiang Li. Chapter 59, 8-Star Beast Summoning Master? An Extraordinary Identity. Huff. Moments later, Jiang Li finally stepped out of the village. Facing the villagers' warm greetings, he maintained a smile throughout. But now, that smile froze stiff on his face. "This is more exhausting than slaying a demon beast," Jiang Li muttered to himself. But the moment he stepped outside the village and looked up at the scene before him, he nearly fainted on the spot. As far as the eye could see, a sea of people. Nothing but people. All beast tamers. Their eyes burned with madness and fervor as they shouted demands to see Jiang Li. Jiang Li was utterly bewildered. Faced with this situation, he truly didn't know how to respond. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Unaware of his inner turmoil, Jiang Ranran gently inquired when she saw her grandfather suddenly stop in his tracks. Jiang Li gave a bitter smile. "Nothing. It's just that this commotion is too much. I don't know how to handle it." Hearing this, Jiang Ranran's face flashed with surprise before she quickly shook her head. "Grandpa, don't look at me, I don't know either." Though she said this, a hint of pride flickered across her chubby cheeks. She was proud to have a grandfather like him. Jiang Li lowered his head and thought for a moment, then steeled himself to press forward. This was a first for him. Before? Where would he have encountered such a scene? The moment Jiang Li appeared, the crowd erupted with excitement and anticipation. Look, everyone! Old Master Jiang has emerged. We've finally waited for him. Yes. To finally see him in person, all these days of waiting were worth it. I owe Grandmaster Jiang my deepest gratitude. My grandfather told me, if not for Jiang Li back then, he would have been killed by the beasts long ago. Not only would I never have existed, but my father wouldn't be here either. Meanwhile, the moment Jiang Li appeared, Tao Yuan, who had been watching this place closely, flashed a sharp gleam in his cloudy eyes. Ha! What a freak! For he sensed an unusual aura emanating from Captain Jiang Li. For some reason, Jiang Li gave him a faint yet distinctly dangerous feeling. Moreover, after 3 days of intensive training, the captain's strength had grown even stronger. He had now reached the rank of a 4-star king-class beast tamer. At this rate of cultivation, by year's end, could he reach the rank of Saint Beast Master? There were still 4 months left until the end of the year. Hearing this, Bing Feng, standing nearby, gave a dismissive snort. You're underestimating the captain. In my opinion, by year's end, he'll at least reach the Divine Beastmaster realm. Her words were firm, her stance resolute. Yet even she was stunned by the notion. Since her awakening as a beast tamer, she had trained relentlessly for over a decade just to barely reach the Divine Beast Tamer realm. The key to the Divine Guardian's breakthrough, evolving beast pets into divine beasts, largely relies on Captain Jiang Li. And now the captain aims to break through to Divine Guardian? And it only requires half a year? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Wang Tai, eccentric in demeanor yet meticulous in thought, rubbed his chin and couldn't help but grin. The captain is the captain. Even if he's neglected his cultivation these past decades, it won't stop him from soaring to new heights. His voice trailed off abruptly at this point. He lifted his head to gaze at the starry sky, narrowing his eyes slightly. Now I find myself hoping that once we reach the ancient star path, we'll be swept up in some thrilling, passionate battles. Ha! I'm looking forward to it too. The hot-tempered Boro roared with laughter, his solid muscles trembling slightly. We'll just have to wait and see. Leopard, seated in his wheelchair, gazed at the scene before him and chuckled softly. At the very least, the captain deserves to feel the adoration of the stars. He's earned it. I just worry, the captain might not handle it well, or rather, might not know how to respond. At that moment, the beast hunter pushing the wheelchair gave a calm smile. At these words, the old comrades in arms exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Just as they said. Just as they had said. Jiang Li truly didn't know how to handle it. Huff. Jiang Li took a deep breath and stepped forward. He approached the hundreds of beast masters gathered before him, flashing a smile as he bowed with clasped hands. Gentlemen, I understand the purpose of your visit. I'm truly flattered, but I'm just an old man, nothing worth all this attention. Had it not been for the incident involving my granddaughter at Binhai Academy, I would never have taken such drastic measures, leading to this situation. I've also kept you waiting for quite some time. To compensate for your losses and the time you've invested, I'm willing to offer each of your beast companions an evolution path. What do you think? In Jiang Li's view, dismissing these people abruptly would inevitably tarnish his reputation. After careful consideration, this solution came to mind. Only by obtaining the evolution path for their beast pets would those who received it be so thrilled they'd leave immediately to seek the necessary materials. This would indirectly clear the area. But to avoid trouble, he quickly added after speaking. I'll only help those present here map out their beast pets' evolution paths. Otherwise, the endless stream of requests would exhaust me. Does that sound acceptable? His voice was soft, yet it thundered through the crowd like a bolt from the blue. Designing pet evolution paths? That was the exclusive privilege of a summoning master. Those present stared wide-eyed, gazing at Jiang Li before them in disbelief. Until, from a short distance away, the Ice Phoenix suddenly stepped forward and announced in a clear voice. Our captain is an 8-star beast summoning master. Having him design your pet evolution paths will undoubtedly benefit you for life. The words exploded like a bombshell through the crowd, sending waves of excitement rippling through the gathered crowd. Glory to the venerable hero Jiang. We are truly blessed, woohoo. A 1-star beast summoning master charges 100 magic crystals for a pet evolution plan, and a 3-star master demands tens of thousands. An 8-star? How could we possibly deserve such good fortune? 8-star? Good heavens, is this even within our reach? Thank you, hero Jiang. Thank you, war god Jiang. An 8-star beast summoning master? Even nationwide, such masters are few and far between. Such figures occupy a realm beyond mortal reach, utterly out of their league. Yet who could have imagined that Jiang Li before them was such an existence, and was even helping them devise their pet evolution plans? The beast tamers who had been streaming their sessions immediately shut down their broadcasts the moment they heard this. They knew all too well how rare this opportunity truly was. If more people flooded in, it would inevitably ruin this chance, and that would be a loss far greater than any gain. It could be said. As the Ice Phoenix's words fell, the eyes of everyone present turned to Jiang Li, filled with madness and fervor. Not only that, even the soldiers maintaining order felt their hearts stir. Yet, bound by their duties, they could only watch helplessly, filled with envy. Jiang Li, having caught the soldiers' fleeting expressions, gave a hearty laugh. Earlier, I said everyone present, young and old alike, is included. Of course, that includes the soldiers here as well. Her words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd, earning her widespread admiration. Alright. Proceed with the auction. No fighting over items, there's enough for everyone, but only if you maintain order here. Only then can we finalize the pet evolution plan. Chapter 60, on the abnormalities of the ultimate divine eye in grand schemes. At that moment, Jiang Li's words carried immense authority. As his voice faded, the entire crowd fell silent. Following Jiang Li's instructions, they obediently formed a long queue. At the very front of the line stood a youth in his early 20s, his features handsome and striking. His face was now flushed with excitement, and when he stood just a meter away from Jiang Li, his entire body began to tremble slightly. Overwhelmed by emotion, he found himself at a loss for words. Seeing this, Jiang Li offered gentle reassurance. Don't worry. First, summon your beast companion. I'll take a look. Her voice was firm, her demeanor resolute. Yes. Yes. The young man nodded vigorously. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, boom! An eagle as large as a newborn baby suddenly materialized on his shoulder. Its eyes gleamed like two golden lamps, reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Its entire body was covered in iron-gray feathers, each as sharp as a blade. Most striking were the 3 silver feathers standing erect like a crown atop its head. A legendary azure blade eagle? Not bad, not bad. Jiang Li instantly recognized the beast companion. At these words, the young man hurriedly nodded with a smile. To answer your question, Elder Hero Jiang, that is indeed it. I humbly request your guidance in charting its evolution path. My name is Li Feng. His words carried both earnestness and gratitude. His family background was average. Fortunately, he had awakened a legendary tier beast pet, allowing him to gain admission to a fairly reputable beastmaster university. While he could access resources, the cost of seeking a beast summoning master to evolve his pet was prohibitively high. He simply couldn't afford it. Thus, he planned to join the merchant guild to earn magic crystals by accepting contracts to slay beasts. This particular mission brought him to the coastal base. He happened to catch the buzz of the online craze kneeling before the military district, so he came to join the excitement and see the legendary war god and great hero for himself. But he never imagined he would gain such an unexpected reward. The thrill surging through him was beyond words. Good. Jiang Li nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Let me first examine the evolution path for the Azure Peak Eagle. As he spoke, Jiang Li activated his ultimate divine eye. For other beast summoning masters, researching and formulating a pet's evolution path might take a long time. But for Jiang Li, it was as simple as a single glance. What's more, he made a startling discovery. Each time he activated the ultimate divine eye, his soul grew stronger. At the sight before them, not only did Li Feng hold his breath, afraid to disturb Jiang Li, but even the crowd waiting in line slowed and quieted their breathing. Under the scrutiny of the ultimate divine eye, Jiang Li swiftly uncovered the Qingfeng Eagle's evolution path. Path 1, Azure Dragon Eagle Supernatural Body. Required evolution materials, Starfall Shattered Rock, Dragonflame Grass, Meteorite Iron. Difficulty, 1 star. Path 2, Nether Eagle Superior Form, requires evolution materials Underworld Netherwater, 9 Netherine Stone, Geocore Rock Essence, Nether Soul Grass, Tyene Fruit. Difficulty, 3 stars. Path 3, Sky Devouring Eagle Superior Form, requires materials Stellar Stone, Alien Demon Heart, 8th Tier Demon Beast Crystal Core. Difficulty, 5 stars. Jiang Li felt no surprise whatsoever regarding these 3 paths. Although the ultimate divine eye had been amplified, it hadn't achieved a true breakthrough, hence only 3 evolutionary paths were visible. The hidden path, however, remained permanently locked. However, in Jiang Li's view, these 3 paths were sufficient to benefit ordinary beast masters for a lifetime. Though he could currently only perceive the next stage of evolution, as long as he followed the path he had charted, he was certain to break through the immortal beast body. Huff. Having clarified this point, Jiang Li promptly took out pen and paper, swiftly and neatly writing out the 3 evolutionary paths in flowing script. He then handed them to the youth before him, Li Feng, offering a calm smile. Once your beast companion breaks through and you're ready to advance to the immortal beast body stage, bring this paper back to me. I'll then chart your subsequent evolution path. Ha! Li Feng took the branch and, upon seeing the 3 distinct evolutionary paths, was instantly filled with gratitude toward Jiang Li. Especially upon hearing the final words, "Come find me again," Li Feng wasted no time, immediately kneeling on the ground to express his profound gratitude to Jiang Li. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, Hero Jiang. I shall never forget your great kindness. At that moment, he had already made a silent vow within his heart. His life no longer belonged to himself, but was now wholly entrusted to Jiang Li. At Jiang Li's command, he would willingly brave the fiercest dangers, without hesitation. Unaware of his inner thoughts, Jiang Li simply helped him to his feet. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Don't kneel lightly. If you wish to thank me, go slay the beasts. Jiang Li's purpose was simple. First, by outlining a pet evolution path for those present, he hoped their excitement over receiving it would prompt them to leave quickly. Second, to enhance their strength so they could better confront and slay the demon beasts. As his words fell, everyone present felt admiration and praise for Jiang Li's magnanimity. See, this is the mindset of a high-level beast summoning master, not seeking a single coin, but solely aiming to help us strengthen our abilities to slay the beasts. The legacy of that generation truly lives up to its name. We should all learn from him. Exactly. This has taught us a valuable lesson. When we encounter those in need, we should extend a helping hand. At that moment, Li Feng, hearing Jiang Li's words, instantly understood and nodded firmly. Rest assured, benefactor. I know exactly what to do from now on. Good. Jiang Li patted Li Feng on the shoulder and laughed heartily. I have high hopes for you. His tone shifted abruptly. Now hurry back. Gather evolution materials based on your own capabilities. I'll be waiting for the good news of you cultivating the Azure Blade Eagle to the supernatural body stage. His voice softened, his expression gentle. Li Feng clutched the note in both hands, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. Alright, I won't keep you any longer, benefactor. I can't wait to start searching for materials. I won't let you down. After speaking, he bowed sincerely to Jiang Li. Only after receiving Jiang Li's nod of approval did he turn and leave. But in the instant he turned, he carefully tucked the note into his pocket. This note? In his eyes, it was more precious than his own life. In the future, he could use this note to seek Jiang Li's assistance again. It was essentially a second lease on life. The crowd watched Li Feng's departing figure, their eyes brimming with envy, yet their longing for Jiang Li's guidance only grew stronger. Consequently, the subsequent queue became much more orderly. Jiang Li proceeded to review each note in order, carefully outlining 3 distinct evolutionary paths on each slip. 2 or 3 minutes? Per person. Each person received a personalized evolution path for their own beast pet, and they were profoundly grateful to Jiang Li. Time flew by. Jiang Li's pace grew faster and faster. It was precisely this insane pace that earned him growing admiration from those waiting in line behind him. Damn! The old hero is practically a god. That speed is insane. Godlike. Absolutely godlike. I've seen other beast summoning masters before, and developing an evolution path takes them at least half a day, sometimes even several days. We've hit the jackpot this time. You could say, our luck is off the charts. Joining the excitement definitely pays off. Chapter 61, Bloodbath? If you don't rule the skies, how can you be a rat? Time? Slowly slipping away. In less than 2 hours, he had already helped hundreds of beast tamers formulate their evolution paths. Speed. It was enough to shock the Ice Phoenix, who had been watching Jiang Li closely all along. Holy moly! The captain is absolutely terrifying. Her voice was soft, her expression stunned. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to move that fast. As the words fell, Wang Tai beside him suddenly chuckled. That's exactly why he remains our captain. Even after decades of delayed cultivation, he still commands our utmost respect. The straightforward fierce ape grinned at this remark. The captain said that as long as I follow the evolution path he laid out, my goldenite emeraldite ape can evolve into a chaos demon ape. At the mention of chaos demon ape, the fierce ape's copper bell eyes gleamed with maniacal fervor. Golden-eyed emeraldite ape? He had once consulted the dragon phoenix, a master of summoning and taming beasts, about its evolutionary path. Yet the suggested routes always left him unsatisfied. That was until he met Captain Jiang Li. The evolution path he helped devise left the fierce ape utterly astonished and delighted beyond measure. Chaos demon ape? That sounded utterly domineering. Despite being confined to a wheelchair, Bao Chong was utterly fascinated by the concept of the fierce ape. Once we enter the Starry Sky Ancient Path, under the captain's guidance, we'll surely cultivate a super-tier divine beast. His face lit up with radiant excitement at the thought. Beast pets? Since entering the divine beast ranks, advancing each star level had proven exceedingly difficult. The pets present Tao Yuan, Ice Phoenix, Hunting Monkey, Fierce Ape, and Wang Tai's beast all remained stagnant at the 1-star divine beast level. Over the past decade, they had spared no effort feeding their divine beasts rare materials, yet breakthroughs remained elusive. Now, the evolution path the captain had provided them instantly ignited a glimmer of hope. I'm already getting impatient. Wang Tai, as the Grand Master of the Beastmaster Alliance, has the Starry Sky Squad completed its registration? In this Beastmaster world, there were only 3 ways to reach the Starry Sky Ancient Path. First, join the military and travel with the troops. Second, secure one of the limited slots allocated to various factions by the base. The number of slots is determined by each faction. The third is the simplest and most flexible, yet carries the highest risk, registering a squad with the Beastmaster Alliance. Upon registration, you gain direct access to the Starry Sky Ancient Path. The first 2 options held no significance for them. Any random individual could handle them effortlessly. However, they wished to proceed under the leadership of their captain, Jiang Li, and thus chose the third option. As the words fell, Wang Tai nodded in agreement. Rest assured, it's already registered. The squad name is Twilight. The word sparked laughter among those present. Twilight? Perfect. That's a great name. A bunch of old men braving the ancient Star Road, just thinking about it is hilarious. Now that the captain has stabilized his current cultivation realm, we'll head to the Starry Sky Ancient Path the day after tomorrow. Roar! Just as they murmured among themselves, a sudden roar erupted. They turned toward the sound. Before Jiang Li stood a burly young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, who suddenly roared at him. His sharp fangs and claws were exposed. Without another word, he lunged directly at Jiang Li. This scene terrified everyone present. It wasn't fear, but concern that Jiang Li might be harmed. In an instant, every beastmaster present summoned their own beast companions and attacked the youth assaulting Jiang Li. However, due to their proximity to Jiang Li and their fear of harming him, they surrounded the attacker instead. Seeing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but grin. A Western bloodbat? Interesting. Perfect, I'll use this to test my newly mastered fist technique. Without a word, he unleashed his 7th grade immortal tier fist technique river incineration upon the charging middle-aged man. Blazing vortex. As the words fell, Jiang Li clenched his fists in a crisscrossed motion. His arms seemed to transform into 2 blazing stars, spiraling upward in a fierce assault. Boom! The clashing fists instantly reduced the young man charging at him to dust. Throughout the entire process, the opponent offered no resistance whatsoever, instantly reduced to fragments drifting down from the sky. What was truly terrifying was that these burning fragments, the moment they touched the ground, instantly scorched the earth into pitch-black charcoal. Where they landed on the beast masters, they instantly scorched their garments. Terrified, the beast masters frantically stripped off their clothes and retreated dozens of feet like eels. Huff. Whoosh. Huff. All the beast masters present gasped for breath, their faces etched with terror as they stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Damn. Is this the power of old Master Jiang? It's terrifying. Yeah. And what was that flame? It felt like it could incinerate and melt me at any moment. That young man was a king-tier beastmaster and he got one shot? Holy crap. I just got goosebumps. But I thought, old hero Jiang was a heaven-tier beastmaster? Cross-tier combat? Gulp. Brutal. Jiang Li paid no heed to these whispers. Bloodbats? Vampires? These were beasts exclusive to the West. They adore such beasts, swift, long-lived, and ferociously aggressive. Looks like this is payback. Jiang Li thought to himself. Mike? Because of him, he was directly expelled from the country, while Mike's mother had married far away overseas. Given that they could form an alliance with the Luo family, the foreign party must have considerable influence abroad. Jiang Li understood this point well. These foreign beast tamers wouldn't act alone. Jiang Li then surveyed the surroundings and laughed aloud. Stop hiding. If you're coming, come all at once. Her voice rang out, crisp and commanding. Silence. Silence. The moment those words left his mouth, an eerie stillness descended upon the scene, as if no one else existed in the vicinity. Those waiting for Jiang Li to determine the evolution path for their beast pets stepped forward in unison. Venerable hero Jiang, there should be no one left. Should any assassins attempt to harm you again, we'll eliminate them ourselves, no need for you to lift a finger. Damned foreign beast tamers. How dare they come here to assassinate our hero? Investigate. We must uncover the truth. Since they dared come here, we won't let them return alive. It could be said. The crowd was instantly stirred to fervor. In response, Jiang Li waved his hands and smiled faintly. I understand your feelings, but this is a personal matter of mine. I ask that you refrain from further interference. He remained confident in handling the situation. He didn't want his actions to bring trouble upon them. Even if the attacker was a king-tier beast master, or even a divine beast master, with the power of the Crimson Star Core Stone, he was ready to fight. After speaking, Jiang Li observed that there was still no movement. Yet he was certain the assassin targeting him was definitely not alone. Thus, he directly activated his ultimate divine eye and scanned the surroundings. Under the power of the ultimate divine eye, Jiang Li clearly saw giant bats surging from the ground. Dozens of them. Slowly, silently, they crept closer beneath his feet. Seeing this, a cold smile touched Jiang Li's lips. So this is where they are. Typical bloodbats unable to dominate the skies, they're nothing but rats lurking underground. Chapter 62, What Old Man Drinks Beast Milk Every Day? As the words fell, Jiang Li activated the stellar breathing technique. The blazing power of a star surged through his body, unleashing terrifying auras that radiated outward. In that instant, Jiang Li resembled a rising sun illuminating the surrounding land. Such a spectacle assaulted the visual senses of everyone present. Bathed in the blinding, scorching light, they felt as if they might melt at any moment. They were forced to retreat step by step. Is this the power of the legendary hero Jiang? It's overwhelming. Yes. I just broke through to King-tier Beastmaster, yet I can barely withstand this scorching heat. What kind of technique is this? It's utterly overwhelming. The scene before them left not only the crowd stunned, but even Tao Yuan and Wang Tai, both divine beast masters, were deeply shaken. Damn! The captain's technique, so profound, so overwhelming. I recall the captain wasn't practicing this technique before. Looks like he's had some opportunities these past years. Exactly. The captain feels like a sun itself. Could this be the effect of the flying heavenly fire python consuming a stellar fruit? But that doesn't make sense. Boom. Boom. As they debated, Jiang Li suddenly raised his foot. The ground? Terrifying cracks abruptly appeared, spreading outward in all directions. Then it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the ground collapsed, giant bats sliced through the sky, claws outstretched, diving straight toward Jiang Li. Their wingspans stretched 10 meters wide, crimson eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. No! These are all king-class blood shadow bats. Bao Yuan, who had been watching intently, paled and lunged forward. The captain had only recently broken through to the king-level beastmaster rank. Facing dozens of king-level blood shadow bats, he simply couldn't hold his own. But just as he was about to intervene, he was stopped by the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan. Don't rush. How can I not be anxious? There are so many blood shadow bats. Rest assured. Ice Phoenix, however, smiled calmly. We'll wait until the captain faces a critical moment before intervening. These blood shadow bats will serve as the perfect opportunity to help him hone his newly elevated abilities. Right, let's wait and see. Even Wang Tai, usually the most carefree, now wore a solemn expression, his entire being tense and on edge. Should Captain Jiang Li face mortal peril, he could instantly spring into action, arriving in the blink of an eye to aid her. Yet the next second, his thoughts vanished like smoke, replaced by utter shock. What a freak! Two seemingly simple words, yet they burst from between Wang Tai's clenched teeth. For the scene before him was enough to etch itself into his mind forever. Looking out, dozens of blood shadow bat kings emitted piercing, shrill screeches, their cries cutting through the air with devastating force. They dove straight down, their target fixed on Jiang Li. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's gaze sharpened. His right fist shot out violently as he roared. River of flames, prairie fire. Boom. Boom. Where his fist struck, flames coiled into towering dragons of fire. Hundreds of these fiery serpents roared as they charged toward the blood shadow bats. Too many blood shadow bats? Fire dragons? More. A veritable deluge. In an instant, the blood shadow bats were reduced to ashes, leaving no room for resistance. Holy crap! The berserker ape, who constantly monitored the captain's movements and safety, couldn't help but rub his shiny bald head upon witnessing the scene before him. Looks like my worries were for nothing. Judging by the captain's fist technique, it's at least immortal tier. And in terms of grade, it's definitely stronger than my 5th grade heaven-piercing fist. At this thought, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes, radiating an eager to try demeanor. A bold thought began to take root in his mind, the desire to spar with the captain. Not only is this fist technique of a high grade, but the captain has also mastered it completely, achieving true integration. Even the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Immortal tier fist technique? Mastered to perfection? This wasn't merely a matter of diligence, it was sheer, extraordinary talent. But what they didn't know was that Jiang Li's reward allowed him to achieve mastery instantly. What immortal tier fist technique? Divine tier fist techniques? Even that could be instantly mastered. Gulp. Gulp. As they marveled and whispered, the distant onlookers froze in astonishment, swallowing hard. This technique? This power? The boxing must be at least immortal tier, right? So terrifying, so cool. This is the true combat prowess of the older generation. Exactly. No flashy moves, just raw, brutal power. That single punch could instantly take down any king-tier beastmaster. Huff. As they murmured in awe, Jiang Li slowly retracted his fist, his heart brimming with secret delight and exhilaration. So this is the power of immortal tier fist techniques? Not bad. Not bad at all. Jiang Li glanced at the blood shadow bat, now burned to ashes, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Immortal tier fist technique? He had mastered it completely. But to unleash its true power, to achieve the might to incinerate the Milky Way, he must enhance his own strength. Without the infusion of spiritual energy to sustain it, he could never unleash its full potential. Huff. With this thought, Jiang Li took a deep breath before turning his gaze to the others, offering a calm smile. Everyone, please continue with the cue. This little interruption has delayed you all. I'll try to speed things up. Jiang Li knew well, only by navigating the matters before him could he carve out time for focused cultivation and thus enhance his strength. His words instantly prompted the beast tamers who had sought his aid to hastily shake their heads and offer sheepish smiles. Old hero Jiang, you're too kind. There's no delay, we'll follow your schedule. Right. Right. We're in no hurry. It must be said. Due to the ambush assassination attempt, Jiang Li's standing in their eyes had skyrocketed. Old hero? No aloofness. Impressive prowess? Overwhelmingly formidable. Now he's even helping them tailor pet evolution paths for free. In their hearts, Jiang Li is no longer just an old hero. He's practically a second parent. Time? Slowly slipping away. Jiang Li not only wrote out evolution paths for the onlookers present but also helped the soldiers maintaining order by drafting corresponding paths for them. By the time he finished all this, dusk had long since fallen. Damn! I'm exhausted. After seeing off the last person, Jiang Li gently rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Though the ultimate divine eye could be deployed in the blink of an eye, blinking for nearly a day was exhausting. Still, the rewards were substantial. Souls? It had surged dozens of times over. Techniques that had once been obscure and incomprehensible were instantly grasped, mastered directly. Beyond that, Jiang Li felt mentally refreshed and could even peer inward at his bodily condition. There was just one problem. He hadn't eaten in a day. His stomach growled incessantly, rumbling loudly. As he stood up, the sensation became especially pronounced. Yet at that very moment, the long dormant system voice echoed in his ears. Detected host energy deficiency. Please replenish energy immediately. Ha? System? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Li's eyes lit up with delight. He knew, when the system alert sounded, it meant a reward was on its way. But first, he needed to replenish his energy. With that thought, Jiang Li slowly raised his head, his gaze settling on Wang Tai nearby. Ironhead, where's the beast milk I asked for? Chapter 63, Walk with the Qilin Stride, See with the Ultimate Divine Eye. Ha? Beast milk? Wang Tai, who had just been marveling at the captain's terrifying power, suddenly heard these words. He immediately snapped back to attention. Captain! Hold on. He flipped his wrist, instantly retrieving 8 exquisitely crafted, compact boxes from his storage space. Each box was specially customized. Wang Tai took a step forward and vanished from his spot in an eerie manner. The next second, he materialized before Jiang Li. Wang Tai handed the boxes to Jiang Li with a sly grin. Captain, here's the beast milk you requested. Alright. Jiang Li accepted them without hesitation. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. Once his strength grew, he would repay Wang Tai. Thank you. Captain, you're too kind. Wang Tai chuckled. In his eyes, serving the captain was an honor. Snap. Jiang Li promptly stowed the box into his storage ring. In this Beastmaster world, storage rings, storage bracelets, and storage jades were all custom made by beast pets. However, only spatial type beast pets could customize these items. Inside the box were 8 bottles of beast milk. Jiang Li took out just one bottle, opened it, and gulped it down in one go. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You are replenishing energy. Your physical abilities are enhancing. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 12. Hearing plus 15. Hearing these prompts, Jiang Li felt an increasing sense of joy. This meant both his physical condition and combat prowess had improved. After finishing the bottle, the system suddenly displayed a screen visible only to him. The message on the screen sent his excitement soaring. Congratulations, host, on completing your energy replenishment. The Invincible Infant System quest is hereby activated. System task, as an invincible infant, training must begin early. Host, perform 10 leg kicks to obtain the Divine Tier 8th grade technique Qilin Step. Perform 100 leg kicks to instantly fuse and master the Qilin Step. Host, please note. Moderation is key. Do not overdo it. Time limit, 24 hours. Ha? Leg kicks? Qilin Step? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, her lips twitching slightly. Is that even possible? Such an incredibly simple task, yet it corresponds to a divine grade reward? Such a massive disparity, how could it not be thrilling? So, after downing the beast milk, Jiang Li tossed the empty bottle aside and began kicking his legs. With every kick, the system would prompt. Congratulations, host, on kicking once. Congratulations, host, on kicking twice. But Jiang Li's bizarre behavior left Wang Tai utterly perplexed. Scratching his head vigorously, he asked in astonishment. Captain, what's this about? Jiang Li casually dismissed the question while continuing to kick his legs. Nothing much. Just an old man sitting all day, then slaying some western beasts. Stretching my legs a bit. Wang Tai clearly didn't buy it. The captain's combat prowess? Could he really be called an old man? He's younger than me now. His physical functions and vitality are exceptionally robust. If anyone claimed the captain was middle-aged, they'd be met with disbelief. But he knew deep down, when the captain acted strangely, there was always a reason behind it. So he stopped questioning and turned back toward Tao Yuan and the others. What's going on? No sooner had Wang Tai reached Tao Yuan and the others than he was immediately questioned. Wang Tai shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, letting out a wry smile. I don't know either. The captain said he was just stretching his muscles. The seasoned veterans present found this explanation utterly implausible. Especially Bao Chong, seated in his wheelchair, who stroked his chin and murmured softly. What do you think? Could it be that the captain is practicing some kind of high-grade footwork? Footwork? That's impossible. The straightforward Bao Yuan scratched his head, his eyes as big as copper gones, sinking into doubt. Just kicking your legs around? That's supposed to cultivate an advanced footwork technique? Whoever heard of such a simple advanced footwork? Who knows? Beside them, Ice Phoenix smiled faintly, her exquisite face betraying a hint of admiration. Don't forget, our captain defies conventional wisdom. But this is, too. Boom. Before the berserker ape could finish, his voice abruptly cut off. For a heart-stopping aura suddenly emanated from Captain Jiang Li. This aura, it's terrifying. I knew it. The captain's strange behavior must mean something. Let's just watch quietly and see what kind of surprise the captain has in store for us. At that moment, as divine guardians, they focused intently, all eyes fixed on the scene before them. Within Jiang Li's mind, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing 100 leg kicks. You have acquired the immortal tier 8th grade skill Qilin step. As the system's voice faded, a vast and profound stream of information surged directly into Jiang Li's mind. In response, Jiang Li immediately accelerated the rhythm of his stellar breathing technique to swiftly absorb and refine the knowledge. Huff. Exhale. With each inhale and exhale, a searing heat enveloped his entire body. Under its scorching influence, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rapidly transformed into waves of intense heat. Astonishingly, the heat waves seemed guided by some force, gradually forming a colossal phantom. As time passed, the phantom gradually revealed its true form, none other than the legendary Qilin. The Qilin circled Jiang Li, its hooves treading the air as it let out a piercing cry to the heavens. In that instant, Jiang Li resembled a rising sun, while the Qilin bore the blazing orb of sight that assaulted the visual senses. The events unfolding here instantly drew the attention of the beast-tamers nearby who had received Jiang Li's kindness. Witnessing this spectacle, they froze in place, their expressions brimming with awe and reverence. What a terrifying omen! What is the venerable hero Jiang cultivating? How magnificent! A Qilin? The sun? These are auspicious beasts and signs of good fortune. Old hero Jiang is our very own blessing. Look, those enormous footprints? Could they be the footprints of a Qilin? As they gasped in astonishment, the once azure sky abruptly darkened, swirling with ominous clouds. Ink-black clouds poured down like spilled ink, engulfing the entire sky in an instant. Yet the next second, the Qilin's footprint burst through the clouds. The vast expanse of clouds churned and scattered like boiling water, revealing dazzling patterns behind it, radiant as molten gold. Each palm-like crevice flowed with crimson lava, its searing heat intertwined with the ultimate truths of the cosmic order. Terrifyingly, along the footprint's descent, space shattered like fragile glass, flaking away in shards. Beneath the void-piercing footprint, the numerous beast masters felt as if their throats were being crushed, unable to breathe, experiencing the suffocating sensation of impending death. Their eyes were filled with terror. Tao Yuan and his companions immediately activated their cultivation techniques under this overwhelming aura, unleashing colossal spiritual energy to form protective shields around themselves. Beyond that, each summoned their divine beast companions to withstand the heaven-shattering footprint. Damn! Is this the cultivation technique our captain practices? This is terrifying. Kicking? Sky-piercing footprint? Good heavens! What rank is this? Divine grade. Absolutely divine grade. How else could it possess such overwhelming power? We must question the captain thoroughly after this. Chapter 64, The Jiang Family? The daughter-in-law makes her appearance. Just as they strained every ounce of strength to resist, the sky-piercing footprint vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. The sky cleared. Dark clouds? Even more bizarrely, they vanished. The strange phenomenon from earlier seemed like a dream, as if nothing had ever happened. Phew! Jiang Li exhaled heavily in relief. His aura retracted, and a radiant smile spread across his face. So this is the power of the Qilin step? Truly terrifying. Jiang Li marveled inwardly, yet shook his head helplessly. Even with my current strength, I can only execute 3 steps. After that, without replenishing my spiritual energy, I'll be left utterly drained. Despite this limitation, he was immensely satisfied with its power. 3 steps? That's enough to rival the combat prowess of a sacred guardian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he marveled, 6 figures materialized eerily beside him, their eyes fixed on him with strange intensity. Captain, what kind of footwork technique is this? This is terrifying. Exactly. Just 1 step unleashes such might. If you took several in succession, you could trample even a divine master underfoot. Captain, was that leg kicking you just did part of practicing this god tier technique? I want to kick my legs and train too. Jiang Li looked at Tao Yuan and the others before him and couldn't help but chuckle. Especially when he heard their mistaken belief that it was a god tier technique, he explained softly. It's not divine tier. Just a fairy tier technique, the Qilin step. I happened to come across it. What rank is it? The straightforward brawler asked. Though it touched on some secrets, in his view, there was nothing he couldn't ask in front of the captain. Jiang Li didn't hide anything, extending his thumb and index finger to form an 8 gesture. 8th rank. Whoa. At those words, even the divine guardians couldn't help but suck in a breath of shock. Immortal tier cultivation technique? In their eyes, such techniques were already considered rare. Since the cataclysm, only the Eagle Nation had obtained a single fragment of a god-tier cultivation technique. Though incomplete, its power was enough to strike fear into all factions and nations. As for immortal tier cultivation techniques? They were the standard equipment of the top powers in every nation. An 8th grade immortal tier cultivation technique? In their eyes, it approaches the power of a divine tier scroll fragment. Holy moly! 8th grade? Over the past few decades, I've journeyed to the ancient star path more than a dozen times, risking life and limb just to obtain a single 2nd grade immortal tier technique. Wang Tai, the Grand Manager of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters, couldn't help but click his tongue in utter envy. Pure envy. But he had no intention of asking for it. One can only say our captain is blessed beyond measure, remarked Tao Yuan, the military district's veteran commander, stroking his beard with a heartfelt chuckle. Despite his high rank, the resources he enjoyed were limited to the military's 3rd grade immortal technique, the Lianyan Array Sword. As for the 8th rank? He dared not even dream of it. Responding to their envy, Jiang Li laughed heartily. No need to envy. Didn't we agree to head to the ancient star path? Once I lead you to plunder alien treasures, you can snatch up whatever immortal tier techniques, or even divine tier cultivation methods you want. His voice rang out with unwavering conviction. Having obtained the Qilin step and deeply experienced the god-defying power of the invincible infant system, he held unwavering faith in this promise. Moreover, he needed abundant resources to cultivate, enhance his strength, and evolve his beast companion, the star-devouring ancestral dragon. Hearing this, his team members like Tao Yuan were utterly thrilled. Captain, when do we set out? We've already registered Twilight Squad, you'll lead us there. Exactly. Besides, many comrades who learned you were still alive have been contacting us, all wanting to join you on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. I turned them all down. Ha! Told them to step aside. Too bad they showed up late. Let's build up our squad first. Hearing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh bitterly. To enter the Starry Sky Ancient Path, one must first register a Starry Sky Squad. These squads are also ranked. Team tiers are determined by Starry Sky points, ranging from lowest to highest: bronze, gold, platinum, diamond, black gold, and the highest tier, purple gold. A bronze squad? Only 8 members could be in the squad. The number of slots increases as the squad level rises. To advance a squad's rank, one must either slay alien races or gather Star Realm materials for exchange. Of course. After exchange, you won't just receive Starfield points, you'll also obtain materials of equivalent value. Newly registered teams currently start at bronze tier. Only 8 members can participate this time. Counting him, Tao Yuan, Wang Tai, Brawler, Icewind, Monkey Hunter, and Leopard Charge, that makes 7. You could say. It's definitely enough. Then let's depart tomorrow. Today I'll spend time with my granddaughter and handle some matters at home. Having spent the past 2 days solely with Tao Yuan and the others, plus his own cultivation, he hadn't had time to contact his own children. Before embarking on this long journey, it was best to explain everything clearly beforehand to spare them worry. At these words, Tao Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. They'd waited decades. What difference would half a day make? After a brief discussion, Tao Yuan and the others returned to their respective starships to optimize their physical and mental states. Jiang Li turned and headed toward her own courtyard. At the same time, in the courtyard, Mushi stood by the wall, her gaze fixed on Jiang Li's location. Jiang Li's execution of the Blood Shadow Bat and her assistance to so many beast masters in researching and formulating evolution paths had sparked admiration within Mushi, along with a hint of inexplicable emotion. In her eyes, Jiang Li's approach to handling matters struck a chord deep within her soul, enriching her greatly. Especially when witnessing the heaven-shattering footprint appear, her admiration and respect for Jiang Li instantly reached a peak, leaving her utterly captivated. He is truly a hero. As she spoke, she unconsciously rubbed her legs and swallowed hard. Only when she saw Jiang Li approaching her home did she snap back to reality. Her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly turned and dashed toward her own room. Jiang Ranran had long since noticed Mushi's subtle movements and expressions. Though Jiang Ranran hadn't yet entered university, she understood everything. Watching Mushi's retreating figure, Jiang Ranran's lips curved into a smile as she thought to herself, my little grandmother is so young. I just wonder if grandfather will accept it. With that thought, she approached Mushi's room and sweetly said, Sis Mushi, I still have some matters to discuss. I need your advice. With that, she stepped right inside. Moments later, playful laughter echoed from within. Jiang Li, unaware of what transpired, entered the courtyard and heard Jiang Ranran and Mushi's playful chatter. He paid it no mind. Instead, she turned and went into her own room, picked up her communication device, and prepared to briefly explain the situation to her 3 sons to prevent them from worrying. The first video call he dialed was to his eldest son Zhang Yuanzhong. At the same time, thousands of miles away at the Immortal Vessel Base, In a cheap rental apartment, a burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man entered the room, his face etched with exhaustion. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Li. Thick eyebrows, large eyes, a strong jawline, a high-nose bridge, and piercingly alert eyes. He was none other than Jiang Li's eldest son Jiang Yuanzhong. "Honey, I'm home." His words masked any trace of fatigue, replaced instead by a bright smile. "What's for dinner?" "It smells amazing," he said, changing his shoes and heading straight for the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with rich aromas, and standing before the stove was a stunning figure. An apron tied around her waist, a fair neck, and cascading hair like a waterfall draped over her shoulders. Chapter 65, Braised Dragon Bone? That's a real tonic. Wow. Stewed dragon bones today? Jiang Yuanzhong wrapped his arms around his wife from behind, his hands encircling her waist. Her waist felt soft and plump to the touch. He couldn't help but pinch her lightly. The gesture drew a soft gasp from his wife, her face flushing crimson. "What are you doing?" Wang Wan nudged Jiang Yuanzhong with her elbow, her voice tinged with coyness. "I'm cooking right now." He. "I just got a little excited seeing you stewing dragon bones." Though he said this, Jiang Yuanzhong's hands were anything but still, wandering restlessly about. "What grade is this dragon bone?" "Dragon bones?" It referred to the spine of a crawling magical beast. Typically, the spine contains pure flesh essence that aids beast tamers in tempering their bodies. This enhances and amplifies the beastmaster's vital energy. But a pound of dragon bone? The selling price is 10 magic crystals. For an ordinary family like theirs, the price was a bit steep. He barely scraped by at the immortal vessel base, hunting beasts in groups. On a good month, he might scrape together 300 or 400 magic crystals, but during lean times, he'd barely earn 100. That meant 10 gene of dragon bone. For him, it was indeed a luxury. At this, his wife Wang Wan chuckled softly. "Third-grade dragon bone? Don't worry, it didn't cost a penny." "Ha? Didn't spend any money?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuanzhong instantly grew wary. His expression darkened as he whispered, "What's the story? Why didn't you pay?" He lived by his father Jiang Li's words. Free is the most expensive. This very principle had saved his life on multiple occasions. "Don't worry." Wang Wan, who knew her husband's temperament well, quickly explained upon hearing his anxious tone. Apparently, the head manager Wang Tai found his comrade in arms, the captain. To celebrate, he gave each of us hospitality staff 10 caddies of dragon bone. The head manager? Wang Tai? At these words, Jiang Yuanzhong's face paled with shock. He whispered in disbelief, "He actually found his squad leader? Then his squad leader must be even more terrifying." In his memory, Wang Tai was a divine beast tamer. The fact that he held the position of Grand Manager at the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters spoke volumes about his power and iron-fisted tactics. Deep down, he had always regarded Wang Tai as an idol. "Of course he is." Wang Wan nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. "They say the captain the Grand Manager was searching for had perished in some battle long ago. For some reason, he suddenly found him." "Oh." Jiang Yuanzhong murmured softly upon hearing this, "So that's how it is. In that case, it seems we really did benefit from his captain's misfortune." His eyes fixed intently on the dragon bones simmering in the pot, Jiang Yuanzhong couldn't help but lick his lips. "Dragon bones? It's been ages since I last had them. My dear, you've suffered so much following me. What are you talking about?" Wang Wan blared fiercely at Jiang Yuanzhong and snapped, "If I was afraid of hardship, would I have followed you? Don't get any ideas?" Besides the 10 pounds of dragon bone, they also gifted a bottle of Grade A nutrient solution and 10 magic crystal coins. "I plan to give the Grade A nutrient solution to Dad. He's getting on in years and still has injuries. He desperately needs this bottle." Her voice was crisp, her tone resolute. The dad she mentioned? None other than her father-in-law Jiang Li, Jiang Yuanzhong's own father. Hearing this, Jiang Yuanzhong's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, my dear. Don't be silly. We're out here working to make a living, while Dad raised one in war for us. Now that we can do what we can for him, of course we should help." Jiang Yuanzhong nodded emphatically, unable to suppress a sigh. In this world of beast tamers, climbing out of poverty was incredibly difficult unless one possessed exceptional talent, connections, and resources. All three were essential. Otherwise, struggling alone would only make you fodder for powerful beasts sooner or later. Now he was a king-tier beast master, and his beast companion had even reached the supernatural physique. In terms of combat strength? It's actually quite decent. Yet he could barely support his family of 4, struggling to make ends meet. Fortunately, his father, Jiang Li, has supported him by watching over his 2 sons for over a decade. Now that his son is about to graduate from university, they're finally seeing a turning point and some relief from the pressure. Yet he always felt a sense of debt and guilt toward his father, Jiang Li. He hadn't worked hard enough to let his father enjoy a comfortable life. Obtaining this bottle of Grade A nutrient solution was his way of repaying that debt. Ding-ling-ling. Ring-ring. As the two were talking, a series of ringing sounds echoed from the living room. "Go answer the phone," Wang Wan, his wife, instructed softly. Jiang Yuanzhong nodded quickly. Okay, I'll go check. Jiang Yuanzhong entered the living room and saw his father's name displayed on the video call. His face lit up with excitement. Dear, it's Dad. Answer it quickly. Wang Wan turned down the heat, quickly wiped her hands on her apron, gave her face a quick tidy, and hurried out of the kitchen. Alright. Jiang Yuanzhong immediately selected to answer. The next second, Jiang Li's virtual projection suddenly materialized and hovered in the living room. Jiang Yuanzhong called out sharply, Dad. Dad. Wang Wan smiled faintly. Ha? But the next moment, their smiles froze, their expressions turning stunned. Dad, what's this? You look so young. Dad, how did you do it? Jiang Li laughed heartily at their questions, but instead of being straightforward, he simply chuckled. Nothing much. A friend brought over some nutritional milk, and it seems to have made me look younger. He chose to keep it hidden for now. He planned to tell them after this journey through the ancient starlit path was over. Otherwise, separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, learning the truth would surely cause them worry. Though these sons hadn't shown exceptional talent in cultivation, he was quite satisfied with their conduct and character. They were sensible, ambitious, filial. These qualities alone were enough to fill him with profound satisfaction. Ha? Nutrient solution? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanzhong scratched his head and chuckled. Huan also prepared a bottle for you. It's the great nutrient solution her department gifted them. I just brought it back. I'll deliver it to you in a few days. That's right, Dad. Wang Wan pulled out the prepared nutrient solution. When we go back in a few days, Dad, you should take this. It'll make you look younger. Her voice was sweet, her smile radiant. These words warmed Jiang Li's heart. As an elder, he was naturally overjoyed that his own child and daughter-in-law understood and respected him. But given their current circumstances, this great nutrient solution wasn't necessary just yet. Don't go to all that trouble. Give this bottle to Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu instead. They're about to graduate and desperately need energy to get through it. I don't need it. But... Wang Wan tried to continue persuading him, but Jiang Li cut her off. Also, in a few days, you won't be coming back. I'm going on a long trip with some old friends and won't return for at least a month. Please inform Jiang Yuanhua, Jiang Yuanxiang, and the others. I won't be telling them individually. His voice sounded aged, yet carried an inexplicable authority. Dad, if you're going on a long trip, you should at least take some great nutrient solution with you. Besides, this bottle didn't cost us anything. It's practically free. Wang Wan explained the serum's origin directly, hoping to persuade Jiang Li to accept it. Jiang Yuanzhong, standing nearby, nodded in agreement and added. It's like we got lucky with Chief Manager Wang Tai. Not only did he gift us this a great nutrient solution, but we also got 10 pounds of dragon bone. Don't worry about Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu will handle purchasing their nutrient solutions. As he spoke, Jiang Yuanzhong glanced toward the kitchen, where the dragon bones were simmering. But he failed to notice, when he mentioned Wang Tai, a peculiar expression flashed across Jiang Li's face. Chapter 66, Connections? Why not use them? Ha? Wang Tai? The Grand Manager of the Beastmaster Alliance? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li instantly realized, her son Jiang Yuan was referring to his comrade in arms Wang Tai. Wang Tai was currently aboard a starship not far from him. Not long after they met, over grilled meat and drinks, they had shared all their backgrounds. Who would have thought? Wang Tai would be so generous in celebration of finding me. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, inwardly sighing with bitter humor. This also meant his daughter-in-law, Wang Wan, and his son, Jiang Yuanzhong, had reaped some of the benefits. Ah! Thinking of this, Jiang Li couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having survived the battlefield, he married and had 3 sons, Jiang Yuanzhong, Jiang Yuanhua, and Jiang Yuanxiang. Due to his background, he lacked resources to advance his cultivation. Moreover, the injuries sustained on the battlefield went untreated, leaving his cultivation stagnant. A heaven-tier beast-tamer? Over 30 years ago, a beastmaster of that rank was still highly sought after. But ever since humanity discovered vast resources along the ancient Star Road, the overall caliber of human beastmasters had risen dramatically. This meant, he gradually fell behind the times. Thus, he could only barely scrape by, unable to offer much support to his own children. In the end, he could only help raise their children. Yet even so, they still thought of him. This left him with a flood of emotions. Dad, what's wrong? You look a bit pale. His daughter-in-law, Wang Wan, suddenly noticed Jiang Li's subtle expression and quickly asked with concern. Jiang Yuanzhong looked up at her words. Jiang Li said bitterly. Nothing. I just suddenly realized I haven't done much to help you. I haven't supported you at all, yet here you are still rushing around doing such hard work. In his memory, Jiang Yuanzhong risked life and limb venturing into the occupied zones to slay beasts for magic crystal coins. Though his daughter-in-law Wang Wan worked at the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters, she held only a minor receptionist position. She dealt with all sorts of people daily, enduring constant hardships and injustices. Hearing this, Wang Wan smiled. Dad, why are you suddenly thinking about this? We don't need you to worry about us. Just take good care of yourself and look after Ran, third brother's daughter. We're doing just fine now. Dad, stop worrying so much. When you return from your trip, we'll bring Jiang Li and Jiang Wu to visit you. And be careful out there. If anything happens, just let us know. Jiang Yu and Zhong, standing nearby, looked serious as he gave earnest reminders. Hearing this, Jiang Li didn't say much more, just nodded. All right. Just remember, tell those two not to worry about me. Don't worry, Dad. After a few more brief words, Jiang Li hung up. What do you think's wrong with Dad? Wang Wan, his daughter-in-law, frowned deeply and murmured, something feels off. Dad seemed like he had something to say. He's not usually like this. You're overthinking it. Jiang Yu and Zhong chuckled. Dad's traveling far away, he's definitely going to visit his old comrades in arms. He must be excited. Ever since I was little, I've heard him talk about wanting to spend time with them. He misses them dearly. But with raising us three brothers, he never had the chance. After we grew up and had grandchildren of his own, he had even less time. Maybe now he finally has the time, so he's making the trip. At this point, Jiang Yu and Zhong sighed deeply. In the past, he hadn't felt it deeply, but after having a wife and son, he fully understood the saying, you don't know the cost of daily necessities until you run a household, you don't know your parents' kindness until you raise children. Oh. Wang Wan looked skeptical. I've often heard the three of you mention Dad's service on foreign battlefields, but why hasn't he received any benefits? I don't doubt Dad. I've seen his medals of honor. I just don't understand why he never applied for the benefits. It would have been nothing but good for him. Jiang Yu and Zhong shook his head at her words. I don't understand either. But since Dad doesn't want to apply, we'll respect his choice. I'll work harder, I can still support our dad. All right. I'll work harder too. Wang Wan finished speaking, then abruptly changed the subject. I do hope to find a few old comrades I haven't seen in ages at the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. That way, we could enjoy some decent perks. The remark instantly amused Jiang Yu and Zhong, who pointed at his wife, Wang Wan. You always have these wild ideas. People need dreams. Without dreams, what's the difference between us and a piece of dried fish? Wang Wan gave a light snort. Who doesn't want a better life? But without formidable talent, extraordinary luck, or formidable connections, one could only face reality. Take her husband, for instance. He was already a 3-star royal-level beast-tamer. At that rank, he could serve as a captain within the Beast-Tamer Alliance. Yet without connections, he couldn't even infiltrate the Beastmaster Alliance. Out in the world, he remained a tireless laborer, taking on the dirtiest temporary jobs. Constantly facing the greatest dangers. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. Meanwhile, within Lu village, Jiang Li, who had just ended the video call, wore a dark expression, his face solemn. Wang Tai? The Grand Manager of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters? Wang Wan? Jiang Yu and Zhong? The immortal vessel base? The connections began to form in his mind. Looks like I'll need Ironhead's help. As he pondered this, Jiang Ran emerged from the inner room, skipping over to Jiang Li with a cheerful smile. Grandpa, are you planning to pull some strings to help Uncle and his family? Jiang Li didn't hide anything and simply nodded. That's exactly what I'm planning. With a little leverage, their lives could improve significantly, and I'd finally be able to rest easy. As he spoke, Jiang Li raised his hand and gently scraped his finger across Jiang Ran's nose, laughing heartily, not just your eldest uncle, but your second uncle too, and your mom and dad. Wow. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up at the news, and she flashed a bright smile. Then I'll thank Grandpa on behalf of my parents. Her expression darkened at the mention of her parents. She knew all too well, her parents were struggling hard out there. If things were going well for them, they would have brought her along. Instead, they had entrusted her to Grandpa's care, proof of their struggles. Fortunately, Grandfather possessed such extraordinary status, a revelation that stunned the world. The Beastmaster Alliance? Former commander of the military region? Head of the Qinling base? Dragon Phoenix Chamber of Commerce? The Borao Chamber of Commerce? Any one of these connections alone would be enough to benefit an ordinary person for a lifetime, let alone the fact that Grandfather had close ties to all of them. The thought sent a surge of excitement through him. We're family, no need for thanks. Jiang Li patted Jiang Ran's head and whispered, but you must never tell them. But Grandpa, your case is getting so much attention. They'll find out sooner or later. Jiang Ran looked puzzled. Jiang Li gave a faint smile. We'll keep it hidden as long as we can. Just listen to Grandpa, don't go telling them yourself. Alright, I'll listen to Grandpa. Jiang Ran nodded. Hearing her firm agreement, Jiang Li slowly stood up. Alright, then you go play with Mushi first. Grandpa will go find your Ironhead Grandpa and talk to him about this. Jiang Ran understood immediately that Grandpa was heading to Ironhead's place regarding her eldest uncle, Jiang Yu and Zhong, and Aunt Wang Wan. Once she understood this, Jiang Ran nodded vigorously. Grandpa, hurry up and go. Alright. Chapter 67, on the importance of connections? Panic magic? Inside the starship. Ha? Wang Tai, who had been chatting with Monkey Hunter and Leopard Charge, froze in surprise. His gaze shifted toward the projection screen. He suddenly noticed Captain Jiang Li was pacing outside the starship, hesitation etched on his face. Just as he was about to take a step closer to the ship, he abruptly pulled back. This scene left Wang Tai utterly baffled. Captain? What's she doing? Could she be practicing some terrifying immortal technique again? Ever since witnessing Captain Jiang Li successfully cultivate the terrifying Qilin step with just a few kicks, anything the captain did now seemed perfectly reasonable. Just as he stood there dumbfounded, Shouho and Baochong, who had been talking, suddenly noticed Wang Tai's expression and quietly inquired. Ironhead, what's up? Yeah, why did you suddenly stop talking? Did you see something? Baochong in his wheelchair and Shouho leaning against his wheelchair slowly turned to look. They were startled to see the captain pacing outside the starship. What's the captain doing? Judging by his expression, he seems to have something on his mind. Something? Hearing this, Wang Tai abruptly stood up, his expression filled with urgency. I'll go check immediately. Without a moment's delay, he sprinted toward the starship's exit. The starship door slowly opened. Wang Tai appeared before Jiang Li in an instant, his yellowed teeth bared as he asked softly. Captain, what are you doing here? Is something wrong? Jiang Li paused, deep in thought. Then he nodded firmly and answered truthfully. Indeed, there is something. Captain, if you need something, just say the word. Wang Tai immediately extended his arm, gesturing toward the starship interior. Let's discuss it inside. Whatever I can assist with, I'll give it my all. As he spoke, he pounded his chest emphatically, producing a dull thud. Help! If the captain gave the word, he'd charge headlong into a volcano without a second thought. Jiang Li nodded with a smile. Alright, let's go inside and talk. Following Wang Tai's lead, they entered the starship directly. Inside the starship, they naturally encountered Shouho and Baochong. Upon seeing Jiang Li, Shouho immediately stood up and respectfully called out, Captain. Baochong, slumped in his wheelchair, bowed his hands in greeting and chuckled softly, Captain. Jiang Li was slightly surprised to see them. So you two are here too? Haha, just chatting with Ironhead about some things, Baochong replied truthfully from his wheelchair. What about? Jiang Li asked casually. At this, Baochong and Shouho exchanged glances, looking at each other as if seeking mutual consent. Seeing this, Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. If it's inconvenient to talk about, then forget it. No, it's not inconvenient at all, Baochong hastily explained, scratching his head with a smile. Actually, we were discussing how we could help the captain's family. Exactly. Over the years, we've come to understand how tough things have been for the captain. So we used our connections to discreetly look into his family's situation, figuring out how we could secretly lend a hand. Shouho added. Wang Tai, standing nearby, grinned widely. Exactly. I can vouch for that. We hadn't even finished our investigation when the captain showed up. Learning the whole story, Jiang Li felt a wave of warmth wash over her. That they'd thought of this showed just how much they valued him. He immediately expressed his gratitude. Captain, you're embarrassing us. Shouho hurriedly waved his hands. Leopard Charge pushed his wheelchair back, dodging the captain's bow of gratitude. We couldn't possibly accept such a deep bow. We're just doing what we can. Exactly. Wang Tai, who seemed the most scatterbrained, nodded earnestly. It's not just us. Tao Yuan and Bing Feng are also investigating. It shouldn't take long. They'll find out soon and use their connections to help the captain's family. His voice was low, his emotion genuine. After speaking, Wang Tai looked slightly apologetic. Please don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands, Captain. Hearing this, Jiang Li chuckled softly. How could I possibly blame you? I'm not even close to blaming you, I'm grateful. By the way, Captain, what brings you here? Seeing the captain wasn't upset, Wang Tai quickly changed the subject and asked directly about Jiang Li's purpose for coming. Jiang Li responded with a hearty laugh. Actually, I'm here for family matters too. At these words, Shouho, Baochong, and Wang Tianyan's eyes lit up with delight. Hey! They all guessed right. They were all thinking along the same lines. In truth, when they were secretly investigating the captain's family situation, they were also afraid the captain would find out and blame them. That's precisely why they split into two teams to conduct their inquiries discreetly. But they never expected the captain would come looking for them himself. Especially Wang Tai, the sudden realization that the captain had come looking for him meant the captain's family must be within his jurisdiction. His expression turned grave as he whispered, Captain, could your family be within the Beastmaster Alliance? At these words, Baochong in his wheelchair and Shouho lifted their heads to look at the captain, ears pricked, waiting quietly for his response. Jiang Li nodded, showing no hesitation. Indeed. My daughter-in-law, Wang Wan, works as a receptionist at the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters, while my eldest son is stationed at the Immortal Vessel Base, barely scraping by as a mercenary squad member hunting demon beasts. So before we head to the Starry Sky Ancient Path, I'd like to ask you to use your connections. See if you can arrange for them to be stationed together, and find my daughter-in-law a less demanding assignment. Having said that, even the iron-willed Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a flutter of anxiety in his heart, his face flushing slightly. As a father, he would do anything for his child. Before, he had only wished for his child to live a peaceful life, untouched by the whirlpool of conflict, for he lacked the power to confront the enemy. But now, things were different. Activate the Invincible Infant System. With the ultimate divine eyes, the stellar breathing technique, the immortal tear fist technique river burning and the immortal tear footwork Qilin step at his disposal. Given sufficient time, he would possess the strength to stand against them. Precisely because of this, he could boldly utilize his own resources. As the words fell, Wang Tai hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Captain, please don't trouble yourself. Leave all these matters to me. I will ensure your satisfaction. His voice rang out with conviction, firm and decisive. All right. I'll leave it to you then. Jiang Li remained somewhat polite. This left Wang Tai utterly exasperated, clasping his hands together. Captain, please don't be so formal. If you keep this up, I'll end up kneeling before you. He began to kneel, but Jiang Li quickly stopped him. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. That's more like it. Wang Tai grinned widely and declared with conviction, Captain, just give me a moment. I'll take care of it right away. No rush. Jiang Li replied. Wang Tai, however, was utterly confident. It'll be quick. Right away. He immediately dialed a number. Buzz. The next second, a virtual projection abruptly materialized before Jiang Li and the others. The figure was a burly, broad-shouldered middle-aged man. His eyes shone like stars, dazzlingly bright. What drew attention, however, was the long, centipede-like scar on his left cheek, giving off a chilling sensation. Master Manager, what brings you here? His voice was deep and resonant, his tone respectful. Chapter 68, a single word? Can decide one's fortune and glory. Of course I have business with you. Wang Tai cut straight to the chase. Then, pointing to Jiang Li beside him, he introduced, this is the captain I've often mentioned to you, Jiang Li. Greetings, Captain. The middle-aged man immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing deeply to Jiang Li. This left Jiang Li utterly bewildered. Asking someone to run an errand? The other party bowed to him first. Jiang Li hastily returned the gesture. Hello? There's no need for such formalities, I couldn't possibly accept them. I've often heard my master speak of your heroic deeds. He told me to take you as my role model. You're worthy of such respect. As he spoke, the burly middle-aged man bowed deeply once more. By seniority, you are technically my senior master. But my master forbids me from addressing you as such, as it feels too formal. He instructed me to simply call you Captain. His words rang out with conviction, each syllable carrying weight. He held Jiang Li in the utmost respect. Since childhood, he had listened to his master, Wang Tai, recount Jiang Li's exploits and understood deeply how important Jiang Li was to Master Wang Tai. The slightest disrespect would guarantee a severe beating from his master. Wang Tai then introduced him to Jiang Li, Captain, no need for formalities with him. He's my disciple, currently serving as the deputy leader of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters Yangyu. All operations at headquarters are arranged by him. Hearing this, Jiang Li's eyelid twitched violently. He had only intended to find some menial tasks for Jiang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan, but never imagined this would involve the deputy alliance leader. Within the Beastmaster Alliance, above the deputy leader stood only the alliance leader. In terms of authority, he was second only to the leader himself. This transfer? For him, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. While he was quietly pondering this, Wang Tai directly stated his requirements and the personnel relationships involved. Though he specified the exact position, the underlying implication was clear, he absolutely had to satisfy the captain. Captain, Master, please rest assured. I know exactly what to do. Yan Yu assured him with unwavering conviction. After briefly inquiring about Jiang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan's abilities and ages, he hurriedly took his leave. After he hung up, Jiang Li was about to express his gratitude to Wang Tai, but Wang Tai cut him off immediately. Captain, please don't say any more. For me, it was a small matter. Besides, I'd be willing to take on even tougher tasks, but I don't want you to be overly polite to me. It makes things feel distant. Jiang Li, seeing his words hit home, laughed heartily. Captain, where do the rest of my nephews work? Just tell us, and we'll arrange it for you. At this mention, Wang Tai spoke with unwavering conviction and brimming confidence. Exactly, Captain. No need for all this formality. Bao Chong, seated in his wheelchair, nodded in agreement. Captain? After decades of living under an assumed name. Now that they knew his identity, he deserved the respect and resources he was entitled to. Not just the captain, but his family as well. Captain, don't overthink it, Monkey Hunter chimed in beside him. This is all well within our capabilities. Think about it. Ice Phoenix is the head of the Dragon Phoenix Guild, Raging Ape leads the Raging Ape Dragon Guild, Old Tao is a veteran military commander, and we're the leaders of the Qinling base. A simple word from any of us could secure a comfortable life and resources for my nephew and his wife. Why struggle so hard? His voice trailed off abruptly at this point. A bitter smile touched his face as he murmured softly, "It's not like back in our day, when slaying beasts earned you resources and respect. Now it's all about connections. Even with the strongest talent, without the right network, you're just another worker." The words were spoken softly, yet each one came from the depths of his heart. This point? How could Jiang Li not understand? Jiang Li understood. They were thinking of themselves and their families. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Li nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll tell you." Jiang Li proceeded to inform them about the other sons' situations. Wang Tai and the others listened intently, then promptly summoned Bing Feng and the others to discuss how they could allocate their resources toward these nephews and nieces-in-law. At that very moment, the Zheng family was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Unaware of all this, Zhang Yuanzhong sat at the dining table eating the dragon bone stew prepared by his wife, Wang Wan. Before them sat a cup of spirit wine each, its fragrance wafting through the air. "Here, my dear." Zhang Yuanzhong raised his cup, laughing heartily. "Thank you for stewing this dragon bone, dear. And for enduring all these years of hardship with me. From now on, I'll strive to slay more demon beasts so we can have this dragon bone every meal." His voice was deep and his emotion genuine. In response, Wang Wan rolled her eyes and teased him with a laugh. "Look at you, all you care about is eating dragon bones, haha." She couldn't help but laugh as she raised her cup to clink with Zhang Yuanzhong's. With deep sincerity, she declared, "I seek neither wealth nor glory, only to share life's hardships and joys with you. Cheers." Hearing this, Zhang Yuanzhong broke into a bright smile. These words? Wasn't it sweeter than any flowery words? Cheers. Gulp. Gulp. In an instant, he tilted his head back and drained the glass. Clink. Ding-a-ling. No sooner had the wine glass been set down than a series of ringtones sounded. Following the sound, to my surprise, it was Zhang Yuanzhong's communication device. "Who is it?" Wang Wan asked casually. Zhang Yuanzhong picked up the device and frowned upon seeing an unfamiliar number. "I have no idea. So late? Who could be looking for me?" "Answer it first," Wang Wan whispered. Zhang Yuanzhong hummed in acknowledgement. He then answered the communication device. With a buzz, a virtual avatar suddenly materialized before them. "Ha!" As Zhang Yuanzhong answered, Wang Wan covered her mouth, her face betraying a gasp of surprise. The virtual projection was a graceful female beast tamer wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She had a delicate oval face, large eyes, and a high nose bridge. Paired with her curvaceous figure, she exuded an alluring charm. This. Zhang Yuanzhong froze in shock at the sight. He had never seen this young woman before. How could he possibly know her? Especially since this was happening at home, in the presence of his wife. Fearing misunderstanding, Zhang Yuanzhong opened his mouth to explain only to freeze in place at the sight that followed. His wife, Wang Wan, stepped forward and bowed with both hands. "Greetings, Minister Wang." Lowering her head, Wang Wan whispered to her husband, Zhang Yuanzhong, "This is Minister Wang Jing from the headquarters of our Beastmaster Alliance." Minister Wang. Ha! Zhang Yuanzhong was stunned. Minister of the Beastmaster Alliance? Why would he be contacting me? Though puzzled, Zhang Yuanzhong dared not neglect proper etiquette and promptly bowed. "Greetings, Minister Wang. Don't be nervous." The virtual projection of Wang Jingwan smiled gently, her expression radiating kindness and warmth. "I presume you are Zhang Yuanzhong, and this is your wife, Wang Wan?" Zhang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan nodded in unison, their movements as quick and precise as chicks pecking at grain. "That is correct, Minister Wang." "Minister Wang, what brings you here today?" Zhang Yuanzhong dared to inquire. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom why the other party had summoned him. Not only him, but even his wife Wang Wan was deeply suspicious. In her understanding, Minister Wang Jing was responsible for personnel transfers across departments and served as a trusted aide to the Deputy Alliance leader. In terms of authority? Within the Beastmaster Alliance, he ranked among the highest echelons. As they pondered this in silence, Wang Jing offered a calm smile. "By order of the Deputy Alliance leader, I hereby invite Mr. Zhang Yuanzhong to assume the position of manager at the United Front Department." What? What? Chapter 69, When one ascends, all follow. Materialized. What? What? In an instant, Zhang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan froze in place, their eyes widening in shock. Wang Wan, in particular, was frozen like a statue, covering her mouth, unable to recover for a long time. The Beastmaster Alliance? The United Front Work Department? While it seemed related to combat, she knew full well, this was essentially a cushy job, a plum position, at that. The actual work involved merely posting tasks about slaying beasts or other assignments. Beastmasters would then accept these missions. Ultimately, they could skim 1% from the mission rewards. One task? 1%? What about 100? That's 100%. The Beastmaster Alliance headquarters serves not only the Immortal Vessel base but all other bases as well. As a result, the number of beast tamers it serves can reach tens of thousands daily. This is nothing short of a lucrative opportunity. A lucrative one, to say the least. Typically, only the direct descendants of powerful figures with genuine connections gain entry into the United Front Department. For people like them, how could they ever touch such a lucrative position? As this thought crossed her mind, Wang Wan opened her mouth to voice her doubts. But the moment she met the gaze of Director Wang Jing, a mixture of apprehension and fear made her swallow the words she had been about to speak. Wang Wan's subtle expression had already been caught by Wang Jing. He responded with a faint smile. You needn't ask me why you were admitted to the United Front Work Department. Truthfully, I'm just as curious. After uttering these words, Wang Jing let out a bitter laugh. I myself only just received the appointment notice. The one who directly issued this order is the Deputy Alliance Leader. If you wish to know the specific reasons, you'll have to ask him in person tomorrow. Her voice rang out with unwavering conviction. Despite her words, shock at the appointment still stirred within her. Upon learning of the appointment, she immediately looked up the contact information and began investigating the person's background. After investigation, his background was unremarkable. However, she did discover Jiang Yuanzhong possessed considerable talent. It was merely the lack of resources that had kept him from standing out. Yet, as the appointment came from the Deputy Alliance Leader, she dared not delay. She promptly contacted Jiang Yuanzhong, leading to the scene unfolding before them. As her words fell, Jiang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan instinctively exchanged glances, shock and confusion evident in each other's eyes. Yet faced with a position in the Beastmaster Alliance's United Front Department, Jiang Yuanzhong had no grounds to refuse. Even if it led to a deep hit, he had to try. Thus, Jiang Yuanzhong bowed deeply to Wang Jing. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Deputy Alliance Leader, for this opportunity. I'll report for duty first thing tomorrow morning. He looked up at the stunningly beautiful young woman before him, Wang Jing, and asked softly, I wonder if there's anything I should bring? Nothing at all. Wang Jing smiled faintly. Just come directly when the time comes. Understood. Thank you, Minister. Jiang Yuanzhong expressed his gratitude once more, his exterior appearing utterly calm. But inside, a storm was brewing. Jiang Yuanzhong had thought this was the end. Yet the scene that followed plunged him back into numbness. Wang Wan, right? Minister Wang Jing's gaze shifted to Wang Wan standing nearby. HM? Wang Wan instinctively nodded. Yes, Minister. My name is Wang Wan. She felt a bit flustered by the minister's inquiry. She was merely a low-level staff member of the Beastmaster Alliance. To be precise, the most inconspicuous receptionist, commonly called a server, whose daily duty was to attend to Beastmasters visiting the Alliance. Within the Beastmaster Alliance, it was considered the most grueling and exhausting role. Precisely because of her ordinary background did she gain entry, otherwise, such cushy, well-paying positions would never have been offered to her. The Beastmaster Alliance headquarters is divided into the Chief and Deputy Alliance Masters, followed by the 8 Grand Masters and 12 department heads. Below them are the Senior and Junior Devotees, Core Disciples, and Elite Disciples. Below them are Ordinary Disciples. And she herself was a temporary worker at the menial level, beyond even Ordinary Disciples. Any lapse in her duties could lead to immediate dismissal. Now, Wang Jing, the Minister of Logistics, stood before her and even knew her name. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. What followed left her utterly dumbfounded, unable to process it for a moment. Would you be interested in becoming my secretary? Ha! Wang Wan instinctively gasped at Wang Jing's words. Secretary to the minister? This wasn't like a corporate secretary handling the boss's daily affairs. Within the Beastmaster Alliance, this position was regarded as a stepping stone for cultivating the next ministerial candidate. By established precedent, the position of minister's secretary held higher rank than even that of an attendant. Setting aside the perks and salary, the position also granted access to some of the minister's authority and privileges. This. Wang Wan stammered incoherently, her beautiful eyes fixed on Minister Wang Jing as she swallowed hard. The news was simply too overwhelming for her to process. After a long pause, the words finally burst from her lips. Minister Wang, you're not joking, are you? No. Minister Wang Jing shook his head, offering a calm smile. I wonder what you think of it. I'm willing. I'm more than willing. Wang Wan nodded vigorously, accepting the offer with great enthusiasm. She knew full well, only by becoming the minister's secretary could she truly turn her life around. Excellent. Then report to the Beastmaster Alliance tomorrow with Mr. Jiang Yuanzhong. Yes. Jiang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan answered in unison. Minister Wang Jing then gave them a deep look, inwardly astonished. Just 10 minutes earlier, the Deputy Alliance Leader had personally sought her out, emphasizing this matter repeatedly. He had specifically said, I recall you don't have a secretary at the moment. Let Jiang Yuanzhong's wife, Wang Wan, take the position. This was the first time she'd seen the Deputy Alliance Leader intervene in such matters, and she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet she remained utterly perplexed. What were these two individuals' true identities? Why would the Deputy Alliance Leader personally intervene? This series of questions left her utterly perplexed. After briefly relaying a few instructions, the call abruptly ended, and the virtual projection vanished. After she left, Jiang Yuanzhong spoke slowly. Honey, do you think we're dreaming? Ah. The words had barely left his mouth when an excruciating pain shot through his elbow, causing him to yelp instinctively. He saw that Wang Wan's delicate hand was already wrapped around his arm. The intense pain came from her twisting his flesh with force. Seeing her husband's pain, Wang Wan quickly rubbed his wound gently and laughed. Do you think this is still a dream? No, it's not. Jiang Yuanzhong shook his head hastily. Wang Wan's actions were an expression of her inner excitement. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she couldn't help but smile with joy. So it's real. Don't you think this is a bit too dreamlike? Jiang Yuanzhong voiced his thoughts. Wang Wan nodded emphatically. It is indeed too fantastic, but the one thing we can be certain of, for us, it's not a bad thing. Think about it. If the Beastmaster Alliance wanted to deal with us, would they go through all these convoluted steps? But why did they target us? There must be some reason behind it, we just don't know what it is. After saying this, Wang Wan seemed to recall something. She lifted her head, fixed her gaze on Jiang Yuanzhong, and asked sharply, is there a powerful Beastmaster in your family? As if there were. Jiang Yuanzhong shook his head hastily. If we did, we wouldn't be living like this. Then why exactly? The question lingered in their minds. Today? Not only were Jiang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan receiving protection and care from local forces, but Jiang Yuanqua and Jiang Yuanchang at other bases were also experiencing similar treatment. A whirlwind of confusion left them both bewildered and filled with surprise. Chapter 70, A Starry Sky in Turmoil Which Maiden Could Resist? As for Jiang Li, the root cause of this situation, after entrusting Wang Tai and the others to take good care of things, she offered a few brief instructions before turning and leaving. 2 days later, they were about to set off for the ancient star path. Back home, Mu Shi and Jiang Ranran had already prepared dinner, waiting quietly for Jiang Li's return. Jiang Li expressed his gratitude to Mu Shi, who hastily shook her head, insisting it was no trouble at all. Senior Jiang personally tailored a pet evolution path just for me. This is the least I could do. After sharing dinner with Jiang Li and the others, Mu Shi took the initiative to excuse herself, preparing to depart at first light the following day. She knew full well, the starship circling outside the courtyard was waiting for Senior Jiang Li. Based on her conversation with Jiang Ranran, Senior Jiang Li would be embarking on a long journey soon. During that time, Jiang Ranran would also return to school to continue her studies. By then, the house would be empty. To avoid any awkwardness, proposing to leave tomorrow was the best choice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li didn't refuse. Instead, he gave a calm smile. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to keep you. After dinner, if you see anything in the living room that you find useful, just take it with you. His voice was deep and sincere. The living room? Nearly piled high with all manner of rare treasures and various resources all brought by Tao Yuan and Bing Feng. In his view, the fact that Mu Shi had befriended them during their time of need was fate itself, proof that she truly regarded him as a friend. That was precisely why he allowed her to take whatever she wanted. Senior Jiang, this is absolutely out of the question. Mu Shi hastily refused. But Jiang Li's expression was unwavering. No need for formalities. They're just sitting here unused anyway. Besides, most of these won't be of much use to me going forward. He had originally planned to distribute some of the resources among his sons, but now he realized that thanks to the care of their uncles, they wouldn't need them for the time being. After Mu Shi made her selection, he took the items directly. Upon returning from the Starry Sky Ancient Path, he would share them with his grandchildren, be it grandsons or granddaughters. But before Mu Shi could finish, Jiang Li cut him off again, his gaze shifting to Jiang Ranran as he gave a quiet instruction. This task is yours. See what she needs and let her choose freely. Yes. Hearing this, Jiang Ranran instantly perked up with interest, immediately giving a firm assurance. Rest assured, grandfather. I will accomplish this task. Just then, Jiang Li finished his meal. After a few brief instructions, he rose and returned to his room to continue his cultivation. However, the moment he sat cross-legged upon returning to his room, he faintly heard the playful banter between Jiang Ranran and Mu Shi. Sis Mu Shi, don't be so polite. Grandpa already gave the go-ahead, take whatever you want. What's the big deal? Besides, you'll be my little grandmother from now on. I have to take good care of you. If I ever mess up, you'll have to whisper sweet nothings in my ear to help me out. Oh my. What did you just say? How did we get onto this topic? If you keep talking, I'm ignoring you. Fine, I won't say another word. Ouch, why is your face so red? Let me touch it, it's burning hot. Did I hit a nerve? Listening to this exchange, Jiang Li's mouth twitched. Too explosive? This left him at a loss for words, so he pretended not to hear. Then his wrist flipped. The crimson star core stone now rested in his palm. Staring at this seemingly ordinary stone, no larger than a fist, he murmured softly. Who would have thought that such an ordinary-looking stone could possess such immense power? Through his recent cultivation, he had absorbed and refined its internal energy. It made him feel as insignificant as a speck of dust in the vast ocean. He couldn't even begin to shake the energy within. He could only rely on the stellar breathing technique to draw upon its internal energy, refining it bit by bit, layer by layer. And this is just one. What power would be unleashed if all 6 galactic core stones were gathered? The thought sent a chill down Jiang Li's spine. In that moment, he was filled with boundless anticipation for finding the remaining galactic core stones. But Jiang Li also understood, all that was for later. The most pressing task now was cultivation, strengthening his power. Thus, Jiang Li crossed his legs and sat down, circulating the stellar breathing technique. Inhale, exhale. Strands of mysterious, colossal energy emerged from the Crimson Star core stone, surging into Jiang Li's body with each breath. Flesh, bones, meridians, all rapidly tempered and strengthened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Blue Star, aligned with the stars in the night sky, suddenly became dazzlingly bright, twinkling as it floated in the night sky. Such a bizarre and eerie spectacle was instantly captured by experts from various nations' alliances monitoring celestial trajectories. It immediately caused a stir among all parties. What's happening? That brilliant star has never appeared before. Why is it showing up today? Major discovery. Major discovery. We've found a new planet. Could it be caused by Blue Star's movement? Are we approaching those planets? No. It appeared suddenly, it wasn't there before. And the fact we can detect it means it's moving toward us. Damn it, could it be that our blue star possesses some unique quality drawing them here? It could be said. Stars never seen before now appeared in the night sky, instantly sparking panic and speculation among all parties. But for ordinary beast masters, this had nothing to do with them. They had neither the right to know nor the power to intervene, only to live in the present. The next morning dawned with clear skies stretching endlessly. Outside the courtyard, Mushi stood at the doorstep, laden with large and small bundles. She turned to gaze at Jiang Li's meditation chamber, her expression a complex mix of emotions, her eyes growing strangely distant. She had intended to bid Jiang Li farewell personally, but seeing him still immersed in cultivation, she abandoned the idea. Ran, you don't need to see me off. I can go back on my own. Mushi waved goodbye to Jiang Ran. After speaking, she gave her backpack a few vigorous shakes and smiled faintly. Thank you so much. I'll remember you. When your college entrance exam awakening ceremony comes, I'll come see you myself. Jiang Ran's face lit up with a bright smile at her words. Alright, it's a deal. I'll be going now. Mushi waved to Jiang Ran and turned to leave. Her figure? Growing fainter and fainter. This scene naturally caught the attention of Wang Tai and Shouho, who were constantly monitoring the situation here. Especially when they caught Mushi's subtle expression, they instantly understood its meaning. Ha! Our captain still has that kind of charm. Wang Tai grinned, his yellow teeth flashing. Back in the day, the girls chasing our captain were beyond just the enhanced platoon. The captain's charm is boundless. Plus, he's generous with his resources. Just look at what's in her backpack, all rare medicines and cultivation materials. Add that to his personal magnetism, and what girl could resist? Bao Chong, seated in his wheelchair, nodded in agreement. Xiaohou chimed in, you bet. Back in the day, Ice Phoenix was utterly devoted to our captain. When she learned of his demise, she wept bitterly before founding the Dragon Phoenix Trading Guild. She never remarried. Now that the captain is safe and sound, I imagine she. He trailed off, clearing his throat. He was still rambling on when a sudden chill swept over him from behind. That's when he realized something was terribly wrong. He quickly clamped his mouth shut, using a cough to mask his unease. For behind him, the graceful, exquisitely featured Ice Phoenix was approaching. Though advanced in years, the resources at her disposal had preserved her fair complexion and dignified elegance. Every gesture radiated grace and nobility. Yet now, her face was frosted with icy coldness. With each step she took, shards of ice abruptly appeared on the ground. Chapter 71, Touching the Dragon's Scales, Playing with Death, the 10,000 Immortals Sword Formation. Immortal Vessel Base. Beastmaster Alliance. Honey, are we really going in? Zhang Yuanzhong stood before the entrance, gazing up at the towering, majestic edifice. Embedded within its facade were countless 8th-tier demon beast cores, each shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Though seemingly intricate, it was actually a divine tier formation, the 10,000 Immortals Sword Array. Should the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters ever face a demon beast assault, the formation would activate instantly, unleashing devastating strikes upon the attackers. An 8th-tier demon beast? Even they would perish within this formation. This was the Beastmaster Alliance's trump card, and the very reason they dared to build so high. At this moment, the throngs of people and vehicles heading toward the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters were truly overwhelming. The Beastmaster Alliance headquarters? It is the sacred sanctuary of Beastmasters. Zhang Yuanzhong, having been appointed by Minister Wang Jing yesterday, arrived together with his wife, Wang Wan. At this, Wang Wan chuckled softly, of course we should go in. Judging by Minister Wang Jing's tone, perhaps the deputy alliance leader will offer us an explanation. Her words carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. All night yesterday? Neither she nor her husband, Jiang Li, had slept. When insomnia struck, they speculated endlessly about why they had earned the Beastmaster Alliance's favor and encountered such a monumental opportunity. But the more they discussed it, the more energized they became and the more baffled. By the time dawn broke, she had already finished her morning routine and arrived here dressed in formal attire. Hearing this, Jiang Li nodded emphatically. You're right. Shall we go in? Let's go. Wang Wan nodded in agreement. Yet she noticed her husband, Jiang Li, standing rooted to the spot, showing no sign of moving forward. This made her smile bitterly. She understood his expression, though. She knew all too well, the moment they stepped inside the Beastmaster Alliance, received the appointment from the United Front Department mentioned yesterday, and she became the secretary to the Logistics Department head, their family's life would be turned upside down. Calm down. When you're ready, we'll go in. Wang Wan appeared calm on the surface. But inside, she was panicking like crazy. Hearing this, Jiang Li nodded, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. Huff. After a long pause, his expression hardened as he spoke deliberately, let's go in. All right. Wang Wan smiled and nodded. She then affectionately hooked her arm through Jiang Li's as they stepped into the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters together. May I assist you in any way? Upon entering, they were greeted by a receptionist. A young wife with a graceful figure and exquisite features, her voluptuous form radiating an alluring aura. But the moment she spoke, her expression froze. Her gaze had fallen upon Wang Wan and she gasped in shock. Wan? How are you here so early? It's not even your shift yet? The Beastmaster Alliance operated around the clock, while the reception staff were divided into 3 shifts, rotating continuously. Wang Wan smiled gently upon hearing this. Sister Xiao, I couldn't sleep, so my husband and I came early. As she spoke, Wang Wan introduced Jiang Li with both grace and sincerity. This is my husband Jiang Li. And this is my colleague, Li Xiao, who always looks out for me. Hello? Jiang Li nodded and smiled at her. Li Xiao returned the greeting politely. Then, Li Xiao looked at Wang Wan and Jiang Li, a hint of suspicion appearing on her brow. What's going on here? Though her position was lowly, her daily interactions with countless people had honed her keen observation and meticulous thinking. Who was going to work? And bringing their husbands along? Who's going to work? Taking the initiative to come early? All of this suggested that her visit might have ulterior motives. Wang Wan noticed this and realized Sister Xiao had her suspicions. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to stop hiding anything. Instead, she stepped forward, gently tugging Sister Xiao aside and murmuring, Sister Xiao, to be perfectly honest, my husband received an appointment to join the Beastmaster Alliance. That's why, we were so excited we didn't sleep all night. An appointment? Hearing this, Li Xiao, who had been wearing an expression of calm detachment, couldn't help but widen her eyes. What kind of appointment? The Beastmaster Alliance? It was the largest merchant guild alliance in the nation, wielding immense influence across the world. To receive an appointment directly from the Beastmaster Alliance meant one was either exceptionally well connected or possessed formidable strength. Yet she remembered. Wang Wan's background was unremarkable, and her husband was merely a temporary worker for a mercenary beast-slaying squad. How could she possibly be appointed by the Beastmaster Alliance? As her words trailed off, Wang Wan chuckled softly and answered truthfully. They said it was the United Front Work Department. Ha? Li Xiao gasped in shock, her mind already churning like a stormy sea, unable to calm for a long time. The United Front Work Department? Within the Beastmaster Alliance, it was considered the most cushy position, the absolute plum job. It could be said that every Beastmaster in the Beastmaster Alliance would break their necks to get into the United Front Department. But the requirements were extremely stringent, demanding not only deep connections but also extraordinary talent and various other qualifications. Typically, one must apply to the United Front Department and undergo multiple layers of screening to gain entry. Direct appointment? Not even a pipe dream. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiao glanced up at the man before her, Jiang Li, of medium build, square jaw, and prominent features, and whispered to Wang Wan. You got divorced? Got a new husband? But the words barely left her mouth before Wang Wan burst out laughing, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly explained in a hushed tone. No way. Sister Xiao, why would you suddenly say that? I remember you once said, your husband was just a Beast Slayer squad member. How did he get directly appointed to the United Front Department? You should know the United Front Department's standing within the Beastmaster Alliance, right? At this point, Li Xiao paused, her brows furrowed in deep confusion. Wang Wan nodded in understanding. So I'm also curious what exactly is going on. But yesterday, when I called my husband, the projection was from none other than our very own Minister Wang Jing. Ha? Li Xiao's eyes widened in shock, her mind plunged into a whirlpool of turbulent emotions. If it was Director Wang Jing, then it's almost certainly him. After saying this, Li Xiaoxiu's expression grew complex as she bowed her hands to Wang Wan. Let me congratulate you in advance. When you rise to the top, don't forget about Sister Xiao. Her voice was soft yet heartfelt. She knew all too well the true value and weight of the United Front Department within the Beastmaster Alliance. Sister Xiao, you flatter me. Wang Wan stuck out her tongue, a hint of playfulness in her voice. What high-flying success. I'd be satisfied just living a stable life. Then her tone shifted abruptly, and she flashed a wide grin. But if we ever get the chance to help Sister Xiao in the future, we'll do it without hesitation. Her voice rang out, firm and resolute. Sister Xiao? She'd helped her plenty in the past. If she ever faces real trouble, we'll naturally lend a hand. Hearing this, Li Xiaoxiu broke into a bright smile. Then I'll thank you in advance, ha. Sister Xiao, stop teasing. Wang Wan replied modestly. Just as they were whispering, a sharp reprimand suddenly cut through the air. What are you lot doing? You can't be fooling around during work hours. And you, Wang Wan, are you stuffed? Or just bored out of your mind? Arriving this early? I'm docking your performance bonus for this month and next month's perfect attendance bonus. The voice carried both scolding and anger. They turned toward the sound. A tall, middle-aged man in a suit strode purposefully toward Li Xiaoxiu and Wang Wan. He waved at Li Xiaoxiu, signaling her to leave immediately. He then stood directly in front of Wang Wan, sneering coldly, "This is pure sabotage. Keep staring at me like that, and I'll fire you on the spot." Wang Wan glared back, her eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Yuanzhong, standing nearby, stepped forward, shielding his wife with his body. He lifted his head and glared at the middle-aged man. "Who are you? My wife isn't even on duty yet. Besides, we're here to conduct business. What business is it of yours? Are you being reasonable or not?" His voice was deep and resonant, tinged with a hint of ferocity. The malevolent aura he had cultivated over the past decade from slaying demonic beasts was no joke. Humph. Yet the middle-aged man showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he gave a cold laugh. "You dare to strike? Dare you?" As he spoke, he lunged forward, chest thrust out, aiming to ram Jiang Yuanzhong with his own body. "The moment you move, you'll be arrested. I dare you 100 times over, dare you make a move?" Within the Beastmaster Alliance, there were explicit regulations. Any Beastmaster who dared to attack within the Alliance building would be immediately arrested and thrown into the local prison. If they inflicted injury, severe punishment would follow. This was precisely why the middle-aged man felt so unrestrained. Faced with such aggressive provocation, how could Jiang Yuanzhong, as a man, possibly tolerate it? Especially when the other was deliberately bullying his wife. Without a second thought, Jiang Yuanzhong channeled his spiritual energy into his fist, swung his arm with force, and sent the punch hurtling straight toward the man. "Yuan, don't be impulsive." Wang Wan immediately stepped in to stop him, explaining in a low voice, "He's our deputy manager Ho Jian. He's deliberately targeting me, and he's also trying to provoke you. He wants to get rid of you without a fight or teach you a lesson. Don't fall for it." Her voice trembled with anxiety as she gripped Jiang Yuanzhong's arms tightly, preventing him from landing the blow. In that case, it would be detrimental to the husband in every way. Jiang Yuanzhong's inner rage had long since boiled over. His eyes glowed crimson, bloodshot and bulging as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man before him, Ho Jian. If he were being bullied, considering his own circumstances and his wife and children, he would never utter a word. But now, to bully his wife right in front of him? That was touching his sore spot. At that moment, the deputy manager Ho Jian flashed a smug grin, continuing to taunt Jiang Yuanzhong with relentless hostility. He even thrust his face toward Jiang Yuanzhong's fist, almost as if inviting it to strike. "What? Afraid? Let me tell you, my beef with Wang Wan? She flat out rejected me when I tried to hit on her. So now I'm making her life miserable? Oh. Right. Starting tomorrow, after the shift rotation, I'll be in the same team as Wang Wan. If you don't take me out, I'll harass her constantly. How does that sound?" He flashed a wicked grin, his eyes roaming up and down Wang Wan's body. The underlying meaning was clear. Those who understood. "Oh. Right. I've already investigated your background. You're just a temporary worker in the beast-slaying squad. Letting me play with your wife, Wang Wan, is me doing you a favor, and you're getting cocky with me? You're only fit to scrub my pots and pans. Come on, if you've got the guts, hit me. But if you dare lay a finger on me, I'll throw you in jail. 10 days behind bars will give me plenty of time to have my way." His words dripped with arrogance and tyranny. Serving as deputy manager? How could he possibly lack backing? Besides, he'd long lusted after Wang Wan. To him, a married woman possessed a unique allure. It could be said that nearly every temporary worker in the entire hospitality and etiquette department had fallen victim to his advances. To get into the protocol department? They all had good looks. Temporary workers? They usually come from families with no means. For such individuals, offering the lure of permanent employment, combined with threats and inducements, almost always worked. But it didn't work with Wang Wan. She had expressed her willingness yesterday, only to be completely ignored. This infuriated him, and he secretly resolved to target Wang Wan. Now, seeing Wang Wan arrive early and chatting cheerfully with Li Xiuxiu, he concocted a scheme to manipulate her wages and perfect attendance record. Squeak! Creak! These sounds flooded Jiang Yuanzhong's ears like a erupting volcano. What reason? He cast it all aside. Even if it meant death, he would kill the other man. Get off! Jiang Yuanzhong channeled his spiritual energy, violently shaking off Wang Wan's grip. The moment he was freed, he swung his fist violently, striking Hou Jian directly. Hou Jian wore a smug, triumphant grin. His gaze shifted to Wang Wan, as if to say, "This is what happens when you cross me." No! Wang Wan cried out in protest. But could Jiang Yuanzhong possibly hear her now? Those words had struck his sore spot, and he had already resolved to go down fighting. Boom! The next instant, a fist slammed into Hou Jian's face with a deep thud. Hou Jian immediately channeled his spiritual energy to block the strongest impact, deliberately leaving part of the force unchecked. Boom! Hou Jian's body flew backward like a cannonball, sent hurtling several meters away. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Jiang Yuanzhong seized this opening, closing the distance in an instant. With a flick of his thoughts, his beast companion materialized instantly, transforming into a battle blade that slashed viciously toward Hou Jian's throat. Quick! Precision! Fierce! No hesitation whatsoever. No flashy maneuvers either, only hatred and rage fueling every strike. Crack! The next instant, Hou Jian's head was severed cleanly. Propelled by the terrifying force, it arced through the air in a parabolic trajectory. Clearly visible was Hou Jian's expression of utter disbelief, his eyes filled with regret. He couldn't understand. Why would the other party dare to kill him? But it was too late. Ah! Li Xiuxiu, witnessing this, covered her mouth, her expression a mix of terror and panic. Yet, within that gaze, there was also a hint of relief and satisfaction. This. Wang Wan froze in shock, her eyes brimming with tears as anxiety overwhelmed her. To strike within the Beastmaster Alliance was already a grave offense. And now, murder? And killing a staff member of the Beastmaster Alliance? Such a grave offense could cost her husband his life. Panicked and at a loss, she rushed to Jiang Yuanzhong's side, her resolve already set. Whatever happens next, she would stand by her husband without hesitation. Even if they were executed on the spot, she would accompany him to the underworld. A death wish? A sudden flush spread across her cheeks. Wanner, stay away from me. Don't get hurt. Knowing the situation, Jiang Yuanzhong immediately pushed Wang Wan away to prevent her from being caught in the crossfire by the approaching Imperial Guards. But Wang Wan said nothing, only shaking her head repeatedly as she clung tightly to Jiang Yuanzhong's waist. Li Xiuxiu, witnessing this, flashed a look of realization before swiftly turning away. To be precise, she headed straight for the United Front Work Department. Gulp! Thud! At that very moment, Hou Jian's head rolled across the floor like a soccer ball. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere 8 breaths. By the time those present registered what had happened and witnessed the scene before them, the room erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Who the hell dares kill someone in the Beastmaster Alliance's hall? What the hell is wrong with this guy? Damn impressive. Just the fact he pulled off a kill like that earns my respect. Clearly, he came here ready to die. Just look, they say the last guy who dared kill here. His grave grass is nearly 3 meters tall by now. Probably 5 or 6 years old. Ah, what a waste. Truly a case of a man's fury for a fair lady. Chapter 72, Earning the Title Child King and the Bond Skill. Jiang Yuanzhong showed no fear at these words. His expression remained resolute as he stared down at the severed head of Hou Jian he had just beheaded. Fear? Fear my ass. Given another chance, he would slay him again without hesitation. His wife, Wang Wan, was his Achilles heel. Touch her? Death. Facing death, he felt no fear. His only concern now was his wife Wang Wan in his arms, his father Jiang Li at home, and their child about to graduate. He gently patted Wang Wan's back to comfort her. Don't even think about dying. Think about Dad and the kids, they still need you. You don't need to worry about me. Just take care of them. As the words fell, Jiang Yuanzhong channeled his spiritual energy, violently shoving his wife away. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, he withdrew the beast pet's transformed battle blade into his body, then raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. At that very moment, the Imperial Guard of the Beastmaster Alliance rushed to the scene, immediately surrounding Jiang Yuanzhong. Faced with this scene, they dared not take any chances, each pointing sharp spears at Jiang Yuanzhong. Wang Wan, having been knocked back by Jiang Yuanzhong, attempted to approach him again but was blocked by the Imperial Guards. Jiang Yuanzhong was then escorted away by the guards, seemingly about to be taken from the scene. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Yuanzhong offered no resistance. He knew all too well that resisting within the Beastmaster alliance would be futile. Rather than fight, he chose to bear the consequences alone. However, during the escort, the Imperial Guards did not cause Jiang Yuanzhong undue hardship. Having learned the full circumstances, they respected his actions. As they passed by Hou Jian's severed head, Jiang Yuanzhong kicked it away like a soccer ball. Ah! Wang Wan let out a series of angry cries. Watching her husband being led away, she knew this would be their final farewell. Just as her aura surged, ready to charge back in, a deep, commanding voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Halt! The voice boomed like thunder, deafeningly loud. She turned toward the sound. A burly, broad-shouldered middle-aged man suddenly appeared. What was truly unsettling was the centipede-like scar that ran across his cheek, leaving an indelible impression. The moment he appeared, everyone present was jolted into shock, their eyes widening as they cried out in alarm. Deputy Alliance Leader? Indeed. This man was none other than the Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu. As the words fell, the Imperial Guards escorting Jiang Yuanzhong froze in place, halting abruptly. For they realized this matter was far from straightforward. The Imperial Guard commander stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and addressed him with utmost reverence. Greetings, Deputy Alliance Leader. Yang Yu waved dismissively. I came here primarily for him. He gestured toward the escorted Jiang Yuanzhong. His words were clear and straightforward. He is the Deputy Minister of the United Front Work Department appointed by me. Today, he executed Hou Jian because Hou Jian abused his authority to bully colleagues and threatened their families. That is why Jiang Yuanzhong was sent to handle the matter. This was also one of his trials upon assuming the role of Deputy Minister. Since you received no notification, you were unaware. Though spoken softly, his words reached every Beastmaster present, causing their eyes to widen in shock. Their minds were thrown into turmoil, leaving them stunned for a long while. Holy crap! Deputy Minister of the United Front Work Department? With that kind of power, eliminating manager Hou Jian would be as easy as crushing an ant. What kind of background does this Jiang Yuanzhong have? To be personally appointed by the Deputy Alliance Leader and then protected by the Deputy Minister's position when trouble arises. It's terrifying. Ha! I thought the Deputy Alliance Leader's master was Wang Tai, the Grand Manager. But with all this buzz now, could it be that? At that moment, it wasn't just the onlookers who were stunned, even the protagonist, Jiang Yuanzhong, was dumbfounded. His expression was blank, his eyes filled with shock, his heart a whirlwind of mixed emotions. Shocked? The Deputy Minister of the United Front Work Department? Holy moly! He'd assumed it was just some low-level staffer from the United Front Work Department. But to become the Deputy Minister directly? It felt like manna from heaven, leaving him dazed as if trapped in a dream utterly surreal. And joy? With the title of Deputy Alliance Leader, he wouldn't have to die. Working at the United Front Work Department, he could provide for his wife, children, and father. Beyond that, Wang Wan stood frozen in place. Deputy Minister? United Front Work Department? 6 words? It utterly shattered her worldview. Within the Beastmaster Alliance, the position of Minister's Secretary was equivalent to training for ministerial candidate, while Deputy Minister was training for positions like the head of headquarters. It could be said that the ultimate goal for a secretary is to become a minister, while the starting point for a deputy minister is the head office manager level. What on earth is going on? Why is this so bizarre? This barrage of questions instantly flooded his mind, leaving him utterly baffled. But one thing was certain, the incident at the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters, where manager Hou Jian was slain, would be swept under the rug. His husband? Jiang Yuanzhong was unharmed. At this thought, Wang Wan covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face. At that moment, she had wanted to die. Not far away, Li Xiuxiu, returning from the United Front Work Department, was utterly dumbfounded. The United Front Work Department? Deputy Minister? Holy cow! Earlier, sensing something was amiss, she recalled Jiang Yuanzhong's appointment to the United Front Work Department and immediately reported the incident to them. Upon learning of this, the United Front Work Department recognized the gravity of the situation and informed Minister Wang Jing. But no one could have anticipated that shortly thereafter, Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu would personally intervene. What on earth is his background? Li Xiuxiu murmured to herself, her voice barely a whisper. The events unfolding before her eyes felt like a dream. What? Still not releasing him? Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu, seeing Jiang Yuanzhong still under escort, asked directly. These words struck the Imperial Guards like thunder, jolting them back to their senses. They immediately knelt in unison. Please forgive our tardiness, Deputy Alliance Leader. Jiang Yuanzhong, now freed, immediately knelt toward Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu. Yet just as he bent his knees, he felt an inexplicable force lifting him up, preventing him from kneeling on the ground. Realizing this, Jiang Yuanzhong lifted his head to look at the Deputy Alliance Leader before him, Yang Yu. Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu smiled indifferently. You have no further business here. Proceed to assume your duties at the United Front Work Department without delay. Deputy Alliance Leader, might I? Jiang Yuanzhong intended to inquire further, but before he could finish, Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu cut him off. What you need to know, you will learn in due time. Focus on your work, focus on your cultivation, and focus on your family. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Yuanzhong utterly bewildered. Jiang Yuanzhong frowned deeply, utterly baffled by the events unfolding around him. Just then, Wang Wan hurried over, threw her arms around Jiang Yuanzhong, and burst into tears. It's okay. It's okay. Jiang Yuanzhong comforted her softly, this is a blessing in disguise. Come with me to take up a position at the United Front Work Department. Yes. Wang Wan lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and nodded firmly. The two then walked side by side toward the United Front Work Department. Along the way, they naturally encountered Li Xiuxiu. Sister Xiu, thank you. Wang Wan knew full well that at the critical moment, Li Xiuxiu had gone to notify the United Front Work Department, which was why the Deputy Alliance Leader had personally come. Li Xiuxiu's expression was complex as she cast an odd look at Wang Wan and Jiang Yuanzhong. She was still reeling from the events unfolding before her. The weight of the Deputy Minister of the United Front Work Department? It made her keenly realize her former colleague was making a complete comeback. The Deputy Alliance Leader? He personally intervened. From this point onward, within the Beastmaster Alliance, everyone would fear Jiang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan. Heaven only knows? What kind of relationship did they have with the Deputy Alliance Leader? Just as she was inwardly marveling, Wang Wan's words of thanks snapped her back to reality. She smiled faintly. You're too kind, little sister. Just remember what you said earlier. Don't worry, Sister Xiu, I won't forget. Wang Wan smiled brightly at Li Xiuxiu. Jiang Yuanzhong also bowed to Li Xiuxiu in gratitude, suggesting they treat Sister Xiu to a meal once everything was settled. Great idea. Wang Wan nodded repeatedly. Thus, at Jiang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan's invitation, Li Xiuxiu readily agreed. After that, Jiang Yuanzhong and Wang Wan headed straight toward the United Front Work Department. Meanwhile, the beast tamers gathered at the site watched their receding figures, instantly erupting into a buzz of astonishment. Good heavens! What on earth is Jiang Yuanzhong's status? To have the Deputy Alliance Leader personally come out for him. Deputy Minister of the United Front Department? That's a position with tremendous prospects. As long as one's strength improves, they could at least become a shopkeeper. Strengthening power? That's no big deal. Don't forget the massive profits from the United Front Department enough to rapidly boost anyone's strength. Meanwhile, in the village of Lu, thousands of miles away. After preparing and readying themselves, Jiang Li and Tao Yuan were ready to head to the ancient star path. They boarded the same starship, hurtling at breakneck speed toward the outer reaches of the cosmos. A brilliant trail suddenly sliced through the sky. Inside the starship, the military district's veteran commander Tao Yuan, the Dragon Phoenix Guild's president Bing Feng, the Fierce Ape Dragon Guild's president Fierce Ape, the wheelchair-bound Bao Chong, and his attendant Shouho pushing the wheelchair, along with the most unpredictable member of the group, Wang Tai. They now formed a 6-person squad. With Jiang Li included, it became a 7-person squad. Jiang Li, unquestionably, became the captain of this Twilight Squad. Haha, this is awesome. Feels just like decades ago. The passion is back in full force. Tao Yuan threw his head back and laughed heartily. Yeah. Can't wait to slaughter those alien races. Wang Tai grinned, baring his yellowed teeth in a sinister, ha laugh, looking every bit the villain. The sole female member, Bing Feng, remained silent, but the ice shards and frost emanating from her body spoke volumes of her inner excitement. Only Shouho, present among them, hung his head like a timid young bride. Waves of icy cold emanated from his body, his face a bruised and battered mess. All this was because yesterday, he had made the mistake of mentioning Bing Feng and Jiang Li, only to be overheard by Bing Feng, who had then given him a brutal beating. Little did they know, in that very moment of their excitement, a thrilling notification suddenly echoed in Jiang Li's mind. Congratulations, host. Though not yet a year old, you have recruited numerous companions who have come to genuinely respect you. You are hereby granted the title of Child King. Child King title, increases own combat power by 20% and allies' combat power by 5%. The bonus doubles for each additional ally recruited. Equipment method, invite them to drink beast milk to equip the title and forge bonds. Upon reaching multiples of 7, instantly obtain bond skills. Child King title? Group-wide boost? Bond skill? Is it that overpowered? Jiang Li's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as joy surged within him. Venturing into the starry ancient path was fraught with danger. With this title's attribute boost, it could serve as a means of self-preservation. With that thought, Jiang Li glanced at Tao Yuan and the others, then laughed heartily. Shall we stick to the old tradition and have a drink? But instead of wine, how about this? As he spoke, his wrist flickered. A delicate box suddenly appeared in his hand. The box opened. Inside lay 12 bottles of premium animal milk. I'll return the favor. Let's use these instead of wine to mark our departure. His voice rang out with force and conviction. Before heading to mission sites in the past, they would always drink a farewell toast. Back then, the foreign lands were fraught with danger, with powerful alien races and magical beasts, while humanity was still in its infancy. Each journey was a life or death gamble. Thus, the wine they drank was almost like a farewell toast. It was truly a toast to facing death with resolve. At these words, Tao Yuan and the others exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. The captain's suggestion is brilliant. This is far better than wine. Indeed. Old Iron would never spare this for ordinary drinking, but now I'm going to finish every last drop. Ha ha. Captain, we won't hold back. Without further ado, they each grabbed a bottle of beast milk, clinked glasses, and downed it in one gulp. 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 As they drank the beast milk, Jiang Li's ultimate divine eye clearly observed the amplified attributes of their bonds. They too sensed something different, murmuring in surprise as they voiced their confusion. Ha? What's going on? After drinking this beast milk, it feels like some inexplicable power has been bestowed upon us. I suddenly feel refreshed and invigorated. This stuff's amazing. No wonder Iron Old Man never spares any. If it weren't for the captain, I'd never get to drink it again. Yeah, Ironhead, where did you even get this beast milk? When we head to the Starry Sky Ancient Path this time, if we come across it, let's try to get some more. Faced with their persistent questions, Wang Tai wore a wry smile and quickly shook his head. Don't stare at me like that. Normally, this beast milk doesn't have such powerful effects. But for some reason, after drinking it, I could clearly sense my strength increasing. As he spoke, he toyed with the milk bottle in his hand, suddenly lost in thought. What exactly was going on? Jiang Li knew the answer, of course. This was the power of the bond. Though it appeared they'd only gained a 5% boost, they were all divine guardians in strength. 5%? That's a terrifyingly significant boost. But to immediately dispel their thoughts, he quickly interjected to change the subject. We'll collect the beast milk when we find it. How long until we reach the Starry Sky Ancient Path? 3 hours, Captain, Bing Feng replied truthfully. Hearing this, Jiang Li stroked his chin and murmured to himself. This pace is much faster than what we originally planned. Back then, reaching the Starry Sky Ancient Path took 10 days. 10 days? 3 hours. Such a vast disparity made him realize these decades without cultivation had caused him to miss so much, creating a huge gap between himself and the world. Hopefully the baby Invincible system can help make up for it. Jiang Li mused silently. As for Captain Jiang Li's concerns, Tao Yuan and the others seemed to have anticipated them long ago. They vowed with unwavering conviction. Captain, you needn't worry. Once we enter the Starry Sky Ancient Path, we'll be both your teammates and your guides. Exactly. With us here, what's there to worry about? We'll make sure this journey directly elevates your strength to Divine Guardian level. Caw caw caw. Charge forward without hesitation. Slay the alien races. Slaughter the demonic beasts. Chapter 73, The Ancestral Lineage? Whose child has a lineage of their own? Hearing this, Jiang Li smiled knowingly. Ha, hearing you talk like this actually makes me look forward to the Starry Sky Ancient Path even more. His voice trailed off momentarily as his gaze swept over the veteran comrades present. However, I think that after entering the Starry Sky Ancient Path, we might as well invite one more person. That way, our team will be at full strength. The Bronze Squad? Counting the captain, that makes 8 members. That meant there would be 7 members in the squad. Why did he say that? Simply to reach 7 members, the multiple of 7 required to activate the bond skill, as mentioned in the system prompt. What exactly is a bond skill? Jiang Li was deeply intrigued by this question. He promptly added, are there any other comrades still on the Starry Sky Ancient Path? Why not pull them into the team? Ha! The moment the words left his mouth, he froze in place. For within his line of sight, he could clearly see the faintly mocking smiles on the faces of Tao Yuan, Bing Feng, and the others present. What's this? At Jiang Li's inquiry, Bing Feng answered truthfully. Captain, once we reach the ancient star path, you'll meet an old friend. We intended to surprise you, but since you've asked, we won't keep it a secret. You're our captain for a reason. You read our minds. But don't give us that weird look. We won't tell you who it is, Tao Yuan said with a slightly mysterious smile. Meanwhile, Bao Chong, seated in his wheelchair and still radiating cold with ice crystals clinging to his body, heard this and lowered his head, struggling to stifle a laugh. As if the mere thought of that person conjured up an amusing incident. Meanwhile, Skinny Monkey, pushing the wheelchair, pretended not to hear a thing. He looked up at the starry sky, his expression utterly detached, as if none of this concerned him. But Wang Tai, who seemed the most unfocused, grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Captain, you better brace yourself. Mental preparation? A mysterious figure? Such words, coupled with his comrade's enigmatic demeanor, only heightened Jiang Li's curiosity. But when it came to curiosity, he was still more inclined toward the bond skill. Forget it. Jiang Li waved dismissively. If you won't tell me, I'll find out once we reach the starry sky ancient path. His tone betrayed no urgency. He knew all too well, it was only a matter of time. Holy? Ironhead suddenly cursed, then burst into wild laughter. That's my big nephew for you got guts. Nephew? Everyone present instantly realized, the captain's child. So they inquired with keen interest. What the hell happened? The way you're talking, did something get you? Whoever dares mess with my nephew, I'll crush their skull. Iron old man, stop beating around the bush. Spill it, what really happened? Not only were the others present curious, but even Jiang Li couldn't help but show a hint of worry on his face. He knew his child's temperament and character all too well. Bullying others? He absolutely wouldn't do something like this. But if he were being bullied? He'd fight tooth and nail. Under Jiang Li's gaze, Ironhead finally answered truthfully. Nothing much, really. He just killed the manager who was flirting with his niece-in-law in the Beastmaster Alliance Hall. To be precise, he chopped off the guy's head. A man's rage for a woman. After saying this, fearing the captain might worry, he quickly added, but don't worry. The matter has been perfectly resolved. The deputy leader personally intervened and appointed the nephew as deputy minister of the United Front Department. As long as his strength improves, he'll naturally be groomed to become the Beast's Tamer Alliance's chief. His voice rang out with unwavering conviction. He was thoroughly satisfied with the deputy alliance leader Yang Yu's arrangements. This way, he could give the captain a satisfactory explanation. Learning the full story, the group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then burst into laughter. Truly the captain's offspring. He carries the captain's spirit from back in the day. Remember when someone tried to flirt with Ice Sister? The captain chopped his head off on the spot. Exactly. This situation mirrors that incident perfectly. When dealing with enemies, one must be ruthless and merciless. Nephew? Haha, once we return from the starry sky ancient path, we'll definitely drink with our nephew. As for Ice Phoenix, even she a divine guardian couldn't help but flush when the incident was mentioned. Recalling those events still felt vividly fresh in her memory. Otherwise, why would she remain single all these years, haunted by those memories? But now, with the topic brought up again, she couldn't help but glance at Captain Jiang Li beside her and let out a deep sigh. Fate is cruel. Who could have foreseen that battle unfolding? Moreover, she understood, the captain had always regarded her as a younger sister, bound only by deep sibling affection. At this thought, a bitter smile formed on her lips. On the other hand, Jiang Li, having learned the full story, felt a quiet sense of relief that he'd tipped off Ironhead beforehand. Otherwise, given the nature of Jiang Yuanzhong's offense, it would have been a capital crime. Damn it! Having connections really pays off. Jiang Li chuckled bitterly to himself. As this thought crossed his mind, a sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Li's eyes, and he silently resolved. It seems that to truly establish myself in this Beastmaster world and gain the strength to stand against them, I must build my own family. Just as he pondered this, a crisp, familiar voice echoed in his ears once more. Congratulations on your birth. Now that 7 days have passed, you have gained recognition from the Heavenly Tao and obtained the exclusive birth certificate of the Invincible Infant. Given that the host possesses the Invincible Infant system, a separate family registry must be established. Therefore, the host has obtained a family registry exclusively for themselves. Family Register, recording the names of clan members grants them the protection of the register and access to some of its functions and abilities, accelerating the cultivation of clan members. Ha! Family tree? Birth certificate? Jiang Li watched the scene unfold, her left eye twitching slightly as shock washed over her. Is that even possible? If genealogy works like that, doesn't it mean that as long as you add your own child to it, they're guaranteed to benefit? This thought filled Jiang Li with excitement. The subtle flicker in Jiang Li's expression was caught by Bingfeng, who wore a look of concern. Captain, what's wrong? Your eyelids twitching like crazy. Nothing. Jiang Li gave a faint smile and casually remarked, the left eyelid twitching is a good omen. It means our journey to the ancient Star Road will surely bring us great rewards. The moment the words left his mouth, they were met with unanimous agreement and approval from everyone present. The captain's right. To us, he's a veritable lucky charm. Exactly. Back in the day, I loved going on missions with the captain most. We always came back with rich rewards. If we can wipe out the entire alien race this time and seize their treasures, it'll be a huge haul for us. We can trade it for cultivation resources to help the captain make up for the losses of these past decades. In their words, they constantly prioritized Captain Jiang Li's advancement, driven solely by the desire to see him reach the Divine Guardian Master realm as swiftly as possible. Alien race? Simply put, they are beings from beyond the stars. They either slaughtered beast masters within Blue Star or seized physical bodies to lurk within, gradually eroding Blue Star's territory. And for Blue Star to ascend to a higher dimension? It must repel the alien races. Otherwise, if the alien race is completely dominated, Blue Star's dimensional ascension will be deemed a failure. Based on researchers' studies, a bold hypothesis emerged: if a planet halts its dimensional ascension, it risks becoming a wasteland. In such a scenario, their beast masters would become lambs led to slaughter. For this reason, any encounter with alien races results in their immediate extermination. Every beastmaster across Blue Star adheres to the principle, those not of our kind harbor treacherous hearts. Hearing this, Jiang Li felt a surge of warmth wash over him. He looked up at his comrades in arms and suddenly fell deep in thought. If only I could find them a spirit medicine to extend their lifespan or restore their vitality, then they could truly unleash their full potential. Jiang Li knew well, though they possessed the strength of divine beast masters, their youth was marred by constant injuries, their bodies scarred and battered, their lifespans drastically shortened. While modern technology and elixirs could sustain them, true strength came from within. Only by eliminating the root cause could they achieve true mastery. Just as he cultivated the stellar breathing technique, it made his vital energy abundant within his body, completely restoring his latent ailments, and his future cultivation path became smooth sailing. Otherwise, failing to resolve the current issue would halt their cultivation progress. This was the fundamental reason why they remained stagnant at the 2nd or 3rd star level of Divine Guardian Masters. Huff. Having grasped this point, Jiang Li took a deep breath. He then turned to Tao Yuan, Bing Feng, and the others, offering a faint smile. The slow bird must fly first. I must seize this time to cultivate diligently and strive to catch up with your progress. His voice rang out with conviction, firm and resolute. He then turned and returned to his quarters to begin his training. Tao Yuan watched Captain Jiang Li's retreating figure and remarked deeply, "Looks like the captain's feeling some pressure." "Pressure my ass." Wang Tai, the most scatterbrained of the group, chuckled, then immediately realized his slip and scrambled to clarify. "I wasn't talking about the captain. I was talking about us. We're the ones who should be feeling the pressure. Haven't you noticed how rapidly the captain's cultivation is progressing? He's brimming with vitality. Though he's already in his 70s, to me, he looks like he's in his 30s. At this rate, combined with the captain's terrifying talent, he'll catch up to us sooner or later. And what about us? I'm sure we all know the answer." At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This life, without a life-changing opportunity, he would remain stagnant at the 2nd star Divine Beast Tamer level, forever unable to break through. Even with additional resources? It would have been futile. These words struck like a heavy hammer into the hearts of everyone present. They understood Wang Tai's words perfectly well. Meanwhile, the brutish-tempered savage ape grinned, baring his pearly white teeth. "Worry about what? In the past, I might have had my concerns. But now that the captain is unharmed, he'll surely lead us into the secret realm and find us a chance to defy fate." At the mention of the captain, their eyes brimmed with admiration and hope. His words acted like a tranquilizer, instantly dispelling all the worries Tao Yuan and Wang Tai had been carrying. "Bao Yuan's right, we were just stuck in a dead end. No wonder they say the savage ape has a sharp mind." One simple sentence, and he cut straight to the heart of the matter. But unbeknownst to them, as they discussed this, Jiang Li, who had returned to the room, focused his mind. A rustic stone tablet suddenly materialized before his eyes. The stone tablet? Smooth as glass. At a glance, it was only as thick as a thumb. Jiang Li reached out to touch it, clearly sensing the icy chill emanating from the stone tablet sent a jolt through his soul, and a sudden realization washed over him. Good heavens! This alone is enough to tell, this is no ordinary object. Jiang Li marveled inwardly. For he had already sensed its power to calm and soothe the soul. Just as Jiang Li was about to open the stone tablet, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't flip it open. "Ha! What's going on here?" Jiang Li murmured softly, his brow furrowing. Could it be, it requires recognition? Or perhaps, I'm opening it wrong? As he pondered silently, a faint glow began to emanate from the stone tablet's surface. Outlined by the faint glow, an attribute panel appeared visible only to him. Family tree, untitled. Level, LV1. Members, none. Status, unclaimed. Family tree skill, unactivated. Honored ancestor feature, not activated, activates at genealogy level 2, allowing 3 honored ancestors to enjoy partial genealogy abilities. Genealogy shop, not activated, shop unlocks at genealogy level 4. Exchange shop items using clan members' achievement points. Well, holy crap. Jiang Li's heart surged with excitement at the sight. Is it really that powerful? Whoever controlled this family registry could not only grant its benefits to their own kin but also recruit outsiders. This way, I could bring all my old comrades into the family registry. They'd get the benefits, and I could leverage their influence to grow and strengthen my clan. The realization made Jiang Li's eyes light up. All the problems he currently faced would be effortlessly resolved. Simply activate the genealogy and inscribe your kin within it, truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But how does one activate the family registry? There's no explanation for that either? Jiang Li furrowed his brow slightly, lowering his head in deep thought. Ah! Suddenly, Jiang Li remembered not long ago, when activating the Crimson Star Core Stone, all it took was a single bite to fully master and activate it. Could it be that this requires a bite too? With that thought, Jiang Li hesitated no longer. He picked up the stone genealogy book, placed it in his mouth, and bit down gently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, the stone book suddenly flashed with brilliant light. As if infused with terrifying energy, it violently flipped through its pages while frantically absorbing spiritual power from Jiang Li's body. Huff. Huff. In that instant, Jiang Li felt drained as if his essence had been instantly sucked dry. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately activated the stellar breathing technique to swiftly refine and replenish the spiritual energy within his body. What was truly terrifying was the Crimson Star Core Stone within him. It spun wildly, releasing wisp after wisp of mysterious gas that nourished and tempered every meridian and bone in Jiang Li's body. This commotion? It instantly caught the attention of Tao Yuan, Bing Feng, and the others waiting outside, leaving them utterly astonished. Holy crap! What kind of cultivation technique is the captain practicing? This is terrifying. Yeah. Judging by that surging aura, he'll at least reach 7-star king level beastmaster when he comes out? Totally mind-blowing. Who cultivates as effortlessly as drinking water or eating meals? From a heaven-grade beastmaster to a 7-star king-grade beastmaster? That's less than 7 days, right? Boom. Boom. Amidst their stunned silence, the entire starship shook violently, as if some terrifying creature had collided with it. This left Wang Tai, the starship's captain, feeling rather embarrassed. He immediately demanded to know what was happening. A beastmaster hurriedly reported that something was happening outside. What kind of situation? Wang Tai demanded. Captain, you should see for yourself, the beastmaster stammered incoherently. Hearing this, Wang Tai realized something major was unfolding. He immediately headed for the control room. Let's go take a look too, Tao Yuan suggested first. Bao Yuan grinned widely. Let's go. I want to see what exactly is happening. And so, the entire group hurried over. But upon reaching the control room, they were stunned into silence by the scene before them. What on earth is this? These starlights? Holy crap! Celestial anomalies? Could it be that some kind of opportunity is about to appear on the ancient starlit path? No. These starlights seem to be surging toward us? Could this be something the captain drew here? Chapter 74, Stone Genealogy, Immortal Star Bodies are Basic Operations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As they gasped in astonishment, the scene before them assaulted their visual senses. As far as the eye could see, beams of tangible, vibrant starlight fell directly upon them. To be precise, they fell upon Jiang Li's position. If one were to gaze down from outside the starship, they would witness a breathtaking sight. Streams of starlight poured onto the starship, gradually coalescing into a counterclockwise vortex that was frantically absorbing and refining the starlight beams. This spectacle could only be described as a celestial anomaly. What was truly terrifying? At that very moment, a meteor streaked past, only to be crushed into dust by the vortex, reduced to mere debris. Witnessing this spectacle from aboard their respective Federation starships, the nations were utterly stunned. Damn! What the hell is Dragon Nation doing? This is terrifying. Insane. Absolutely insane. Could this be some new weapon Dragon Nation is developing? Something that can harness starlight? No. Absolutely not. This must be cultivation. But what kind of power could cause such terrifying disturbances? At this moment, all factions along the ancient Star Road were fixated on this starship. The leaders of these factions instantly recognized the starship as belonging to the Beastmaster Alliance. In an instant, their apprehension toward the Beastmaster Alliance deepened even further. Damn it! Could this be the Alliance leader breaking through to a 4-star Beastmaster? If so, wouldn't that make them unbeatable? Damn! The Beastmaster Alliance is full of hidden talents. To attempt a breakthrough right here in the starry sky. But judging by the technique he's practicing, it seems unique, able to absorb and refine starlight, that starlight pillar. As the Grand Manager of the Beastmaster Alliance, Wang Tai was naturally aware of the events unfolding outside. This news made him smile bitterly. Good grief! All this would fall on the Beastmaster Alliance's shoulders. But upon further reflection, this development could actually add an air of mystery to the Beastmaster Alliance, making various factions wary of it. In that sense, it was actually a favorable outcome. Holy crap! A hot-tempered, blunt-spoken savage ape clicked his tongue in deep astonishment. You're truly the captain. Every move you make shakes the heavens and moves the spirits. His words were rough-hewn, yet they carried genuine admiration. Ice Phoenix stood nearby, silent, yet her gaze fixed on Jiang Li's room. A smile played at the corners of her lips, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement. 1,000 words were spoken without uttering a single one. Meanwhile, Bao Chong and Shou Ho, seated in their wheelchairs, exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. It's like stepping back 40 years. Haha, what year is this tonight? Tao Yuan laughed heartily. The 6 divine guardians remained ever vigilant, protecting this place. Jiang Li, the very root of all this, continued to practice the stellar breathing technique, frantically absorbing and refining the starlight columns. His entire body now shimmered with dazzling starlight. Before him, the genealogy stone tablet floated, its pages turning at an astonishing speed. The genealogy stone book? The Crimson Star Core Stone? Jiang Li? The Trinity. At this moment, an eerie and profound equilibrium was reached. Huff. Huff. After a long while, the breath Jiang Li exhaled grew scorching hot and crimson, like a fiery dragon of flame. Shockingly, with each exhalation, the aura surrounding him surged violently. 3-star Royal Class Beastmaster? Break! Break! Break again! Until reaching the rank of 9-star Royal Beastmaster. Yet even then, the aura continued to surge. Yet it remained unable to breach the final threshold to attain the rank of Sacred Beastmaster. It could be said. He was now a half-step Saint Beastmaster. This is the power of the Crimson Star Core Stone? Jiang Li opened his eyes, his expression betraying utter shock. For the instant he absorbed and refined the Crimson Star Core Stone, terrifying scenes suddenly flashed through his mind. It felt like the depths of the cosmos. 7 differently colored core stones rotated along specific trajectories. With each full rotation, the surrounding star systems which existed like fixed stars instantly shattered. They transformed into abyssal black holes, madly devouring everything around them. After the devouring concluded, a new stellar entity would emerge. This star was vastly larger than its predecessor, more magnificent, and radiated a far more ferocious might. Yet even so, as the 7 core stones began to rotate once more, the stars shattered again, only to be reborn. Though this scene unfolds in mere moments, Jiang Li knows well, the destruction of a star spans at least hundreds of millions of years, if not more. And with so many cycles of destruction and rebirth, the total time involved was beyond estimation. Jiang Li toyed with the seemingly ordinary, fist-sized Crimson Star Core Stone in his hand, his brow furrowed as he murmured softly. What on earth happened? How did such a terrifying artifact end up here? And, what exactly is the dimensional shift of my homeworld, Blue Star? Why is it moving deeper into the cosmos? These questions swirled relentlessly in his mind. He had expected a life of mediocrity, destined to fade into obscurity. Yet, unexpectedly, he had first activated the Invincible Infant System, then obtained this Crimson Star Core Stone, drawing him inexplicably into some vortex. Jiang Li knew well, entities like the Crimson Star Core Stone weren't solely in his possession. Others must have fallen into the hands of rival factions or lain hidden elsewhere. If others learned of his possession of the Crimson Star Core Stone, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize it. The existence of the Crimson Star Core Stone? No one could remain calm. Damn it! It might even be in the hands of powerful alien races. The thought sent a chill down Jiang Li's spine. Realizing this, Jiang Li understood. Only by rapidly strengthening himself could he confront the impending crisis. For now, I must first unravel the secrets of the clan genealogy. His gaze then fell upon the stone-bound genealogy before him. But the moment he touched the stone tablet, the Crimson Star Core Stone seemed to be drawn by some force. Like a cannonball fired from a gun, it shot straight toward the stone tablet. Damn it! Jiang Li couldn't help but curse under his breath. He knew the power of the Crimson Star Core Stone. If it smashed into the book, it would undoubtedly shatter everything in its path. Especially this flimsy stone tablet family register. Jiang Li immediately reached out, intending to intercept it. But the next second, his movement froze. For he was stunned by what unfolded before his eyes. Looking ahead. The Crimson Star Core Stone was securely embedded in the stone tablet, as if it were an ornament, giving off an aura of steadfastness and mystery. Jiang Li, witnessing this, was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. For what unfolded before his eyes far exceeded his comprehension. Could it be that the Crimson Star Core Stone, embedded here, enhances the tablet's properties? Or something else? The thought crossed his mind as he reached out. He drew the stone tablet into his hand. He gently stroked its surface. What had once felt icy cold now carried a faint warmth. He opened the stone tablet. The first page bore the inscription, Clan Chief Jiang Li. Then the second page is blank. The subsequent pages remain blank. Until the very last page, where there was space for offerings and various unlocked features. It seems one only needs to write their name to enjoy the privileges of the family registry. With that thought, Jiang Li wrote down his eldest son Jiang Yuanzhong, his second son Jiang Yuanqua, his third son Jiang Yuanxiang, his spouse, and his grandchildren. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next moment, a virtual screen abruptly materialized before Jiang Li. It displayed the attributes of the stone tablet genealogy. Genealogy, Jiang Clan Genealogy. Level, LV2. The genealogy underwent a mutation and leveled up after being imbued with the Crimson Star Core Stone. Members, Jiang Yuanzhong, Jiang Yuanqua, Jiang Yuanxiang. Status: Master recognized Jiang Li as the clan leader, entitled to all privileges of the genealogy. Genealogy skill: Crimson Star Tempering, harnesses the power of the Crimson Star to temper the body, forging it into an indestructible stellar form. This is the most fundamental skill for every clan member. As the genealogy level increases, more genealogy skills can be unlocked. Offering function, activated. Originally 3 slots, but due to an anomaly upon activation, it now holds 7 slots. All can simultaneously enjoy the clan registry skills and benefits. Genealogy store, unactivated, store unlocks at genealogy level 4. Exchange store items using clan member achievement points. Damn! Is it that insane? Jiang Li watched the scene unfold, inwardly startled, raising an eyebrow. Simply put, any family member recorded in the genealogy effectively gains an immortal star. Immortal star body? Essentially, it was a cultivation technique comparable to immortal tier physical refinement arts. With such formidable physical prowess alone, one could stand against demonic beasts. Beast master? Compared to demonic beasts? Their greatest weakness lies in their fragile flesh. But with this stone tablet's teachings, one could attain a physique matching that of demonic beasts. That would be a life of cheating. Damn it, and this is only level 1. At this thought, Jiang Li's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. He stroked the stone tablet in his hand and murmured softly, "If I could obtain the other galactic core stones and embed them all into this stone tablet genealogy, what level of power would it reach?" The thought instantly ignited his motivation. Huff. He exhaled heavily, his face breaking into an excited smile. His mind was filled with boundless imagination about the life ahead. But how should I get Tao Yuan and Bing Feng to explain the origin of this stone tablet? So I can engrave their names upon it? Offerings? As the owner of the genealogy, he could wield power far beyond his own capabilities through its records. This would not only grant them immense benefits but also serve as a powerful trump card for himself. After much deliberation, Jiang Li came up with a perfect justification. It remains to be seen whether they'll believe it. After sifting through all this, Jiang Li slowly rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Reaching the realm of a half-step Saint Beastmaster felt like a dream come true to him. Who could have imagined that just days ago, he was merely an old man, a mere celestial tier beast tamer? Now, he possessed the power of a half-step Saint Beastmaster. Empowered by the stellar breathing technique, his latent ailments had vanished completely, his vitality surged, and he felt rejuvenated. Combined with the ultimate divine eye and the power of immortal tier fist techniques and footwork, his strength was now on par with that of a sub-alliance leader of the Beastmaster Alliance. Jiang Li knew full well, all this was thanks to the Invincible Infant System. Yet he also understood this was merely the beginning. The Invincible Infant System? Its full potential remains untapped. Jiang Li then stepped out of the room at a leisurely pace. As he did, he noticed Tao Yuan, Ice Phoenix, Monkey Hunter, Leopard Charge, along with Berserker Ape and Ironhead waiting outside. The moment he stepped outside, they instantly surrounded him, their eyes fixed on Jiang Li with strange expressions. Each pair revealed astonishment, confusion, and sheer shock. "Captain, what just happened? How did you unleash such a colossal pillar of starlight?" "Yeah. That celestial phenomenon was terrifying. It shattered all the floating meteorites around us." "Holy crap, Captain! You've become a half-step Saint Guardian? What did you eat? Breaking through like it's drinking water?" Jiang Li responded to these remarks with a calm smile. "Just a bit of luck. That's why I've been breaking through one after another." "What kind of luck?" The straightforward fierce ape asked directly, his expression brimming with curiosity. He understood that asking abruptly would be inappropriate, but since the other was the captain, he felt he could ask anything. At this, the others perked up, their attention riveted as they waited for Captain Jiang Li's next words. They were equally curious. Seeing this, Jiang Li simply laughed. "The Crimson Star Core Stone." With that, he flipped his wrist. The genealogy stone book, inlaid with the Crimson Star Core Stone, suddenly appeared in his palm. He then gently activated the stellar breathing technique. As if awakened, the genealogy stone book slowly levitated before the group. Earlier during cultivation, for some reason the Crimson Star Core Stone activated. It then split into fragments that formed this stone book, after which the core stone itself became embedded within it. This explanation? Of course, they were false. It was merely something Jiang Li had concocted on the spot, primarily to lay the groundwork for what followed. Yet these words instantly elicited gasps from Tao Yuan and Wang Tai, their eyes widening as they stared intently at the genealogy stone book before them. Tao Yuan, in particular, wore a complex expression, his disbelief palpable. The Crimson Star Core Stone? He had studied it for decades. Yet he had never found any clues or leads. Yet in Captain Jiang Li's hands, it had continuously unlocked various functions and applications. Now it had transformed into a stone tablet. "Captain, what purpose does it serve?" Tao Yuan asked urgently, his expression betraying astonishment. Regarding this question? Besides him, the Ice Phoenix present was also intensely curious. Jiang Li answered truthfully. Simply by having one's name recorded in the registry, one can obtain the power of the Crimson Star to temper the body. Cultivated to perfection, it can achieve an indestructible stamina, granting physical prowess comparable to that of a demon beast. Jiang Li then patiently and thoroughly explained the functions and effects of the stone genealogy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon hearing this, Tao Yuan, Bing Feng, and the others present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment. Holy moly! This is practically a god-tier family tree. With this in hand, the captain's family is practically under divine protection. Terrifying indeed. And this is merely its first-tier effect. If the captain's conjecture holds true, finding the other galactic core stones, what terrifying heights would the family tree's privileges and power reach? It's simply unimaginable. Captain, register us immediately. That way, we can obtain immortal star bodies, a significant benefit for us right now. Immortal star bodies? Sounds incredibly powerful. With this topic raised, they instantly began pleading with Jiang Li to register them. For they realized the genealogy stone book before them represented an immense opportunity. Hearing this, Jiang Li didn't hesitate, nodding in agreement. Alright, you asked for it. In that case, I'll inscribe your names. Then you can share how the starlight energy feels when it refines your bodies. As the words fell, Tao Yuan and the others nodded in agreement, gladly accepting the offer. Jiang Li then opened the stone genealogy book. In the section for honoring ancestors, he focused his mind and directly inscribed Tao Yuan and the others' names. Boom! Boom! The moment their names were inscribed, cosmic energy from the surrounding stars surged toward them with frenzied intensity. Celestial anomaly? It manifested once more. Such frequent celestial phenomena inevitably drew the attention of numerous factions. Chapter 75, Celestial Phenomenon, Bloodline Awakening? Celestial Phenomena? The Beastmaster Alliance? What the hell is going on? A pillar of starlight descending? Or the six paths? Could it be they're cultivating some star-based secret technique inside the starship? That's what's causing this scene? Holy moly! With the ancient star path about to open and these celestial phenomena occurring one after another, looks like the Beastmaster Alliance is about to unveil some secret weapon. Boom! Boom! While various factions debated, Tao Yuan and the others inside the starship sat cross-legged, their expressions solemn and grave. Beams of starlight descended upon them, and the immense, pure starlight energy was relentlessly tempering their bodies, meridians, and every bone in their frames. This demanded their complete focus to absorb and refine the energy. Yet what truly astonished them was how these starlight pillars flowed like divine dew throughout their bodies, nourishing and mending hidden ailments and injuries. Moreover, they were enveloped in a rich vitality that gradually restored life to their bodies, which had been on the brink of death. Excellent! Excellent! Jiang Li watched the scene unfold, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes as he nodded repeatedly. If this continues, once they truly cultivate the indestructible star body, their strength will surely break through, no longer confined to their current realm. Seeing his comrades benefit from his actions brought him some comfort for his earlier assistance. Otherwise, it would always weigh on his mind. Time? Slowly passing. After an unknown duration, the first to complete the absorption was Tao Yuan, the veteran commander of the military region. The moment he opened his eyes, his robes billowed violently. Tao Yuan appeared invigorated, his eyes gleaming with vitality. His qi and blood surged like a dragon, scorching and surging. What a rush! Absolutely incredible! Tao Yuan laughed heartily, his voice full of vigor, his face beaming with a radiant smile. For decades, he had endured the torment of hidden ailments throughout his body. Though they posed no serious threat and were gradually treated with spiritual herbs and medicinal elixirs. Yet they could only be barely sustained. These hidden ailments stemmed from fatal wounds sustained in his youth. The injuries were severe and stubborn. Moreover, the wounds were located in fragile and sensitive areas. The slightest mishap could prove life-threatening. Yet, who could have imagined that merely having the captain inscribe his name upon this stone genealogy would grant access to the star-tempered body technique, thereby healing these long-standing ailments? And this is merely one crimson star core stone? What if we were to find the other six? Wouldn't their combined power and effects be even more terrifying? At this thought, a gleam of sharpness flashed in Tao Yuan's aged eyes, his expression growing even more resolute. What do you think? Jiang Li stepped forward, asking with concern. Tao Yuan clasped his fists in a bow toward Jiang Li and laughed heartily. Awesome. It's been ages since I felt this awesome. His voice rang out, strong and resonant. Hearing this, Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction. Then strive harder from now on to cultivate an indestructible star body. You bet. Tao Yuan grinned widely. Having tasted the benefits of star-tempered physique, he would never forget them. Immortal star body? He had thought it was merely a physique capable of standing against demonic beasts, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that was only the most basic level. For him, the greatest effect was the extraordinary regenerative power and the vibrant vitality it bestowed. As they spoke, the Ice Phoenix, the Berserker Ape, and Wang Tai all awoke. The moment their eyes fluttered open, disbelief washed over their features. Immortal star body? Immortal? Truly immortal. Such intense vitality. Exactly. This is several times more potent than consuming vitality grass. My latent ailment has healed, and my life force is more vibrant than ever. It's unimaginable what level I'll reach once I fully cultivate the immortal star body. Thank you, Captain, for this opportunity. I now have boundless anticipation for the immortal star body. What effect will cultivating the true immortal star body have on my own strength? Jiang Li responded to these words with a calm smile. Let us strive together. On the ancient star path, we shall push beyond our limits and reach the realm of super god masters. His voice rang out with unwavering conviction. Above divine master? Then it must be the super god tier master. Of course. This is merely a realm spoken of in legend, none have ever reached it. In the Blue Star world today, the highest realm achieved so far is the 6-star Divine Guardian. These words acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly energizing everyone present. Captain, as you mentioned, once the Stone Book Clan genealogy's level increases, will there be even more privileges and functions? Ice Phoenix, having tasted the benefits, gazed at Jiang Li with hopeful eyes. Immortal star body? Judging by the effects of this stellar tempering, cultivating an immortal star body would bring boundless benefits to their vitality and lifespan. Perhaps they could even restore their former physical capabilities. This prospect filled her with overwhelming excitement. Moreover, this was merely the most fundamental benefit of the Stone Book Clan's lineage. She was filled with anticipation for the subsequent rewards. Jiang Li, upon hearing this, held nothing back. Exactly. As you gradually level up, you'll unlock skills within the Stone Tome, as well as access to its shop. Her voice trailed off abruptly at this point. He was pondering how to establish a plausible origin for the shop. Just as he was deep in thought, the most eccentric Wang Tai's eyes lit up instantly. Unlock a shop? Doesn't that mean we can exchange for all kinds of treasures from other races? Is this like a cosmic shop? In his view, the Crimson Star Core Stone was an existence far surpassing stars. If it could unlock a shop, this must be a high-grade treasure. He was utterly thrilled by this prospect. Jiang Li, hearing this, also lit up. She nodded repeatedly. You're absolutely right. I agree completely. Though he said this, his heart was filled with joy. Just as he was unsure how to respond, Wang Tai had conveniently provided him with an excuse. Upon learning the shop's function, everyone was eager to immediately seek out the remaining star system core stones to accelerate the stone tablet's upgrade. They then entered a phase of discussion and deliberation. At that very moment, the starship had already broken free from Blue Star, now approaching a colossal starship. Chillingly, there were 18 of these colossal starships, orbiting Blue Star in a specific pattern. And Blue Star is accelerating deeper into the cosmos. To humans, the speed was extremely fast. Yet against the infinite expanse of the cosmos, this speed was painfully slow. Yet within the planet itself, the lives of human beast masters continued in full swing, completely unaffected by any external disturbances. Immortal Vessel Base. Beastmaster Alliance Headquarters. In the lobby, discussions about the morning's events were still in full swing. Have you heard? The deputy manager of the reception hall was beheaded by a beastmaster, yet instead of facing punishment, he was appointed by the United Front Work Department. Deputy Minister? That's a position reserved for the next headquarters manager. I have no idea what kind of background this Jiang Yuanzhong has. Who cares about his background? That deputy manager deserved to die. Flirting with someone's wife right in front of her husband? Hell, even I wanted to kill him on the spot. It could be said. The deeds of Jiang Yuanzhong suddenly spread throughout the entire Beastmaster Alliance, even reaching the immortal vessel base. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanzhong, the very man who caused it all, was undergoing physical and talent assessments within the United Front Department. Looking around, a massive, imposing instrument stood before him, shaped like a gyroscope. At its center was a hollow space. Above the apparatus, a dazzling and radiant starry sky was projected. Do not underestimate this apparatus. This is the Beastmaster instrument, acquired by the Beastmaster Alliance at a cost of hundreds of millions. Whether a Beastmaster or their beast companion stood within it, their physical condition could be instantly assessed. Based on the results, deficiencies can be addressed accordingly. Jiang Yuanzhong? As Deputy Minister of the United Front Work Department, he naturally possesses this privilege. Once the device is activated, consuming thousands of beast cores, only those who have made outstanding contributions to the Beastmaster Alliance, or hold positions above Deputy Minister level, are eligible to use it. Had it not been for the Deputy Alliance leader's personal approval, Jiang Yuanzhong would not have qualified for this privilege. First, it compensates for one's own deficiencies. Second, it reveals the innate talents of the subject being tested. Jiang Yuanzhong stood in the center, his body relaxed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The instrument? It gradually began to operate. And its speed grew faster and faster. In an instant, only the instrument's phantom and the data generated by Jiang Zhongyuan remained visible. On the adjacent data screen, Jiang Zhongyuan's innate talents and physical condition were clearly displayed. Name, Jiang Zhongyuan. Ability, 4-star Royal Class Sacred Guardian. Talent, 5-star Supernatural. Physical constitution, average. These statistics naturally caught the attention of the Beastmaster Alliance's high command. Upon seeing them, many furrowed their brows, their faces betraying displeasure. Deputy Alliance Leader, with this talent. Forget Deputy Minister, even assigning him as an ordinary member of the United Front Department would be a generous choice. I disagree. This talent is far too ordinary. To assign him as Deputy Minister would be a tremendous waste of resources. We implore the Deputy Leader to reconsider. Otherwise, we must alert the leader. We cannot allow this matter to cause such a significant waste of headquarters resources. Those speaking out were all opponents of the Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu. Though the Beastmaster Alliance appeared harmonious on the surface. In reality, internal strife was severe, factions were complex and intertwined, and both overt and covert struggles were rampant. Take the 8 Grand Masters, for instance? They were already split into 4 factions, locked in constant contention. Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu had long anticipated these words and scenes. His expression hardened into a cold smile. Gentlemen, if any of you take issue with this, you may seek out the Alliance Leader, but do not forget that as Deputy Leader, I hold the authority to appoint the Deputy Minister. His voice paused abruptly at this point. His gaze swept over the ministers present and the 8 Grand Managers, a playful smile playing on his lips. What? Do any of you have objections? His voice was soft, yet carried an innate authority. We do. As the words fell, an obese elder with a face full of fleshy folds abruptly stood up. He was Zhao Quan, one of the 8 chief merchants of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. His strength had already reached the realm of an 8-star Holy Beastmaster. He slammed his fist on the table and demanded loudly. I recall the minimum requirement for Deputy Minister is a 9-star Supernatural rank. Those at the Immortal tier are given priority. His gaze fell upon Jiang Yuanzhong, who was currently undergoing assessment. His eyes narrowed slightly as a cold smile played on his lips. And him? Humph. With only a 5-star extraordinary talent, what qualifications does he have to become Deputy Minister of the United Front Work Department? Yang Yu, don't think that just because you're Deputy Alliance Leader, this Beastmaster Alliance is your personal fiefdom. The Alliance's resources absolutely cannot be squandered. His voice rang out with force, each word carrying weight. The moment these words left his lips, they instantly garnered the unanimous agreement and approval of the other shopkeepers and department heads. I think Manager Zhao is absolutely right. If his talent is sufficient and he wants to serve as Deputy Alliance Leader, then let him take the position. We have no objections whatsoever. The resources within the Beastmaster Alliance are hard-earned by every Beastmaster. They absolutely cannot be squandered on useless individuals. I second that motion. Hearing these words and seeing the expressions on their faces, the Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu remained utterly unfazed. If that is your stance, then I, the Alliance Leader, will personally oversee a rigorous investigation into the qualifications of every department. Should any department's Beastmasters fail to meet the required standards, I will cut their benefits and trace the root cause to uncover who placed them there. His tone was unyielding, his voice thunderous. In an instant, his words echoed throughout the entire conference hall. The expressions of everyone present shifted, especially those who had risen to oppose him, their hearts now filled with unease. They held high positions? Using their privileges, they had placed their own people within the alliance, more or less, to enjoy the resources of the Beastmaster Alliance. Of course. These were unspoken rules. No one ever called them out. But now they're pressing the Deputy Alliance Leader relentlessly, prompting him to speak these words directly, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. Seconded. Meanwhile, the senior members aligned with the Deputy Alliance Leader raised their hands without hesitation to second the motion. I second that. At that moment. Not only did these high-ranking officials express dissatisfaction with Jiang Yuanzhong's talent, but even the machine operators glanced at him with disdain, their lips curling in contempt. Humph. With this level of talent? Yet he holds the position of Deputy Minister of the United Front Work Department? It's simply impossible to convince anyone. What can you do? He's got powerful connections. If I had ties to the Alliance Leader, I could be a manager too. Just wait. This incident will definitely spread throughout the entire Beastmaster Alliance. When the heated discussions start, that'll be interesting. Boom. Boom. Just as they were arguing back and forth, the rotating instrument suddenly began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Its rotational speed? Lightning fast. Terrifying. Streams of pure, colossal starlight poured down like a torrential downpour. To be precise. These refined starlight energies, as if imbued with sentience, surged madly into Jiang Yuanzhong's body, tempering his physique, meridians, and even the beast within him. As time passed, stellar energy? It grew increasingly intense. And most astonishing of all, Jiang Yuanzhong's stats were constantly shifting and rising. 4-star Royal Class Beast Master? 5-star? 6 stars? 7 stars? 8 stars? Upon reaching 9 stars, I thought it would stabilize. Snap. But the next second, a deafening crack echoed. Breaking through to become a 9-star Royal Class Beast Tamer. Steadily stepping into the realm of a Sacred Beast Master. Talent? 5-star Extraordinary? 6-star? 9-star? Snap. Breaking through the 9-star Transcendent realm, and still ascending at a frenzied pace. Until reaching the 4-star Immortal tier, only then did it finally halt. Physical constitution? Average? Directly transformed into an indestructible stellar body. Such a scene was nothing short of a visual assault on everyone present. Damn. He must be a freak. How can breaking through realms be as easy as drinking water? Insane. Absolutely insane. A 4-star Immortal tier talent? That's a whole tier above the Deputy Alliance leader. 4-star Immortal tier? That's at least Divine Guardian material. And, what kind of physique is an Immortal star body? Why have I never heard of it before? As they exchanged stunned remarks, the dissenting voices among the high-ranking officials were left utterly speechless. Their mouths gaped wide as eggs, their eyes fixed in blank disbelief. Their complexions? They were flushed bright red. As if someone had slapped them hard across the face, leaving a stinging, burning pain. In contrast, the deputy leader beamed with delight at the sight. That's insane? No wonder the master has always held such reverence and admiration for the captain. Just look at the captain's son, he possesses such formidable talent. It's unimaginable how terrifying the master and captain's true strength must be. Looks like his bloodline has awakened. Chapter 76, One Ascends, the genealogy's slight impact. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Inside the detection apparatus, Jiang Yuanzhong remained immersed in cultivation. Bathed in starlight, his body seemed encased in silver armor. A pure and colossal aura radiated outward. Awe-inspiringly, a silver serpent suddenly materialized within his body, coiling around him. A silver serpent? Horns protruded from its head, and bulges formed along its belly. It greedily devoured starlight, its body rapidly growing larger and its scales becoming increasingly hard. Time? It slipped away in an instant. Half an hour passed. The silver serpent opened its eyes, sparks of starlight bursting forth. It swept its gaze over everyone present, looking down on all with disdain. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Such a fierce gaze caused the operators at the instruments to involuntarily step back several paces. The serpent's eyes were deeply etched into their minds, as if closing their eyes would still reveal those piercing orbs staring back at them. Go! In that moment, they looked toward Jiang Yuanzhong, still inside the apparatus, their eyes filled with deep apprehension. At that very instant, Jiang Yuanzhong opened his eyes. Surprise and delight flashed within them, his heart surging with excitement. For he clearly sensed his own strength had broken through to the realm of a sacred beast master. This is the true depth of the Beast Master Alliance? Jiang Yuanzhong marveled inwardly. In his understanding, his gains and the attainment of the Holy Beastmaster realm were entirely due to the Beastmaster Alliance and the instrument before him. He never would have imagined that all of this was connected to his father, Jiang Li. As he marveled silently, the device slowly opened. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Noticing the staff member's stunned expression, he offered a slight smile and bowed respectfully. Thank you. Thank you? The staff were all dumbfounded. What was there to thank him for? This device only detected innate talent and physical constitution. It offered no assistance whatsoever in cultivation. Now they witnessed Jiang Yuanzhong, a 4-star king-level beastmaster, break through consecutively to become a Saint Beastmaster. Such a leap? They never dared imagine such a thing. Much less witness it firsthand. This scene was nothing short of a visual assault on everyone present, shattering their worldviews. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons, Deputy Alliance leader Yang Yu, observing this, wore a faint smile as his icy gaze swept over the shopkeepers and ministers present. What do you think? With his talent and strength, is he qualified to serve as deputy minister? His voice boomed like a dragon's roar, commanding respect without a trace of anger. The moment the words left his lips, an eerie silence descended upon the conference hall. Those who had deliberately sought to find fault lowered their heads, falling into silence. In contrast, the shopkeepers aligned with the Deputy Alliance leader raised their hands in unison, declaring with conviction, for Star Immortal tier? He's more than qualified. Not only that, he must be prioritized for cultivation. Immortal tier talent? The minimum achievement is Divine Guardian. 4th tier? He can at least reach 4-star Divine Guardian, that's among the Alliance's top combat power. None dared challenge this assertion, fully aware of the immense value of a 4-star immortal tier talent. Very well. It is decided. Zhang Yuanzhong shall temporarily serve as Deputy Minister of the United Front Department. Deputy Alliance Leader Yang Yu declared with conviction, his gaze sweeping across the assembled members. Earlier, I saw how anxious you were about wasting the Alliance's cultivation resources. Since that's the case, proceed as I've instructed, thoroughly investigate the talents and physical constitutions of every department head, secretary, and key position holder. As you all said, let the capable take their place. At these words, the shopkeepers and department heads present could only smile bitterly inwardly, daring not to voice any objection. All they could say was, they accepted their fate. Their hearts were filled with regret, so much so that they wished they could turn back time. For them, it was like shooting themselves in the foot. Unaware of all this, Zhang Yuanzhong received the talent assessment data, earning the admiration and respect of everyone present. Thus, Zhang Yuanzhong was guided through familiarizing himself with the responsibilities and privileges of a deputy minister. Once familiarized, Zhang Yuanzhong seized a moment to seek out his wife, Wang Wan, intending to share the news of his breakthrough to Holy Guardian. But when they met, both eyes widened in shock. Pointing at each other, they exclaimed in unison. You broke through? Their voices carried both astonishment and joy. Then they nodded in unison. Zhang Yuanzhong spoke first. Thanks to the inspection equipment from the Beastmaster Alliance, I was able to absorb pure and brilliant starlight energy, allowing me to break through repeatedly until I reached the rank of Sacred Beastmaster. After saying this, Zhang Yuanzhong flashed a brilliant smile. Suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly shared the news with his wife, Wang Wan. Oh, and I've learned I possess the physique of an indestructible celestial body and my innate talent is a 4-star immortal rank? Ha! At this revelation, Wang Wan froze. She swallowed hard and quickly replied. I broke through too. The signs were exactly as you described. This cosmic energy, I don't know where it came from, just surged out of my body, letting me break through again and again. Her voice trembled with astonishment and doubt. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. Zhang Yuanzhong, in particular, was thrown into confusion. So according to you, my breakthrough wasn't due to that testing device? But because of some other reason? Wang Wan nodded. I believe that's the case. Only this explanation can account for our simultaneous breakthroughs. But what exactly was that reason? Zhang Yuanzhong was utterly baffled. Wang Wan shook her head with a bitter smile. Don't look at me like that, I have no idea either. But, overall, it's a good thing for us. Ding-ling-ling. Ring-ring. As they spoke, the communication device chimed. Zhang Yuanzhong looked down. The caller was none other than his second brother Zhang Yuanqua. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuanzhong answered the call. But the next second, a gasp escaped Zhang Yuanzhong's lips. What? You guys also felt the surge of stellar power, causing you to break through one after another? Me too. I broke through directly to the Holy Guardian Master Realm. Your sister-in-law and I have been wondering, what exactly is going on? Bloodline awakening? You suspect it's caused by our bloodline awakening? But what bloodline? We'd have to ask Dad. But Dad is only a heaven-tier beast tamer. Boom. Boom. At that moment, dazzling and colossal streams of stellar energy descended upon Jiang Li's clan members like celestial omens. Such a scene sent shockwaves of bewilderment through all the factions present. Good heavens? What on earth is happening? This bizarre descent of stellar power, is it random? Or triggered by some specific cause? Such formidable starlight power, could it be opening some secret realm? Selecting certain individuals? Investigate. We must uncover the truth. The ancient star path opened prematurely, and now starlight descends. This matter grows ever more intriguing. We shall observe and wait. Immortal Vessel Beastmaster University. Below the female dormitory building. As evening approached, Mushi lay on her bed, hands propped behind her head. A flicker of joy danced in her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved upward. In her mind, she was sketching the image of Jiang Li, muscular, seemingly ordinary yet uniquely charming. Recalling various moments with senior Jiang Li, she couldn't help but giggle to herself. Ouch! Sister Mushi! What are you thinking about? Just as she was lost in thought, a crisp voice rang out beside her, and her delicate frame was jolted violently. When she came to her senses, she found herself face to face with a young girl with delicate features and a youthful complexion. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and she wore a loose cartoon print pajama top. The gale force wind blew her hair wildly, leaving nothing hidden. Huang Yi, let go of me! Mushi cried out urgently, her voice trembling slightly. The tremor was laced with laughter. Huang Yi was her roommate and best friend. Her prowess had already reached the Earth-tier Beastmaster level, showcasing exceptional talent. In every assessment trial, she consistently ranked among the top 10 in her year. Spill it! What the hell happened? Huang Yi looked serious yet smiled as she pressed, ever since you came back, you've been smiling to yourself like a fool. Could it be, you found your true love? Ha! Hearing this, Mushi instinctively gasped, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple. She shook her head hastily. Don't be ridiculous. Where would I find someone like that? Humph. Seeing this, Huang Yi gave a cold snort, folding her arms. Still say no? Just look at your expression, I knew I was right. Huang Yi nudged Mushi with her elbow and pressed on, tell me, who is this junior? Or is it a senior? In her eyes, whoever could make her best friend Mushi blush like this must be exceptionally talented. She was intensely curious about this. But Mushi shook her head repeatedly, a wry smile on her face. Junior? No. An upperclassman? Not that either. She couldn't very well tell him it was a 70-year-old man. She decided to keep this secret buried deep within her heart for now, waiting until she tried pursuing him before revealing anything. With that thought, Mushi quickly smiled and said, don't ask about it. Once I have definite news, I'll definitely tell you. Her voice rang out with conviction, firm and decisive. Huang Yi, seeing Mushi's resolute expression, chose not to press further. All right. I'll wait for your good news. Oh, right. You mentioned before that you've taken a liking to a guy from our class. What was his name again? I only remember, you said his surname was Jiang? At this mention, Mushi's heart began to pound wildly. She looked at her best friend Huang Yi with eager anticipation. For in her memory, Jiang Li had once mentioned that his eldest son and daughter-in-law both worked at the Xianzhou base, while his grandsons, Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu, were students at Xianzhou University. Now that the topic had surfaced, it suddenly reminded her of what her best friend Huang Yi had once mentioned about that Jiang guy. If it really is either Jiang Wan or Jiang Wu, then I absolutely must seize this opportunity. Opportunities like this don't come twice, we absolutely cannot let this chance slip away. Even now, thinking about Jiang Li's influence made her scalp tingle. President of the Dragon Phoenix Chamber of Commerce? Chairman of the Borao Dragon Merchants Guild? Grand Master of the Beastmaster Alliance? The veteran commander of the Binhai Base Military District? Head of the Qinling Base? Any one of these titles would command awe. Yet now they all converge upon Jiang Li. A single word from him could mobilize every resource. His grandfather wields such influence. As his grandson, he naturally enjoys privileged access to resources. And for her best friend to become his granddaughter-in-law? Life was bound to be comfortable. As she pondered this privately, the unsuspecting Huang Yi paled in comparison. Why are you asking about this? Nothing, just suddenly wondered, Mushi replied casually. Of course, she couldn't reveal the truth. Can we match them? Try to bring them together. If she truly sought the other party's benefit, this relationship wouldn't last long, it might even tarnish her image in Jiang Li's eyes. Of course. If it weren't for the other person, there'd be no way around it. Ah! Hearing this, Huang Yi couldn't help but sigh. His name is Jiang Wan, from Class 8. But there's no chance for us. Ha! The moment she heard the name Jiang Wan, Mushi's eyes widened, lighting up instantly. Jiang Wan? It really is Jiang Wan. If she could bring these two together, she'd be filled with pride. But upon hearing the rest of the story, her brows furrowed as she asked with concern, what happened? He doesn't like me at all, he likes Yang Yanjiao. Huang Yi's voice trembled with tears welling in her eyes as she choked out the words. What? Mushi blurted out instinctively, that shameless woman Yang Yanjiao? She must be up to something again. Yang Yanjiao? At their school, she was notorious for being a loose woman, skilled at seducing men. She'd seduce men into buying her all sorts of cultivation resources, then once she'd drained them dry, she'd kick them to the curb. Such behavior had long been despised by the girls. Is this Jiang Wan an idiot? How could he possibly like Yang Yanjiao? Her words betrayed confusion and a look of anxiety. Seeing her best friend Mushi so flustered, Huang Yi looked surprised and asked softly, could it be, you know this Jiang Wan? No. Mushi shook her head hastily and explained, I'm just furious, why are so many men so foolish? Handing resources to Yang Yanjiao for nothing. Don't they know her reputation on campus? They know. They all know. Huang Yi nodded with a wry smile. It's just that Yang Yanjiao is too skilled. She gives full emotional value, speaks softly, knows how to be coy, and is beautiful. Plus, her pet beast is a three-tailed fox skilled in illusions. Honestly, it's not just men, even I sometimes can't resist her requests. At this point, Huang Yi couldn't help but shake her head. So do you like Jiang Wan? Mushi asked earnestly. Huang Yi avoided a direct answer, instead offering a bitter smile. What good is liking him? He was completely bewitched by Yang Yanjiao. After she drained him of all his cultivation resources, he dropped out of school all because of her. He ended up a walking corpse. Mushi was momentarily speechless. She had heard whispers about this incident. Holy crap? Holy crap? That's wild. Yang Yanjiao dumped another guy. Haha, that's epic. That guy was Jiang Wan, right? What can you do? Yang Yanjiao is known as the campus beauty of our Xianzhou University. Not just students, even teachers fall at her feet. Ha! Look! Jiang seems to be confronting Yang Yanjiao, but she just shoved him flat on the ground. What a pathetic sight, another guy caught in her enchantment. Rumor has it Yang Yanjiao's enchantment skills have surpassed the extraordinary 8th rank. Even a royal class beast tamer could fall victim to her charms if they're not careful. It's absolutely terrifying. Ha! Charm magic? Jiang? Hearing the voices echoing through the dorm hallway, Mu Shi and Huang Yi's spirits jolted. They exchanged glances, seeing worry and urgency in each other's eyes. Let's go check it out. Mu Shi suggested first. Huang Yi nodded firmly. Alright, let's do as you say. They walked to the window and looked down, only to find a crowd gathered below, including Jiang and Yang Yanjiao. Thud. Just as Jiang stood up, Yang Yanjiao shoved him back down. The moment Jiang tried to rise again, a burly youth kicked him flying. Instantly, Jiang flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground as blood spilled from his mouth. This scene ignited a torrent of rage within Mu Shi and Huang Yi. Damn it! How dare they lay a hand on him? Let's go! We have to stop this. We can't let Jiang get hurt. Without hesitation, they slipped on their shoes and dashed toward the dormitory entrance. Even before they exited the building, faint waves of mockery drifted toward them. You think you can get close to Yanjiao? What gives you the right? Your puny frame? Or do you have deep pockets? I thought you were some rich kid, but turns out, you're just a broke loser. Can't even afford to buy me a bottle of a grade nutrient solution, yet you think you can take advantage of me? You're delusional. Chapter 77, Heroes Fall for Beauties? The campus belle who throws herself at him. Following the sound, he looked up. Hundreds of university beast tamers had gathered at the base of the dormitory building, now watching the spectacle unfold before them. A youth of average build and handsome features was being thoroughly humiliated by a pair of students. His face twisted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. A burly middle-aged man stood astride the youth, crushing him beneath his foot. No matter how fiercely the young man struggled, he couldn't break free. Standing behind the burly man was a girl with a graceful figure and an absolutely stunning face. This girl was none other than the renowned figure of Xianzhou University, Yang Yanjiao. Her eyes were alluring, her features exquisitely refined. A white dress paired with black stockings adorned with letters perfectly accentuated her long, slender legs. Most captivating of all, a faint succubus tattoo was visible on her lower back. Timid, pitiable, and exuding a strong allure, she radiated an aura that begged for protection. You're so amazing. Her simple words, spoken in a voice so soft and sweet it felt like it could melt everyone's bones. Damn it, you fox spirit. That voice, no wonder no one can resist. My blood's boiling, I'm itching to butt in myself. Seduction magic? Damn, that's terrifying. I'd better keep my distance, don't want to fall for her tricks. Meanwhile, the burly man standing on Jiang Wen's head reacted as if injected with stimulants upon hearing this. His entire body began to tremble violently, adrenaline surging through him as he broke into a wide grin. Of course I'm formidable. As he spoke, his solid muscles flexed, and he silently added to himself. Just wait until tonight, I'll show you something even more impressive. Of course. He didn't say it outright. But the wicked glint in his eyes, fixed on the peaks above the straight line, spoke volumes. Yet to secure tonight's plans, the burly man stomped down hard on Jiang Wen beneath him, his cold laughter dripping with menace. You? Daring to compete with me for Jiao Jiao? You're asking for death. His voice was rough and brimming with dominance. Wang Yuan, you must teach him a lesson. He's here to take revenge on me. Beside them, Yang Yanjiao adopted a pitiful expression, her arms tightly wrapped around the burly man called Wang Yuan. Her tender, soft hands traced gentle circles around Wang Yuan's waist, instantly making him stiff. Damn it! Daring to take revenge on Jiao Jiao? You're asking for it. Bang! As the words fell, Wang Yuan suddenly kicked out, sending Jiang Wen, who lay sprawled at his feet flying like a soccer ball, hurled violently toward the distance. The trajectory aimed straight for the center of the crowd. No one in the crowd dared to catch Jiang Wen, doing so would be seen as taking responsibility for the incident. Thus, they all scrambled backward. Just as Jiang Wen was about to crash into the ground, a striking figure appeared eerily beneath him, arms crossed at the waist. Under the terrifying force, the figure stumbled backward dozens of steps before steadying themselves. Under the spotlight, the crowd finally recognized, it was Huang Yi. It's you! Jiang Wen, his breathing finally leveling out, wore a bitter expression upon seeing Huang Yi and expressed his gratitude. Are you okay? Huang Yi's expression was complex, tinged with concern as she asked. I'm fine. Jiang Wen gave a faint smile. Meanwhile, upon seeing Jiang Wen, Mu Shi beside them instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. For Jiang Wen bore an uncanny resemblance to the late Jiang Li, 3 or 4 parts identical. What powerful genes! This is too much like it. Mu Shi marveled inwardly, her heart brimming with joy. Just as she was lost in thought, a rough and domineering voice cut through her musings. Huang Yi? You have no business here. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. The burly, muscular Wang Yuan suddenly lunged forward, stomping heavily on the ground. The ground? A towering wave of air surged upward. Roar! Roar! Behind the king ape, a colossal, sky-piercing ape materialized eerily. It roared to the heavens, pounding its own chest as if venting its fury. With each thud, shockwaves erupted outward. Ring upon ring spread outward like ocean waves. Weaker beast masters stumbled back several steps under the force of the shockwaves. Huang Yi, however, remained completely unaffected. Air pressure? The moment they touched her, they were bizarrely repelled. I'm taking charge of Jiang Wen's case. Her voice rang out sharply, brimming with fighting spirit. While Jiang Wen and Yang Yanzhao's intimate gestures made her extremely uncomfortable and displeased, seeing someone bully Jiang Wen made her even more furious. In her heart, no one was allowed to bully Jiang Wen. Cough. Hearing this, Jiang Wen was about to speak, but a coughing fit seized him, a result of the minor injury inflicted by Wang Yuan's sneak attack. He slowly rose to his feet, a flicker of concern for Huang Yi visible in his eyes. This doesn't concern you. It's my own business, and I can handle it myself. His voice rang out, firm and resolute. But before Huang Yi could finish, Yang Yanzhao abruptly interrupted from nearby. Huang Yi, I advise you to mind your own business. That damn Jiang Wen. He pretended to pursue me, but it was all to avenge his roommate. He played me like a fool the whole time. Not only did I buy him cultivation resources, but he never spent a dime on me. After I investigated his background, he turned out to be a total broke loser, couldn't even afford an A-grade potion. But I lost 2 vials of S-grade potions. If you take his side now, he'll just end up clinging to you. Her voice was soft, yet it carried a fiery rage. Usually, she was the one demanding resources from others. Now, she'd been outmaneuvered by Jiang Wen, leaving her seething with resentment. That was precisely why she had Wang Yuan take revenge on him. Only this way could she vent her fury. But now, being thwarted by others filled her with discontent. If you insist on meddling in this matter, I will pursue you to the bitter end. Little did she know that upon hearing these words, Huang Yi showed no trace of fear. Instead, her eyes lit up. Jiang Wen? Having an affair with Yang Yanzhao? So it wasn't about liking him after all, it was mainly about venting her friend's anger. So then, does that mean Jiang Wen has always liked me? At this thought, Huang Yi's lips curved slightly, her heart brimming with excitement. She paid no heed to Yang Yanzhao's words. What? No mercy until death. Put. Today's situation demands my intervention. Huang Yi radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance, her powerful presence instantly revealing her true strength. 5-star Earth-grade beast tamer. Beyond that, with a mere thought, a massive, majestic white tiger abruptly materialized before her. This white tiger was her beast companion. With a flick of her wrist, the white tiger instantly materialized into a frost-like long blade, which she gripped firmly in her hand, resembling a war god. This scene sent shockwaves through the assembled university beastmasters, who immediately began whispering and murmuring among themselves. Ha! That's hilarious! So the charm spell didn't work on Jiang when he ended up fleecing the charmer instead. Awesome! That Jiang Wen! No wonder she sought revenge like this. Jiang Wen will be my master from now on, I must apprentice myself to him. Ha! Yang Yanzhao spent her whole life playing with eagles, only to get her eye pecked out by one. How ironic. Absolutely brilliant. Watching Jiang Wen's actions, Mushi raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Truly the grandson of Senior Jiang Li to possess such skill. In her experience, no beastmaster had ever gained an advantage over Yang Yanzhao. Yang Yanzhao? The one belonging to the Pishio. A creature that only takes in, never gives back. Yet now Jiang Wen had coaxed so many resources out of it, utterly miraculous. As she marveled inwardly, Wang Yuan lunged forward, sneering coldly at Jiang Wen, if you're a real man, come out and fight one-on-one. Don't hide behind a woman. As he spoke, he shot a wary glance at Huang Yi beside Jiang Wen. Huang Yi? She consistently ranks in the top 10 during age-based assessments. Her best ranking was 3rd. Her beast pet, the white jade-eyed tiger, had already advanced to the supernatural body stage, capable of manifesting beast soldiers. With his current strength, he stood no chance against her. Yet, to win Yang Yanzhao's favor, he had no choice but to challenge Jiang Wen. Fine. Wiping the blood from his lips, Jiang Wen radiated an intense battle aura. Facing the burly, muscular Wang Yuan, he showed no fear whatsoever. His grandfather had taught him since childhood, better to die standing than live on your knees. Besides, his goal was already achieved, draining Yang Yanzhao's current cultivation resources. But Jiang Wen's actions caused Huang Yi, standing beside him, to show concern. You absolutely mustn't. In your current state, you're no match for him. Jiang Wen? He was already lightly wounded. In terms of strength, though both were Earth-tier beast masters, Jiang Wen was 1 rank weaker than Wang Yuan. Jiang Wen was only a 1st-rank Earth-tier beastmaster, while Wang Yuan was a 2nd-rank Earth-tier. Responding to her concern, Jiang Li gently patted her hand and chuckled softly, don't worry, I've got this. With that, she drew a delicate, petite glass vial from her chest. Inside was a clear, pale blue liquid. This vial contained an S-grade nutrient solution. And this very bottle was what he'd swiped from Yang Yanjiao. Then, right in front of Yang Yanjiao, he downed it in one gulp. He immediately began circulating his breathing technique, rapidly absorbing and assimilating the nutrient solution. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, his physical abilities returned to peak condition, and his fighting spirit surged. Damn Jiangwen! Yan Yan's face flushed crimson. Jiangwen's actions were like slapping her in the face. All the cultivation resources she'd worked so hard to obtain were now being used to benefit him. She had intended to trick Jiangwen, only to find herself the one tricked instead. With that thought, Yang Yanjiao immediately approached the burly Wang Yuan and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, Wang Yuan's eyes flashed with excitement, his gaze turning fiery. Alright, I'll do as you say. Without another word, Wang Yuan charged straight toward Jiangwen. A fist slammed down. Though Jiangwen dodged the blow, Wang Yuan's fist slammed into the ground, instantly carving a massive crater. With both hands tearing up the earth, he charged toward Jiangwen once more. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce struggle. You shameless bastard! Mu Shi muttered angrily under her breath. Since receiving guidance from Senior Jiang Li, her beast companion had begun evolving into a howling moon celestial wolf, enhancing all its attributes. Hearing? It had gained a 100-fold increase. Because of this, she clearly heard Yang Yanjiao tell the king ape herself, if you cripple Jiangwen tonight, I'll be yours. I'll bite you myself. Her voice was soft and sweet, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. What did she say? Huang Yi whispered. Mu Shi relayed the words truthfully. Upon hearing the words, Huang Yi couldn't help but spit in disgust and muttered an angry curse under her breath. But her gaze immediately shifted to Jiangwen, her face clouding with concern. Her hands clenched tightly as she silently cheered him on. Having learned the full story, she no longer harbored any misunderstandings toward Jiangwen. Her sole wish now was to defeat the opponent swiftly, ensuring he suffered no harm whatsoever. Meanwhile, the Beastmasters present watched the battlefield unfold, unable to resist teasing about the incident. This is hilarious. Jiangwen is a god. Yeah. He actually got the upper hand against that vixen Yang Yanjiao and downed the nutrient potion right in front of her. Even if Jiangwen loses this fight, he'll become legendary at our Xianzhou University. He's truly a role model for our generation. Boom! Just as they murmured among themselves, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the battlefield. The entire arena? As if struck by an earthquake, it began to violently tremble. Amidst it all, a roar of disbelief pierced the air. No! How is this possible? Following the sound, there stood the Ape King, who moments ago had been brimming with arrogance and hubris. Now he lay like a battered punching bag, spewing blood in great gulps. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had no chance to resist, forced to endure Jiangwen's furious blows. He was finally slammed into the ground, kicking up dust and sending particles flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Wang Yuan, blood still spilling from his mouth, collapsed unconscious on the spot. Meanwhile, Jiangwen stood upright in the massive pit, eyes closed, his aura surging like crashing waves. Terrifyingly, beams of starlight coalesced into pillars of light, descending from the heavens onto his form. Second-rank Earth-tier Beast Master? Break! Directly breaking through to 3rd grade. Break again. 4th rank. In just a dozen breaths, Jiangwen had broken through to the 9th rank, seamlessly reaching the realm of a heaven-tier beast tamer. Yet he showed no signs of stopping. The pillar of starlight energy illuminated the entire Immortal Vessel University. Such a tremendous commotion instantly drew the attention of the principal, along with instructors and department heads from every grade. Yang Yanjiao, who had been watching this scene, was utterly astonished. Covering her mouth, she wore an expression of disbelief. This can't be possible. A heaven-grade beast tamer? What on earth happened? How could he break through so quickly? As she murmured to herself, she suddenly recalled the S-grade potion Jiangwen had consumed. Her beautiful eyes flashed with determination and madness as she shouted loudly. Yes! It must be the S-grade potion. He must have taken the S-grade potion. You owe me that potion. With that, she charged straight toward Jiangwen. Boom! But just as she neared Jiangwen, a terrifying blast of energy sent her flying. Crashing heavily to the ground, she was about to scramble up and curse when she instinctively clamped her mouth shut, daring not utter a word. For standing before Jiangwen was none other than the president of Xianzhou University, Ouyang Badian. A single glance from him transformed her into a docile girl, head bowed in silence. Ouyang Badian stood before Jiangwen, his cloudy eyes flashing with a sharp gleam as he stroked his beard and smiled. Harnessing stellar energy to temper the body? Judging by these successive breakthroughs in cultivation, while her physique grows stronger, within her bloodline, some other power is gradually being awakened. It seems this is the sign of the legendary bloodline awakening? What exactly is the origin of their ancestors? How could they possess such a bloodline awakening? His voice was low and filled with doubt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he pondered silently, figures radiating extraordinary auras instantly materialized beside the principal. Principal, Jiang Wu from Class 3 has also triggered the star power to temper his body. Indeed, Jiang Wu and Jiang Wen are biological brothers. Moreover, when their father served as deputy minister of the United Front Work Department within the Beastmaster Alliance, he too activated stellar power to temper his body. Oh. Upon learning the details, Principal Ouyang Batian instantly sensed something extraordinary. This is interesting. Truly fascinating. It seems I must personally visit the Beastmaster Alliance to uncover the truth. With those words spoken, he vanished from the spot like a ghost. Yet his words echoed throughout the campus and beyond. You shall personally guard them. No one is permitted to disturb Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu. Otherwise, they shall be executed as traitors to the race. His voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating through the void. Boom! Hearing this, Yang Yanzhou instantly collapsed to the ground, her eyes fixed on Jiang Wen with a look of resentment, hatred, and rage. Meanwhile, the beast tamers on the field revealed expressions of admiration and astonishment. Damn! What the hell just happened? How did this escalate to involving the headmaster? Star power tempering? Once Jiang Wen awakens, he's bound to become a prodigy. Of course. To graduate successfully, one must reach Heaven-tier Beastmaster. Jiang Wen has already broken through at this age. He's undoubtedly a genius. Our school will focus on cultivating. Chapter 78. We were supposed to be besties, so why are you trying to be my grandma? Ha? This scene froze Huang Yi in place. Her eyes widened in utter shock. A breakthrough in cultivation? Is that even possible? Is breaking through as easy as drinking water? A Heaven-tier Beastmaster? That's the standard for graduates at Immortal Vessel University, yet they were only sophomores now. At this age, Jiang Wen was undeniably a prodigy. But remember what Jiang Wen once told her. Average talent, ordinary family background. How could his bloodline have awakened? Families with awakened bloodlines typically had powerful beast tamers among their ancestors. In that moment, a flurry of doubts surfaced in Huang Yi's mind, leaving her inner world in disarray. Yet, what dominated her feelings were exhilaration and delight. For she knew all too well. Once Jiang Wen awoke, he would undoubtedly receive the Academy's special cultivation. At this thought, she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. HM? Her gaze suddenly fell upon her best friend, Mu Shi, standing nearby. Under her scrutiny, Mu Shi's lips curved into a knowing smile, as if she understood something. Tell me the truth, do you know something? It suddenly occurred to her that Mu Shi had looked extremely peculiar when Jiang Wen's name had come up. Now, with this new incident, her suspicions deepened. There must be some connection. Ha! Mu Shi, who had been silently marveling, let out an instinctive gasp the moment she heard those words. She looked up, shrugged, and spread her hands. I didn't know. How could I possibly know Jiang Wen was about to break through? That his bloodline would awaken? The sheer scale of this commotion far exceeded my wildest expectations. Her voice trailed off abruptly at this point, as if parched, and she swallowed hard. Besides, it was my first time meeting Jiang Wen. How could I possibly know her specific circumstances? His tone was firm, his demeanor sincere. But Huang Yi frowned deeply, lowering her head in thought. Something felt off. Yet she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Then, a bold and absurd thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Her gaze intensified, locking onto Mu Shi as she whispered, You don't happen to like Jiang Wen, do you? But Mu Shi couldn't help but laugh at the question. What kind of joke is that? We just met for the first time. We didn't even know each other before. How could I possibly like him? Besides, he's the one you're into. How could I possibly steal him away? What on earth is going on in that little head of yours? No wonder they say love makes people clumsy. Phew. Hearing this, Huang Yi exhaled in relief. She'd been terrified that Mu Shi might share her feelings, otherwise, she truly wouldn't have known what to do. Oh, right. Huang Yi suddenly had another idea, smiling mysteriously. Jiang Wen's bloodline has awakened, so he'll definitely receive special attention from the school. And his younger brother Jiang Wu must have awakened too. Why don't I introduce him to you? That way, we could still be together often. Her voice was sweet, her emotion sincere. But at this suggestion, Mu Shi shook her head hastily. Absolutely not. I'm not ready for that yet. And if you want us to be together often in the future, I'll try my best to make it happen. Mu Shi smiled calmly. At this moment, only Jiang Li occupied her thoughts. If she could eventually marry him, then according to family hierarchy, Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu would have to call her grandma. And her best friend Huang Yi would certainly be no exception. The thought made her smile mischievously. It was precisely this smile that made Huang Yi sense something was amiss. Tell me, what are you laughing at? That's such a creepy, sinister laugh. And no, nothing. Stop tickling me, haha. Look, Jiang Wen's awake. It could be said. The existence and activation of the stone genealogy had drawn the attention of various factions to Jiang Li's children, prompting them to frantically investigate the origins and backgrounds of the Jiang clan. As their inquiries deepened, they uncovered the battle from decades past and the legendary exploits of the war god Jiang Li. The Jiang family? Bloodline awakening? The dragon war god from back then, he didn't perish in that battle? But how could the Jiang family awaken their bloodline? Investigation showed Jiang Li was merely a heaven-tier beastmaster? Regardless, we must locate Jiang Li and invite him to our base with utmost respect. Bloodline awakening? If our dragon nation masters this, future generations will gain the means to confront demonic beasts and alien races. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, the very source of this upheaval, remained inside the starship, studying the stone-bound family chronicles and the infant's invincibility system. Meanwhile, the rest of the starship's crew immersed themselves in cultivating the immortal starbody. The effects of the undying starbody? It left them both stunned and exhilarated. Thus, they eagerly began their cultivation, striving to master the immortal starbody as soon as possible. After an unknown period of time, the starship began to shake. HM? Noticing the disturbance, Jiang Li opened his eyes, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Looks like we've arrived. With that thought, Jiang Li rose slowly and made her way directly toward the starship's main hall. Upon reaching the hall, Tao Yuan and the others had already come out. Their faces beamed with radiant smiles, their lips stretched wide in unrestrained joy. The moment they spotted Jiang Li, Tao Yuan, the veteran military commander, immediately stepped forward. Captain, we've reached the ancient star path. Jiang Li looked up. They were situated on a gray planet named Sanglong, a planet belonging to the Dragon Nation. Ever since Blue Star ascended to a higher dimension, it had gradually attracted and gathered asteroids, causing them to orbit around it. Over the past century, a total of 6 asteroids had been captured, each controlled by one of the world's 6 major Federation bases. And the Dragon Nation? It holds one. Whenever the ancient celestial pathways open, these asteroids serve as the passageways to them. In essence, controlling an asteroid means holding the key to the starry sky ancient path. Back then, the struggle for control over the asteroids resulted in devastating losses and rivers of blood. And he? Naturally, he was drawn into the fray. Recalling this, Jiang Li's mind wandered. Thinking of his youthful recklessness and fearless spirit back then, a faint smile touched his lips. Had I not offended that man, and had that battle not occurred, perhaps the thought made him chuckle to himself. Pushing aside all distracting thoughts, he took a deep breath. Noticing Jiang Li's subtle expression, Bing Feng mistakenly thought he was eager to step onto the Sanglong planet. She softly explained. Captain, don't worry. Once the starship stabilizes and docks, we'll be able to disembark. Jiang Li nodded firmly upon hearing this. No rush. By the way, how is your cultivation of the undying star body progressing? The question suddenly occurred to him, and he asked directly. The moment the words left his mouth, the divine masters present instantly lit up with excitement, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Captain, the undying star body? It truly lives up to its name, Undying. The first to speak was Bao Chong, seated in his wheelchair, his excitement making him stumble over his words. What do you mean? Jiang Li inquired. According to the stone genealogy, only clan members and those who made offerings could cultivate the immortal star body, yet he had not received it. Precisely because of this, he was unaware of its effects and functions, prompting his detailed inquiry. He harbored no concerns about his own lack of it. He understood clearly that as the keeper of the stone book genealogy, he was its greatest beneficiary. Greater physical prowess or richer rewards would surely await him in the future. Thus, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. Pointing to his amputated legs, Shobo laughed excitedly. As I cultivate the undying star body, I can clearly sense the necrotic areas are repairing themselves, and the stumps are itching intensely. His eyes turned crimson, bloodshot with intense conviction as he declared, perhaps mastering the undying star body will grant me the power to regenerate severed limbs. Hearing this, Jiang Li felt genuine joy for Bao Chong. He stepped forward and gave Bao Chang's shoulder a firm pat, his expression unwavering. Rest assured, you will surely achieve limb regeneration. Bao Chong nodded in response. With the captain's words, I firmly believe that day will come. In his heart, Captain Jiang Li was their god, their spiritual anchor. Following this, Bo Yuan, To Yuan, Bing Feng, along with Wang Tie and Shou Ho, detailed their respective cultivation progress and expressed their hopes for advancing the stone book genealogy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As they spoke, the starship finally stabilized. The starship deck slowly opened, extending a gangway leading outside. Captain, let's head out. Wang Tai was visibly excited. Jiang Li nodded. All right. Following their lead, Jiang Li crossed the gangway and stepped directly onto the starship's exterior. What met their eyes? Towering skyscrapers, lush greenery, and airships gliding through the sky. This scene left Jiang Li stunned, murmuring in awe. What a tremendous change! Back when they fought over this Sanglong planet, it had been utterly desolate and in ruins. Now, it had undergone an extreme reversal. This profound transformation left Jiang Li deeply moved. Captain, these structures are the result of decades of restoration and reconstruction, Bao Yuan explained in a low voice beside him. The headquarters of the Fierce Ape Dragon Trading Guild he founded was established here, making it one of the many factions along the ancient Star Road. He had personally participated in everything that unfolded here, deeply understanding the hardships and struggles endured over the years. After saying this, the savage ape hastily added, "Now, with Blue Star's dimensional ascension, Azure Dragon Planet can absorb cosmic debris and mysterious stones from the past. In just 10 short years, its total volume has expanded by 1%. Ha! 1%? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow at this. Though seemingly small, planetary volume capacity was fixed. Even 1% equated to several bases in size. At this rate, over the next few decades or even centuries its volume could double. Standing upon the surface of Sanglong Planet, Jiang Li gazed at the nearby blue star across the void, his brow furrowing deeply. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But one thing was certain, this was beyond his current reach and imagination. For now, the priority was to rapidly enhance his strength and locate the whereabouts of the remaining galactic core stones. Having clarified this point, Jiang Li looked up at the others and asked softly, "When will the ancient star path open?" The opening of the ancient star path? It signaled that Blue Star would enter a mysterious state, where they would encounter beings from all races of the cosmos and various secret realms. While competing for the treasures within these realms, they must also defend against alien races attempting to invade Blue Star. It could be said that, at that time, we would enter a life and death battlefield. The slightest misstep could mean perishing within it. Battlefield? Slaughter? The stench of blood? At this thought, Jiang Li's blood began to boil. Coupled with the baby Invincible system, he was already bursting with anticipation. Wang Tai, noticing Captain Jiang Li's state, answered truthfully. "Time-wise, it should be tomorrow at noon. We've already registered the Twilight Squad and need to go to the Azure Dragon Hall to sign in. Only after registration can we enter." "We need to register?" Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Back then, no registration was needed. Anyone willing to go could simply enter the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Though the Starry Sky Ancient Path held opportunities, it was also fraught with countless dangers. It was essentially a 1 in 1,000 chance. "Captain, you're not aware of the situation." Bing Feng stepped forward and explained softly, "In the past, entry was unrestricted, but the dangers were immense, and there were no adequate safeguards or rewards. Now, however, our strength has grown, and we have comprehensive supporting facilities. Compared to before, the risks are naturally much smaller. With fewer dangers and greater opportunities, regulations are necessary to maintain order. Otherwise, people would rush in en masse, and the situation would become uncontrollable." Her voice trailed off abruptly at this point. Ice Phoenix let out a cold laugh. "Of course," she continued, "the main reason is that certain major factions want to monopolize resources. Why would they hand them over to ordinary beast tamers?" Though the voice was soft, each word was laced with fury. Jiang Li instantly grasped the underlying reason. "I see. Now that you put it that way, I understand. Since we can't change things with our current strength, we'll just gather our power and deal with it later." His words were soft, but his expression was resolute. Hearing this, everyone present instantly grasped its profound meaning. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but grin. "Captain, when that time comes, you'll have to bring me along." "Right. Don't forget me. Let's fight hard and show them what a man's wrath looks like." "Captain, tell us straight, did they have a hand in that battle back then?" Jiang Li didn't answer the last question, instead deliberately changing the subject. "Let's use this break to familiarize me with the Sanglong base. We'll all be spending the coming days here. And what about that mysterious ally you mentioned? Where is he? Why haven't we seen him yet? As for the bond skill in the stone book genealogy?" He still couldn't let it go. Once all 7 revered elders were gathered, the bond skill could be activated. Now, only one remained. Facing Captain Jiang Li's inquiry, Wang Tai gave a mysterious smile. "Captain, don't worry. You'll find out soon enough. Captain, you can take a guess. If you get it right, I'll do whatever you say." Even the hot-tempered, straightforward Borao couldn't resist playing coy. Ice Phoenix, Taoyuan, Monkey Hunter pushing his wheelchair, and Leopard Charge seated in his wheelchair all wore enigmatic smiles. This scene only heightened Jiang Li's curiosity. Who could it be? Jiang Li asked again. But all he got in response was an exasperated roll of the eyes from Ice Phoenix. "Captain, don't be a cheat. If I told you to guess, then guess first. Asking outright just takes all the fun out of it." Jiang Li pondered for a moment, his brows furrowing as he sank into deep thought. "Judging by the way you're acting, it definitely isn't one of our former teammates. It's bound to be someone I never would have expected. So then, could it be the children of our comrades? Or perhaps someone connected to me in some way?" After speaking, Jiang Li looked up at the group, ready to verify his guesses from their subtle expressions. But their faces remained utterly expressionless, calm as still water, revealing nothing. This left Jiang Li with a bitter smile. There are too many of you. I simply can't figure it out. Just tell me straight out. He simply couldn't figure out the seventh devotee. It wasn't his fault. The matter involved far too many people. Besides, over 40 years had passed. His comrades all had children of their own now. How was he supposed to guess? Faced with Captain Jiang Li's helplessness, the others burst into hearty laughter. Captain, we won't tell you just yet. Wait until you see it for yourself, then you'll know. So where are we going? The Azure Dragon Hall. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.